I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, yet I lived for 1,000 years, all because I played a post-apocalyptic survival game. I made payments to buy weapons and equipment for a girl in the game, and one day she crossed through time and space to stand before me, handing me a golden box and wanting to be my wife. Only then did I realize that the apocalyptic world in the game truly existed. It's detected that those of you in front of the screen might want it too. Send 3 dog emojis to install successfully. At this moment, I looked at my phone's screen and saw a frail girl with messy hair, dressed in a tattered down jacket, curling up in a corner of the wall, shivering continuously. Huff puff accompanied by the unfolding scene, faint zombie roars could be heard outside the dilapidated house. I'm so cold, so hungry, the girl's despairing murmurs came from the phone. For some reason, it tightened my heart. The girl in the game was just like me, equally helpless, pitiful, and desperate. Was she trapped by zombies in the cabin, unable to escape? I had to keep her alive. I stared blankly at the phone screen, trying to control the girl inside to move and explore the room. Then, a message popped up on the phone. Lu Xiaoyan is currently in extremely poor physical condition and cannot move. Protection value 0, warmth value 0, happiness value 0, her physique is extremely weak. I can't move, then how am I supposed to play? I tapped on the phone screen, and a message popped out, first payment of 6 yuan, and you can get a newbie survival food gift pack. You've got to be kidding, have to pay before even playing? Must be a scam. My finger was about to hit the exit button to uninstall this nasty software. Save me, I don't want to die. Despair, helplessness, and pitiful voices came from the phone. Hearing this, my fingers trembled. The girl in the screen was just like me from another world. Damn, scammers be scammers, after all, I have so much compensation money with nowhere to spend. If I can't get my way in real life, can't I have it my way in the game? Then I directly clicked the recharge button. Recharge successful, you've unlocked a physical gift package. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread appeared on the ground in the game scene. The girl, who had been lying on the ground, lifted her eyes to see the food appearing next to her, and her body trembled instantly. Then she frantically looked around. Hey, where did this food come from? Yo, this is really interactive, this game is kind of fun. Watching the girl's reaction, I was amused. I thought after paying, the girl in the screen would automatically eat and play a predetermined reaction animation, but there was an actual interactive response. I continued to watch the phone screen, only to see Lu Xiaoyan looking uncertainly at the food in front of her. This isn't an illusion, is it? Suddenly, she felt as if something poked her body, and then uncontrollably moved toward the food. Who's there? Lu Xiaoyan looked around warily, her body tense like a wild animal. But after a few minutes, the cramped warehouse had no echo at all. Rustle rustle, the packaging of the bread on the ground automatically opened, and a bottle cap of mineral water also automatically twisted open. Lu Xiaoyan looked at this scene in horror. Can't be a top-tier space ability master, right? But why would such a master help me out of nowhere? Interested in my beauty? Suspiciously examining herself, her sticky hair, her face so thin her cheekbones protruded, Lu Xiaoyan didn't think a master of space abilities who could choose any model would choose her. Gurgle, without time to think deeply, Lu Xiaoyan's organs churned, she was already dizzy and hypotensive from hunger. If she didn't replenish her nutrition soon, she might never wake up from the next faint. Senior, whether you have a wicked taste or other motives, I, Lu Xiaoyan, will remember this favor. Then she grabbed the open bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious, delicious. In her startled eyes, a hint of joy suddenly lit up. Such a clean taste, without the bitterness of chemically induced wheat. Could this be a product from before the civilization? Worthy of a space ability senior, able to obtain such things. Thinking this, Lu Xiaoyan continued eating while uneasily kneeling towards her surroundings. Senior, these items are too precious, I will remember your deed today for the rest of my life. While speaking, she picked up the bottle of mineral water and drank it all, the cool, pure, sweet taste spreading throughout her body. Lu Xiaoyan was stunned, such pure water. Thump, then, she knelt down heavily again, bang 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 knocking her head on the ground. Isn't this a bit much? I stared dumbfounded at the phone screen. It's just a few breads and a few bottles of water, worth all this gratitude? But watching the girl in the phone, her eyes cautious, sneakingly opening another bag of bread and carefully tearing at the crumbs, eating them like a little cat, I couldn't help but laugh. This game is somewhat addictive. Licking the crumbs off her lips, Lu Xiaoyan looked longingly at the last piece of bread. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to carefully stuff it into the interlayer of her cotton jacket. These waters and foods are so good, they could be exchanged for a low-quality crystal nucleus in the black market. Lu Xiaoyan then stuffed 2 more bottles of mineral water into her sleeves. Watching the girl on the screen, I couldn't help but curl up the corners of my mouth. Who says only bad women can make men smile? A 2-dimensional wife can too. Physical condition recovered, then it's time to go outside. Trying to tap on the girl's body in the screen, a new data panel popped up. Name, Lu Xiaoyan. Identity, scavenger. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, happiness value too low, temporarily unlocked. Physical state, sickly. Satiation, 50. Warmth, 0. Happiness, 1. Equipment, none. Identity as a scavenger, huh? No wonder life is so miserable. Feeling a bit sorry for the thin girl on the screen, I reflected, turns out you and I are both alone. Well, since I won't live long, let's make your life in the game world a bit more comfortable. Then I tried tapping on the iron door in the small black room. the next moment bang bang bang. The iron gate made a faint sound. Her tiny body trembled like a sieve, and she looked in surprise towards the iron gate, her face flushing with embarrassment. Senior. Are you telling me to leave here? But there are zombies outside. My down jacket has already been torn. If I get scratched. I. Her small fists tightened a bit. Kaya Shengsheng knew it was somewhat shameless to say this. But if given a choice, she would rather starve here than become a walking corpse. Oh right. She is a girl. Sorry. I played too many monster-killing games and thought it was time to go out and kill monsters. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren slapped his forehead and immediately stopped the random clicking. The frail girl stood at the door, unmoving, not knowing what she was thinking. Stuck? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a low-quality recharge box jumped up on the game's interface again. Kaya Shengsheng cannot leave the warehouse due to zombies, please come help her. Click the button below, recharge 100 yuan, and immediately unlock new player equipment, white quality, military uniform. Again? Looking at that low-quality recharge ad, Du Ziren confirmed this was a money pit game. You see, clearly the interactive animation is done so well. Why not use that technology to make a blockbuster film? Instead, you use it to make this garbage game, you really are something. Grumbling, but Du Ziren still clicked the button despite his words. 100 yuan is not much for him. Just the hospital stay would cost 30 or more for a month, anyway, he's about to die, so what's the point of keeping the money in the account? Buy now. Spending money to buy happiness, what's wrong with that? Recharge. In the real world, I am timid, but in the game world, I must strike hard. Ding your bank card ending in 0304, spend 100 yuan at 1314. As the text message reminder came, the game screen simultaneously displayed recharge successful. Buzz buzz buzz. In the dim warehouse, the dust in the corner wrinkled and twisted. Thud. In the next moment, a thick military uniform suddenly appeared in the dark corner. Hey! Inside the warehouse, Kaya Shengsheng was dumbfounded. Here it comes again? Has this senior become addicted? Senior. Is this also for me? Do you want me to go outside? Her small hands trembled as they guarded her chest. Kaya Shengsheng looked around like a little rabbit adapting to a new environment, pulling her neck in. Without waiting for any response, she felt as if something poked her back, and she couldn't help but walk towards the military uniform. Senior always likes to poke me. Silently complaining in her heart, Kaya Shengsheng felt her ears getting a bit hot as she walked to the uniform. But seeing the thick army green clothing, her expression changed again. What a good thing! This was something she had seen people wear in the safe zone. It was said to be what those responsible for protection wore before the civilized society fell. It seemed old-fashioned, but in the apocalypse, this was priceless. It not only kept warm, but the internal fiber structure meant it could withstand zombie scratches, and even a few bullets. This is too precious. Senior, you. Shoo. She initially intended to refuse, but the clothing was already being pushed towards her. With such good intentions from the senior, if I pretend to refuse, I would seem pretentious. Senior, rest assured, once I go out, I will remember your kindness. One day, I will repay you. Sizzling. Quickly unbuttoning her dirty cotton jacket. After taking off the top, the tight black thermal underwear underneath showcased Kaya Shengsheng's nearly perfect body curve. The black thermal suit was a complete set, from top to bottom. Although Kaya Shengsheng was very thin, the underwear hugged her slender body, accentuating her stunning figures. Hiss. The fine branches bear rich fruits. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren looked at Xiao Shengsheng changing into her underwear, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Who says a two-dimensional wife isn't appealing? This is absolutely captivating, okay? Speaking of which, what if there are bathing scenes related to cleanliness in the future? TSK. The young man's face inexplicably turned red as he thought of things he shouldn't. Chapter 4. Hey yo. This outfit is really heavy. At the same time, Xiao Shengsheng, dressed in a military combat uniform, tried to move her body and finally stepped toward the warehouse iron door. On the synchronized game interface, a new interaction panel popped up almost instantly. Current task, collect family photo. Task details, the scavenger Xiao Shengsheng accepted a common task to find a family photo lost at her former residence for a researcher father to obtain tokens from the black market. Please go to room 304 in building A to search for clues. Task rewards, token copper coin *30, Xiao Shengsheng happiness points +1. Oh? Did a new panel activate? This time it's the task panel? Looking at the task that appeared in his phone, Du Ziren could roughly guess why Xiao Shengsheng was trapped in a warehouse. The poor girl probably wanted to go to the underground parking lot, then follow the fire escape to room 304 in Building A. Such action might be a bit troublesome, but for a girl, it was the safest way. It's a pity. She probably didn't expect that the underground parking lot was also filled with zombies, and in the end, she helplessly hid in a warehouse. Is she going to risk her life for 30 copper coins? The apocalypse is truly cruel. Sighing, Duziran suddenly noticed a circular map added to the upper left corner of the game screen. The map was pitch black, but when clicked, only Jing'an Community and a location called Mine Black Market were lit up. In the Mine Black Market, 2 light spots were blinking, resembling markers for task NPCs. From the current information, I still need Xiao Shengsheng to complete the task. Can she, being so small, manage? Worrying, Duziran looked at the screen, seeing Xiao Shengsheng's tiny body struggling under the heavy military uniform, clumsy and slow. It felt as if he were seeing a daughter wearing her father's oversized clothes, both adorable and stubborn. Creak. The warehouse iron door was a rolling, iron gate. As the gate was slowly lifted by Xiao Shengsheng, her sickly pale face was tightening her lips, and she tried to calm herself down. I need to go out. I must go back. My younger siblings are still waiting for me, and my senior is helping me. I can't let them down. She clenched her tiny fist. Step. After just one step out, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the darkness outside the warehouse. Huff huff. In the already powerless underground parking lot, nothing could be seen clearly. The only visible thing was about 10 meters away in the dark, 2 puffs of white mist rising continuously. Step step step. As the white mist twisted closer, 2 tall figures dressed in security uniforms gradually came into view. Their faces were covered in blood scabs, with eyes bloodshot. Their arms had lost vitality, swinging wildly in front of their chests. They were breathing out hot white gas, with a tongue hanging from their jaws, drooling continuously. Huff huff. Clearly, they. She hurriedly ran towards the corner. Hoo. Her little chest heaved up and down, as Xiao Shengsheng poured all her strength into running. Humph. The roar behind her was like a shadow, she didn't dare to look back, only sprinted with her eyes closed. The hot, foul breath from the zombie's mouth wafted to her back, as if little demons were chasing her for her life. Thud. Finally, the heavy fire door was within reach. Xiao Shengsheng pushed with her little hand, and with a creak, her whole body fell behind the door. Poof. The zombie that was chasing her the closest also reached out a big hand, trying to push the fire door again to continue the chase. But... Stinky zombie. I won't let you bully me for the rest of my life. A stubborn and determined voice came from behind the door, with a creak, as the zombie's big hand stretched into the door. Xiao Shengsheng used her body as a shield and suddenly slammed into the fire door. Bang! The heavy fire door slammed the zombie's hand hard in the door slot. Bang! 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 On the door of the fire door, strong handprints appeared as if someone was banging on the iron door. Xiao Shengsheng pressed down hard against the door, struggling against the zombie behind it, afraid that it would break through. Roar roar! The terrifying roars echoed continuously. The hand that stretched in from outside twisted and grasped frequently, grabbing onto Xiao Shengsheng's shoulder several times. Fortunately, she had on a military combat suit, so she didn't get scratched. Hoo. I must hold on. Wanting to wrestle with the zombie was brave. But a few minutes later. Xiao Shengsheng was just too thin. As the banging from outside continued, the gap of the fire door grew wider, Xiao Shengsheng's body was pushed back and her little face became pale as snow. Oh no! This can't be game over, right? What to do? Run? If I run upstairs now, climbing stairs consumes energy, people can't compare to zombies. Quick! Is there any top-up interface? I want to spend money. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziran was watching Xiao Shengsheng about to be pounced on by the zombie, feeling increasingly anxious. He didn't understand why, it was clearly just a game. Yet he couldn't help but care about the girl on the other side of the game. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. Frantically clicking the game screen, suddenly, an interaction command popped up on the screen. Xiao Shengsheng is about to be overwhelmed by the zombie's pressure. Move your little hands to help her out. Try to click the buttons on the screen quickly to repel the zombie. Ha! Focusing his gaze on the screen, a red button appeared on Xiao Shengsheng's back, displaying rapid tapping. Oh. It's waiting for me here. In an instant. Duziran suddenly realized. This setting was very common, just like those old arcade games. At the scoring stage of Easter eggs, the faster you hit the button, the higher the score reward. What the heck? Although I'm a sick person, my hand speed isn't slow. Tap tap tap. His two thumbs frantically pressed the button. A hint of surprise flashed across Du Ziren's face.
Huh? This feeling. How does it feel like I actually touched something? Chapter 5. Hey. Hey. At the same time.
With Du Ziren frantically clicking on the phone screen, Xiao Shengsheng inexplicably felt that an invisible big hand seemed to reach out from behind, continually pushing her and giving her strength. But it seemed, he would occasionally poke her waist.
Senior. You've helped me so many times. I owe you too much, I can never repay you.
With a slightly reddened face, I looked toward the empty stairwell. Silence, no response.
But.
On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren smiled with his lips pressed together.
What's the matter? I'm still pretty amazing. But just now, that feeling. Could it be that my ALS is already affecting my fingers? How could I feel such a real touch? Staring at his fingers in confusion, Du Ziren's face darkened slightly.
He lowered his head to look at the screen. Xiao Shengsheng was blushing, shyly staring at this side of the screen.
So cute. Pointing at the stairwell direction, Du Ziren's eyes flickered with a trace of obsession. No.
If the condition really worsens, I must make sure that Xiao Shengsheng lives a good life before I die. Having been soaked in rain himself, he couldn't stand to see others without an umbrella. Even if it's the virtual Xiao Shengsheng, he still wanted to give her a sense of virtual safety. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's get through the pre-story first. He clicked crazily on the stairwell ahead.
Dong dong dong.
At the same time, in the narrow stairwell, there came a series of hollow knocking sounds.
Senior. Are you telling me to go upstairs?
Shrinking her small hand, Xiao Shengsheng buried her head in the oversized military cap, and her whole body looked like a small mushroom, stepping forward towards the stairwell. Step, step, step. Fortunately, beautiful girls usually have good luck. From -1 floor of the underground garage to the 3rd floor residential building, not a single zombie was encountered. Creak. Pushing open the 3rd floor fire exit door, a long corridor came into view. This was not the type of 2 apartments per elevator residential building, but a commercial building layout. Coming out of the fire escape, she saw the elevator room, followed by a long row of opposite opening apartment doors.
301. 302. Following the room numbers, she quickly spotted room 304. Ah. I'm so lucky. There are no zombies in the stairwell. Senior, this must be the good luck you brought me.
Muttering softly, Xiao Shengsheng tiptoed to the door of 304.
If there are no zombies in the stairwell, then the zombies are most likely locked inside.
There's still the possibility that there might be zombies inside 304.
Click, click, click. Slowly turning the doorknob. Click. Unexpectedly, the door was not locked.
Perhaps the previous resident was in a hurry to escape, and even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't have locked the door. Pushing open the door, Xiao Shengsheng's small head peeked inside.
Cough, cough, cough.
The living room, long abandoned by its residents, was full of dust, and there were broken ceramic bowl pieces scattered on the floor. It was clear that something had happened here before. It seems there are no zombies. Her courage grew as she took a step into the living room, pulling open nearby cabinets and searching inside.
Photos, photos. Huh? What's this? Is it chocolate with filling? So lucky.
It's only been expired for half a year. A smile instantly spread across her face as she carefully stuffed a softened chocolate into her pocket. Her little hands kept opening the visible drawers in the living room, but apart from rotting crumbs and stinky clothes, she found nothing.
The photos probably aren't in the living room.
Trying to move from the living room to the bedroom, Xiao Shengsheng remained highly alert, her whole body tense. In the apocalypse, the bottom-tier existence like her, a scavenger, if you're not careful and get bitten by a zombie, you'll become a walking dead and get instantly killed by an ability user.
This was all too common. It's fine, it's fine. I have the clothes Senior gave me. As long as I'm careful. Creak.
Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Xiao Shengsheng barely poked her head in.
Ah no.
A sharp, piercing howl suddenly erupted in her ear.
What?
Thud. Before she could even look up, she felt a black round mass suddenly fall from the ceiling and crash onto her head. A pair of already decaying, greenish hands immediately reached out to scratch at her face.
Yeah.
Looking closely, this was clearly a baby zombie, its whole body rotten and green, and its tiny face was completely gone. It had been lying in wait on the ceiling, just waiting for some unlucky person to open the door.
No.
Her arms instinctively shielded her face.
Slaw.
The baby zombie's nails were long and thin, scratching at Xiao Shengsheng's sleeve like steel knives.
Slaw.
Fortunately, the white-quality, military combat suit was well made.
No matter how the claws scratched, they could only leave shallow marks on the uniform. You get down here.
Maybe feeling the toughness of the military combat suit, Kaya Shangxing took advantage of the baby zombie clawing at her to reach up with her left hand and grab its neck.
Yeah. Yeah.
In an instant, as if its life had been cut off, the baby zombie kicked and flailed madly with its hands and feet.
Even though you're a child.
But, to survive. For my younger siblings.
I must. Bang.
With full force, her big hand smashed down hard from above. Poochie, a thick splash of green liquid burst out on the floor. The baby zombie, with only half a head left, had its skull completely gone.
Its empty neck twitched.
It was completely dead.
Hoo.
Her chest heaving, Kaya Shangxing tried to calm down from the panic. After a while, looking at the zombie's corpse on the floor, she held back the discomfort and began searching the room. On the nightstand, a framed photo showed a man and a pregnant woman holding each other.
Is this it? I found it.
She quickly walked over to the nightstand and picked up the photo frame with joy on her face. At the same time, on Du Ziren's side, a new message popped up above Kaya Shangxing's head.
Mission complete. Kaya Shangxing gained happiness +2, mission complete +1, found chocolate +1. 30 copper coins pending task submission. Current happiness, 3. Continue exploring room 304? Or start returning to Mine Black Market? Chapter 6. Oh. Is this letting me choose between free exploration or finishing the mission and entering the main story? Looking at the panel on the screen, Du Ziren began to think carefully. Usually, when a game is designed this way, there's a reason for it. Like in a famous island game, if you make the wrong choice in the beginning, the rest of the story is locked in. Of course, it could also be a cruel prank with a life or death choice. This choice right now. Du Ziren rubbed his chin and looked at the photo album in Kaya Shangxing's hands. It's asking me if I want to keep exploring room 304? If you think about it carefully, the photo shows a pregnant woman and her husband. If the quest giver is the husband, then the baby zombie just now, could it be the child from the pregnant woman's belly? Wait. There's a trap here. Suddenly, Du Ziren seemed to realize something and quickly clicked on room 304's door, signaling Kaya Shangxing to leave. Ask yourself. If the husband ran away, leaving the pregnant woman and baby, then since the baby zombie appeared, what about the pregnant woman zombie? Was she killed by the husband? How is that possible? If he had the power to kill zombies, why would he run? Run! Kaya Shangxing. Run now! He shouted nervously at Kaya Shangxing on the screen, but she was still looking around in confusion with her head raised. Senior? Did you knock just now? You mean? You want me to leave? MMHM. If it's what Senior asks, Shangxing understands. She nodded, stuffed the photo album into her arms, and quickly walked toward room 304's door. Roar. But, as if it triggered a death CG, a gloomy roar suddenly came from behind the frosted glass door of the living room bathroom. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the frosted glass shattered from its frame, and a female zombie, bloated all over with a hollow belly, walked out. Ha! She was breathing hot air, holding a rusty pair of scissors in her hand. Looking closely, the zombie's body had the bloated look of a giant view, and her face was so swollen it pushed her eyes shut. A broken, torn belly threw out inch by inch of black intestines. It looked like, before her corpse transformation, she had forcefully cut open her own belly and taken the baby out. Ha ha! With the screech of the pregnant zombie, the intestines that had been thrown outside the belly strangely twisted. This is a mutated zombie? It has powers too? With a pale face, Autumn Shangxing finally understood why no one had taken the retrieve the photo mission. It turned out it contained so many hidden tricks. This is bad, this is bad. This thing. How could I? Whoosh. Before Autumn Shangxing could lament any further, the large intestine, which had fallen outside the belly, twisted like a snake and swung straight at her. Ing. Fast. Too fast. Before she could even react, Autumn Shangxing felt her body suddenly suspended in the air, completely wrapped in the blood-soaked intestine, already bound in midair. No. No. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The intestine kept swinging, pulling Autumn Shangxing toward the pregnant zombie's belly. No matter how hard Autumn Shangxing struggled, the wriggling intestine only grew tighter. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I still have a little brother, a little sister. Buzz. Before her moaning even died down, Autumn Shangxing was sucked into the giant pregnant zombie's belly. Plop plop. The giant belly twisted and squirmed continuously, as if absorbing and digesting Autumn Shangxing. Damn.
Meanwhile, Du Ziren, looking at the screen of his phone, turned pale with anger.
Why? Didn't I make the right choice? I understand now. No matter which one I choose, this death CG will trigger, right? Buzz buzz buzz.
The phone screen kept shaking, and the dark image lit up with a blood-red warning.
Warning. Warning.
Autumn Shangshang is being attacked by a mutated zombie.
If not saved, she will be digested. Only 198. Only 198. Take home the white quality dagger. Do you want to spend 198 to buy the military dagger? This dagger cuts through iron like mud, a must-have for newcomers. Damn. This trash game. You're just waiting for me, right? Charge. Charge, damn it.
Knowing that this game has the same pay-to-win tricks as the old mobile games, Du Ziren couldn't just watch that helpless girl with a shy smile die in front of him.
Damn it. I'm willing to be tricked into giving you money. Autumn Shangshang, stay alive.
Ding dong, your bank card ending in 0304 has spent 198 yuan. As the consumption message popped up at the top of the phone, the game screen also showed a successful transaction. Inside the pregnant zombie's belly, Autumn Shangshang's breathing became sticky. Her eyes were blurred, and her eyelids were tightly closed.
Am I going to die?
I clearly just wanted my little brother and sister to live better. Flashes of images flickered in front of her eyes.
Autumn Shangshang thought of many people.
Her little brother and sister, her parents who had died in the zombies' mouths, the sadness of living like a homeless person in the outer districts these past years. All of her burdens, like fleeting clouds, vanished in an instant. In the end, she never expected that her family, deep in her heart, would think of that senior who suddenly helped her.
Yes. I'm sorry, senior. I owe you, I really want to meet you. You must be a very gentle person, right?
As her eyelids slowly drooped, her palm inexplicably felt a cold, throbbing sensation.
Survive. Autumn Shangshang. Buzz.
Suddenly, a man's voice exploded in her ears. Autumn Shangshang's eyes snapped open, and in her hand, a cold, long dagger appeared.
This. Senior? I understand now.
Tears unknowingly fell from the corners of her eyes. All along, many things had been silently endured by her. Autumn Shangshang had no one to rely on, she had no noble awakening of special powers, and no powerful family background. She even at the age when she should be spoiled, had to scavenge everywhere for her little brother and sister. Her inner helplessness, her sadness, at this moment seemed to have found a solid foundation. Everything was given to her by that person.
I want to survive. For the sake of seeing him. For repaying his kindness.
Hiss.
Put. The pregnant zombie, still shaking its belly, suddenly had a huge blood slot torn open on its stomach.
Bright red blood splashed everywhere, as Qiu Shangshang, holding a dagger, cut open a large chunk of flesh, and crawled out, her face covered in blood.
Chapter 7.
The huge belly sprayed blood, and shattered intestines spilled all over the ground.
The pregnant zombie stared at Qiu Shangshang in disbelief. She couldn't imagine how one person could suddenly pull out a dagger? Out of nowhere? And that dagger was unbelievably sharp.
The terrifying bleeding from the belly caused the pregnant zombie to stagger backward uncontrollably.
Step, step, step.
Finally, after retreating several steps, the massive corpse fell to the ground with a loud thud. Blood surged, forming a large pool, and the enormous corpse lay still, no longer moving.
Hoo.
Her small hands tightly gripping the dagger, Qiu Shangshang lay on the ground, desperately inhaling the fresh air around her. She stared at the pregnant zombie, fearing it might attack again.
Senior. Thank you.
The overwhelming emotions from surviving the ordeal exploded, and Qiu Shangshang bowed repeatedly to the surroundings. Now, she probably understood the senior's good intentions. The other party never directly saved her, but gave her tools to fight zombies, to train her abilities. The other party was cultivating her. Even in the apocalypse, still taking the time to cultivate newcomers, they were either making her their death servant or searching for a successor. But, no matter the case, Qiu Shangshang was filled with gratitude.
Senior. If I ever see you again, I will sacrifice everything for you.
Bowing deeply again, Qiu Shangshang stood up and walked toward the fallen pregnant zombie. Mutated zombies, also known as ability zombies. Such zombies are extremely difficult to hunt. But the benefit is, they generally have a zombie crystal core inside them.
This kind of crystal core is very expensive.
After being ground into powder and soaked in hot water, the pores will absorb it, and with good luck, one might awaken superpowers and become an ability user, ascending to a higher state.
If unlucky, it can still greatly enhance one's physical condition and immunity. One could say,
a crystal core is a tiny hope for an ordinary person to turn their life around. Though the chances of awakening superpowers are low, hope is still hope. For ordinary people to obtain a zombie crystal core is as difficult as reaching the heavens.
For example, just now, if it weren't for the senior's intervention, could Xiao Shengsheng have killed the mutated zombie? A zombie crystal core?
If I can use it, maybe I have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an ability user, leading my younger siblings to a better life. But Shengsheng knows clearly that without the senior, it's impossible to kill this zombie. So, the sharp dagger suddenly stabbed into the pregnant zombie's head, and a red crystal core, wrapped in blood, was taken out by Xiao Shengsheng. She held it in both hands and respectfully offered it to the empty sky. Please, senior, accept this insignificant gift from Shengsheng. At this moment, Du Ziren looked at the screen where Xiao Shengsheng, holding the crystal core, gazed at him with sincere devotion, his face filled with astonishment.
Oh my goodness. This interaction ability is too strong, right? What do you want me to do with this thing? What? You really can send it to me from the game?
Teasingly, he looked at Xiao Shengsheng and poked her blushing face, and a pop-up window appeared.
Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, scavenger, a survivor outside the safe zone, living off simple tasks in the apocalypse. Age, 19. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements?
Happiness value too low, temporarily locked.
Physical condition, ill. Hunger value, 30. Warmth value, 5. Happiness value, 3 plus 2, after surviving the ordeal. Equipment, military combat uniform, white, military dagger, white. Your doomsday survival character is sending you a gift. Do you accept? Huh? What? Can you really send it to me?
With a hint of mischief, Du Ziren clicked to agree, purely finding it amusing.
You might ask why he didn't let Xiao Shengsheng keep it for herself?
Because he guessed that with this pay-to-win game's nature, he could definitely pay for the best crystal core for Xiao Shengsheng, awakening the best abilities.
As for the crystal core now? What? This garbage game company can really send me a proportional model?
Forget it, I should quickly refresh the task. I'm kind of looking forward to it. If my happiness level goes up, can I?
He.
With a face full of mischief, Du Ziren completely didn't notice that the crystal core in Xiao Shengsheng's hands abruptly disappeared after she clicked accept.
Great. The senior accepted it. Did he recognize me?
At the same time, in room 304, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the disappearance of the crystal core in her hand, her face filled with joy. This was already the most face-saving gift she could send. This crystal core was her only chance to cross class boundaries. Although for that senior, it might just be a consumable, for her, it was as rare as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
As long as it's for him. Even if it's my only chance to turn my life around. I'm willing.
With a strangely warm feeling in her ears, remembering the shout just before death, her heartbeat started to race. If I heard correctly, the senior's voice seemed very young. Her cheeks began to burn, and Xiao Shengsheng snapped back to reality, patting her little head.
What am I thinking? Even if the senior is very young, how could he possibly like me?
I should tidy up and head back to the black market to turn in the task and get paid. She hurriedly wiped the blood off her face and quickly walked out of room 304. Following the route back down to the underground level, Xiao Shengsheng intentionally avoided the -1 level, where 2 zombies were still blocked behind the fire door. She tiptoed out from the underground parking garage on the -2 level, moving stealthily. Swoosh! Outside the community, the world was filled with pure white. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the accumulation of snow on the ground was already over 10 centimeters thick. Hoo-ha! Staring at the endless expanse of white, Xiao Shengsheng let out a breath. Holding the food and photo tightly in her arms, she walked alone in the desolate snowy land.
Wow! This game's graphics, this realism, you could use it to film a Hollywood blockbuster. TSK, what a waste on such a money-grabbing game.
In front of the phone screen, as Xiao Shengsheng walked out of the community, Du Ziren marveled again at the game's high-quality graphics. As he prepared to stretch his movable upper body and switch arms to hold the phone.
Knock, knock, knock.
Someone knocked on the hospital room door.
Who is it? Ziren, it's me, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, what's the matter? Oh, it seems someone sent you a package, it's at your door. I saw it and brought it in for you. What? Huh? Was there someone at the door just now? Creak.
The hospital room door was pushed open, and Du Ziren looked surprised as Dr. Lu walked in holding a small box.
He was in a high-care area of the hospital.
Regardless of how the delivery person got in, usually, it was so quiet here you could hear a pin drop, so how did this package end up at the door without a sound?
Wow. Could it be that my ALS is affecting my hearing? Thump. Staring blankly at Dr. Lu placing the package on the bedside table, Du Ziren's eyelids twitched.
On the box, the words sent by Qiu Shengsheng were clearly written in big letters.
Worth it? This lousy game company is so fast? Ziren, do you want me to help you open it? Considering Du Ziren's condition, Dr. Lu kindly asked. Du Ziren nodded. Trouble, Dr. Lu. It's nothing, I'm actually curious. Who is Qiu Shengsheng to you, Ziren? I remember, it seems like no one has come to see you. She? Peeking at Du Ziren with uncertainty, Dr. Lu knew that asking this was not quite appropriate. But understanding the patient's family relationships and emotional changes was her duty. Qiu Shengsheng. She is someone very important to me, very important. A friend. Yes. A friend from the game.
He originally wanted to say that Qiu Shengsheng was just a game character. But the image of the girl's smile and frown inexplicably flashed in his mind, and Du Ziren did not want to box her into the cold game character persona. Even if it was just imagination, he hoped she was a real friend.
Oh? A friend you met in the game?
Constantly observing the changes in Du Ziren's expression, Dr. Lu suddenly smiled with her lips pressed together.
Ziren. You? Could it be that you are in an online romance? Ah? An online romance? How is that possible? Why are you shy? I've been through it all. He.
With a meaningful smile, Dr. Lu appeared to understand, and she stopped asking questions, tearing open the sealed strip from the package.
SSSHH. Let's see what your online romance partner sent you.
Before she even finished saying thing, Dr. Lu's expression suddenly changed. A strong smell of blood wafted out from the cardboard box. A stone shimmering with a sinister red light and stained with blood lay quietly in the box.
What is this?
Years of medical intuition told her that the blood on the stone was not a decoration but real.
Zombie crystal core?
Narrowing his eyes at the stone in the box, Du Ziren was also stunned.
Exactly the same.
It was a perfect replica, a 1-to-1 restoration of the crystal core that Qiu Shengsheng had dug up at that time.
Damn. This dogshit game company makes such awesome merchandise? With that level, shouldn't you be sweeping the peripheral market instead of making this money-sucking game? His eyelids twitched violently, and Du Ziren reached out. Dr. Lu, let me see that stone. Ziren, your friend sent you this thing?
Dr. Lu uneasily put on gloves and took out the dripping stone. She looked left and right at the blood-red stone, still unable to figure out what this thing really was.
An art piece? A blood gemstone?
And the blood on it had a rotten stench. Where on earth did this come from?
This thing is a game peripheral sent to me by a friend.
The blood on it was probably poured intentionally to ensure a realistic effect.
It's fine, it's not food, holding it should be okay. Game, peripheral? Wiping the blood off the stone, Dr. Lu looked it over and, realizing there was no abnormality, handed it back to Du Ziren.
Hiss, such precise craftsmanship. Taking the crystal core with his left hand, Du Ziren examined the stone closely.
Inside the red stone, there were even blood-like lines flowing. Not bad. This game is worth the money.
After playing with it for a while, perhaps feeling bored, Du Ziren casually placed the stone in the snowdrop flower pot on the cabinet.
The snowdrop was given by Dr. Lu, and the crystal core was sent by Qiu Shengsheng. For Du Ziren, these two items held significant meaning. By the way, Ziren, the weather is nice today, do you want me to take you out for a walk? Seeing Du Ziren lying flat on the bed, Dr. Lu asked proactively.
A glimmer of hope flashed in Du Ziren's eyes, but soon, it extinguished. He knew Dr. Lu meant well, but each time he went out in a wheelchair, seeing other people's sympathetic gazes made him feel suppressed and uneasy.
Forget it. Dr. Lu, you should go back.
I would rather play games with my friend.
Shaking his head, Du Ziren raised his phone.
On the phone screen, Qiu Shengsheng was still walking alone in solitude. Dr. Lu glanced over but only saw the dark screen. She nodded, thinking that Du Ziren's phone had locked. That's fine, let your online romance partner keep you company. Sometimes, the human body can give birth to many great miracles. To make these miracles happen, a good mindset is needed.
If you can be a bit happier while playing games, remember to rest, Ziren.
After putting clean sheets on Du Ziren's bed, Dr. Lu poured him a cup of hot water and reluctantly left the ward, looking back 3 times.
Creak.
The ward door closed again, and in the dim room, Du Ziren chuckled to himself.
A miracle? The snowdrop, this miraculous flower, has withered. What about me?
Glancing at the snowdrop on the bedside table, Du Ziren did not notice. The already dry yellow petals quietly began to stand tall and green.
Forget it. Let my Shang Shang keep me company. I hope before I die, I can let you live a good life.
Tapping on his phone screen, Du Ziren watched a girl walking alone in the snow, and a faint smile slowly appeared on his lips.
Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo.
The cold wind hit her face, and Xiao Shang gritted her teeth, stepping out into the snow one step at a time. Creak creak. Not knowing how long she had walked, after exiting the community, she made her way toward an empty street in the suburbs. Gradually, a large mine with a huge opening appeared before her.
Black Market Mine.
Once a very famous city mine, it was abandoned after the ore was depleted. But when the apocalypse came, the deep mine became an excellent battlefield, hard to attack but easy to defend. After being occupied by a group of people, it gradually evolved into a makeshift safe zone.
I'm back.
Rubbing her small hands together, Xiao Shang confidently walked into the mine. Inside the mine, the walls were filled with dense shallow pits, like little burrows. Inside shrank a group of elderly people with waxy yellow faces, skinny bodies, and dozing off. They were all disabled scavengers, abandoned by this cruel era, forced to hide on the outskirts of the safe zone, living day by day. Passing by these shallow pits, Xiao Shang approached a large opening wrapped in iron netting, her face stiff. She shook off the snowflakes from her clothes and respectfully shouted, "Number 0929.
Scavenger Xiao Shang, mission completed, requesting return. Chapter 9. 0929? I remember, weren't you going to carry out Professor He's task? How are you here?"
Once this was said, a chubby man in a down jacket stepped out from the dark mine beyond the iron net. His gaze first swept over Xiao Shang's face, finally fixing on her military uniform, his beady eyes shimmering with greed and envy.
"Where did you get that combat outfit?"
With a change of tone, the man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang initially wanted to say, "It was given by a senior," but her expression suddenly turned cold. "I pulled it out from a family in the community."
"Oh? You are quite lucky. Did you find the stuff?" "I found it."
"Alright, wait here, I'll call someone to check if you have any injuries, if not, you can return."
"Hey! Get a woman over here."
Shouting towards the depths of the mine, a glamorous woman with messy hair and wearing fur stockings immediately rushed over.
"Lord Wu Hai, do you have orders?"
"You, check her body for any injuries."
"Got it."
"Understood." After hearing this, the woman obediently stood by the iron net. In the next moment, the iron net blocking the depths of the mine bizarrely bent and formed a human-sized door.
"Go!"
Going through the door, the woman tightly grasped Xiao Shang's arm, leading her towards an empty pit nearby. She seemed very skilled at checking for injuries, unzipping Xiao Shang's jacket and carelessly reaching her hands to explore her body.
"Hey! What's this?"
Rustle. A beautifully packaged bag of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water fell from Xiao Shang's arms, and a glimmer of greed clearly flickered in the woman's eyes.
"Such pure water, and this bread, you?"
Staring in amazement at Xiao Shang, her face changed as she immediately handed a bottle of mineral water to the woman.
"Sister Xia, take this water. You and Guardwu can try it, it tastes pretty good."
"Ha!
You're quite clever."
The woman's lips curled into a sly smile, and without hesitation, she grabbed a bottle of mineral water and stuffed it against her chest. Xiao Shang frowned slightly but didn't dare to say much.
The couple has always been in charge of guarding the gates. Anything brought back by people going out would be checked by them. If you don't bring something thoughtful when you go out, you can't be sure this couple won't make things difficult for you. Alright, it's all good. Go in, your brother and sister have been talking about you for several days. They just come by to take a look."
The woman smiled, her mood seeming bright after receiving an unexpected gift.
Thank you. Thank you."
Xiao Shang nodded repeatedly, and after rewrapping her clothes, she followed her to the front of the iron net.
"Done with the check?" Sister Xia said it's fine." "Alright, then go in."
Wu Hai waved casually, and the barbed wire made a ka-ka-ka sound as it opened a gap for people to pass through.
Xiao Shang didn't look back and walked deeper into the cave.
"Hiss, that barbed wire is a superpower?" Meanwhile, Du Ziren held his phone, staring in astonishment at Wu Hai's actions. He was sure that there was absolutely no electrical equipment in this pit. The twisting of the barbed wire looked like it was controlled by an invisible force. "I remember, Xiao Shang once thought I was some spatial superpower master."
"So, this gatekeeper fat guy is also a superhuman?" As the screen moved, Du Ziren tried to click on Wu Hai's profile picture.
Buzz. Instantly, Wu Hai's personal information appeared before Du Ziren's eyes. Wu Hai, metal superpower user, white quality superpower.
Superpower level, superhuman level 3.
Identity, former leader of the venomous snake mercenary group, injured on a mission, and became the black market gatekeeper after trading with the mining black market.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect this guy to be someone important in the past. Now he's fallen, lying flat to guard the gate with his superpower?
Curiously, Duzirin clicked on Wu Hai's superpower level panel, and after pulling up the detailed explanation interface, he finally understood the superpower setting in the game world.
Scavenger, referring to ordinary people without superpowers who can only take on simple tasks to survive in the base. Above many scavengers are the lofty superhumans.
Superhumans are rare, and just using a crystal core doesn't guarantee awakening a superpower. As for superpower level, it is extremely complex to cultivate.
Superhuman, extraordinary being, awakened one, evolver, person of otherworld. This is the superpower tier system established by science after the apocalypse.
Superhumans refer to humans who have awakened their superpowers, but their usage is limited. The further evolved extraordinary beings can use superpowers almost infinitely, even enhancing their power. The next tier, the awakened ones, is when the mastery of superpowers peaks, and genes merge with superpower memories, beginning to comprehend extraordinary superpower techniques.
Once those techniques are understood, the performance of superpowers will exceed imagination.
After that, there are the evolvers, who are beings completely merged with superpowers.
The final person of otherworld designation is something no one has ever reached. Scientific research has 10 strength settings for each level. Each tier's advancement requires a large amount of crystal cores for sustenance, so the higher the level of superhumans, the rarer they are. This is why Qiu Shengsheng looks at Du Ziren with admiration and fear. In her eyes, Du Ziren is perhaps already an ancient monster like an evolver. So, even a mere level 3 superhuman can behave like a corrupt official in the safe zone? It seems. I need to find a chance for Qiu Shengsheng to awaken her superpower too.
Clicking on the screen, the Qiu Shengsheng in the video had already walked along the path.
In a place with many earthen houses standing in a cave.
She walked towards the largest earthen house, which prominently displayed the words task handover point. Upon entering the earthen house, her eyes were immediately drawn to the gray-yellow square earthen walls, plastered with task posters detailing various instructions.
Oh.
This does have a sense of a Japanese RPG game. Quietly watching the scene, Qiu Shengsheng walked straight to the bar on one side of the earthen wall. At the bar stood a woman with yellow-brown hair. What surprised Du Ziren was that the woman's hair, skin color, and even eye color were all yellow-brown. Black Market Task Administrator, Linya. Identity, Ability User. Ability level, 5th level Ability User. Ability, Earth Control, White Quality. As he clicked, the information about her appeared before his eyes, and Du Ziren raised an eyebrow.
Sure enough.
Such cushy jobs in a safe camp are all taken by esteemed, ability users.
Sister Linya, I'm here to hand over a task. MHM. Little Shengsheng, what's with this outfit? Lucky me, found it in the neighborhood.
That's great, sell this outfit, and you won't need to go out for a month. What Du Ziren didn't expect was that Qiu Shengsheng actually had a good relationship with Linya. She greeted her, and Linya's gaze swept over Qiu Shengsheng's clothing without a hint of envy or jealousy. Handing the photo over to the bar, Linya squinted and, without hesitation, took out a small bag from below the counter and handed it to Qiu Shengsheng.
Here, take it, 30 copper coins, make it last, a week should be enough. Thank you, Sister Linya.
As Qiu Shengsheng received the money bag, a rare smile appeared on her face. Qiu Shengsheng completed the task find the photo, earning 30 copper coins. Successfully returned to the safe camp, happiness level +1, warmth level +10.
Current happiness level, 6. Current warmth level, 15.
With the complete task handover, Qiu Shengsheng's personal information panel updated once again.
Chapter 10. 30 copper coins, 30 copper coins. And a bag of bread, a bottle of water. The little brother and sister must be so happy to see these, right?
In the narrow dirt path of the earthen houses, Qiu Shengsheng held the heavy money bag, her little face flushed. The girl's face was filled with the joy of longing for life.
So good, so very good. Little Shengsheng is so cute. So cute, maybe you shouldn't go out to struggle, I'll support you with my money.
On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren couldn't help but smile as he looked at the girl's smiling face. For some reason, seeing Qiu Shengsheng get better step by step, he also felt a bit of sunny confidence.
Even though you are just a game character. Even though you are just a string of data. But you really are my little son in this dark world. Don't worry, I will definitely help you live a good life.
Staring at the screen, Du Ziren leaned against the bed, suddenly feeling a little numb in his chest.
Must have been in the same position for too long? He didn't mind, just gazing at the girl in his hand, his smile bright and warm.
In a corner of the black market, middle-level survival camp, in a small earthen room. The cramped, damp room smelled of earth, filled with nearly 10 square meters of space cramped with small earthen furniture and a big earthen bed. Even in such an environment, if one did not pay the required 10 copper coins every month, they would still be kicked into the pits outside the wire fence.
On the big earthen bed, a somewhat damp cotton quilt covered 2 children under 8 or 9 years old.
There was a boy and a girl, both with dirty faces. In the dark environment, the girl blew on her palm and weakly asked the boy with a purplish face beside her, "Second brother, when do you think sister will come back?"
"MHM. How about we go see by the big door? There's a cake at home? We can bake it and take it to sister?"
"Okay." The 2 little ones crawled out from under the quilt, wearing only a somewhat dirty cotton coat. They shivered as they took out a hard big cake from under the quilt.
"Just push it into my arms." Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps came from the doorway. "Ning, Jing, I'm back."
"Sister." The 2 little ones trembled suddenly and immediately ran excitedly toward the door. At the doorway, Shengsheng wore a large military uniform, looking at the 2 figures inside with a gratified expression. At this moment, her tense face relaxed, and she felt a bit of relief. It seemed as if all the grievances she suffered outside vanished into thin air upon seeing her brother and sister.
"Sis. Were you okay outside?"
Ning threw her arms around Shengsheng's arm, worriedly inspecting her from head to toe.
"Sis, that coat looks so cool."
Her little sister Jing, with a runny nose, also ran over to cling to Shengsheng's leg.
"Don't worry. Sister will be fine. Sister, this time I met a good person." "Ah? Is that so?
But didn't you say, under the apocalypse, not to trust anyone?"
"He's different."
While talking, Shengsheng slowly took out that piece of bread and that bottle of mineral water from her pocket, as if retrieving a treasure.
"Ding ding.
Look, what is this?"
As if showing off, the pure water and white bread made the 2 little heads light up instantly.
"Sister, what is this?"
Ning's eyes widened.
"Wow, so clean, fresh water."
"I've never seen water like this, sis. Is it good to drink?"
The 2 little ones asked one after another, and Shengsheng, smiling brightly, opened the mineral water and bread.
"Here, eat slowly. And save some water. Once you're done eating and drinking, I'll take you to buy new clothes." "Oh."
In the small room, the sweet sound of children echoed, as the 2 little ones carefully tore at the bread.
So delicious." "Sis, you eat too." "You guys eat, I already had something on the way back." No, sis, you eat." "You eat."
The small piece of bread was torn into several pieces, and 2 tiny, dark hands passed over the crumbs, while Shengsheng's smile never faded.
"So nice. So nice."
Looking at the happiness spilling from the phone screen, Du Ziren was just about to look for a recharge option to improve Shengsheng's living conditions.
Thump thump.
His heart began to beat heavily in his chest.
Huff huff huff. A tingling sensation filled his chest, and his breathing quickened.
It felt as though a 1,000-pound stone pressed on his chest, and Du Ziren felt a sharp pain there. No matter how he inhaled, the oxygen seemed unable to reach his lungs. That sense of suffocation, that burning pain, deepened like a pile of frost accumulating.
Damn. Is my chest cavity's neurons dying too?
The phone in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud, and Du Ziren's pupils widened.
He felt it.
The Grim Reaper, who had loomed over him for days, finally swung the scythe this time.
Am I really going to die? Cough cough cough.
His eyelids began to droop, and memories of the past flashed before his eyes. He thought of his mom and dad, thought of his childhood self, but somehow, the last thing he thought of was Shengsheng from the survival apocalypse game. The girl's every frown and smile seemed to nourish his heart like sweet spring water.
If I die, will she be bullied by others? She is so foolish, will she be harmed by others? I don't want to die.
I still want to watch her. At this moment, the powerful desire to live clashed with his drooping eyelids.
Du Ziren also didn't know why he would think of a game character at this time. Coincidentally, at this very moment.
In the dark, empty earthen room, Shengsheng was eating bread and suddenly choked. It felt like she sensed something, and gazed into the hollow surroundings. "Senior, how are you doing at this moment?" Across the phone screen, their longing seemed to converge.
Ugh. I can't die.
Struggling to move his body, Du Ziren hoped and despaired as he looked at the bedside cabinet.
I think I'm still not going to make it.
The snowdrop has all withered my life.
In a fleeting glance, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. Because
that near-death snowdrop, at this moment, was full of life, its flowers and leaves were beautiful.
The flower, representing the miracle of life, had come back to life. Chapter 11. When did this happen? Who? His breathing became more rapid. Duziran looked at the vibrant flowers, disbelief in his eyes. The near-death flower, representing a miracle, had revived. So why couldn't Duziran survive? I want to live. I want to watch her become happy step by step. Clenching his fists, the stubborn bone-cracking sound of creak echoed endlessly. Duziran's eyelid twitched, and a red light flashed into his sight. In the flower pot of the snowdrop, the crystal core sent by the game company was glowing with a dazzling red light. Qiu Shangsheng, the gift from Qiu Shangsheng? I. Duziran stretched out his arm with all his strength and grabbed the crystal core from the flower pot, holding it in his palm. Who? He could feel a warm current flowing from the crystal core and spreading through his limbs. Gradually, it felt like there was some sense returning to his lower body. A warm current was wriggling through his body, making Duziran feel so comfortable that he closed his eyes in satisfaction. It felt like it had been a long time since his body felt this comfortable. Ziran! Wake up! Are you alright? He didn't know how long he had slept, but Duziran only felt a calling voice by his ear. He moved his body and, as a natural reaction, sat up from the bed. Ha! You can move? This action immediately caused the exclamations to grow louder. What's wrong, Dr. Liu? Rubbing his eyes, Duziran found that his vision had become much clearer. He tried to move his arm and suddenly realized that the blood crystal core was still in his hand. But when he opened his hand, he saw that the blood crystal core had turned into an ordinary white stone, losing its previous delicate bloodlines. Ziran! You can move your upper body? Dr. Liu covered his mouth, looking at him in disbelief. Ha! It seems so. Only when Dr. Liu reminded him did Duziran realize. His lower body still had some numbness, but the rest of his body had almost constant vitality. Hiss! What is going on here? His eyes narrowed. Duziran recalled everything from last night, and his gaze finally fixed on the crystal core in his hand. Dr. Liu, I remember that last night, my ALS acted up, and I had difficulty breathing. But when I thought of someone, I held this thing and fell asleep. Now I wake up, and my illness seems to have improved a lot? Scratching his head, Duziran looked at Dr. Liu in confusion. Dr. Liu, upon hearing this, looked at the crystal core in Duziran's hand with surprise, and suddenly seemed to understand something, a strange light flashing in his eyes. I understand now. This is the power of love. Ha! Duziran was stunned. Love can cure diseases? What? Ziran, do you think I'm joking? I'll tell you, many cancer patients in the late stages have recovered after going on a trip with their spouses. You need to understand that the human body's mysteries far exceed our understanding. Perhaps it's because of your online lover that you found the will to live. Your body sensed your obsession, and that's why it fought back against the weakening of your nerves. Listening to Dr. Liu's words, Duziran fell silent, his face reddening. It seemed like it made sense. Last night, he had been thinking of Qiu Shangsheng, that's why. Hiss. I survived because of my two-dimensional paper wife? What the heck? It felt a bit mysterious, but Duziran didn't think much about the crystal core in his hand. He trusted the doctor's scientific explanation more. This must be the body trying to save itself. So, if my obsession with Qiu Shangsheng is strong enough, is it possible for me to stand up from the hospital bed? It's completely possible. Ziran. Treat the girl well, she might be your lucky star. Excitedly, Dr. Liu patted Duziran's shoulder, longing for such a medical miracle. Is she my lucky star? As he stroked the warm crystal core in his hand, Duziran finally seemed to think of something. Oh no! Hastily picking up his phone from under the bed, he clicked back into the game Doomsday Survival again. How much is this piece of clothing? What? It costs 10 copper coins? In front of a mid-level trading booth in the black market, Qiu Shengsheng looked at a plush coat with a conflicted expression. That plush coat is actually a bit smaller than her younger sibling's sizes. At first glance, it obviously looked like something scavenged from outside. But there's nothing to be done. After so many years of apocalypse, well-preserved clothes are treasures. For example, the combat military uniform she is wearing could easily sell for at least 200 copper coins. Hey, are you going to buy it? I see you dress so well, you wouldn't be stingy over this little bit, would you? At the stall, the vendor sized up Qiu Shengsheng and shook his head, about to take back the clothes. Qiu Shengsheng's face turned slightly red as she gritted her teeth. 2 pieces. I want 2 pieces. Oh. That's great. You're generous. Can you give me a discount for 2 pieces? No discounts, do you want them or not? I want them. I want them.
Reluctantly taking out 20 copper coins from her pocket, Xiao Shengsheng thought about saving a few coins to buy some food. Initially, there were only 30 copper coins, and after paying the mid-level rent, the last 10 copper coins would leave her with nothing.
Sister, we don't want it. Right. We don't want the clothes. If you spend the money, what will we eat?
It's not cold, as long as I'm hiding inside. Xiao Ning isn't cold. Hearing the voices of the 2 little ones beside her, Xiao Shengsheng turned to look, and both their little noses were red from the cold. The more they acted this way, the more resolute Xiao Shengsheng became, swiftly buying 2 down jackets.
It's okay. It's okay. Sister can still go out to take on missions and earn money.
Gently stroking her younger siblings' little faces, Xiao Shengsheng forced a smile.
So pitiful.
Without abilities, and still needing to take care of 2 little ones.
Compared to Xiao Shengsheng, I seem to be much weaker.
On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren secretly sighed at the girl's helplessness, feeling inexplicably hurt inside. The copper coins are all spent, and the food brought back has all been eaten.
You. What are we going to do tonight? Go hungry?
Shaking his head, he began to look for the recharge interface on the screen.
No. He couldn't let the electronic wife suffer a little. Recharge. Recharge fiercely.
After searching around on the screen interface for a while, Du Ziren discovered that dragging the game screen would reveal several unlocked gray frames.
Lucky Wheel, unlocks for 1,000 yuan. Beginner food package, price 6 yuan, refresh daily.
Beginner equipment set, price 198, a novice protective gear and novice dagger are already available, can continue to purchase to unlock other sets. The novice set has hidden effects. More functions, unlock with Xiao Shengsheng's happiness value.
Wow, it was hidden here? If I hadn't discovered this, wouldn't Xiao Shengsheng jump at the chance to ask me to recharge whenever she encountered danger? 198 for the beginner set? Buy. Daily refreshed food package? Buy. What else?
Clicking on everything available at once, Du Ziren found that his spending was far from enough to unlock the lucky wheel for 1,000 yuan.
Perhaps. It hasn't reached a certain point in the story, the shop hasn't unlocked yet?
Thinking about it, it seemed like many large game companies start off with a guise that doesn't allow you to spend until you reach a certain level you can't pass.
Ha.
Suddenly, the game screen popped up a store prompting him to click in.
Damn it. Du Ziren was used to the game company's tricks.
Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 204 yuan. It has detected that you frequently spend on games.
Please be careful with your game spending. It is recommended that you turn on the youth anti-addiction mode. Minors can request a refund.
Buzz. Even the bank text message on his phone popped up this time, starting to kindly remind Du Ziren.
What addiction? Buying food and necessities for my wife, isn't that perfectly normal? Ha! Ignoring the text message on his phone, Du Ziren clicked the button in the game.
A food package for 6 yuan showed that it was being delivered, and with the click, an image of a handgun appeared.
Beginner recommended equipment, Desert Eagle, bonus of 60 bullets. You have gathered all beginner equipment, combat uniform, military knife, Desert Eagle. When wearing 3 pieces of beginner equipment, the hidden effect Luck +1 is activated. Yo! A set, huh?
For this kind of setup, Du Ziren didn't even give it a glance, it was just a familiar design in all games. He clicked on the handgun, and the screen displayed, being delivered. On the other side. In the dark, cramped little mud house, Xiao Shengsheng watched her younger siblings wrapped in thick down jackets, sleeping on the bed with smiles on their faces, and she couldn't help but smile slightly.
Goo goo. Goo goo.
Her stomach had already howled several times. However, she pretended not to hear and silently took out the chocolate she had found earlier in 304 from her pocket. Here. Tonight, you all share this candy.
Tomorrow, sister will go out, and next time I can bring back lots of food. After unwrapping the softened chocolate, Xiao Shengsheng held it near her younger siblings' mouths. Sister, aren't you hungry? You eat.
Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Shengsheng with worry, and without saying a word, Xiao Shengsheng stuffed the chocolate into her brother's mouth.
Delicious. If it's delicious, eat more. Xiao Jing wants some too. Okay.
The sweet chocolate was gradually shared, completely fed to her younger siblings. Xiao Shengsheng watched as even the wrapper was licked clean, pursed her lips, and held her stomach as she walked to the door.
All right.
Quickly sleep, sister will wash her hands and sleep.
Okay.
Behind her, the steady sounds of her younger siblings came, and Xiao Shengsheng walked outside. At the entrance of the small house, in a clay jar, was filled with gray-brown water. That was the only benefit from the middle level, a regularly provided water source. Full of sand, dust, and yellowed underground water, Qiu Shangshang had been drinking it for many years.
Gulp gulp. Just as she wanted to drink a few sips to relieve her hunger. Plop.
In the corner of the little mud house, the space suddenly twisted. A cold handgun, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread suddenly appeared in Qiu Shangshang's view.
Ha!
Such a strange occurrence, Qiu Shangshang had gradually gotten used to it.
She stared dumbly around and weakly asked, Senior? Senior. Is this for me? 2222.
Still no response, but the items on the ground had been pushed to Qiu Shangshang's feet. This. Seeing the handgun placed with the food, Qiu Shangshang's eyelids twitched violently.
A handgun.
That is the only thing that can quickly pull one into the identities of scavenger and ability user. Such items had long been strictly controlled. After all, those with guns have the opportunity to shoot an ability user in one shot, but low-level ability users could never instantly kill a normal person.
This.
Looking at that cold handgun, Qiu Shangshang's heart raced uncontrollably.
Senior, do you mean? Let me take this for self-defense? 2222.
Still no response, but Qiu Shangshang's body staggered forward uncontrollably, and the handgun had moved to her arms.
I understand. Thank you, Senior.
Having vowed that if she ever met this senior, she would surely give her all. So, after putting away the gun and ammunition, Qiu Shangshang didn't hesitate to grab the bread and mineral water from the ground and walk back into the little mud house. The younger brother and sister were still leaning by the bed, holding their stomachs and unable to sleep.
Children are growing, how could one chocolate fill them up for the whole night? Stop pretending. Sister found something to eat? Wow. Sister, where did you get this food? Wow, it's the white bread we had today and clean water. The eyes of the 2 little ones sparkled, and Qiu Shangshang smiled. It was given to me by a very kind big brother.
Wow.
Big brother? Don't ask too much. Just eat. R.
The packaging opened, and in the cramped room, the 3 siblings buried themselves in the bread, filled with excitement and satisfaction they had never felt before.
Gulyolu.
Drinking the mineral water and eating the sweet bread was like a dream.
My little tummy is so full. So happy.
Little Qiu tilted her head, lying on the bed, her little face turning rosy.
Happy. Are you happy?
While munching on bread, Qiu Shangshang covered her younger brother and sister with blankets, unable to stop smiling.
Qiu Shangshang happiness +3, from food. Qiu Shangshang happiness +1, from the gun. Current Qiu Shangshang favorability is 10. Favorability reached threshold, unlocking special item small horn.
You can buy the small horn item to communicate with Qiu Shangshang. The small horn can only send messages under 15 words, priced at 20 yuan each.
What the heck? $20 for one sentence? Why don't you go rob money?
I'm crying, it could just rob me directly but pretends to give me a horn.
On the other side of the screen, Du Ziren looked at the game pop-up message, initially happy.
But soon, his face darkened.
Chapter 13. Damn. Du Ziren, jumped out of the hospital. Rolled off the sickbed. I wouldn't buy a small horn. TMD. Do you take me for a fool, exploding my coins like this? Robber, why don't you just go rob?
Looking at the game pop-up notification, Du Ziren felt like the game officials were treating people as fools.
Talking to game characters, one sentence costs 20? What? Money is nothing?
Just as he was about to ignore the message and continue playing.
Suddenly.
In the quiet little mud house at midnight, after Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing fell asleep, Qiu Shangshang lay in the corner, rubbing the gun in her arms, unable to sleep for a long time. She thought of all the opportunities here. She scratched her head, as if having made a certain decision, looking towards the empty darkness.
Senior. What do you see me as?
The girl's eyes were filled with tears, making Du Ziren blush. He stumbled on the harsh words aimed at the game company.
This.
After gesturing at the screen for a long time, Du Ziren couldn't respond to the girl's question.
Watching the girl's hopeful gaze gradually dim, Du Ziren bit his teeth and immediately looked at the small horn, choosing to buy it.
Your card ending in 0304 has just been charged 20 yuan. Detected that you recharged too much money for the game package, we suggest you.
Snow Leopard, shut up.
Ignoring the text message on his phone, Du Ziren hesitated, pressed the horn item, and with a complex and somewhat shy expression said, You are the little sun in my dark world.
Ding. After recording.
You are the little sun in my dark world.
Du Ziren's clear voice echoed in the little mud house in the game. Ha!
As soon as the voice came out, Xiao Shengsheng seemed to short-circuit, standing dumbfounded in place.
For a long time.
Her face turned red like sunset clouds, quickly flushing, as rosy as summer peaches.
What? What do you mean?
Her heart inexplicably thump continued to beat. Xiao Shengsheng felt her little head was about to smoke.
Senior? Is this a confession to me? No, it shouldn't be. The senior means, I should be the most interesting scene in his boring life, right?
Covering her face, Xiao Shengsheng could only persuade herself like this. Because she really couldn't understand how someone as noble as her senior could have an interest in her.
It must be that my senior is just bored in teasing me. It must be. Senior. You're really a bad person.
Even while repeatedly reassuring herself, Xiao Shengsheng buried her face into the blanket and slightly curled the corners of her mouth, smiling herself to sleep.
He. So cute. My Shengsheng is really cute.
Looking at the shy face of the girl in his phone, if she didn't need to rest, Du Ziren wished he could send another 10 little trumpets.
Who said these little trumpets are a scam? These little trumpets are just too good. I am an idiot. I love spending money. It's fun, I love to play. Damn it. It's really nice. At the same time.
In the middle of the mine black market, in front of a large dirt house, a group of tightly dressed young people were gathering together. On the large dirt house, 5 big words hung: that red viper mercenary corps. In the darkness, a group of people moved quickly into the house where 2 men and 1 woman were standing inside. Under the candlelight, one could see Wu Hai's bloated face clearly.
Brother, why did you call everyone together in the middle of the night if you said you have nothing going on?
Next to Wu Hai stood a young man who looked about 70 or 80% like him, but was much thinner, murmuring with some dissatisfaction.
He and Wu Hai were biological brothers.
Since Wu Hai had fallen flat, he took over the leadership of the Viper Mercenary Corps.
Wu Tao, I came today to bring you good news.
As Wu Hai spoke, his large hand mischievously squeezed the woman's waist in his arms, making her giggle.
Good news? Oh my brother, look at the world now, how scarce are the resources. Good news? What good news can there be?
Wu Tao curled his lips in disdain, just as he was about to argue back a few words to his brother.
Splash.
Suddenly, Wu Hai took a bottle of mineral water directly from the woman's embrace.
Clatter.
Under the candlelight, the glimmer of the mineral water reflected in Wu Tao's eyes, making his eyelids suddenly jump.
Is this pure water? My goodness. Brother. Where did you get this? This level of purity.
Grabbing the mineral water from Wu Hai's hand, Wu Tao looked at it like it was a treasure, examining it left and right.
Such pure water. He had never seen anything like it in his lifetime.
The appearance of this bottle even made the young people in the dirt house restless, frequently glancing at the mineral water.
Precious. It's simply too precious.
For decades after the apocalypse, the world had already been polluted like wasteland. Water resources still existed, but they were all contaminated wastewater.
To extract perfect and healthy water in the apocalypse, there was only one possibility: that was the water-based ability user creating water out of nowhere.
But once such a user awakened and appeared, they would immediately become the target of chaos in various large survival bases, hard to find.
As for the so-called 3-line safe camp of the mine black market, having even a superpowered person stationed there would be quite remarkable, let alone a water-based ability user? Are you joking? Hiss. Brother, where on earth did you get this thing? You haven't found a water-based ability user, have you? My goodness. If I meet such a person, wouldn't I just take off?
Wu Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as Wu Hai coldly smiled.
Ha!
I'm not familiar with any water-based ability user, but this thing was scavenged from a scavenger by your sister-in-law. The most important thing is, that guy was still wearing an old combat uniform.
Do you know what that means?
His eyes squinted like a snake's, emitting a chilling light from beneath the fat. Wu Tao's expression changed, and he immediately understood something.
Brother! Are you saying that guy might have discovered something in a resource storage room? She might know the direction of a large cache of survival supplies? That's right.
Such water, apart from what the ability user could give her, can only have been placed in a very tightly sealed warehouse by human means.
I am thinking, should we find a way to swallow her? Swallow her? Elder brother, where does this person come from?
Hearing Wu Hai's words, Wu Tao's face clearly showed some concern.
What do you mean? Cut.
She's just a little brat, accompanied by 2 small kids.
What background does she have?
Just luck. She found some clothes, and gathered some supplies. Her luck is exceptionally good.
This water is a gift from her to me.
Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's arms stood up, twisting her waist, her originally cunning eyes squinted like a snake's. Let me say, there's no time to waste, tomorrow, we should set a trap.
Chapter 14. The next day.
Xiao Shengsheng woke up from a warm embrace, curled up in the blanket like a cat, slowly opened her eyes. The feeling of comfort and peace made her reluctant to leave the bed. She could no longer remember how long it had been since she had slept so sweetly. Delicious food, sweet water, and the safe combat uniform. All of this was given to her by that mysterious senior. Senior, truly, my lucky star. Rubbing her little face, Xiao Shengsheng forced herself out of the blankets. Her brother and sister were still sleeping, and she reluctantly hurried out of the mud house.
It's time to make money.
With her heart tense, Xiao Shengsheng arrived at the task room in the mid-level safe zone. The money in her pocket had already been completely spent, she needed to earn the living expenses within a day or two. Although that mysterious senior treated her very well, she couldn't just wait for someone to feed her every day, right? Just thinking about living off the senior like a maggot made Xiao Shengsheng feel very disgusted. No. The senior has helped me too much, I must grow up quickly.
With this equipment.
Touching the handgun in her pocket, Xiao Shengsheng walked confidently and calmly into the task room. In the morning, the room was already filled with people, each picking suitable tasks. At the bar, Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was tilting her head to select tasks, with a slightly surprised expression.
Hey! Shengsheng, didn't you just earn 30 copper coins? Why today? Oh. Sister Linya, I came to pay this month's housing fee.
Handing over the last 10 copper coins to the bar, Xiao Shengsheng touched her shriveled pocket and smiled timidly.
The safe zone does not protect you for no reason.
Anyone who dares to delay their housing fee by a day will be immediately driven out. Xiao Shengsheng alone would be fine, but she was afraid of her brother and sister encountering danger outside.
You paid the housing fee, don't you still have money?
By some expired buns, you. Linya accepted the money, looking at Xiao Shengsheng with some confusion. Xiao Shengsheng just shook her head, the brother and sister need new clothes.
You. As long as we live, that's good. Why make it harder for yourself? Sister Linya, you don't understand, I just want to give them a better life, no more talk, I'll see if there's a suitable task.
Her small body turned away, stubbornly staring at the tasks on the wall.
Linya could only let out a faint sigh. Huh? Suddenly, a task announcement appeared before Xiao Shengsheng's eyes. Task, Jiangan Community Map Exploration.
Task details: to ensure that the ability users explore Jiangan Community smoothly, we urgently need a scavenger to go to the property building of Jiangan Community to find the original building blueprints of Jiangan Community. Bring back the original blueprints and submit them to the requester for a reward of 50 copper coins.
Huh? They need the blueprints of Jiangan Community?
I am familiar with that place.
Eagerly taking down the task paper, Xiao Shengsheng secretly sighed at her luck. Sister Linya, this is the task. I'm taking it.
Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at Xiao Shengsheng's task, her expression somewhat shocked. This task seemed to be posted by an individual, it wasn't there yesterday. It was only this morning that the requester's money and task requirements appeared at the bar, which was how this task got posted.
What a coincidence. Could it be that heaven is taking care of Shengsheng?
Without thinking much, Linya gave a thumbs-up gesture to encourage Xiao Shengsheng.
Be careful all the way.
With a sweet smile, Xiao Shengsheng strode out of the mission room, heading straight for the black market at the mine. Buzz buzz buzz. The morning sunlight poured through the glass onto Du Ziren's face, and he felt the vibration in his chest, rubbed his eyes, and suddenly jumped out of bed.
Ha!
The air was filled with the fragrance of snowdrop, and he was shocked to find that his thigh seemed to have some sensation. Maybe that opportunity from that night will come again, and he can get up from bed. Buzz buzz buzz.
His phone kept vibrating on his chest.
Du Ziren picked it up and looked. On the dim screen, a line of big words shone. Your Doomsday Survival character has accepted a new mission. Find the construction drawings of Jiangan Community.
Mission completion reward, Xiao Shengsheng happiness points +2, copper coins +50. Did my Shengsheng take on a mission again? That's good. Happiness points increase, this game must have more playability, right?
Rubbing his eyes, he propped the phone in front of him. The Doomsday Survival game, start. Like a shut-in, he lay on the bed. After watching Xiao Shengsheng have a good night, Du Ziren managed to sleep deeply last night, and now he felt incredibly energetic. In the phone was a girl walking alone in the snow. Du Ziren occasionally clicked on missions, but the more he looked at that mission, the more uneasy he felt. How to say? This mission neither appeared early nor late, just happened to appear when Xiao Shengsheng needed it. Moreover, it seemed tailored just for her. Could it be that the luck effect of the beginner's package was triggered? But that's not right, this mission description is for finding drawings for supernatural beings?
Isn't that like giving oneself away? Can't supernatural beings find them themselves? With doubts, Du Ziren stared hard at the phone screen. He wasn't afraid of unexpected incidents happening to Qiu Shengsheng. After all, he was Qiu Shengsheng's strongest support. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. White snowflakes fell on her face as Qiu Shengsheng blew a few breaths into her hands. She looked toward the distant gate of Jinggan Community, a flicker of joy passing over her face. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the thick snow, it seemed there was some noise, with a few patches of snow trembling on the ground. Ha! Is it just my illusion? A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes as Qiu Shengsheng stood there, dumbfounded for a moment. Possible anomaly detected, please choose a response. Just as Qiu Shengsheng was lost in thought, a prompt sounded on Du Ziren's phone. Proceed as usual, take out the military dagger or retreat, take out the military dagger. Again, a death-triggering choice question appeared. Du Ziren hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose the latter. Based on his instincts, he felt that this mission was somewhat off. After clicking retreat, take out the dagger, Qiu Shengsheng, who had been in a daze in the snow, suddenly felt as if something was pushing her, causing her to retreat a few hurried steps, and the dagger in her arms fell awkwardly into her hands. Ha! Is it my senior? Is my senior telling me to retreat? Could it be? Already familiar with this sudden feeling, Qiu Shengsheng gripped the dagger in her hand and took a few steps back in the snow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The next moment, a large rough net suddenly burst out of the snow, heading toward where Qiu Shengsheng had just been standing. Chapter 15. Thud. The heavy coarse net fell heavily on the snow, missing. Patter, patter, patter. Then, from beneath the thick snow, sprang out a dozen young men dressed in black down jackets, with viper patterns stitched on their chests. Oh? Didn't catch her? Damn. Didn't expect this little thing to react so fast? Not catching her doesn't matter, boys can easily deal with a small girl. The coarse net was being pulled by several young men, while the others approached Qiu Shengsheng with sneers. You guys? Are you from the Viper mercenary group? What do you want with me? Her face, somewhat pale from the cold, was filled with amazement. Qiu Shengsheng couldn't understand. As a mere scavenger, why would a mercenary group have their sights on her? Ha, pretending? Pretending your mother? Don't think we don't know, you've secretly brought good stuff back to the safe camp. Tell us. Where is the rest of the stuff? Otherwise, you're in for it. A young man grinned fiercely, drawing a small dagger from his waist. He looked up and down at the trembling Qiu Shengsheng, thinking this girl probably had never seen blood, as easy to kill as a rabbit in a cage. TSK. Even if she's skinny, it's not fun. Hurry up and talk, otherwise, Big Brother here is going to put some cuts on your pretty face. The man waved the dagger in his hand, and Qiu Shengsheng kept stepping back, her face pale as paper. Now, even if she was slow, she had understood. It was that Sister Xia who checked her wounds that sold her out. The mineral water she bribed her with, perhaps she showed it to her boyfriend Wu Hai. Wu Hai used to be the boss of the Venom mercenary group, and his brother is the current leader of the Venom mercenary group. It's not hard to imagine what twists and turns were involved. I have nothing left. Those things are all. Her mouth quivering, Qiu Shengsheng didn't want to betray her senior, but couldn't say why. Nothing left? Are you kidding your mother? The approaching man cursed loudly, raising the dagger ready to stab Qiu Shengsheng's face. Qiu Shengsheng's body trembled, but having gone through the ordeal of the mutated zombies, she was no longer just dazed, but instinctively drew out the dagger hidden in her hand. Whoosh! The two daggers clashed. With a spark, the military dagger cut through the opponent's dagger like cutting through tofu, and then it opened a wound on the man's stomach. Put! In an instant. The man who was originally aggressive froze, looking in disbelief at his bleeding belly. You. He opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say something more, but before the surprise in his eyes faded, his body already fell to the ground with a thud. Gushing. Blood stained a patch of white snow, the smell of blood spreading. The men who were originally watching the drama stared in shock. She killed Erguzi? She actually dared to fight back? Damn it! That damn woman. After a brief moment of shock, a dozen men seemed to regain their senses, one by one drawing daggers from their waists. Several gleaming blades illuminated as the group closed in on Qiu Shengsheng in a circle. Huff huff huff. Surrounded by the crowd, Qiu Shengsheng instinctively felt some fear, her body trembling again. After all, she was still a girl just out of her shell, facing the attack of so many people, saying she wasn't afraid would be a lie. But she also understood, once these mercenaries had their sights on her, it wouldn't matter what she said. The apocalypse was a world where zombies eat people, and people eat people. Dying outside the black market of the mines, who would care about you?
Today's mission was just bait set by the Venom mercenary group to fish her out. Just to avoid violating the rules of the safe camp. Now, whether she had food or not, she would inevitably be tortured by the Venom mercenary group.
I can't die. I want to live. I still have younger siblings, I still have my senior. Tightly gripping the dagger in her hand.
With a buzz, a wave of cold air blew from behind. A man holding a dagger aimed a horizontal cut at her back of the head. Please click the flashing button on the screen to help Qiu Shengsheng dodge the attack.
At this moment,
on the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's phone was filled with countless flashing attack notes from the men.
Oh. This is reaction training. Easy.
His hands quickly tapping on the various flashing light spots on the screen. Then, Qiu Shengsheng's previously dazed body moved like a dancing snake. Her legs bent in unbelievable arcs, her whole body leaning back. In the midst of countless flashing daggers, Qiu Shengsheng dodged all the attacks and suddenly threw a dagger, piercing it directly into the forehead of the man behind her. Thud. That man stared blankly at Qiu Shengsheng's actions. A tilt of the head, and he fell directly to the ground. What the hell? What kind of skills is this?
Damn. Is this for filming an action movie? Incredible. Absolutely unbelievable. The circle of men looked stunned. What kind of reflexes does it take to dodge an attack under such a siege and then kill in return? Damn. Don't just stare. Take action. No matter how awesome she is, can she really take on more than 10? Do it.
One man turned red with anger, raising his dagger to stab, while others held their daggers high.
Pay attention to the moment, quickly aim at the target's head, shoot to kill, assist Qiu Shengsheng in escaping the death crisis. Just as the daggers rose again, the silver glint made Qiu Shengsheng's face turn pale. Over here. Du Ziren's phone screen froze on this scene? And on the heads of the several men surrounding Qiu Shengsheng, red dot areas resembling a judgment appeared. This setup is somewhat similar to the survival judgment that appears when Lara in Tomb Raider encounters danger. Du Ziren smirked, adjusting his view with both thumbs, while frantically clicking on the judgment areas in the blink of an eye. Ha! Nice threading. Even stole Lara's game design. Bang bang bang. As Du Ziren continuously clicked on the men's heads, in the frame, Qiu Shengsheng had already raised her gun. Is it the senior? Feeling her body performing impossible reactions, Qiu Shengsheng simply gave up control and focused on her own movements. Draw, load, aim. Almost all in one go. In the blink of an eye. Bang. 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 With a series of gunshots, the men, once standing menacingly before her, now had their heads burst into sprays of blood. Puff puff puff. Their fierce expressions were frozen on their faces, but perfect blood holes appeared in the center of their foreheads. Puff puff puff. The next moment, the group of men that had surrounded her collapsed with a loud thud. Blood gushed out in pools, and only the girl in the center stood with a gun, covered in blood, yet utterly unharmed. Chapter 16. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind blew, and Qiu Shengsheng stood alone in the snow, calmly looking around. In the distance, the members of the Viper mercenary group who were initially collecting their nets were stunned. What the hell? What kind of gun god is this? So fast with the gun. Is this a shooting instructor? No way. Where would an instructor come from? Where did she get the gun? Boss. She has a gun. A chaotic scream erupted. The remaining members of the mercenary group, disregarding the nets in their hands, shouted and ran toward a spot in the snow. Shoot. Leave no survivors. At that moment, Qiu Shengsheng, still in a daze, suddenly heard a familiar prompt. Senior? Hearing the familiar voice, Qiu Shengsheng hesitated. Killing zombies was not a first for her, but killing a person was indeed her first real experience. If you don't kill them, they will hold a grudge and will definitely come for you. Think of your younger siblings. Another prompt sounded. Qiu Shengsheng bit her lip and immediately raised her pistol. Bang! 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 Though she had never used a handgun, under the control of her body just now, Qiu Shengsheng surprisingly mastered the technique of using the gun. Puff puff puff. In the distance, the few fleeing men, although not shot in the head, were all hit in other parts of their bodies. They fell to the ground in pain as blood sprayed from their wounds. Boss, help me. Save me. Gush gush gush. The wounded areas bled profusely, even without critical hits. In this heavy bleeding in the snow, they wouldn't last long. Damn it. Damn it. Under a pile of snow, Wu Tao looked at the scene before him, his face dark enough to drip water. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Their mercenary group, with 15 members, 14 strong men plus one ability user. Where is it not a bloody massacre? This is ridiculous. Today I was actually wiped out by a little girl? Is this a joke? Woo hi. ICNM. Is this the girl you said has no background? This is a god of guns. Damn. Damn.
Cursing, Wu Tao slowly took out a few silver needles from his jacket pocket. He knew that today, this grudge would be settled. If he didn't kill this woman right now, he would never get over this obstacle in his life.
I don't believe it. No matter how strong you are, can you still beat an ability user? Go!
With a fierce swipe of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles shot like white light, disappearing into the icy snow. Flashes of light flickered as several silver needles rushed towards Qiu Xingxing's chest like arrows in the cold wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp wind blew past, but Qiu Xingxing did not sense anything unusual. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren, who had just spent 40 big ones persuading Qiu Xingxing to take the deadly shot, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Suddenly, a line of text flashed brightly on the screen. Ability attack detected, please choose the response. The lucky hidden ability of the newbie starter set is triggered, you do not need to worry about this attack. Oh? The set ability was triggered? Staring blankly at the screen. Bang bang bang. The next moment, there was a loud sound as Qiu Xingxing's chest exploded with the sound of iron hitting, and 5 silver steel needles fell from her chest. Ah! Qiu Xingxing only felt a dull pain in her chest and hurriedly reached for the pocket in front of her. A few bullets from the Desert Eagle were inexplicably scratched. What happened?
Qiu Xingxing stared blankly at the unusual bullets, still not understanding what had just happened, but Du Ziren on the screen was already laughing.
Damn! So this is how lucky is triggered? The attack all hit the bullets. How lucky is this? Damn! Damn! Why is she still fine? Why? On this side, Du Ziren was laughing, but on the other side, Wu Tao was about to go crazy. The attack he had carefully prepared was completely ineffective, and the other person was still standing there as if nothing had happened, jumping around happily. You should know, this move of his, no ability user at the same level could resist. Why? Why could that woman do it? Damn. What she's wearing, could it be some limited edition, enhanced bulletproof vest? No. Impossible. I want her dead. I want her dead. His teeth were clenched tightly, and Wu Tao could not think of any other tricks Qiu Xingxing might have. He only had the ability user tier 2 ability, and could only activate his ability twice a day. This time I'll aim for her head. I don't believe it. Whir. The silver needles in his pocket hummed again. Wu Tao's face turned black as he looked at Qiu Xingxing with a venomous gaze, like a snake. Ability attack detected. Please take appropriate measures. At this moment, Du Ziren's phone screen lit up again with a warning. Hiss. Who is it? Who likes to use sneak attacks in NPC setups? Using sneak attacks on a girl, how shameless. His brow furrowed. What did Du Ziren dislike the most about games? It was definitely archers who hid behind the front lines and threw sneak arrows. Now, this invisible archer was starting to annoy him. Quickly purchasing 2 little horns, Du Ziren pressed the talk button. Qiu Xingxing, lie down. After the first little horn was used, the second one was immediately used. This time, Du Ziren changed the option of the little horn from only for Qiu Xingxing to for everyone. Thus, in the game screen, Du Ziren's warning sound exploded. The person hiding behind and throwing sneak arrows. Get out right now. Thud. Almost immediately after the first little horn sounded, Qiu Xingxing's confused face still remained, but her body obediently collapsed into the snow. She looked like a silly little deer, completely unaware of what was happening, and fell clumsily into the snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few silver needles flew over her head, and Qiu Xingxing buried her head in the snow, motionless. What my senior says, I will do. My senior must be helping me. Her frozen little face pressed into the snow. Qiu Xingxing was secretly thinking. Unbeknownst to her. In the next moment, a thunderous roar echoed through heaven and earth. You cowardly scoundrel lurking in the shadows. Get out. This voice sounded like a furious roar coming from the depths of a dark abyss. Forbear. The face buried in the snow turned a bit red, and her ears inevitably blushed a shade of red. This was the first time she felt the pampering sensation of someone standing up for her. Her entire being was engulfed in a different kind of emotion, her small body shivering slightly. What the hell? Who is this? On the other side, Wu Tao, also curled up in the snow, was dumbfounded. His face was astonished, frequently glancing around to try to locate the source of the voice. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see even a single extra figure. It's over. It's over. Who said there's no one behind this girl? Wu Hai, Ding Chuanxia, ICNM. Chapter 17. Get out! Get out! The loud scolding echoed in his ears. At this moment, Wu Tao even had the urge to kill his own brother. Is this a case of black eating black? Isn't this just tiring of life? Looking for death? My mom. The person behind this little girl is at least a high-level expert with the soundwave ability, right? The aura of this voice. His scalp began to tingle. Wu Tao had crawled and fought in the apocalypse for over a decade, and he understood this world too well. In the apocalypse, there are no human emotions, only killing and violence. Now, if he dares to show any weakness, that big shot would surely kill him in an instant. He hasn't discovered me yet. As long as I wait until that little girl leaves, I will immediately leave Wannan City. TMD. I've hit a brick wall. No, before leaving, I still want to give my big brother and sister-in-law a good beating. Crouching in the snow, Wu Tao no longer had any thoughts of coveting Qiu Xingxing's supplies. Right now, he only wanted to survive. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The snow had covered all over him, freezing his teeth chattering. He dared not move at all, shrinking his whole body beneath the snow, looking just like a dead corpse. Forebear, can I move now? On the other side, Qiu Xingxing also lay in the snow, timidly asking a question. Don't move. Only a cold voice reached her ears, and Qiu Xingxing shrank her neck, not daring to ask again. Through the screen, Du Ziren's expression was not good. Having played this game to this point, he was unsure if the game character could revive if they died. So now, he simply didn't dare to let Qiu Xingxing move, fearing that this little cutie would be killed by a power attack. That guy who hasn't shown up is a threat. So annoying. Is there any item to change the terrain, or some AoE skill? On the screen, a warning was lit above Qiu Xingxing's head, indicating that there was still danger nearby. Ding dong. Suddenly, a pop-up window lit up, detecting that your game character is currently in a state of danger. Given this situation, you can choose one of two options. 1. Take the risk and act, but if the game character dies, you can only bind a new character to restart the game. 2. Purchase a beginner's luxury life-saving package, randomly refreshing a one-time protection skill. What the hell? This damn game. Here we go again? Staring at the game's pop-up, Du Ziren decisively chose option 2. Are you kidding? My Shengsheng is so cute, let her take risks. Is that human? Come on. Recharge. Let me see what your life-saving package really is. After pressing option 2, a low-quality advertisement popped up on the interface. Are you still worried about your game character? Are you still anxious that the character you've painstakingly cultivated could collapse? No need to worry. Only 648. Only 648. No loss in buying. No loss in being fooled. 648. Take home a super luxurious skill. Garbage game. If it wasn't for Shengsheng. After hitting the recharge button hard, with another alert from the bank card, a golden skill icon appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Inside that icon, various images with skill descriptions kept flashing. Super ability stage Sky Burning. Strange person stage Frozen Sea. Awakening stage Lion's Roar. Various luxurious skills kept jumping, looking like they were randomly selected by themselves. I remember, the strongest in this game is called Others, right? Come on. Draw a golden legend. Buzz. A large hand slapped down on the flashing skills, and finally, the icon kept slowing down and flickering, locking onto a blue glow skill. Awaken stage space ability Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash, slide the screen, and the area you slide with your finger will be struck by several spatial blades. Split mountains and seas, with immense power. Damn. Awaken stage? Bro, isn't this luck bad? Looking at Dimensional Slash, with some disappointment, what made Du Ziren feel speechless was that this skill was just stuck on the screen. And below the skill, there was a number, charge 1. What does this mean? It means, Dimensional Slash will appear here as a long-term fixed skill. For 648 yuan, you can charge it for one-time use. That's right. It's so black-hearted. This kind of game setting, Du Ziren had only seen in some low-quality advertising games, a setting that belongs to pay-to-win skills. Damn it. You want me to treat 648 as pocket change, right? Damn game developers. Even while cursing, Du Ziren still looked at the phone screen. He bought the trumpet he once looked down upon and spoke to the game screen public chat. One more chance. If you don't come out, you're dead. This sentence was still addressed to that archer. What if? What if that guy can't hold back and comes out? $20 exchanged for a 648, what a deal. But
After another thunderous shout ended, there was still no figure appearing in the white snowy ground.
Poof. Want to trick me out? Hey, I just won't go out. As long as you can't find me, what can you do?
Confirmed, that girl behind her is at most a ability user. If she were a super ability user, she would have started attacking without hesitation.
He. I just won't go out. Just won't go out.
Crouched down in the snow, Wu Tao was like a turtle in its shell, already settled.
Unexpectedly, another angry shout rang out. Damn it.
You are truly valuable, you pushed me to this.
Wasted me 648. What's 648?
With a puzzled expression, still pondering.
Buzz buzz buzz.
In the sky and on the ground, countless snowflakes began to shake and twist strangely.
Crack crack crack.
With Qiu Shangsheng as the center, the air around her began to hum. Utterly black fissures abruptly tore through the air, as if something from the void was about to break through.
Wow. Wow. Space-type ability? Below the snow, Wu Tao was already dumbfounded.
A space-type ability, that's a rare ability.
Is this the skill of an awakened?
Buzz buzz buzz.
Countless tearing black cracks were still expanding, and immediately.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
White tornado blades, invisible to the naked eye, shot wildly in all directions without discrimination. Boom!
Where the spatial blades passed, the snow on the ground instantly collapsed, and the land under the snow was gouged out into several centimeters of grooves.
Buzz buzz buzz. Nothing could be seen, yet everything could be seen.
The snowy scene around Qiu Shangsheng turned into a pitch-black overturned ground in an instant. Buzz. Furthermore, the invisible spatial blades continued to spread, and the faraway gate of Jing'an community exploded into powder with a bang. The world seemed to be collapsing.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Under the snow, Wu Tao could no longer stay.
This is damn. Awakening period, space boss. Wu hi, I damn it. Thud.
Just jumped out from under the snow, and after. A burst of snowflakes exploded, and Wu Tao was cut into a pile of shredded meat. The crisis for Qiu Shangsheng has been resolved.
Detected that you have spent over 1,000 yuan, you qualify to unlock the lucky wheel.
The lucky wheel is now open, you can click the icon at the bottom right corner to check it out. With the game's pop-up reminder, a colorful wheel icon lit up in the bottom right corner of the screen.
Duziren didn't pay it any mind and continued to swipe on the screen for a while before stopping. Are you kidding me?
648 had a few special effect scenes. If he didn't swipe a few more times, how could he justify his 648?
Look at the damage. This 648 is not bad. Alright, the crisis is resolved, we can loot the spoils now.
He pointed to Qiu Shangsheng, who was still in the snow.
Ah.
On the other side, Qiu Shangsheng felt a numbness in her bottom and immediately drilled out of the snow.
Senior.
She stomped her feet, her face both shy and red.
But
when she saw the surrounding black soil surging, the ground full of mud pits and shredded meat, she couldn't find her voice.
Terrifying. It was simply terrifying.
Just now, she also felt that this senior had unleashed his ability.
But how could she have imagined that in such a short time, the entire snowfield had become barren? The ground is full of blade marks. The air is still vibrating. Is this the legendary space blade? Senior. Truly amazing.
Staring blankly at the scene before her, Qiu Shangsheng felt a tingling sensation run down her spine. She immediately understood and followed the sensation along her back, walking toward a pile of shredded meat. Although the Poison Snake mercenary group was mostly made up of ordinary people, they were at least well-equipped and had decent experience battling zombies.
Thus, generally, these people carried some belongings with them.
As she rummaged through the turned-over meat, Qiu Shangsheng found 5 boxes of wafers, a bottle of high-purity canned water, a small bag of pre-mixed jerky, and 2 cigarettes.
These things didn't seem like much.
But you have to know, it's been decades since the apocalypse.
Just the 2 cigarettes she found could fetch 40 copper coins if sold. He.
Continuously cleaning the blood off the items, Qiu Shangsheng stuffed everything into the pocket of her shirt. Until, her combat uniform was bulging, making her look extremely cumbersome.
What should I do?
Their daggers are worth quite a bit too.
I seem to not be able to take them.
Her small body stood dazed beside the bodies, her beautiful brows knitted tightly like a small ball, as Qiu Shangsheng felt a bit sentimental.
Detecting your post-apocalyptic survival character is collecting supplies? Detected, your post-apocalyptic survival character's storage space is insufficient. Would you like to spend 100 yuan to unlock a storage slot? Suddenly, Duziren's vision went dark on this side of the phone screen. It's happening again.
I knew this game had its quirks.
Unlock. Directly open 3 slots. How can I let my Shang carry a heavy load? Unlock. He emphatically tapped the locked item bar at the bottom of the screen. He clicked 3 times in a row and received a consumption prompt. Would you like to spend 700 yuan to unlock 3 storage slots? What a ripoff. 700? Wait a minute, what kind of fraudulent charge is this? Looking at the charging reminder, Du Ziren's mouth twitched. It seemed that the game knew he was questioning the spending amount, as a line of explanation popped up beside the item bar. Opening the first item slot requires 100 yuan, the second slot 200 yuan, the third slot 400 yuan, and so on. Damn. Alright, fine. You money-grabbing game. Charge. Charge it. Grinding his teeth, Du Ziren clicked to pay, and a consumption warning message popped up again on his phone. He had already gotten used to it. However, thinking of Qiu Shengsheng's smiling face, made it feel worth it. A gaming addict? No. Spending money on an electronic wife is only natural. Ka. With the unlocking of 3 item slots, Du Ziren clicked on the items in Qiu Shengsheng's hands. Wafers *5 occupied 1 slot, and canned water *1 occupied another slot. Only those 2 cigarettes and a bag of convenient pre-made jerky were hidden tightly in Qiu Shengsheng's embrace. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a lightness came from her arms, and Qiu Shengsheng looked down at her chest in surprise. Ha! Where are my biscuits and water? It was clear that the little one had never received so much food before. With nearly half of her supplies gone, she was anxious and spinning in place. Until, once again, a small horn from Du Ziren transmitted a message. Don't worry. I have stored them for you. So that the gatekeeper won't take them away when we go back this time. Ah. So it was you, Senior. Shengsheng understands. Thank you, Senior. You are indeed an expert in the space system. I didn't even notice, and the things disappeared. Bowing frequently to the empty surroundings, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. TSK. This real-life interaction is truly amazing. Feeling touched by Qiu Shengsheng's reaction, Du Ziren pointed to the bloodied ground around. Snap snap snap. Instantly, over a dozen bright silver daggers appeared on the ground. Along with that, the military dagger that had pierced a man's forehead also appeared on the ground. Does Senior want me to collect them? Tap tap tap. On the muddy ground, Qiu Shengsheng quickly gathered her spoils. By the time her arms were filled with daggers, 14 daggers buzzed again and vanished, occupying the last item slot as daggers *14. Thank you, Senior. The girl's sweet smile radiated through the screen, and Du Ziren's mouth almost stretched to his ears. He. Shengsheng is so cute. By the way, I forgot about that little leader who ambushed us. He pointed again to the newly exploded fresh corpse in the distance. Among the shattered pieces of the body, nothing like daggers or food fell out after the strange trembling. But, as the skull continued to separate from the body, a crystal core shimmering with a metallic sheen slowly rolled out from the flesh. Wu Tao's ability crystal core was revealed. Ability crystal core, magnetic energy, white, 2nd rank. On the screen, the attributes of the crystal core displayed, and Qiu Shengsheng frequently looked at the writhing pieces of the corpse. She immediately walked over and swiftly extracted the crystal core from the bloody mass. She used her combat uniform to polish the crystal core until it shone brightly. Then, without any hesitation, she held the crystal core high toward the empty void. Senior. Please accept this crystal core. Chapter 19. Without a trace of selfishness, Qiu Shengsheng immediately lifted the crystal core towards the sky. She understood very well, for the senior, this crystal core was the only thing about her that would catch his eye. Although, given the senior's level, he might not even care to look at this crystal core. Your apocalyptic survival character has sent you the second wave of gifts. Do you accept? Yes/no. Once again, the mobile screen popped up with interactive information. Du Ziren looked at the sparkling crystal core, hesitating for a long time. I said. Can't we use this crystal core to awaken Qiu Shengsheng's ability? Last time, didn't I receive a surrounding item? It would be boring if I got another one. Besides, this one doesn't look good. Trying to click on the crystal core, he pushed it back into Qiu Shengsheng's arms. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a warning message abruptly jumped out on the game interface. Detected that the current crystal core quality is too poor. If forcibly used by Qiu Shengsheng, the strength of her awakened ability will be greatly reduced. Do you want to force Qiu Shengsheng to use this crystal core? Ha! It will affect the character's development later? Then forget it. Forget it. Hastily clicking the yes button, Du Ziren didn't dare to give Qiu Shengsheng the crystal core recklessly. Who plays a game and randomly clicks the skill tree in the early stages, affecting the character's later development? With a buzzing sound, the metal-colored crystal core that Qiu Shengsheng held high suddenly twisted and vanished. Did Senior accept it? On the screen, Qiu Shengsheng's face lit up with joy, her little face showing a sincere smile. She wiped the blood from her hands. But when looking at Wu Tao's corpse, there was still an unintentional trace of envy revealed. Damn it! No matter how bitter it gets, we can't let the child suffer. Where can I find good quality crystal cores? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren keenly caught the envy in Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. That feeling was like a little princess at home, looking at another family's daughter with new clothes, feeling disappointed because she had none. In her disappointment, there was also a hint of understanding, making it even more heartbreaking to watch. No way. Others have it. Our Shengsheng can't fall behind either. Just thinking about Qiu Shengsheng's helplessness when facing the ability user, Du Ziren wished he could immediately make her an ability user. Detected, your apocalyptic survival character urgently needs to become an ability user. Recommend using the Lucky Roulette, which has a generous reward pool with a chance to hit a legendary ability. Ha! There's a chance? He raised his eyes to see the new pop-up in the game, and Du Ziren's eyes widened. Prize pool settings, there's a chance. Isn't this the usual money-grabbing operation in every mobile game? For Shengsheng. Charge. In the end, he clicked on the Lucky Roulette in the corner. After entering, the giant roulette displayed nearly 40 different items or ability crystals. Among them, there were only 2 of golden quality, 4 of purple quality, 8 blue, 10 green, and 18 white. In the center of the roulette, there was even a setting for the current luck percentage. This kind of operational interface reminded Du Ziren of a certain famous game's prize pool setting. Opening the luck percentage setting, Du Ziren then realized this GB game was even more of a money pit than a certain famous game. Lucky Roulette, single draw 128 once. $9.99 for a 10-spin discount, guaranteed to get a purple-blue quality item in 10 spins. Each draw increases your luck by +1. When your luck reaches 365, you will definitely get a golden quality item. What the heck? So, if I'm unlucky, I have to spend over 30,000 just to get a golden crystal? Damn. You're even better at squeezing money than some game. Staring fixedly at the giant roulette flashing with strange light, Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. Tap tap tap. Suddenly. In the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng forlornly walked toward the distant snow. Du Ziren took just one look, and his heart ached. At that moment, driven by anger for his beloved, his finger pointed at 10 spins. Your bank card ending with 0304 is charged 999 yuan. The colorful roulette began to spin. Congratulations, this draw has obtained small horn, white, *9, dimension blade, blue, *1. Your dimension blade skill charges +1. Current luck value 10. What the heck? I spent 999 and got this? Do it again. Congratulations, this draw has obtained small horn, white, *8, dimension blade, blue, *2. Your luck value charges to 20. Do it again. Congratulations you. Do it again. Do it again. As if under a spell. You will never understand the obsession a gamer has with exquisite items. Warning, your daily recharge has reached 30k, this bank advises you to refrain from participating in online gambling. In his phone, he even received a text from the bank. Du Ziren's face darkened, he resentfully clicked the final 10 spins button. Last time. If I still don't get a gold, I'll just ask Dr. Lu to pull it for me. His mind was filled with the obsession of giving Qiu Shengsheng the best. Du Ziren didn't even consider stopping, only doubting his luck. Finally. When the luck value reached over 300, this time the 10 spins finally landed on a golden block. Congratulations, this draw has obtained mineral water, white, *3, honey meat jerky, white, *6, rare crystal ability immortal, golden, *1. Your luck value of 323 points has been cleared. Oh my god. Looking at the finally appearing golden crystal, Du Ziren collapsed on the bed, as if drained, letting out a long sigh. Sure enough. This is a money pit game. After cursing the game's production team for 18 generations, Du Ziren opened the game's warehouse. At this moment, the lottery items had piled up to fill the warehouse. Just the 20 small horns alone had reached over 100, achieving Du Ziren's temporary freedom of conversation. Aside from that, there were over 50 bottles of mineral water, more than 10 bags of honey-glazed jerky, 12 charges of dimension blade, and over 10 blue crystals of various powers. Among the dazzling items, Du Ziren fixed his gaze on the only crystal that radiated a golden light. Then, without hesitation, he clicked on the golden crystal. Then, he directly shoved it towards Qiu Shengsheng, who was still walking in the snow. Chapter 20. Thud.
A sudden strange warmth surged in her chest, and Xiao Shangshang, still walking in the snow, froze in shock.
Ha! Her little hand reached into her chest and unexpectedly touched a hot, golden crystal. This golden crystal looked unusually shaped.
Unlike other crystals, which were oval, it was shaped like a small person.
Inside the entire crystal, golden lines flowed, making it look very advanced. What is this?
Holding the crystal, Xiao Shangshang was completely stunned.
Even if she was foolish, she knew what this crystal meant. Senior, is this for me?
Her mouth opened wide, and Xiao Shangshang felt her brain was about to crash. Just a second ago, she was regretting not being a superpowered person.
The next second,
the senior had sent her a crystal she had never seen before.
What kind of grace is this? Senior. This thing is too valuable. I can't take it.
Hastily raising the crystal, Xiao Shangshang clearly understood that even selling herself wouldn't be worth a small piece of this crystal. She was filled with fear and didn't dare accept the crystal at all.
What I gave you is for you to use.
The voice, which was both imposing yet youthful, echoed in her ears. But this time, the senior's voice sounded a bit weary, as if it had been drained.
Senior, I am unworthy of this. I said. Use it.
Before Xiao Shangshang could argue, the crystal slipped from her hand and landed in her embrace.
Senior. Xiao Shangshang's eyes turned red.
From childhood to now, even her father and mother had never treated her so well.
What? How can I repay you?
Even if I sold Shangshang, I still wouldn't be able to repay your kindness.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The crystal in her embrace radiated warmth, and the girl's face was streaming with tears.
Didn't you say that when you see me in the future, you would go all out? Having that promise is enough.
A calm voice came, and Xiao Shangshang's small face stiffened, then she nodded vigorously. Shangshang swears with her life, this lifetime belongs to the senior. The senior can have Shangshang do anything.
Anything?
On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren, who had used so many small horns at once, was feeling a bit pained. Suddenly hearing this, the corners of his mouth twisted into a smile.
He. Then if it was that. If I asked you to do my homework. Thinking about it, Du Ziren started to laugh.
He couldn't imagine how this determined girl would look when she saw an equation.
Ha 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 ha. The laughter reached Xiao Shangshang's ears. Ha? Senior? Are you very happy? Looking around in confusion, the laughter suddenly stopped. Yes, just seeing you makes me happy every day. Ha?
Her face suddenly flushed bright red. Xiao Shangshang was now really unsure if the senior was flirting or teasing her.
Senior.
Her body suddenly leaned towards the distant Jing'an community, and a voice urged again in her ear.
Use this crystal quickly. Don't waste time. I understand.
Nodding, Xiao Shangshang ran towards the community following the push.
An hour later. In a dusty, cramped, dark room on the first floor. Xiao Shangshang was cleaning the dust from the bathtub in the bathroom, opening the glass window to let large flakes of snow drift into the bathtub.
In the apocalypse, water resources are precious, and most people use crystal cores to awaken their powers, primarily collecting snowmelt. When the snow melts, they grind the crystal cores into it, soaking their bodies to absorb the energy.
Although the pollution level of snowmelt is quite high, what else do ordinary people really have to choose from?
Splash 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 splash. As the snowflakes scraped together, Xiao Shangshang's little hands turned a bit red from the cold.
Suddenly, a sharp reprimand exploded beside her. Are you planning to soak in snowmelt to absorb the crystal core? Ha? Senior, is that not allowed? You want to soak a golden crystal core in snowmelt? That's simply wasteful. If you're going to take it, take the best. Use mineral water.
A solemn voice rang out, and Xiao Shangshang's face showed difficulty. She was just about to explain where she would find that much mineral water.
Buzz buzz buzz.
In the corner of the small bathroom, suddenly nearly 30 bottles of mineral water dropped down.
This is too extravagant, right? Her mouth opened wide. Xiao Shangshang couldn't even imagine. This was the apocalypse. Who would be so extravagant as to use mineral water for washing? Only seniors of such high realms could bring out such lavish supplies, right? Senior. Her face began to twist again. Du Ziren seemed to predict Xiao Shangshang's embarrassment and calmly urged her again. Don't think it's wasteful. Using such a good crystal core soaked in snowmelt is the real waste. Quickly, clean the bath and fill it with water. Understood. In a rush, she emptied the snowflakes out of the bath, and with a face full of pain, opened more than 30 bottles of mineral water to pour into the tub. Every time she opened a bottle, she mumbled discontentedly.
I owe the senior, I must repay it for a lifetime. It seemed that only by saying this could she feel justified in using the water. Splash splash. In a moment, the tub was filled with shallow, clear water. The clear water reflected Qiu Xingxing's flushed face as she weakly took out the golden crystal core from her arms, trying to use a military dagger to grind the surface of the crystal core. With a crack, surprisingly, there wasn't even a scratch left on the surface of the golden crystal core.
Ha! What do I do now?
Having never seen anyone awaken their powers before, Qiu Xingxing held the crystal core, confused and unaware. Your apocalypse survival partner cannot grind the crystal core, please assist her in breaking it. Buzz buzz buzz. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren suddenly discovered that there was a palm-sized button appearing in front of Qiu Xingxing's little hands on the game screen.
Please touch the area covered by the palm to assist Qiu Xingxing. Is this some kind of interaction?
He tried sliding his finger over the area where Qiu Xingxing's hand was.
Ah! Suddenly,
a chaotic noise came from the screen, and Qiu Xingxing felt a large hand suddenly grasp her little hand.
The hand was very unfamiliar, but warm. Say senior.
As the red glow spread to her neck, Qiu Xingxing let her little hand be caressed as she began to slice away the surface of the golden crystal core bit by bit.
Crack crack crack.
Like golden sand, the crystal core shattered into the water, and Qiu Xingxing's face became even redder.
She thought, if I soak to absorb later, will the senior also be able to see it?
The girl's face grew hot, as if steam would pop out from the top of her head.
On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren kept rubbing the screen, his expression growing odder.
Hiss. This feels a bit slippery.
Oh no. I wouldn't be having another episode of Frostbite, would I? Chapter 21. Crack crack crack. After the tiny fragments of the crystal core fell into the pool, it was as if hot coals had been thrown into the water. The calm surface of the water instantly burst forth with a large number of boiling bubbles, and mist quickly engulfed the room. Initially, Du Ziren was worried about how to absorb the crystal core with cold water. But now it seemed that soaking the crystal core was indeed a sensible way to absorb it. The crystal core could heat the water, and high temperatures could stimulate the pores to open and absorb. Compared to swallowing, soaking in crystal core water could indeed better digest its power. Puff puff puff. Puff puff puff.
After a whole piece of crystal core, completely turned into golden powder and scattered, the pool in front of her dazzled like a golden soup, exuding terrifying heat. Qiu Xingxing stood before the pool, her face continuously flushed by the heat, finally biting her lip and slowly shedding her outer clothes. Her small fists were tightly clenched, and with a voice only she could hear, she mocked herself.
Qiu Xingxing, what are you imagining? Is the senior someone who covets your body? Just look at how thin you've become. The senior is helping you kindly, what are you feeling shy about? Even if the senior really wants to look. Then. Slap.
After taking off her military uniform, she wore a tight black bodysuit, highlighting Qiu Xingxing's thin yet curvy figure. As she entered the water in this bodysuit, her long hair, wet with mist, fell over her chest, making the outfit even tighter. Her chest looked stunning, and the shoulder sleeves slipped down, revealing her delicate but rosy shoulders. Covering her chest with her hands, her neck was damp from the mist, as pink as a peach that seemed ready to be squeezed for juice.
Wow! So much to see?
Such white skin, what a shame not to scrape it. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren stared at the screen with a silly grin.
Invincible. The body of his two-dimensional wife was simply unbeatable. But sadly,
due to the mist from the golden crystal core, most of the scene was obscured.
Even though damp from the bodysuit, Qiu Xingxing couldn't enjoy the view herself. Splash!
Her long legs fell into the water, and Qiu Xingxing instantly submerged, leaving only her wet head above the surface. Her whole face was flushed red, constantly lowering her head, too shy to look around.
Puff puff puff. Golden water splashed continuously.
What was visible to the naked eye, the golden liquid in the water was rushing towards Qiu Xingxing, the color of the golden water continuously diminishing. The powder from the crystal core was being absorbed by Qiu Xingxing's pores. As long as all the golden water was absorbed, perhaps Qiu Xingxing could awaken that immortal ability.
MMM.
In the shaking water ripples, Qiu Xingxing's small face gradually showed a pained expression. Her face started to turn a bright red, but she bit her lip tightly and said nothing. Detecting your doomsday survival character absorbing crystal core, blood vessels clogged.
Please tap the designated area to start sliding. Suddenly,
on the game interface, a large area of white mist appeared on Qiu Xingxing's back within the water mist.
Ha! Am I a scraping master now?
Sliding his finger on the phone screen, Du Ziren looked surprised. Hiss. As he stroked his fingers, Du Ziren's eyes widened.
It seemed like the screen had become slippery. Hiss. It can't be that the ALS is affecting my sense of touch. MMM. But. At the same time, Xiao Shengsheng, who was still biting her teeth and holding on, suddenly felt her back tingle, and her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. She felt a pair of fingers pressing on her back through her damp clothes, rhythmically applying pressure. As the fingers pressed, she felt an unprecedented flow of blood, her face turning red as if about to bleed. Senior. The senior is just helping. Xiao Shengsheng, what are you thinking? With her head buried in the water, Xiao Shengsheng blushed, blowing a stream of bubbles. Your doomsday survival character, happiness value +1. Happiness value +1. Continuously tapping the screen, Du Ziren found it very amusing. Every time Xiao Shengsheng's face just surfaced, he would poke it with a fingertip. Xiao Shengsheng immediately would bury her head in the water, her face flushed, looking like a little frog. This kind of real-time interaction was refreshing, and Du Ziren found it endearing. After a while, he reluctantly watched the golden water recede, and the screen was completely covered by mist. Xiao Shengsheng's current happiness value, 20. After a wave of friendly interaction, coupled with assistance and awakening, superpowers, Xiao Shengsheng's happiness level shot up by 10 points. As Du Ziren wondered what this soaring happiness value was for. Hoo. Suddenly, the mist on the screen completely disappeared, and Xiao Shengsheng, wearing bare pajamas, appeared in front of me. She had already taken off her outerwear, looking at the screen with a face full of surprise. I feel like my body has become a lot lighter. And it seems like my strength has also increased. But why don't I feel like I have any superpowers? Standing up from the water, clear water flowed past, washing over Xiao Shengsheng's snowy white belly and long legs under her pajamas. Her skin was delicate and flawless, like jade, making Du Ziren on the other side of the phone stare with a foolish grin. Oh. So this is the benefit of the increase in happiness value. Awesome. Really awesome. Watching Xiao Shengsheng put on the G battle uniform, Du Ziren looked at the already clear pool water with some regret. He was also a bit curious. Could it be, after absorbing his 3 paid crystal cores, Xiao Shengsheng still didn't awaken superpowers? He tapped Xiao Shengsheng's forehead, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, superpower user. Superpower level, superpower user first stage. Awakened superpower, immortal and indestructible, golden. Superpower immortal and indestructible. Trait 1, your body receives special modifications, and zombie viruses cannot harm you. Trait 2, your physique will grow infinitely, wounds heal faster, and immunity to superpower attacks is enhanced. Trait 3, as long as you have breath left, your body can unleash immortal and indestructible recovery. Age, 19. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Body status, far beyond superpower users. Satiety value, 20. Warmth value, 65. Happiness value, 20. Equipment, military battlesuit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, wafer cookies *5, iron kettle bottled water *1, prepackaged jerky *1, dagger *14. Mission, find the building plans for Jing'an community. Hiss. This superpower is a bit impressive. No wonder it's a golden superpower. Fixating on the introduction of immortal and indestructible, Du Ziren roughly understood the strength of this superpower. Its most terrifying aspect wasn't its strength, but rather that it could grow infinitely. What does that mean? As long as Xiao Shengsheng is given time, her body can grow to the hardness of diamond, and her recovery ability can reach the point of regrowing an arm in an instant. This is simply invincible. A humanoid monster. Because happiness value increased, did Xiao Shengsheng's measurements unlock for me? And Xiao Shengsheng even grew taller? Hiss. It seems like the goal of helping Xiao Shengsheng live a good life is getting closer. In Chapter 22, on this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren kept marveling at the perverse nature of the superpower, immortal and indestructible. On the other side of the screen, Xiao Shengsheng frowned, looking at the pool water with a face full of despair, wishing she could dive in and drown. The senior gave me such a precious crystal core. I actually didn't awaken any superpowers? I'm simply. Her small hands tightly gripped the wrinkled battle uniform, and Xiao Shengsheng did not notice that she had actually worn several finger holes in the fiber material of the battle uniform. Needless to say, this thing is tough enough to withstand bullets. Are you daydreaming? Suddenly, a familiar voice came to her ear, and Xiao Shengsheng plopped down on her knees. Senior, I'm sorry. I wasted a crystal core of yours. Wasted? How did you waste it? I didn't awaken a superpower. I just became stronger like most people, and grew a bit taller. How about we do an experiment?
Looking at Xiao Shengsheng in a state of despair, Du Ziren knew that simply explaining the horror of the golden-level superpower immortal and indestructible might make her think he was lying to her.
Going straight into combat might be a better way to show everything. Ha? Experiment? What experiment? Xiao Shengsheng looked around in confusion as her body uncontrollably walked towards the window. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cold wind blew through.
Outside the window, snowflakes were still flying. By the sides of the community path, a few gaunt and skinny zombies were roaring and exhaling hot breath.
Didn't you want to get the plans for Jing'an community? Now, you are not allowed to use the pistol.
With a dagger, kill all the way to the property area and get the building blueprints. This is my test for you. A profound and mysterious voice, with an air of authority, echoed in my ears. Xiao Xingxing's face froze for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, she nodded, but senior. We have killed that group of Wu Tao, so those blueprints are actually useless, right? Whether it is useful or not, you can trade it for 50 copper coins, why not? That's true. I'm just afraid that Wu Hai will end up losing more than he gains this time and will seek revenge on me later.
However, he can't act within the underground black market.
Senior. Is this a test of my courage? Even without abilities, as long as your heart is strong enough, you can carve out a path in the apocalypse, right?
I understand.
Senior. With her fists clenched, Xiao Shengsheng was very grateful to the senior who had always cared for her and had not given up on her until now. I will never let you down, senior. Even without abilities, I can be a dead servant for you.
Put.
With a nimble leap, she jumped out of the window. Even Xiao Shengsheng was shocked by herself.
Wearing a loose, combat uniform, how could her movements be so quick? Could it be, because I've grown?
Shaking her body in confusion, Xiao Shengsheng took out the military dagger from her pocket and tiptoed closer to a zombie by the roadside. Her plan was to pull and deal with the zombies on the road one by one, pushing them towards the property area. She always had a good sense of her own strength. Even though the crystal core had strengthened her physical quality, in the apocalypse, one careless bite from a zombie could turn even an ability user into an ability zombie. Tap tap tap. Like a little deer, Xiao Shengsheng didn't realize that her tiptoeing speed was already extraordinary. Roar! Roar! Under the two buildings in the community, a male zombie in a tattered suit kept crashing into the streetlight. His eyeballs had decayed, and he just kept bumping into the lamppost. 50 meters behind him was an elderly zombie, still holding a pet leash. At the end of the leash was a zombie golden retriever, its fangs bared and bristling. Roar roar! In the swirling snow, 3 zombies were lurking on the road, their roars echoing back and forth. Suddenly, tap tap tap. Xiao Shengsheng crouched like a cat, quickly approached the suited zombie and swiftly drew her knife. Puff! A gleam of cold light flashed at the suited zombie's neck, and a head roll onto the ground. Roar! After the headless corpse fell, to Xiao Shengsheng's surprise, the rolling head actually exhaled hot breath and suddenly turned towards her, revealing a sinister smile. He. Even though it could not move anymore, after that sinister laugh, the elderly zombie in the distance appeared to have received some signal. Roar roar! With yellow teeth bared, the elderly zombie let go of the pet leash, and both human and dog immediately dashed towards Xiao Shengsheng at short-distance sprinter speed. Ah! Seeing the rapidly approaching zombies, Xiao Shengsheng instinctively jumped back in shock. Tap tap tap. But it was just this retreat that made her realize something was off. Slow. Too slow. The running speed of the elderly zombie and the golden retriever zombie was no less than that of a sprinter. But in her eyes, it felt like time had slowed down to a crawl, jerky and stuttering. I seem to be able to dodge their attacks? Xiao Shengsheng didn't know where this premonition came from. Her body, which was originally retreating, suddenly tensed up. Like a tiger entering its hunting state, Xiao Shengsheng held the dagger, and her whole body bent forward. Awoo! The first to charge was the golden retriever zombie. Its once golden fur had long turned sickly green. Its fangs were savage, as it lunged towards Xiao Shengsheng's chest, aiming for her neck with a vicious bite. Slow. Too slow. As the fierce attack surged like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Xiao Shengsheng narrowed her eyes. The thin body merely turned to the side to dodge the attack, and with a sideways slash of the dagger, it drew a line across the golden-haired zombie's head as it lunged forward. Put! A spray of blood bloomed beside her, pooling in warm puddles on the ground. Awoo! With a thud, the golden-haired zombie not only missed its target but, after falling, had a big hole opened in its head, blood pouring out, never to rise again. Roar roar! The old zombie that followed seemed to sense something. Its previously fleeing movement paused, as if it wanted to retreat. But Autumn Shangshang had no intention of letting it go. Step, step, step. With a few sounds of crunching snow, Autumn Shangshang's figure rushed forward, astonishingly beginning to blur, instantly appearing in front of the old zombie. Buzz. The cold dagger glinted briefly before the old zombie's head flew off. Black blood spilled everywhere, and after the headless corpse fell again, Autumn Shangshang stood before the bodies of 3 zombies, breathing heavily, looking around in disbelief. Did I kill all of this? No. I didn't use the power of my senior. Did I do this myself? She murmured in shock. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren opened Autumn Shangshang's information bar. In the section for her ability level, a clear new piece of information appeared. Ability level, first stage ability, 3 out of 100. Chapter 23. Oh. Autumn Shangshang's ability can actually be improved by hunting zombies? Was that just now a so-called enhanced state? If it's this fast at just first stage, then what if she becomes an ability user? Autumn Shangshang might just become a human tank, huh? Looking at Autumn Shangshang's performance with amazement, Du Ziren felt a sense of relief, as if a child had finally grown up. Very good. Your ability was well utilized. In the snowy ground, confused Autumn Shangshang heard a familiar voice beside her ear. Her expression froze, then turned to joy. Senior. So, I have actually awakened my ability? Otherwise? Have you ever seen someone whose body is enhanced and can see the opponent's attacks slow down? It seems I haven't. Then, what exactly is my ability? The time will come, and you will know naturally. Not planning to explain her abilities in detail, Du Ziren felt that helping Autumn Shangshang gradually realize her own strength would not be a bad strategy. Go get the blueprint, and get ready to head back. Understood. The dejection on her small face instantly disappeared, replaced by a glimmer of hidden thoughts in the girl's eyes. With this ability, in the future, I can help Senior too, right? Thinking secretly, Autumn Shangshang's mouth was filled with smiles as she walked toward the Jing'an Community Property Garden. Jing'an Community Property Garden. The gate of the property garden was long broken. Inside the dust-filled hall, several zombies in sales uniforms were wandering around, continuously making roar-roar sounds. Outside the door, Autumn Shangshang crouched beside the gate. Observing the movements inside carefully for a while, her gaze fixed on the community construction plan posted on the wall. 1, 3, 10. If there are 10 zombies, I could fight them off. It's just, in that state, it seems I get hungry quickly. Gulyolu. Her small stomach rumbled, and Autumn Shangshang couldn't understand why, after killing just a few zombies, she felt so clearly hungry. She clearly just ate bread last night. She didn't want to eat the pre-packaged jerky in her pocket, planning to bring it home for her younger siblings to taste. So, if I go fast, I should be able to grab the blueprint and run out, right? Let's give it a try. Finding a small stone by the door, Autumn Shangshang threw it toward the corner of the hall. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden door of the warehouse at the hall's corner was hit by the stone she threw, creating a hole. Roar! In an instant, 10 sales zombies suddenly rushed toward the warehouse, claws outstretched, as if ready to attack. The result was a horde of zombies gathered in front of the door, constantly scratching at the wooden door. Roar, roar! The scene before her was somewhat funny, but Xiao Shengsheng did not dare to be careless. Staring at the moving zombies, until she felt their speed slow down again, she took off like an arrow. Tap, tap, tap. On the dusty floor of the hall, several footprints flickered, heading towards a wall. Then, sizzle. After the blueprints on the wall disappeared, more footsteps echoed. Huff, huff, huff. When Xiao Xingxing's figure reappeared, she was already standing at the entrance of the Jing'an community. The sales zombies did not even react, and Xiao Shengsheng had already run far away. Gulyolu. Gulyolu. The hunger in her stomach was getting stronger, and Xiao Shengsheng wanted to force herself to walk back to the mine black market. As a result, with a thud, the next step she took caused her to tremble and fall to the ground. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and her body was losing heat. This reaction was a typical case of low blood sugar. But Xiao Shengsheng did not understand, she just shivered and held on with her little mouth. Warning! Warning! Your apocalypse survival character is too hungry. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren stared in shock as Xiao Xingxing's hunger value sharply dropped from 30 to -5. So, using abilities consumes hunger value? Looking down at Xiao Xingxing's ability level. Ability level, first tier ability user, 10 out of 100. Does using abilities also increase ability level? So, actually, as long as there is enough food, Xiao Shengsheng can outshine other ability users of the same level. Is this the terrifying part of an SSS level ability? In a hurry, he found the honey-glazed jerky from the last lottery in the mall warehouse and grabbed a few bottles of mineral water. Du Ziren headed towards Qiu Shangshang. He couldn't stand to see Qiu Shangshang suffer even a little. A terrifying hunger surged, and Qiu Shangshang felt extremely sore all over. She secretly swore never to use her abilities on an empty stomach again.
Buzz. Buzz. Suddenly,
in the cold, snowy ground, a bag of honey-glazed jerky and a bottle of mineral water flashed in front of her, and Qiu Shangshang's expression brightened.
Senior? Eat. Look at you being so stingy. If you want to eat, eat. I can afford to feed your younger siblings too. I can support your whole family. This. Her face turned red all of a sudden.
Qiu Shangshang felt a shyness as if someone had poked her spine, but somehow she also felt a sense of happiness.
What Senior said makes it sound like I belong to him. He wants to support me? Support a dead servant? But it sounds like supporting a woman. A woman, huh? If I were Senior's woman, huh?
Like a ripe apple, Qiu Shangshang thought about it and her little face turned so red that steam was about to pop out of her hair.
What is my Shangshang thinking about? Why does she look like a steamed princess every day? Watching the girl on the screen with a flushed face and a shy expression, Du Ziren poked her.
Your apocalypse survival character has fallen into a beautiful fantasy, happiness value +1.
Current happiness value 21. Ha! Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Aren't we just buddies? Can self-fantasy also bring happiness? What beautiful things is Qiu Shangshang thinking about?
Across the screen, Du Ziren opened the seal of the honey-glazed jerky and mineral water. Sliding the items, he brought pieces of meat to Qiu Shangshang's little mouth. Now, due to low blood sugar and exhaustion, Qiu Shangshang lay on the ground like a corpse, unable to move at all.
Current happiness value 22.
On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren looked at his wet fingers, confusion written all over his face. Seriously, if you play like this, buddy, I'm all in.
Chapter 24.
He was just about to send Qiu Shangshang a few packs of special jerky to see if he could boost his happiness value. Above Qiu Shangshang's head, her fullness value reached 24, and she slowly got up from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were bright red, and he couldn't help but wonder what thoughts had her so excited.
Can't think about it. Qiu Shangshang, you must know the boundaries between you and your senior. Work hard, that's what you should be worried about now. Only by becoming strong enough can you stand beside your senior.
Lifting a bottle of water from the snow, Qiu Shangshang drank it all in one go and patted her cheeks. After bowing to the surroundings, she bit her lip and hurried away toward the underground black market.
Underground black market Iron Gate guard station.
Wu Hai was snuggling with Sister Xia, comfortably tucked away in a dirt hole, his hands incessantly stroking the woman's thighs.
Be careful with your hands.
Sister Xia pretended to shyly bat away Wu Hai's hand, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she drew circles on his chest.
You said. If we get this supply, how do we split it? How to split?
Of course, I take the big piece. I'll have 60%, my brother 30%, and you get 10%.
You. Wu Hai. You're heartless. If it weren't for me, could you get any of this? TCH. Look at what you're saying, if it weren't for my brother, would you have any share?
Wu Hai's hands reached further up Sister Xia's thigh, and while she pressed her lips together, she didn't dare say more. On the surface, she appeared to be Wu Hai's woman to outsiders.
But actually, it was not true.
She was not Wu Hai's legal wife, she was simply chosen by him in the mid-level area of the underground black market. Through their physical relationship, she became his permanent woman and subordinate. In this post-apocalyptic world, to survive, Sister Xia could only do this. But if the supplies from Qiu Shangshang's side were truly bountiful, Sister Xia was sure that tomorrow, when they checked the outgoing personnel, she would definitely not be the one doing it. Perhaps, tomorrow a beautiful lady or Ting Jia would step up. Given Wu Hai's nature, he could easily use supplies to exchange for a woman every day. Poof. Once we get the supplies, I'll buy a permanent safety spot on the 3rd floor of the black market, I don't need to serve you anymore. The two who were stuck together each had their own thoughts at this moment.
Why is Wu Tao moving so slow? It's just a girl, why hasn't she come back yet?
Furrowing his brows, Wu Hai grew impatient. Just as he was about to undo Sister Xia's top. Pat pat pat. From the dark corridor outside the iron gate came a series of footsteps.
Who?
Listening to the noise, it sounded like not a group but an individual. With a sour face, Wu Hai reluctantly stretched his head out of the hole. When he looked toward the iron gate, his previously impatient expression suddenly turned to surprise and confusion. Outside the door, it was no one else but the rosy-faced Xiao Shengsheng. It had only been 2 or 3 hours since they last saw her, but this woman looked like she had shed her skin. Not only did her complexion look better, but her body had also grown quite a bit.
You? Are you 0929? Xiao Shengsheng? Furrowing his brows, Wu Hai couldn't believe it. No way. Why? How could 15 big men from the Viper mercenary group surround an unarmed woman and let her return unscathed? Yes. It's me.
I completed the mission, please have Wu Minshou open the door. Xiao Xingxing's expression was calm, and this time when she looked at Wu Hai, the former timidness was gone. Her experience from this mission had stripped her of the previous girl's weakness and instead added a ruthless aura to her.
What did you call me? Wu Minshou.
His brows instantly knotted together. Wu Hai had never been addressed in such a way by a scavenger. The only ones who dared call him that were always psychics.
Otherwise?
You're just a gatekeeper. I finished the job. According to the rules of the miner's black market, after the inspection, you should let me in. Xiao Xingxing's face was cold, and she looked at Wu Hai with neither humility nor arrogance.
You. Fine, fine. You finished the task, right? Where is it? Clenching his teeth, Wu Hai unknowingly exposed his own setup. Oh? How would the Wu gatekeeper know I need to bring something back after I go out? Nonsense. My channels are more solid than all the food you've ever eaten. Since you say you finished the task, without anything, how can I be sure you completed it? Here. She casually pulled out the construction map of Jingdong Community from her pocket and Wu Hai's face froze. He clearly didn't expect that Xiao Xingxing alone could get such a thing. Damn. Damn. Did Wu Tao and the others eat shit? Not only did they let her back, but they also let her finish the task? His face grew darker, and Xiao Shengsheng at the door slowly put away the map and gestured to Wu Hai. Wu gatekeeper, are you not opening the door? You. Xia, go check her. You understand what I mean? Slapping the sister in her arms, Xia's eyes turned cold, seemingly unhappy about Xiao Xingxing's return. She walked with a cold face to the iron gate, waiting for the iron mesh to open a person-shaped hole, then took 2 steps to Xiao Shengsheng and grabbed her shoulder. Come with me. With some anger, she pulled at Xiao Xingxing's arm. But, when they entered a dirt pit, just as Xia was about to make a move, Xiao Xingxing's slender, bamboo-like small hand immediately slapped Xia's arm. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Xia felt her shoulders trapped by iron pincers, and her whole body trembled with pain. You. Xiao Shengsheng. What do you want to do? Shouting like a shrew, Xiao Shengsheng, however, remained cold and expressionless. Sister Xia. Last time I respected you and specially gave you water. I didn't expect you to be so heartless, trying to kill me. You. What are you saying? I'm saying, this grudge, I, Xiao Shengsheng, have remembered. In the miner's black market, I can't lay hands, but once you all go out. Crack, crack, crack. Her shoulder was squeezed deeper and deeper. Xia was in so much pain that tears filled her eyes. She never expected that Xiao Shengsheng, who was a whole circle thinner than her, had such great strength. You dare to threaten me? Wu Hai! Wu Hai! She screamed with all her might. Thud. The next moment, footsteps were heard outside the dirt pit. Wu Hai had appeared at the edge of the pit, shouting into it, "What's going on?" She threatened me, saying that if we go out, she'll kill us. What? Wu Hai frowned deeply, standing in front of the dirt pit, his face dark and frightening, but he didn't dare to go inside. Although it was the end of the world now, the miner's black market had its own rules. When a woman is inspecting wounds, if a man dares to interfere or peek, he would face harsh punishment. This rule was set by a high-level woman with abilities in the miner's black market, and Wu Hai didn't dare to disobey. You, check if she has any injuries first. Other matters, we will discuss later. He shouted helplessly. Inside the dirt pit, Xia's face was cold as she shook her arm. Did you hear that? Do you still want to get in? Poof. With a cold face, Xiao Shengsheng let go of Xia's shoulders, stretched out her arms, waiting for her to check. Swish. The moment Xia unbuttoned her top. Suddenly, the packet of pre-made jerky and the 2 cigarettes fell out of her pocket with a thud. Chapter 25. This is? Looking at the items that fell to the ground, this time, Xia's eyes didn't show greed, but a hint of surprise. Because she had seen those 2 things before. The pre-made jerky was from a man called Little Wu in the Poison Snake mercenary group, and Xia had even thought of using sex to trade for it from him to try the taste. As for the 2 cigarettes, those were the monthly tribute given to Wu Hai by the Poison Snake mercenary group. But these things all came from Xiao Xingxing's pocket. What does this mean? Could she have gotten these from the poison snake mercenary group? With their temperament, it would be impossible. Can you deliver something to her? The answer is only one. She snatched it, or tricked it, or stole it. But this is impossible.
How could she, alone, get something from 15 people of the poison snake mercenary group?
Could it be? Could it be? Could she actually have taken it head-on? Does she have some power backing her up? Having been through the apocalypse for many years, Sister Xia immediately thought of one possible explanation.
After all, she found it easier to believe that Xiao Shengsheng had a strong backing than to believe she took down the poison snake mercenary group by herself.
That's right. That's right.
No wonder she said she would kill us if we went out.
Could it be that this little girl has hooked up with some big boss?
With her gaze constantly inspecting Xiao Shengsheng, Sister Xia, despite her unwillingness to believe, could only analyze this way. This time, she didn't dare to stuff the items into her own arms. She bit her lip, immediately picked up the items on the ground, and stuffed them back into Xiao Shengsheng's shirt. Then, pretending to pat Xiao Shengsheng, her previously cold and stern face suddenly broke into a smile as bright as a blooming flower.
Oh my. Sister Shengsheng, you can't blame me for this. You know, I have to sleep with Wu Hai at night. If he sees that water, won't he just ask? You say, as a woman, how could I dare not to say it?
Pretending to adopt a victimized posture, Sister Xia did not dare to offend someone who could wipe out the poison snake mercenary group. With a kind tone, she draped a coat over Xiao Shengsheng, who glanced at her sideways without saying a word, just flicking her sleeve as she walked out of the pit.
How did it go?
That little girl, you deal with her. Outside the pit, Wu Hai initially thought it would be Sister Xia coming out, looking quite pleased. But seeing Xiao Shengsheng walk out safely and unharmed, his eyes narrowed.
Xiao Xia.
Here. Here. Inside the pit, Sister Xia rushed out in a panic, while also signaling Wu Hai with her eyes. She is fine.
No problem. Wu Gu, you can put her in.
Looking at Sister Xia with suspicion, then glancing at the calm Xiao Shengsheng, Wu Hai felt uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his large hand. Click click click. In the distance, an outline of a person-shaped hole in the iron gate opened, and Xiao Shengsheng walked towards the door without looking back. Tap tap tap. After witnessing Xiao Shengsheng leave, Wu Hai's gloomy eyes finally turned to Sister Xia.
Wang Xiao Xia. If you don't give me an explanation. Oh my Wu Gu. Something big has happened. What? I guess what I saw on her. What did you see? Xiao Wu's jerky, and those few kid cigarettes meant for you. What?
After a moment of daze, Wu Hai fell silent. For a long time, he looked at the retreating figure of Xiao Shengsheng, his face in shock, muttering, how could it be, how could it be?
Did she really steal it? Is there someone helping her? Sister Linya, I'm here to submit the task. Mining Black Market, mid-level task room. Xiao Shengsheng held up the blueprint and walked briskly to the task handover bar. So quick?
Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng with disbelief, then scrutinized her from head to toe. As an ability user, she could clearly sense the changes in Xiao Shengsheng. The soft, fragile feeling that could topple over with a push had disappeared, replaced by a sharp beauty like a rose. Lucky, the zombies in the property park should have been cleared ahead of time. I took the opportunity. Casually explaining, she handed the blueprint to Linya, who took a glance and then gazed meaningfully at Xiao Shengsheng's face.
Is that so? Then your luck is really good.
Here. This is the task reward for this time. Pushing a bag of heavy copper coins in front of Xiao Shengsheng, Linya joked leisurely, this time, it should last you a week, right?
It should be enough. By the way, Sister Linya, do you know where to sell items? Xiao Shengsheng tried asking again. Oh? Did you find something unexpected? Some equipment. And this.
As she spoke, Xiao Shengsheng pushed the cigarette onto the bar.
Huh? What the? Cigarette? You even found this thing?
Even Linya, usually calm, couldn't help but curse when she saw the cigarette.
Cigarette? Who has it? Where?
With one word cigarette, nearly every man in the task room looked over. Xiao Shengsheng remained calm, holding the cigarette steadily. Because she knew, in the mine black market, no one dared to make trouble. Unless they could overpower the creator of the ability user /8th stage.
Wow, this is really a cigarette.
Beautiful girl, I'll buy one for 10 copper coins, how about it?
10 copper coins? No way. I want 20 copper coins. 25. In an instant, countless men surrounded Xiao Shengsheng.
As the crowd swelled, Linya's face changed, and she quickly took the cigarette from Xiao Shengsheng's hand.
Shengsheng, how about this? I'll give you 100 copper coins. Give me both, okay? Sure. Nodding, getting 100 copper coins for 2 cigarettes was definitely a win for Qiu Shangshang. Moreover, her relationship with Linya was pretty good. Sister Linya, do you smoke? Qiu Shangshang mumbled quietly, and Linya smiled while shaking her head. No, my dad likes it, but he hasn't smoked for a long time. I bought it to satisfy his craving. Oh. Then, can you still help sell other things? Do you have other things? Daggers for self-defense. That's okay, how many do you have? I can help you take them.
Thinking for a moment, Qiu Shengsheng pretended to take something from her chest, her small eyes continuously looking into the void, quietly saying, predecessor.
Buzz. The next moment. Clang clang clang. 14 daggers fell onto the bar with a loud clatter. Linya's eyes froze instantly. This is what you call, some things? Yes.
Qiu Shengsheng lightly nodded, and as Linya looked at the girl again, her expression changed repeatedly.
14 daggers. You say these things appear in those frontline survivor bases, that's understandable. But this is the third-tier mine black market. 14 self-defense daggers? Where did they come from? Did she raid an armory? Or did she kill and loot? An armory?
What a joke, the entire Wannan city had been ransacked until nothing was left. Qiu Shengsheng couldn't possibly have touched the armory.
There is only one possibility left. That is, this seemingly weak girl robbed a group of at least 14 people. But Qiu Shengsheng robbing a team? Such a thing could never happen, right? She's so small. Shengsheng. You. Linya's mouth opened, unable to suppress her curiosity, wanting to ask the reason behind it.
But looking at Qiu Shengsheng's calm and unchanging expression, she suppressed her curiosity and put the daggers under the bar.
14 daggers?
I'll give you 10 copper coins each, a total of 140 copper coins, how about that?
Okay.
Nodding, Qiu Shengsheng was too lazy to carry the daggers everywhere to sell them, so she just agreed.
All right. You keep this money.
Another heavy bag of copper coins was pushed onto the table, and in Qiu Shengsheng's little pocket, she immediately gained 290 copper coins.
With a bulging pouch of copper coins, a faint smile appeared on Qiu Shengsheng's face.
For some reason, seeing Qiu Shengsheng smile again, Linya no longer felt that her smile was innocent. She always felt that Qiu Shengsheng, after going out this time, seemed to have undergone a transformation, becoming another person.
Sister Linya. Then I'll head home first.
Watching the girl's sturdy back leave, Linya fiddled with the daggers under the bar, her eyes narrowing. Your apocalypse survival character Qiu Shengsheng has completed the task and received a reward of 50 copper coins.
Qiu Shengsheng's happiness points +1. Due to additional gains, Qiu Shengsheng is in a good mood, happiness points +1. Current happiness points 24.
On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched Qiu Shengsheng's decisions all the way.
A face full of satisfaction. He thought that this silly girl of his would still be soft and gentle with others.
Unexpectedly, this time she revealed her sharpness, quite like a wild rose's thorns.
Look at you. Still keeping a straight face, pretending to be aloof. Actually, your heart must be blooming with joy, right? He poked at Qiu Shengsheng's cheek playfully.
In the narrow path of the dirt house, Qiu Shengsheng's originally tense expression suddenly flushed with color.
Senior. You.
Next time, could you please let me know in advance if you're going to touch my face? She shyly lowered her head, completely different from the cold rose just moments ago.
Seeing this contrast, Du Ziren curled his lips into a faint smile, suddenly envisioning a future possibility.
A cold-faced queen of apocalypse outwardly, but privately, she only blushes and acts cute towards him.
Damn.
Just thinking about it feels thrilling. He casually poked at Qiu Shengsheng a few more times, as they made their way to a simple market. Here, she spent 40 copper coins to buy 2 newer quilts. With her small body, she carried both quilts without a hint of breathlessness back to the little dirt house in the corner of the middle layer.
Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing. I'm back.
As soon as her sister's call echoed, the wooden door of the little dirt house creaked open, and 2 small heads popped out.
Oh, sister is back. Welcome back.
Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing shouted excitedly as they saw the 2 bundles of quilts on Qiu Shengsheng's back.
Sister, why did you buy quilts?
I remember, quilts are quite expensive. The older Qiu Ning's face showed a trace of bitterness. He knew how many dangers his sister faced for these new quilts.
It's fine, Xiao Ning, sister has money now.
Sister, tomorrow I can take you to the 3rd layer to take a bath and eat a meal of white rice. Qiu Shengsheng smiled lightly, holding 200 copper coins, which made her quite wealthy in the middle layer.
Ha? White rice? Is that the stuff that tastes a bit sweet and doesn't upset your stomach? Little Qiu Jing tilted her head, and her little eyes lit up at the mention of white rice. Yes. We'll go tomorrow morning. But, sister, where did you get so much money?
Xiao Ning frowned with worry, fearing his sister might have done something bad for them.
Xiao Ning.
Don't think too much, sister just met a really good person, now I can kill zombies by myself. As if sensing her brother's concern, Qiu Shangshang patted his head and revealed the pistol in her arms.
Ha! Sister! You! Shu! In any case, Xiao Ning, remember, we will live better and better. Understood. Sister! Let's go in and change the bedding. That old one is all dirty. Tap tap tap. The three siblings chatted and laughed as they pushed the door and entered the house.
The little dirt house lit up with a warm candlelight. After changing the old bedding on the dirt bed to new ones, Qiu Shangshang took out the only pre-made jerky from her pocket.
Then, she weakly looked around. Senior. Buzz. Without saying a word.
5 bags of wafer biscuits, a can of iron kettle water, along with a few packs of honey meat jerky and mineral water, suddenly appeared in the corner of the room.
This. Sister. This. You awakened a space ability, right?
Xiao Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the strange items that appeared in the house.
Wow. We have food at home now.
Little Qiu Jing didn't understand what abilities meant, she just hurriedly picked up the food and stuffed it into her arms. This reaction was eerily similar to how Qiu Shangshang hid things.
No, oh. Didn't sister say before? Sister met a really good person. He sent this.
Qiu Shangshang smiled and respectfully bowed to the surroundings.
Good person? Sister, could it be that you joined some kind of crazy organization? With a pistol and space abilities? What do they want from you?
Xiao Ning frowned, pondering, and his little head was smoking from thinking. He couldn't fathom what benefits the other party could gain from his frail sister.
Could it be, the person like sister? He guessed and looked at Qiu Xingxing's face. He was constantly pondering with careful thoughts. Sizzle sizzle. On the small earthen table, several bags of honey-glazed jerky were ripped open, releasing a fragrant aroma. Wow, so delicious, so delicious. So tasty.
Little Qiu smacked her lips, her eyes narrowing as she enjoyed the food. Qiu Shangshang was about to eat a few bites as well.
Bang bang bang.
Suddenly, someone knocked on the wooden door of the small earthen house.
Ha! Instinctively, she crouched like a leopard, looking towards the door. Who? Oh Shangshang, it's me, Linya. Sister Linya? Why are you here?
Qiu Shangshang blinked suspiciously, although she was close with Linya, they weren't at the level of visiting each other's homes.
Actually. I have something I want to discuss with you. I just don't know if you're free? This. Wait for me to come out.
Hesitating, Qiu Shangshang walked to the door, lifting it open a crack and slowly stepping outside.
Outside the door, Linya stood by the entrance alone. Although her sideways glance couldn't see much inside, she caught a whiff of meat aroma.
Her gray-brown eyes narrowed, confirming her suspicions.
Sister Linya. Why do you want to meet the person behind you?
As she closed the door, Qiu Shangshang wore a kind smile. Linya's smile grew even wider.
But.
The next moment, her words startled Qiu Shangshang.
Shangshang. Sister, I want to meet the person behind you. You see, is that okay? Chapter 27. Ha? What person behind me? Sister Linya, what are you talking about?
After a moment of panic flashing across her face, Qiu Shangshang appeared innocent and clueless.
Linya stared intently at Qiu Shangshang's reaction, her face still certain. Don't pretend. Sister Shangshang, I have no ill intentions. Do you know? You, a little girl, suddenly pulling out so many things can only mean one thing.
That is, you struck gold, or someone helped you. If it's striking gold, with the gatekeeper Wu Hai's character, you wouldn't possibly bring back these things.
So there's only one possibility. You must have met someone extraordinary, right?
With her gray-brown eyes fixed on Qiu Shangshang, Linya's sharp analysis left Qiu Shangshang feeling a bit flustered. She didn't know how to argue back but still kept a straight face.
No.
I picked these up myself. For some reason, Qiu Shangshang didn't want to share about the senior with anyone else, she just wanted to keep it to herself. Although this thought was a bit selfish and strange.
But a person like the senior probably wouldn't want others to disturb him, right?
Thinking this way, Qiu Shangshang bit her lip tightly.
You can go. I really don't have anyone extraordinary behind me. Shangshang. I truly mean no harm. I can even say this,
as long as your senior is an able person or above, I, Linya, am willing to give everything to him. I only ask for one thing, let him take us to a high-level, safe camp. You also know that opportunities in high-level camps are way better than in the mining black market. While Linya spoke, her gray-brown hair fell in front of her chest. Her curvy figure showcased the charm of a mature woman, like she was waiting for someone to pluck her flowers at any moment. This display made Qiu Shangsheng even more flustered. What if the senior could see her too? What if the senior suddenly chose Linya and abandoned her? The other was more sensual, more mature, and prettier than her. The more she thought, the more scared she became. Qiu Shangsheng could only helplessly look around at the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Du Ziren lay on the hospital bed, looking at the game screen with great interest. Turtle. Is this game really this open-ended? Even NPCs know to come find me for benefits? A potential stock seeks your assistance. Do you choose to help Linya? If you help Linya, you will unlock all of Linya's perspectives, and she will fulfill all your requests unconditionally. By helping Linya, you will gain 50 happiness points from Linya, but lose 10 happiness points from Qiu Shangsheng. What? If I help her, does that mean my Shangsheng will be so sad? Then what's the point of helping? Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. At once, click, no. What a joke, Du Ziren is a pure love warrior, what harem? What multiple perspectives? In front of the pure love warrior, those things are nothing. In reality, he is a pure love warrior, and in the game, he still is. He can't do anything that hurts Qiu Shangsheng even a little. Get lost. Almost at the moment he pressed, no. A strange wave shook in front of the cramped little mud house. Get lost. The soul-stirring sound waves transmitted and spread out. Linya, who was originally posing, froze, and her face turned pale with fright. This sound wave is coming from afar. There is definitely no sound wave ability user in the base. That is to say, the person behind Qiu Shangsheng is probably a awakened soundwave master? My god. Thud. Without the slightest hesitation, Linya directly knelt down in the mud, starting to knock her head on the ground. Senior, I was wrong. Since the senior doesn't want this kind of burden, I will leave now. In a fluster, she knocked her head while moving toward the yard. Linya was very clever. She knew that with such an upper-class person, once you argued a few more words, or showed off a little longer, you could easily provoke them, and they could turn you to dust in an instant. As for whether the other party would dare to kill in the mine black market? Don't be ridiculous. The creator of the mine black market was a ability user of the 8th level, and he wouldn't even dare to let out a fart. Compared to taking shortcuts, a life is more important. Thud thud thud. The sound of knocking heads continued until Linya disappeared, and only then did Qiu Shangsheng gaze blankly at the pitch-black surroundings. For some reason, her heart felt warm. This feeling was hard to describe, like she was the only one loved by the senior, a cherished illusion, filling her with joy and happiness. Your Doomsday Survival character has fallen into a happy delusion. Happiness value +1. Current happiness value, 25 points. Ward FA? I just scared away an NPC looking for benefits, and my Shangsheng is happier again? Does she have some sort of love obsession? On the phone side, seeing the dazed Qiu Shangsheng, Du Ziren poked her straightforwardly. Time to eat. Oh. With a red face, Qiu Shangsheng smiled with joy. Like a little deer, she dashed into the mud house. The little mud house was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. Du Ziren looked at the phone screen and slowly placed the phone on the bedside table. Now I can say I've played the game's beginning well. I have to say, this game really kills time. He raised his eyes to look at the sky outside the window. It had gone from morning to noon. Oh my. Slowly stretching his upper body. Creak. Suddenly, the sick room door was pushed open, and Dr. Liu walked in again with a package. Ziren. I saw another package sent to you at the door. It can't be another gift from that online dating partner of yours, right? She raised the package in her hand. It was almost the same size as the last one. On the package, it still had the big words, Qiu Shangsheng sent to senior. I guess so. Dr. Liu, give me the wallpaper knife, I'll open the box. After taking the package and knife, Du Ziren was now able to move his upper body and naturally didn't want to rely on others for everything. Razzle whoosh. After opening the taped package, a strong bloody smell still wafted out. Line. Don't miss out. Holding the metal crystal core, Du Ziren felt warmth in his palm. He suddenly had a whimsical idea, placing the crystal core in front of his two numb feet. I wonder. Can it warm my ALS frozen limbs too? Chapter 28. You child.
Believing in this, you might as well let the caregiver help with your rehabilitation. But, if your little girlfriend gave this to you, it might actually work. With a smile, Dr. Lu did not criticize Du Ziren's actions. She looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, and asked again, Ziren, the weather is nice today. Want me to take you outside for a look? Forget it. I want to play games a bit longer. Alright, make sure to rest. After covering Du Ziren with the blanket again, Dr. Lu shook her head and strode out of the ward. Buzz buzz buzz. A warm sensation spread through his soles, and Du Ziren felt his lower body gradually warming up, making his eyelids increasingly heavy. I'll take a little nap. Closing his eyes, he couldn't see that the liquid inside the metal crystal core was slowly turning into a metallic-colored flow, surging toward his lower body. His previously pale and skinny feet gradually took on a rosy hue and suddenly moved a bit. Oh right. Ziren, a patient with ALS will be moving into your room next door later. He got this illness in his old age and is very emotionally unstable. You might have to get used to it. Creak. The ward door suddenly swung open again, and Dr. Lu poked her head in to ask something. She thought she would disturb Du Ziren's rest, but to her surprise, Du Ziren had already begun to snore softly. Sleeping so soon? Looks like Ziren is in a good mood today. Scratching her head, Dr. Lu quickly walked out of the ward. In the distance, an elderly man surrounded by a crowd of people was being carried on a stretcher, heading to the ward next to Du Ziren's. Beside the elderly man were his wife, children, and grandchildren, almost all his family members comforting him. Grandpa, it's all right. It's just the nerves in your legs that are damaged. I can wheel you out later. Yes, Dad, technology is very advanced now. There are smart wheelchairs, you can still go out alone. Dad, it's okay, even if you can only stay indoors. With smart TVs, caregivers, and voice assistants, we'll make sure you'll never get bored at home. The warm words of his family did not satisfy the elderly man. He just kept shouting, my legs. My legs. I won't be able to go out for walks anymore. Why am I so miserable? Why did this happen to me? Like an old child wailing, the more his family comforted him, the more miserable the old man felt. It seemed that this attention made him feel somewhat better. Sigh, this old man. Getting sick in old age, having a whole family to care for, is already a great blessing. In contrast, Ziren was sick alone, never said a word, not even a cry. Watching the old man in the distance making a scene, Dr. Lu could only sigh at the gap between people and the difference in fate, which was truly vast. I hope this old man's arrival won't upset Ziren. Her expression darkened. Dr. Lu knew that, in the hospital, there was also an invisible comparison relationship. This relationship was not about money, but about illness and family comfort. For example, a patient in early-stage kidney dialysis and a patient in late-stage kidney dialysis sharing the same ward. The early one has family support and hopes for recovery. The late one has nothing, lying alone on a bed, not able to live much longer. Think about it, the late-stage patient seeing the early-stage patient joking and laughing with their family every day, how painful that must be. But maybe Ziren's girlfriend might really bring him a miracle? Even if it's very small, sigh. With a sigh, Dr. Lu bypassed the elderly man's family and quickly left the ward floor. After a lot of fuss. In the room next door, an elderly family's efforts finally succeeded in placing the old man on the sickbed. Yet the old man still wore a grim face. His son was dutiful, immediately stepping forward, Dad. Don't worry, starting today, me, my wife, and my son will come to see you early every morning. And we'll also come in the evening. Dad. I'll come to see you every afternoon. Yes. My dear, if there's nothing else, I'll wheel you out to get some sun. A group of relatives surrounded the sickbed, trying hard to comfort the old man, and he raised his chin a bit, feeling slightly better. Oof. Sounds nice, but you better follow through. Definitely. Actually, Dad, your illness isn't too serious, just staying in the hospital for observation for now, and later when you're home, we'll help you take your medicine regularly. We can take you out to walk around. Compared to that, I heard about the one next door. TSK, only 18, and already completely paralyzed. You say, aren't you quite lucky? Seeing the old man's mood lift, his son immediately began to compare with enthusiasm. Some people are just like this, loving to compare everything. Those with lighter illnesses feel better compared to those with heavier illnesses. If you ask them, do they think this hurts those with more severe conditions? They don't even consider that. Yes. That one next door just finished high school, doesn't even have a girlfriend, hasn't gone to college. He'll just lie in bed for his whole life. Look at you, how great you are. At least you've experienced everything. Yes. I heard that his whole family is gone. Look, our family is all here. We're all with you. How pitiful he is all alone.
Several relatives echoed, and upon hearing this, the old man felt much relieved.
Yes. The one next door is much worse off than me. Come, come, come. You all push me, I want to see how pitiful that kid is.
Hearing how miserable the other one was, the old man immediately wanted to check him out, trying to gain some pleasure from comparing with Duziren.
Sure thing. Dad. Come on, I'll carry you.
Ignoring any sense of personal quality or medical ethics, the son immediately lifted the old man and headed toward the hospital exit.
The room was suddenly bustling with family, several groups rushing towards Duziren's ward.
This scene made the passing nurses frown deeply. People can be disgusting, but not this disgusting. Even though their behavior lacked decency, no one stepped forward to stop them.
Let's go. Hurry up.
The old man urged his son, and a commotion broke out along the way.
Thud thud thud.
The sound grew heavier. Duziren was deeply asleep in bed, his brows furrowed tightly.
He was dreaming.
And he was having a very strange dream. In the dream, he really learned superpowers, and not just one. He was demonstrating superpowers in some unknown place, grappling with a gigantic twisted hand.
Creak.
Suddenly, the crisp sound of a door opening startled Duziren awake from his dream.
Who? Bolting up from the bed, Duziren looked toward the hospital door.
A young man was carrying an old man, the old man leaning his head over the young man's shoulder, continuously peering at Duziren.
Oh. So this is that really pitiful kid.
So young, but unable to move, truly tragic. The old man spoke insulting words without any shame, making Duziren's expression darken.
Who are you? Oh, don't misunderstand, I'm your neighbor in the hospital.
But I only have a myotrophic lateral sclerosis in my legs, so I should be able to get out of here soon.
Unlike you, you're probably stuck for a lifetime.
The old man was still boasting about himself.
Thud. A crystal-clear crystal core rolled off from Duziren's bed. Duziren ignored the old man and instead focused on the crystal core.
The originally metallic-colored core, just like the last blood-red core, had lost its color.
Has the special effect liquid time gone again? TSK. Not great.
Attempting to bend down to pick up the crystal core from under the bed, Duziren found that his lower body suddenly had strength. A jolt. Suddenly, he flipped out of bed and stood up straight.
I can stand up?
Hiss.
His heart suddenly jolted. Duziren realized late that he could actually stand up? What the heck? At the doorway, the old man was stunned. Son. Did we enter the wrong patient room? Chapter 29. This is not wrong.
Before I came here, I specifically arranged for you that late-stage patient next door. The young son scratched his head, looking confused at Duziren.
Late stage? Late my ass. This person just jumped off the bed. You tell me, which late-stage ALS patient can stand on the floor? Bang.
A jujube was thrown straight at the son's head. The old man looked very displeased. He originally wanted to see someone worse off than himself for some satisfaction. Now seeing someone able to get out of bed and move around freely, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside.
Ouch, Dad. Why are you hitting me? I didn't arrange it wrong. This is the patient's room. Hey. Who are you? Why are you running into the patient's room? The young man looked at Duziren with suspicion. Duziren shrugged. That's right. I am the one you mentioned, the very unfortunate one. You. Who are you trying to fool? You are that person, how could you get off the bed? Can't I self-heal? Self-heal? Self-heal your sister. There are hardly any global cases of ALS self-healing, right? Then believe it or not. Slowly picking up the shiny crystal core from under the bed, Duziren carefully placed it into the pot of snowdrop. You. No. I want to report. Report someone occupying another person's bed. After being hit by the old man, the young man looked very displeased. He was sure this person in front of him was another patient who mixed into the late-stage ALS patient's room. In his view, where is there an ALS patient who can get off the bed by themselves? Someone. Doctor. Nurse. How is your housing area planned? Yelling loudly, several doctors and nurses hurriedly ran over from a distance. Leading them was Dr. Liu, holding a neuromuscular specialist badge. She frowned and looked at the young man with a displeased expression. What now? Is your father throwing a tantrum again? What tantrum? Let me tell you. An unrelated patient ran into your room. What? Look. Wasn't it said this room had a late-stage ALS patient? Look. This person standing on the ground lively, is this late stage? This is not vigorous stage? Missing a step, the young man pointed towards Du Ziren inside the room. What are you talking about? This is Ziren's room, and you can't. Can.
As she spoke, Dr. Lu was stunned. Because she saw the most unbelievable scene of her life.
The afternoon sunshine shone into the patient room, the young man holding a white snowdrop stood in the sunlight. The spring breeze blew, the snowdrop swayed, and the young man showed a radiant smile at her. Dr. Lu, it seems that I really got better. This. Her mouth dropped wide enough to fit an egg in it.
Dr. Lu even rubbed her eyes and slapped her face hard.
This can't be an illusion, right? Last time, when he could move his upper body, Dr. Lu could still find some youthful vitality for Du Ziren. But now, an ALS patient stood solidly in front of her? And a late-stage one? This is definitely a miracle. Ziren, how did you manage to stand up?
Tap tap tap. In a few steps, she rushed in front of Du Ziren, and Dr. Lu directly squatted down, starting to knead Du Ziren's leg muscles. The legs, which should have been emaciated and weak, were now impressively firm. This is simply not scientific, right? Dr. Lu mumbled, while Du Ziren scratched his head in astonishment. Dr. Lu, do you think it might really be the power of love? Her lips twitched, Dr. Lu was stunned. This reason was something she used to brush off Du Ziren, hoping he would look at it more openly, to live happier at the end of his life. In real life, there are hardly any cases where love can heal one's illness. The odds are even lower than winning the lottery. What's the result? Not a chance, buddy. You really recovered from online dating? Are you joking? After confirming Du Ziren's strong muscles again, Dr. Lu's lips trembled. No way. No way. Ziren, come with me. I have to inform the dean right away. A miracle. It's really a miracle. A late-stage ALS patient has directly recovered. You are definitely going to be the headline news tomorrow. Grabbing Du Ziren's hand, Dr. Lu ignored everyone and everything around him, rushing towards the dean's office of the hospital. Tap tap tap. After these two urgent figures ran far away, the elderly family stood at the door, stunned. Hey, son. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Late-stage ALS, self-healed? This is clearly Chinese characters. Why can't I understand it when it's put together? The old man's mouth twitched, and the young man was even more dumbfounded. Self-healed. Late-stage ALS self-healed? This luck. Dad, how about we transfer to another hospital? I'm afraid you'll get depressed. Originally, he wanted to compare conditions to give his old man some confidence. Now, the young man was afraid his own father would get depressed. Others can self-heal. What kind of incredible luck is this? The previous mockery felt like a childish prank. Transfer. Transfer right away. I can't take it anymore. Why? Why can he self-heal? My legs. Another round of unreasonable noise erupted in the ward area, and the crowd that gathered quickly looked at the old man with dismay and scattered. Wannan City Muscle Nerve Institute Dean's office. At this moment, in the dean's office, two men were sitting. One was a dignified middle-aged man in a white coat with a dean badge on his chest, and the other was a young man in a suit holding a briefcase, with a smile on his face. The young man was respectfully introducing some documents in the briefcase to the dean. Dean Huang, look, with the research and development level of our Norman Pharmaceutical Company, we can definitely meet your medication needs. As long as you establish a partnership with us, we will prioritize supplying medicine to your site in the future. Moreover, we will offer you a discount of 20% on the order price, how about that? The young man smiled warmly, and on the chest of his suit, the nameplate read Norman Pharmaceutical Company. Salesman's son really has a good way with words. It's my honor to cooperate with your group. Then it's settled. By the way, are there any special talents at your hospital? Special talents? Are you referring to patients who have successfully fought cancer or self-healed from the late stages? I know your company's philosophy is to extract disease-fighting vaccines from them to develop corresponding drugs for unresolved diseases. But, you also know that in this environment, those who successfully fight cancer are definitely the minority. Not to mention self-healing from late-stage cancer, bad blood, AIDS. Those are all medical miracles. How could I have miracles here? Dean Huang casually teased. Bang! The door of the dean's office was abruptly pushed open, and Dr. Lu rushed in with Du Ziren. Dean! It's a miracle! Ziren, he self-healed from ALS. Chapter 30. P.S. Just a note, they didn't use the protagonist's blood, so the protagonist is using it to exchange for money, good for spending. What are you doing? You don't knock. Rushing around.
What kind of manner is this? Wait. What did you just say?
Initially irritated by the noise from the door, Dean Huang's frown instantly turned to surprise when he heard Dr. Lu's last words, then disbelief flooded his face as he looked at Du Ziren. His aging eyes behind the thin glasses widened in shock.
Dean Huang knew Du Ziren.
After all, there aren't many big shots who can keep paying hospital fees. Self-healed?
ALS, late stage? Self-healed?
Just like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, Dean Huang carefully examined Du Ziren from head to toe for a long time, his mouth twitching.
Is this really a miracle?
He adjusted his glasses.
On the side, Salesman Sun's eyes sparkled, constantly scanning Du Ziren. Ziren. Tell me, what have you been doing during this time?
You just healed yourself? With sincere, intense eyes filled with pleading desire, Du Ziren scratched his head in confusion. I just slept, ate, played games, and had an online romance?
Ha? Is that all?
That's it.
Du Ziren kept nodding his head. Director Huang didn't believe it, turning his gaze to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu also nodded, and only then did he hiss. My child. This is simply a miracle. Though it's hard to believe, the human body is indeed mysterious. If you really healed, Ziren, your blood cells might be the blessing for every future ALS patient. Perhaps having seen much in life, Director Huang's emotions gradually stabilized. He patted Du Ziren's shoulder. Ziren, have you considered donating blood for our research?
Of course, it's compensated. Halfway through, Salesman Sun, who had been listening, hurriedly interrupted.
1 million. This Mr. Du?
If your situation is real, my company is willing to pay 1 million just to seek 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research.
What do you think? How about that? Who are you?
Hearing this, Du Ziren finally saw the man in the suit in the corner, who quickly stood up. Norman Pharmaceutical Research Company, Sales Department, Sun Kong.
Oh. 1 million.
Upon hearing this number, if it were the old Du Ziren, he would have immediately perked up and nodded.
But now, his family's compensation was already 3 million.
Even considering nearly a month of hospitalization costs and extra spending, he still had about 2.7 million left.
Although the Du family wasn't overly wealthy, they at least had a 3-bedroom apartment in the city.
As long as Du Ziren didn't recklessly start a business, living comfortably for a lifetime was enough.
1 million.
Thinking over this number repeatedly, Du Ziren didn't immediately agree, and Sun Kong grew anxious.
Mr. Du.
Listen to me, your situation has surely spread around the hospital. Soon, many pharmaceutical companies or national medical agencies will contact you.
Providing blood samples will benefit the public.
But I can assure you, many hospitals will struggle to offer this price. Rather than being bothered by them, it's better to cooperate with us. If you don't care about money, we can ensure you're not disturbed and provide a suitable living environment. Of course, all of this is free. On Sun Kang's face, his smile folded like a withered flower.
Du Ziren looked at him, expressionless. He wasn't foolish.
This guy just wanted to seize the opportunity to be the first to get the blood sample.
As for the appealing offer of free accommodation? Don't be ridiculous. That was just a lab observation room. Who said I don't want the money?
I have a request. If blood must be drawn, I want to see what experiments are being done with my blood on site. I don't want to see my blood injected into some lab rat, resulting in a bunch of dead test subjects.
This. You won't agree? If you don't, I think the official people should arrive soon, right? Fine. Grudgingly. You are Mr. Du, right?
We sincerely invite you to cooperate with our country's Disease Control Center for blood sampling. You should know that your cooperation in this sampling will relate to the future of the entire group affected by ALS. Of course, we wouldn't dare to take away a citizen's freedom. Whether to cooperate or not is entirely up to you. Louis looked at Du Ziren sincerely, while Du Ziren stared back at him.
That's it? What do you mean? I mean, if I cooperate with the sampling, is there no compensation?
Well, we can apply for a bonus from above.
Oh, I see.
Since we're already here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceutical Company, so let's draw blood for them first. How about that?
Coleman Company?
Louis's eyes suddenly darted to the corner where Sun Kong stood, who put away his phone and wore a smug smile. He had already made up his mind. As long as he got the blood sample first, he would be one step ahead in research strategy, one step ahead in producing medicine, and one step ahead in capturing the pharmaceutical market. Compared to such foresight, that 1 million really wasn't much.
Dr. Lu, since you're here, why not take a look at my company's research technology?
No thanks. Let's collect blood samples from each other and go our own ways.
The atmosphere in the director's office began to feel a bit stiff. Duziran held the snowdrop in his hand, waiting boringly for the researchers to arrive. He knew that becoming a self-healing patient of ALS would definitely put him in the spotlight. He wasn't so selfish.
If his blood sample could save other patients, he wouldn't mind donating a little and making some extra money in the process.
Resolving all matters today meant he could return to a normal life afterwards.
Tap tap tap. About half an hour later, two groups of people arrived outside the director's office. These two groups carried cooling boxes and moving observation instruments. Almost the moment they entered the room, both sides put down their instruments, and everyone's gaze turned to Duziran.
Duziran raised his hands. Why are you looking at me? Pay up. Chapter 31.
Such a mercenary appearance caused the people around to frown. But Duziran didn't care about their gazes. Whatever he could get was his own. His own meant it was for Qiu Shangshang.
What's wrong with asking for more child support for my wife? What's wrong with pampering my wife? Not embarrassing. Not shameful. Mr. Du. Our finance has just been prepared.
Please give me your card number.
69845.
Good. Hastily recording the card number on his phone, under Sun Kang's operation, Duziran's phone soon buzzed and vibrated.
Your bank card ending in 0304 has received 1 million yuan. Current balance, 3,740,000. Alright. If it's arrived, you can start sampling. Rolling up his sleeve, Duziran walked over to the medical staff from Coleman Company, glancing intentionally at Louis. Louis frowned and immediately ordered a young man beside him. Go. Apply for the bonus. Then transfer it to Duziran's account. Understood.
The young man nodded and ran out of the director's office to make a phone call.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
As the cold needle pierced his biceps, Duziran watched as 150 milliliters of his blood was drawn out. It wasn't much blood. After it was done, he even felt a bit energetic.
All right. Doctorin, you can start the preliminary research. Sun Kong called out, and a female doctor from Norman Pharmaceutical Company immediately dropped a few drops of blood from the test tube under a microscope. The blood sample activity is the same as that of a normal person. Blood sample analysis: white blood cells, red blood cells are normal. Suddenly, Doctorin froze mid-sentence. What happened?
Instantly, everyone in the room turned to look at Doctorin, who raised her head in disbelief. His blood contains two types of special active molecules, maintaining high-intensity activity. Perhaps, it is these two active molecules that promote his self-healing from ALS.
That is great. Can this thing be extracted? It seems not. Why? Because since just now, these two active components are quickly disappearing, and now they are gone.
I can assure you that the two active molecules in this blood sample are almost dead. As he spoke, Doctorin lifted the 150 milliliters blood he had extracted from Duziran's arm, his face showing a hint of helplessness.
What are you saying? The blood sample we bought for $1 million is now worthless? Sun Kong turned pale.
Spending $1 million has gone faster than buying a house. I'm certain, because, at the speed that those strange molecules are vanishing, the blood in that test tube must be just like ordinary people's now. Doctorin shook his head, looking regretfully at the blood sample already stored in the freezer.
Oh. If that's the case. Mr. Du, may I make a request? Our disease control center will also give you $1 million. But your blood will be injected into the white mouse immediately. Do you agree?
Seeing the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company falter, Louis's eyes sparkled.
If extracting blood causes the active molecules to vanish immediately, then injecting Duziran's blood into the mouse right away? That way, would those two strange active molecules disappear? Or would they stay in the white mouse? Another $1 million? I guess my parents never expected I could make money so fast, right? With a slight smirk, Duziran nodded nonchalantly. All right. But the condition is, I want to see the results. Okay. Xiao Jiao.
He shouted towards the office outside, and the young man who had run out returned.
Report. The application has been completed. Great. Transfer $1 million to Mr. Du's account immediately. Understood.
Buzz buzz buzz. As the phone vibrated again, Duziran checked his bank balance, which had already soared to 4,704,000.
Wow.
He got a terminal illness but not only didn't go bankrupt, instead, he got richer. Duziran felt that all of this changed with the arrival of Qiu Shangshang.
Shangshang. Wait for me.
After donating blood, I must give you a 648 recharge.
No. 10 consecutive 648.
As he rolled up his sleeves again, the other arm of Du Ziren was also extracted with 150 milliliters of blood. Almost at the moment the blood was drawn, a doctor injected it into a white mouse. Squeak squeak squeak. After the blood was injected into the mouse, it just squeaked a few times and showed no other changes.
About 15 minutes later, medical staff drew blood again from the injection site of the white mouse for testing. Soon. Report, it's gone, those two magical active blood molecules are gone again. Inside the principal's office, there was a dead silence.
Great. Another million wasted. Numerous eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Du Ziren, who shrugged, "Why are you looking at me?
If you're not satisfied, just spend more money and draw more blood. That thing disappearing has nothing to do with me." Sigh. Louis frowned, waved his hand, and led his people out of the office. Let's break it up.
This naturally produced blood component may only be produced by his body. The heart transports blood, and the blood produces those two active molecules. Unless we dissect his heart to analyze the birth of the active molecules, otherwise studying the blood sample has no meaning.
As for dissecting the heart? Killing someone who has self-healed from a disease just to study his body? That would be killing the chicken to get the egg, completely pointless. His news doesn't need to be covered up. Just say he faced the disease with optimism and was finally miraculously cured.
Casting a meaningful glance at Du Ziren, Louis shook his head and left with disappointment. Tap tap tap.
After he left, Sun Kang's face darkened as he casually exchanged pleasantries with Huang Qishan before quickly leaving with his people.
Inside the principal's office, only Du Ziren, Dr. Liu, and Principal Huang remained.
Principal Huang, do you still want to study my blood?
Du Ziren looked at Huang Qishan with a cheeky grin, and Huang Qishan frowned, shaking his head.
Ziren! Don't tease me. They couldn't understand what it was to study, let alone you. How dare I touch it? Tonight, you can process your discharge.
Congratulations, you're being discharged. With a sense of responsibility, Huang Qishan forced a smile, and Du Ziren smiled faintly.
Thank you all for taking care of me all these days. You're too polite. So, Director, can I take Ziren home now?
Dr. Liu made a sound. Huang Qishan sighed, watching the two leave.
Let's go, let's go. Sigh.
Why would the two active forces in his blood vanish?
Could it be that Du Ziren's body has given birth to two new existences that keep producing energy? Damn. I must be overthinking it. How could two energy bodies be born inside a human?
Slapping his face, Huang Qishan interrupted his absurd train of thought.
At night, outside the Muscle and Nerve Hospital in Wannan City, Du Ziren held a pot of snowdrop and waved to Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Hey, what have I taken care of? If you want to thank someone, thank that online dating partner of yours. It seems that all good things started from online dating, right? Okay. I'll definitely treat her well. Ha ha ha. I hope in my lifetime, I can drink to your wedding wine.
Dr. Liu joked, and Du Ziren's expression immediately changed to something strange.
Drinking the wedding wine of me and my electronic wife?
That's ridiculous.
I'll try my best.
Waving his hand, Du Ziren repeatedly said goodbye to Dr. Liu and hailed a speeding taxi.
Driver. To Wannan Garden. Chapter 32. All right, young man, hold on tight.
The night wind blew through the taxi's window, the snowdrop in his hand swayed and danced. Seeing this neon city again, Du Ziren's heart was filled with mixed emotions.
My life has returned. Du Ziren muttered. ZZZ.
At that moment, the taxi's radio began to broadcast news.
Good news. Good news.
Our city's Muscle and Nerve Hospital has seen the world's first self-healing patient of Lou Gehrig's disease. It is reported that during his illness, this patient remained positive and full of confidence in life. Let's congratulate him for overcoming the disease with the great song of life. Wannan City, August 18th, the meteor shower of the Leo constellation in the mountainous area, a once-in-a-hundred-years spectacle. The broadcast was filled with delightful news, leaving the driver shaking his head.
Hey! These days, anything amazing can happen. Lou Gehrig's disease can self-heal now? Young man, do you know?
Lou Gehrig's disease is the one that the beautiful country has a person in a wheelchair suffering from.
They say it's harder to treat than AIDS. I remember there are 7 people globally who have been cured of AIDS. That's pretty impressive. But for Lou Gehrig's disease, we are definitely the first to cure it. That person must be so lucky. They have cured the disease.
The driver sighed, while Du Ziren in the back seat had a complex expression.
Yeah. That guy really is lucky. Right?
I wonder how he stayed so optimistic. If it were me with this disease, I would definitely be depressed.
Perhaps he has a spiritual support? Du Ziren smiled and calmly opened his phone. The survival game was actually still running, and in the video, Xiao Shengsheng was having her own happy day today. She took her younger siblings to soak in hot springs, to eat rice, to go shopping. This day, Xiao Shengsheng was also very happy. Spiritual support? Young man, you mean being in love? I think so too. Chirp chirp chirp. The car stopped at the gate of Wannan Garden. Du Ziren paid the fare and smiled with relief. Right. That lucky guy must be in love. Tap tap tap. Walking back to a building below, looking at the lights of thousands of homes flickering. But there was no light belonging to him. Du Ziren's expression instantly darkened. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone rang with a series of notification sounds. Looking down. Your character in the survival game has had a pleasant day, happiness value +1. Current happiness value, 25. On the phone screen, Xiao Shengsheng had finished her rice. Looking up at the darkness outside the earthen house, she whispered softly, Senior, what are you doing now? MMM. He must be very busy, right? I really wonder what kind of person he is. He must be a very strong, very capable, and very kind person, right? The little girl leaned against the earthen seat, gazing at the sky, her cheeks flushed. Pa. In the next moment, her face was suddenly poked. Ah. Senior. How can you eavesdrop on me? A rosy blush rose on her face, and the girl immediately lowered her head. Ha 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 ha. In the lonely apartment building, Du Ziren's solitude was swept away. Who says no one would light a lamp in the thousands of homes? Xiao Xingxing's heart's flame would always burn for him. Shang Shang. It's so good to meet you. Even if you are just an electronic virtual game character. Gently touching the girl's cheek, Du Ziren held the snowdrop and took a few steps up the staircase. Room 702. This is Du Ziren's home, which had piled up with dust due to a long period of vacancy. Du Ziren didn't encounter any relatives trying to take over his home. After all, no one wanted to live in a house where a family of 3 had an accident. After tidying up a bit, Du Ziren ordered takeout, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, watching the scene over at Xiao Xingxing's side. Sister, even if there's no dish, this rice is so delicious. So tasty, so tasty. The family of 3 sat in the earthen house, continuously swallowing the limited rice on the table. It is said that plain rice is a scarce resource even in the apocalypse. Only in a level 1 safety camp can there be freedom of rice. Eat slowly. After we finish, let's stroll around the black market and see what we can get for home. Wiping the rice grains off her younger siblings' faces, this meal of rice cost Xiao Shengsheng a full 30 copper coins. But, now Xiao Xingxing's small purse was a bit plump, she was unwilling to not let her younger siblings enjoy a bit of luxury. Still 220 copper coins? I need to buy something practical. With her left hand holding Xiao Ning and her right hand holding Xiao Jing, the 3 siblings left the rice house and walked towards the center of the mid-level. Mining Black Market, this place mainly operates on black market trading. In the central commercial street of mid-level, you can see stalls selling ability user crystals and others selling 95% new female models. As long as you want it, there is nothing they dare not sell. Boss, give me 2 pounds of soft bread. Standing in front of a stall of expired bread, Xiao Shengsheng boldly held up 2 fingers. Oh. Looks like the god of wealth has arrived. 2 pounds of expired bread will cost you 60 copper coins. You. The vendor rubbed his hands, indicating it was time to pay first. Here. Pulling out a money pouch, the vendor smiled and immediately started bagging the expired bread for Xiao Shengsheng. Despite being expired, it was still bread, better than any hard bun. And this expired bread was obviously something the vendor had collected from outside for selling profit. Ha! Boss, what's this? Amidst the pile of expired food, a manual caught Xiao Xingxing's attention. It looked a bit like an old textbook, but on the wrinkled cover were the 4 big words, Ability Manual. Oh. You mean this? I got tricked into spending 20 copper coins on this back when I just became an ability user at another safety camp. It's nothing special, just some basic knowledge about ability users. Why? Little sister, do you want it? The vendor's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Xingxing's interest in the ability manual. How about this? If you buy another pound of expired bread, I'll give you this for free. What do you think? This. Xiao Shengsheng clearly hesitated a bit. But. Suddenly a prompt sounded in her ear, buy. Senior? In that instant, Xiao Shengsheng immediately pulled out another 30 copper coins and handed them to the vendor. I want it. Quick and easy.
Moments later, the three siblings, each carrying a pound of expired bread, walked back towards the outskirts of the mid-level. Today's spending has already made the copper coin savings drop to 130. Today's spending has already made the copper coin savings drop to 130. Such extravagant spending made Xiao Shengsheng feel a bit scared, so she immediately decided not to spend any more money and to head home. Such extravagant spending made Xiao Shengsheng feel a bit scared, so she immediately decided not to spend any more money and to head home. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. On the muddy dirt path, as Xiao Shengsheng was walking, two familiar figures suddenly dashed by in front of her. On the muddy dirt path, as Xiao Shengsheng was walking, two familiar figures suddenly dashed by in front of her.
It was Wu Hai and Sister Xia. It was Wu Hai and Sister Xia.
However, the moment their eyes met, Wu Hai and Sister Xia immediately looked down, avoiding Xiao Shengsheng like a disaster star and quickly walked away several meters. However, the moment their eyes met, Wu Hai and Sister Xia immediately looked down, avoiding Xiao Shengsheng like a disaster star and quickly walked away several meters. They. Are they afraid of you? Sister? Are they afraid of you? Sister? Xiao Ning looked at this scene in surprise, while Xiao Shengsheng said nothing and went straight back to her little dirt house. Xiao Ning looked at this scene in surprise, while Xiao Shengsheng said nothing and went straight back to her little dirt house.
Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Damn. How could I run into her at such an unlucky time? Damn. How could I run into her at such an unlucky time? Damn it. She killed my brother and is spending his money like this? Damn it. She killed my brother and is spending his money like this?
In the distance on the dirt path, Sister Xia and Wu Hai looked very different. In the distance on the dirt path, Sister Xia and Wu Hai looked very different. The former was afraid, while the latter had some reluctance mixed in with his fear. The former was afraid, while the latter had some reluctance mixed in with his fear. Yesterday, the news that Xiao Shengsheng had boldly sold 14 daggers had already spread through the mid-level. Yesterday, the news that Xiao Shengsheng had boldly sold 14 daggers had already spread through the mid-level. If Wu Hai had any doubts about Xiao Shengsheng's return before. If Wu Hai had any doubts about Xiao Shengsheng's return before. Now, after a whole day passed, his brother Wu Tao still hadn't returned, and there was no news, plus Xiao Shengsheng had coincidentally sold 14 daggers. Now, after a whole day passed, his brother Wu Tao still hadn't returned, and there was no news, plus Xiao Shengsheng had coincidentally sold 14 daggers. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew something had happened with the Viper mercenary team. Even he, no matter how foolish, knew something had happened with the Viper mercenary team. Damn. 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 This be asterisk TCH. She actually killed my brother and wiped out the Viper mercenary team. This be asterisk TCH. She actually killed my brother and wiped out the Viper mercenary team. I must find a chance to take her down. I must find a chance to take her down. His fists clenched tightly, Wu Hai angrily stomped the ground. His fists clenched tightly, Wu Hai angrily stomped the ground. Beside him, Sister Xia sneered, TCH. You dare to touch Xiao Shengsheng? Don't you fear the big boss behind her? Beside him, Sister Xia sneered, TCH. You dare to touch Xiao Shengsheng? Don't you fear the big boss behind her? This. Choked words stuck in his throat, Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times, pulled Sister Xia. But, according to legend, in the early days of the apocalypse, there once appeared a multi-skilled ability user, possessing countless abilities, truly an oddity. Multi-skilled? Turtle. What kind of chosen one is this? Looking at that line, there was no record of where this person went afterward. Du Ziren thought for a moment and felt this person should just be an Easter egg in the game setting. Not putting much thought into it, Xiao Shengsheng was looking at the ability manual, while Du Ziren tapped on Xiao Shengsheng's panel. Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, ability user. Ability level, ability user level 1. Awakened ability, immortal, golden. Cultivation progress, ability user level 1, 12/100, plus. Age, 19. Height, 178 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Physical condition, exceeding ability users. Hunger level, 65. Warmth level, 80. Happiness level, 25. Equipment, military uniform, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, none. Oh. My Shengsheng has grown taller again? She's almost as tall as me. Can abilities make people grow taller? What is this cultivation progress? Clicking on the plus after cultivation progress, a panel popped up on the phone. Detected that your post-apocalyptic survival character's ability level is too low. Would you like to submit crystal cores for assistance in cultivation? So this was waiting for me here. Proficiently opening the game's warehouse, Du Ziren glanced around. He remembered that last time when he drew Immortal, he got a bunch of lower-tier crystal cores. If he submitted them all to Qiu Shengsheng, maybe he could help her advance to level 3 or 4 as an ability user? Thunderfire Crystal Core, purple, *2, Windwing Crystal Core, green, *4, Crimson Blood Crystal Core, white, *13. There were many crystal cores in the warehouse. Du Ziren slid one, Crimson Blood Crystal Core, to Qiu Shengsheng's face. He only submitted the white crystal core not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid that the energy from a higher-tier crystal core would be too strong for Qiu Shengsheng to handle. For example, the last golden crystal core had too much energy, and Qiu Shengsheng almost burst a blood vessel. Although he could massage to relieve it. But, he couldn't always massage her every time she cultivated, right? There would always be times when he wasn't around. Thud. The next moment, space above Qiu Shengsheng's chest twisted. With a buzz, a crystal core like a ruby landed in Qiu Shengsheng's arms. Ha! What is this? Surprised, Qiu Shengsheng looked around and quickly came to understand. Senior. What is this? Crush it to absorb, your ability level is too low. Though you are an ability user now, you are still a commoner in front of high-level ability users. I understand. Without much hesitation, Qiu Shengsheng knew that only by continuously growing stronger could she qualify to stand beside her senior. She hurriedly put away the ability manual and immediately started fussing with the water tank in the small mud house. In the water tank was intermediate universal sewage, with muddied water and dirt, making Du Ziren frown. Detected that your post-apocalyptic survival character's cultivation environment is too poor, cultivation resources are mismatched. To ensure cultivation progress, do you want to activate the monthly card service? Wodafa? This money-grabbing game is even learning from others to get a monthly card? After some hesitation, the benefits of the monthly card service popped up. Activate monthly card service. Every morning at 8 o'clock, Qiu Shengsheng will receive a strengthening blood crystal core, which perfectly matches Qiu Shengsheng's current ability attribute. First-time activation of the monthly card, gift, water purification barrel *1. Activating the monthly card service requires a payment of 3,228 yuan. Do you want to activate it? Wodafa? UTM? Why don't you go rob money, huh? Du Ziren had never heard of a monthly card costing over 3,000 in any game. Today, he was truly amazed. But looking at Qiu Shengsheng, who was messing with the broken water tank, Du Ziren frowned and immediately clicked recharge. Recharge. Recharge TMD. The 2 million I just earned can't leave my Shengsheng in suffering. Whatever resources others have for cultivation, my Shengsheng can't fall behind either. Your bank account has just spent 3,228 yuan, current balance 4,707,772 yuan. Buzz buzz buzz. With the prompt that the recharge was completed. In the game scene, inside Qiu Shengsheng's small earthen house, a sudden space tremor occurred, and a metal water tank, about 1 meter wide, appeared in the room. Along with the water tank, there was also a small golden crystal core. Chapter 34. Wow, what is this? On the earthen bed, Xiu Ning and Xiuya looked confused at the sudden appearance of the large tank in the room, and curiously approached it. The metal tank was smooth all over, and right in the center of the tank, a golden crystal core was embedded, shining brilliantly. Is this for bathing? Little Xiuya poked the tank's body, feeling as if something had absorbed the dirt on her hand clean. What's going on? What's going on? Attracted by the noise in the room, Qiu Shengsheng rushed in with a water bucket. Sister! Look at this! Ha! This is a water tank? Looking at the metal water tank in surprise, Qiu Shengsheng suddenly realized. Senior! Is this also a tank that purifies water? It has a crystal core inside. Remember to use it regularly every morning. The calm voice echoed in her ears again, and Qiu Shengsheng swallowed hard, looking at the metal tank with mixed feelings. A tank that can purify water, its value in the apocalypse is simply beyond words. And that crystal core at the bottom of the tank, at first glance, it was clear it was not ordinary. The senior even said to use it every morning in the future? What does that mean? Has it secured her future cultivation resources? It's important to know that even the founder of the mining black market had to fight off each zombie for his resources. What merit does she have to enjoy this treatment? Senior. Don't say anything unworthy again. First, become a big boss. I understand. Her hesitant gaze gradually became determined as Qiu Shengsheng directly poured all the water from the bucket into the tank. Glug, glug, glug. But the next moment, the originally murky water flowed into the tank, and the mud in the water was instantly absorbed by the metallic walls.
Immediately, the water in the tank became exceptionally clear. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
At the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom of the tank began to shatter rapidly, turning all the clear water into golden soup in an instant.
Puff, puff, puff.
Steam spread throughout the small earthen house, and Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip, looking at her younger brother and sister beside her.
Xiao Ning. Xiaoya. You too.
Xiao Shengsheng had thought about letting her younger siblings try the medicinal bath too, who knows, they might awaken abilities. But she was too shy. Her face turned red, and she didn't dare to make any more requests to the senior.
The girl fidgeted, while Du Ziren on the phone couldn't help but notice her thoughts. You're still too shy. Laughing, Du Ziren poked Xiao Xingxing's cheek. You can take a medicinal bath first, and wait until the water's color fades halfway. After that, with your brother and sister's physique, they can try the medicinal bath. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ning. Xiaoya. Aren't you going to thank the senior?
She grabbed her confused younger siblings who were sitting on the bed while still dazed, and Xiao Ning and Xiaoya were stunned. Why was their older sister so shy towards the air?
They couldn't hear Du Ziren's private speaker, so they just followed their sister's movements, bowing and kneeling to the void. A moment later.
Under the cover of misty water vapor, Du Ziren observed vaguely through the white fog as he noticed Xiao Xingxing's form was more filled out, witnessing her progress bar steadily increase. Ability level, ability user first level. Cultivation progress, 25/100, 35/100. At the current speed, plus the fact that she has to bring her brother and sister for the medicinal bath later.
It's estimated that in 2 or 3 days, she can reach the second level? This speed should be enough.
Not being able to see anything clearly through the mist, Du Ziren lost interest in observing and simply ended the call, getting up to move around.
Ding dong ding dong. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Is the delivery here?
Her face lit up with joy as she immediately opened the door. However, standing at the door was not a delivery guy in a uniform, but Sun Kong, tall and dressed in a suit.
Mr. Sun, what brings you here? Looking suspiciously at Sun Kong, Du Ziren was puzzled. Why did this guy come knocking again? What? Does he want to pay for blood again? Oh. Mr. Du, please don't misunderstand.
I found out your address by asking Dr. Liu, and I came this time to invite you to a viewing event.
Viewing event? Yes. You should know, right?
Tomorrow night, August 18th, many patients like you will gather at Wolf Tooth Mountain to watch the lion's meteor shower and make wishes for health recovery. They want to see you, the miracle child, to bring them some good luck. As Sun Kong spoke, he handed over an invitation.
Wolf Tooth Mountain Stargazing Event Summary. What good luck? They view me as a lucky charm, don't they?
He directly exposed Sun Kang's sales pitch.
Du Ziren still didn't understand?
Real patients don't have the money or time to watch meteor showers. Only the rich young masters and young ladies suffering from serious illnesses think of watching meteor showers and looking for a lucky charm to ward off bad luck.
Clearly, the recent sensation, the self-healing person with ALS, is the best lucky charm. Oh come on, why say that? Think about it, meeting rich people isn't a bad thing, is it?
As expected of a salesman, he could spin even the dead into something alive.
Du Ziren shrugged, obviously showing disinterest. Nothing else? If not, I'm closing the door. Creak. Just as the door was about to close, a loud voice echoed in the hallway. 100,000. To spend a night with those people, 100,000. Oh? Are you sure it's just 100,000? You're not taking a cut, right? The door closing slowed down. Du Ziren's tone was quite playful. 150,000. I'm closing the door. 200,000. A total offer of 300,000. I pull some strings. Earning a little commission is reasonable, right? Creak.
The door opened again. Du Ziren showed a smiling face.
250,000. If it works, it works. If not, then forget it. I am not interested in being a lucky charm for those rich people. Fine.
Gnashing his teeth, Sun Kong agreed in one breath. He knew the initiative was entirely in Du Ziren's hands. If the other party didn't agree, he wouldn't earn a penny.
Ah. Now that's the spirit. Mr. Sun, have you eaten yet? Want to grab a bite together? In the future, if there are any opportunities to make money by showcasing, be sure to remember me. Clap. Almost the moment he agreed, Du Ziren showed a beaming smile, pulling Sun Kong into the room.
The two sat cross-legged on the sofa. Du Ziren took a can of water from the fridge and threw it to Sun Kong.
I say, how am I getting there tomorrow night? A car will come to pick you up. What about the money? When will it be credited? After the event tomorrow night, you'll receive it. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can head home first. You are so realistic. With a twitch of his lips, it was Du Ziren who said he wouldn't showcase, yet also invited him to dinner. In the end, after knowing the details, he sold himself like this? Sun Kong had a speechless expression, while Du Ziren smiled. If you want to share my takeout, you can join me. Goodbye. Thud. The door was slammed shut by Sun Kong. Du Ziren was just about to go over to lock it. Click, the door seemed to be drawn by some force, locking itself automatically. Huh? Looking at his outstretched hand, Du Ziren shook his head, only thinking the door lock had locked itself automatically. Chapter 35. A Night of Good Dreams. Du Ziren was eating takeout while watching Qiu Shengsheng bathe and fall asleep. By the next morning, he saw the game screen on his phone. Qiu Shengsheng had claimed the daily crystal core from the monthly card and began a new herbal bath. The room was filled with mist, but Qiu Shengsheng's complexion was not good. On her rosy cheeks, her brow furrowed, dark clouds gathering without dispersing. Splash splash. Under the golden crystal core water bath, the girl's figure looked even more enticing. Ability level, ability user first stage. Current training progress, 75/100, 77/100. Yesterday, I soaked Xiao Ning and Xioya in herbal bath for half an hour, and now they had no changes except for being a bit stronger. Could it be they can't awaken their superpowers? Splashing water in frustration, Qiu Shengsheng half hidden in the mountains, startling Du Ziren. Get up! If you don't get up now, you'll explode. Hurrying to turn off his phone, Du Ziren scrambled out of bed. After a quick wash, he rushed downstairs for breakfast. Inside the Wanan Garden community, the morning wasn't just lively in the breakfast area, but also in an elderly activity park. Most people have probably seen this, where some elderly folks practice swordplay, run, or even spin tops in the morning. That's right, spin tops. Although he didn't understand why this sport captivated the old man, Du Ziren found it amusing to watch as an observer. At this moment, in front of the open space in the activity park, an old man with white hair and a crew cut was swinging a whip, making a thunderous crack, causing the top to spin with a whoosh. Oh old one, your strength is impressive today. Whipping so fast? Another bald old man passed by, taking a top out of his pocket while talking. Crack! The whip coiled around the top, and with a mighty swing, a loud crack echoed, making the top spin whoosh. In no time, both old men were happily cracking their whips. Hey! Oldly, your strength is improving. While the two old men exchanged compliments, Du Ziren watched the whips crack, feeling a tingle in his hands. He didn't know why. He had zero interest in these things before, but today, just watching made him feel like dozens of blood vessels were dancing inside him, as if they wanted to burst out of his skin. If he had to describe it, it was like that mutated zombie the first time Qiu Shengsheng encountered. Yes. All that blood racing, just like the mutated zombie's intestines moving with a rhythm. Old man. Can I give it a try? Standing by, Du Ziren couldn't hold back any longer and waved at old Wang, who was swinging the long whip. Hey. Young man, what? Are you interested in this? Seeing a young person calling him, old Wang immediately became interested. My hands are itching, I'm a bit curious. Haha, it's a good thing for young people to like this. But, this may look simple, but there's no technique, it won't work. Come on, give it a try. Handing the whip to Du Ziren, old Wang placed his hands on his hips, looking like he was ready for a show. He knew that for beginners, keeping the top spinning was a tough task. First, the aim of the whip must hit the center of the top. Second, the force applied should be just right and even. If too strong, it would send the top flying. If too weak, it would not work and could cause the top to wobble and stop quickly. Could a beginner understand all these in just a few days? But at that moment, crack! A fierce whip-cracking sound erupted, as the long whip in Du Ziren's hand exploded like thunder. His fierce and experienced technique not only kept the top from flying away but actually made it spin faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapidly spinning top scratched the old floor with streaks. Wow! Young man! Your technique, have you practiced with a whip before? The playful expression turned into shock in an instant, as old Wang quickly ran over, examining Du Ziren closely from top to bottom. Of course, he focused on checking the palm of Du Ziren's hand. If he was indeed experienced, there would definitely be thick calluses in his palm. However, Du Ziren's palm was surprisingly smooth, not a trace of a practiced person's toughness. Have you practiced? No. I was just playing around. Casually waving his arm, the whip felt as natural as his own hand.
In free movements, the long whip coiled around the top, performing various tricky angles.
You haven't practiced? I don't believe it. Where can a newbie play with a whip like this?
Oldly beside him didn't believe it either and walked over to examine Duzirin for a while. Looking at the spinning top on the ground like a small fierce tiger, he bit his teeth and, thick-skinned, rubbed his hands.
I said, young man. Don't pretend. Little master. I'm calling you little master. How about, you teach me?
I just retired and have nothing to do. How about this, you teach me the technique of whipping, and I'll give you 100 for an hour. How does that sound?
Ha? You still need to teach this? Isn't this something anyone can do? Duzirin was stunned. Just casually whipping a few times, and someone wants to learn? Could it be that he really is a whip master? You. Oldly, aren't you being ridiculous? How could the young master want to teach you? If he teaches, he must first teach me. Don't you think so, master?
Hearing that Oldly was offering money for lessons, Old Wang immediately squeezed over too. The two old men, with no teeth left, showed Duzirin a face full of eager smiles.
Duzirin forced a smile and quickly whipped to retrieve the top in one go.
This scene made the eyes of the two old men light up with excitement.
Old man. Old man. I have something to do. That whip teaching, I think I'll have some time.
Stuffing the whip and top back into Old Wang's hands, Duzirin ran away without saying a word.
Are you kidding? Teaching the two old men how to whip for $200? He doesn't want to play games? He doesn't want to be with his virtual wife?
Even though he didn't know why he could whip, his time should be wasted on his wife, not on old men.
Tread, tread, tread.
Hastily shaking off the two old men who were chasing him closely, Duzirin circled around the community a few times before returning home. His cheeks were hot and sweaty, but Duzirin realized he wasn't even out of breath.
Indeed. He hadn't breathed heavily after such intense exercise. Something's not right. Why is my physique so good? Could it be, after amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, my physique evolved?
That was all he could think as Duzirin returned to the room and opened his phone again. Xiao Shengsheng was still sitting cross-legged in the tank but had a rosy hue all over her.
Current training progress, ability user first stage, 99/100. 100 out of 100. The moment her progress bar reached 100. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The golden water in the tank started boiling rapidly, thick mist filled the muddy house with a sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Xiao Xingxing's body turned rosy like the evening glow, and when a layer of flowing light flickered over her surface, she let out a hot breath, her gaze became sharper, and her figure seemed to be fuller. Current training progress, ability user second stage, 3/200. She had leveled up.
Chapter 36. Senior. Senior. I think I've leveled up.
Excited, Xiao Shengsheng jumped up from the tank, splashing water everywhere. Under her exquisite lingerie, the fruit on the delicate branches swayed, making Duzirin's eyes go blurry.
This water is really huge. Ah no, this water is really white. Rubbing his blushy face, Duzirin calmly pressed a little horn.
I see it, keep up the good work.
Got it.
With her rosy little face grinning, Xiao Xingxing's shoulder strap suddenly slipped, revealing her voluptuousness. Only then did she seem to realize, letting out a surprised ah, she slid back into the tank, showing just her blushing head.
Senior.
Blushing, after a long moment of fidgeting, the mist blurred again, and she unexpectedly blew a string of bubbles on the water's surface.
Senior. I feel like I can do some higher-level tasks now? You can give it a try.
Hee hee, I knew it, Senior, you're encouraging me to train more. I want to use the power you gave me to bring my younger brothers and sisters to live in the 3 floors. The water splashed as Xiao Shengsheng made a fist gesture.
Duzirin smiled, that's fine, if I take on a new task, maybe I can see more zombie settings in this game? You can arrange it after the daily medicinal bath ends. After reminding Xiao Shengsheng, Duzirin went to take a shower.
In a moment, when he returned, in the game scene, Xiao Shengsheng had already changed into a familiar military combat uniform.
Xiao Ning, Xiao Ya, you must be good at home. By the way. Senior, if I go out.
She weakly glanced at the purification water tank in the earthen house, fearing it would be discovered and bring about a disaster.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Almost at the moment of her worries, the huge purification water tank had disappeared.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Along with it, dozens of bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. I have helped you put away the purification water tank. You can keep the mineral water for your younger siblings.
Thank you, Senior.
A brilliant smile appeared on her little face. Xiao Shengsheng looked like a daughter favored by her father, her mouth curved upwards.
I'm going out. Sister, be careful.
A response echoed from the little earthen house. As Qiu Shengshang walked far away, Xiao Ning looked at the scattered mineral water bottles, her expression grew increasingly suspicious.
That so-called senior, could it be, really likes my sister? Mining black market middle layer mission room.
In the cramped and earthy room, the walls were still filled with various mission bounties. Tap tap tap. When Xiao Shengsheng stepped in, all the gazes in the room couldn't help but size her up. After all, this little sister had been gaining too much attention lately.
Selling cigarettes, 14 daggers. No matter how you looked at it, this soft girl couldn't possibly manage such things. Shengshang, you're here to take another mission? Linya stood behind the bar, revealing a welcoming smile.
She didn't feel any embarrassment from being rejected last time and confidently stepped out from behind the bar.
Sister Linya, you. What? With that big shot backing you, are you still going out to do missions?
Her tone was filled with sour envy as Linya looked at Qiu Shengsheng's military uniform and finally realized. So, from that time, Qiu Shengsheng has already hooked up with the big shot. Beneath her smiling face, there were intense thoughts. Qiu Shengsheng's cheeks flushed from Linya's words, she turned her gaze to the highest posted mission on the wall.
The higher the mission hangs, the harder the mission itself is. I want to take a mission that can enter the 3rd level. What? Enter the 3rd level?
After a brief surprise, Linya calmed down again.
Indeed. With such a big shot backing her, what's the 3rd level of the mining black market? Isn't it just going to the nearby top safe zone? That would be a piece of cake. Hey. What good luck. I wonder what that big shot sees in this little girl.
Linya silently glanced around Qiu Shengsheng and then looked at her own plump figure.
Sister Linya, is there a mission that I can do to enter the 3rd level?
Preferably with 3 slots.
Suddenly,
Qiu Shengsheng's voice pulled Linya out of her thoughts, her gaze turned to a mission bounty posted in the corner.
Here. This mission. To capture the zombie dog's crystal core.
This mission is issued by our mining black market's dog fighting team. As long as you can find the zombie dog crystal core, based on the quality and quantity of the crystal cores you obtain, the dog fighting team will give you a certain reward. Just by getting 1 green zombie dog crystal core, you should gain entry rights to the 3rd level. With a casual wave, the dirt and stones in the corner moved, and the mission bounty fell into her hands. Her words were plain and ordinary, like she was talking about some trivial matter.
But, in reality, it was not.
The people nearby frowned one by one upon hearing it.
Zombie dogs are already hard to deal with, let alone the mutated zombie dogs with crystal cores? Moreover, zombie dogs occasionally appear in packs.
Once you provoke them, not only could you get bitten and turn into a zombie, but even if you encounter them, there wouldn't be any bones left.
That girl is going to take this mission? Is she crazy? Exactly. This is the mercenary squad, no one dares to take it casually, right? Linya, isn't this ridiculous?
Whispers of discussion continued, but Linya remained indifferent.
Of course, she wouldn't introduce this task to ordinary people. But this is Qiu Shengsheng. She has a big boss behind her. Are you kidding? A boss from the He Awakened is afraid of a few wild dogs that have become spirits? What do you think, Shengsheng?
This task, aside from being a bit difficult, is almost perfect for you. Completing the task will not only earn you a reward of 500,1000 copper coins, but the Dog War Team will also give you the right to live in a small house on the 3rd floor. However, the Fire Source Mercenary Group has already taken this task.
Ah? Then isn't it gone?
As Linya spoke, Qiu Shengsheng's brows furrowed tightly.
If she took it and the other party came back to complete the task, wouldn't it be all in vain? Well, actually not.
They took that task and haven't been heard from for 3 or 4 days. I suspect they encountered a pack of dogs.
Ah? What are you afraid of? You have a big boss protecting you. So, do you want to take it?
This. With a tight mouth, Qiu Shengsheng dared not take the task blindly. Just because she was a senior's person does not mean she could squander her senior's ability. While her little hands kept kneading, a familiar voice rang in Qiu Shengsheng's ears.
Take it. I will ensure your safety. Say, senior. Then I'll take it.
She decisively took the bounty from Linya's hands.
Suddenly, the entire task room was in uproar. Wow. She really took it? A whole mercenary group got caught up in this, can she do it? Isn't she being reckless?
A third-rate team like the Venomous Snake Mercenary Group is not worthy of facing the Fire Source Mercenary Group.
It's hard to say. Maybe she has someone backing her?
Under the whispers of the crowd, Qiu Shengsheng tucked away the bounty, and her face gradually regained calmness as she strode toward the exit of the task room.
Meanwhile,
black market mine in front of the iron chain gate. A scavenger, covered in a cotton coat and scabs, hurriedly ran out from the path.
Woo goo woo goo. Xiao Shang Shang. Xiao Shang Shang is going out. Ha!
Upon hearing the voice, Wu Hai crawled out from a dirt pit, his eyes sullen.
She's going out again? What is she going to do?
I heard she accepted a task to hunt zombie dog crystals all by herself.
What?
She accepted the task to hunt zombie dog crystals all by herself?
Is she crazy? Just her alone? Just her alone.
After confirming Qiao Xingxing's movements multiple times from the scavenger, Wu Hai's expression changed again and again. From joy to shock, then from shock to fear.
Taking such a dangerous task alone? Either she has a screw loose or someone is backing her. Wu Hai was definitely leaning toward the latter. Damn. Damn. What kind of person has she gotten involved with?
Furrowing his brows tightly, Wu Hai felt that his plan to take revenge for his brother seemed to be getting further and further away. Tap 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 tap. Just then, a familiar figure approached from the deep, dark path. Wu Hai's face darkened, and he immediately chased away the scavenger.
Get lost. The main person is coming. Understood. Understood. The two scattered, one in front and the other behind.
Wu Hai returned to the front of the iron railgate. Sure enough, he was met with a frost-faced Qiao Shengsheng.
Open the door. Wu Men guards.
This time, a superior tone came, and Wu Hai did not react much. He simply calmly opened the iron railgate.
His expression was incredibly complex.
He never thought that such a small girl could climb over him in just a few days, giving orders without any temper from him at all. Tap tap tap. Watching Qiao Shengsheng walk further away, the frustration in Wu Hai's heart was still hard to swallow. He did not restore the iron net but instead called out to Sister Xia in the dirt pit, "Hey!
Watch the door. I'm going out to take a look. Are you crazy? Can you handle her?"
Sister Xia, her hair disheveled and looking disheveled herself, emerged from the dirt pit and scolded Wu Hai.
But
Wu Hai did not respond this time, as if he had made a certain decision. He turned and chased after Qiao Xingxing's figure.
Hoo.
The game on the phone paused in the icy snow and cold, and Qiao Xingxing was on the way.
What about Du Ziren? He was constantly picking and choosing in the wardrobe.
Tonight, he was going to attend that so-called meteor shower observation party.
To put it simply, it was just a warm-up mascot event. But still, he needed something presentable to wear, right?
After endless selections, Du Ziren found that the outfit that fit him best was actually the iconic patient outfit from the hospital.
Damn. I can't go out in a patient outfit, right?
He tried the patient outfit on his body for a moment.
Ding dong ding dong. Someone knocked on the door at an inopportune time. Who is it?
Frowning, he approached the door, and a respectful voice came from behind. Hello?
Is this Mr. Du Ziren's home?
I am He Xiao, the planning officer from Coleman Pharmaceutical Company. I'm here to pick you up for the meteor shower observation party.
Coleman Pharmaceutical Company? You guys again? Wait. This meteor shower party isn't organized by you, is it?
As expected of Mr. Du, this event's publicity is indeed handled by our company. This event is dedicated to helping more patients envision a beautiful future.
He. It's to make those second-generation folks feel better, right?
He opened the door, and outside stood a man dressed almost like Sun Kong, except this He Xiao was wearing sunglasses and was meticulous.
Wait for me. I'll put on some clothes. Oh? Is that a neuromuscular department patient outfit in your hands?
If possible, please make sure to wear that. Upon seeing the outfit in Du Ziren's hand, He Xiao seemed to discover something brilliant and instantly reached out to stop him.
Wow, so I'm really going to be a complete clown. Fine, it's all about making money anyway, just a moment.
After putting on the fitting patient outfit, Du Ziren confidently stepped out the door. Following He Xiao downstairs, at the entrance of the Wanan community, there was unexpectedly a Maserati parked. After getting in the car, it drove toward the suburbs of Wanan City. The glow of dusk spilled over the suburbs, and atop Wolf Tooth Mountain, a large round iron structure observation deck gradually appeared before them. The car wound around the mountain path until it was beneath the observation deck.
Du Ziren was stunned to find it was already filled with luxury cars in the parking space below. TSK. In this day and age, does a young master or princess need to be so extravagant just to pray for good luck when they're sick? Shaking his head, he looked up at the observation deck. At least 10 meters high, the welded structure was supported by many steel columns, forming a circular platform of over 100 square meters. On top of the platform, a steel framework shaped like a bird's nest had been constructed. Needless to say, just the construction of this observation deck must have cost a fortune. Mr. Du. Please come this way. We have a special elevator. He Zhao's urging interrupted Du Ziran's gaze. He looked around and was astonished to find that this observation deck actually had no pedestrian walkway. What the hell? You don't have a pedestrian walkway? If an accident happens, wouldn't the people up there be trapped? His questioning was obviously heard by He Xiao beside him, who rarely felt amused enough to respond. Mr. Du is joking, if something happens here, let alone running away. Just the countless steel structures inside the observation deck falling would be enough to kill everyone. That's true. The two joked as they made their way to the base of the huge bird's nest. Here was the only elevator that allowed passage up and down, wrapped in a few steel bars, with a limited capacity of no more than 5 people. Ding dong. The elevator door opened, and Du Ziran followed He Xiao inside. As the elevator ascended higher, the scene flickered, and Du Ziran's right eyelid began to twitch frequently, and it kept twitching more and more intensely. For some reason, his heart was racing, thumping non-stop, as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Du. We have arrived. Ding dong. When the elevator door opened again, a spacious circular banquet scene of 100 square meters came into view. Dozens of clean round tables, luxurious carpets are laid out. At least 30 people, dressed extravagantly, are laughing and chatting while drinking red wine, occasionally gazing up at the high ceiling. Ladies and gentlemen, our lucky star has arrived today. Mr. Du Ziran, the first miracle child in the history of Wannan City, no. In world history, the first person with ALS to heal himself has arrived. With almost a shout from the elevator, He Xiao raised his voice to draw attention. Instantly, all the gazes from the crowd turned towards them. They looked at Du Ziran as if he were a rare animal in a zoo, inspecting him from head to toe without stopping. Is this the Du Ziran? So young? Wow. How lucky must he be to have healed from ALS? I heard that during his illness, he had no family to care for him. To heal himself in such an emotional atmosphere, he must really be the chosen one. Countless voices of discussion erupted immediately. Du Ziran remained calm, being pulled by He Xiao as he walked a circle around the large round platform, among everyone. His expression was gentle, terrifyingly so, while internally he kept repeating, make money for Shang Shang, recharge for Shang Shang. Work hard for my wife. No shame. No shame. Wow, let me touch him, I want to share in his good fortune. Me too. Me too. A few kids who looked quite young reached out to poke Du Ziran's arms, and he smiled. Finally, after a round of mascot display, Du Ziran was led to a high place similar to a podium. There stood a woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a red gala dress, holding a microphone and a selfie stick. Hi. Good evening to all the treasures entering the live stream. Welcome to the Meteor Shower Wishing event hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. Tonight, we will witness the brilliance of the Leonid meteor shower and make hopeful wishes together. May the light of hope protect you and me, and everyone's illnesses will surely be controlled. Now, let's welcome tonight's lucky guest, Mr. Du Ziran, the self-healed patient of ALS. As the woman spoke, the high-definition camera on the selfie stick turned towards Du Ziran. In an instant, the live stream, which originally only had 326 viewers, erupted with comments. Early leukemia patient, wow. They really invited a self-healed patient of ALS? I want to share in the good luck, I want to heal too. My family can't afford medical expenses anymore. Late-stage liver cancer patient, this person is truly a living miracle, I really hope my condition gets better. Early-stage ALS patient, young man, can you share how you positively faced life? Countless comments surged in his sight, and Du Ziran's eyes widened. His earlier feeling of being observed like a monkey seemed to find comfort at this moment. A live stream? For those patients who truly need comfort? Norman Pharmaceuticals has done something humane after all. Watching the comments float by, Du Ziran tightened his lips, then slowly breathed out and spoke up. Dear fellow patients. In times of pain, think of your loved ones, whether it's your parents, wife, or children. The meaning of life is the love and bonds we share. You are not living for yourself, but for them, to live well. I believe that life is magnificent. As long as you don't give up, miracles will eventually happen. Chapter 38. His powerful words echoed on the platform. The young man in the hospital gown raised his wrist high, looking determined. In this moment, not only did the live stream fall into a brief silence, but even the surrounding onlookers, the second-generation people, fell silent one by one. No wonder he is Mr. Du. His mindset is really good. Everyone should follow Mr. Du's example. Seeing the atmosphere turn quiet, the host in the red dress quickly took the floor. In the live stream, comments began to float again. Early-stage liver cancer patient, this young man is right. It's not about medical expenses, but about the people who love you. Truly love your wife and children, they don't want you to go. I must stand up again. I can't let them down. Early stage of uremia, he is right. I cannot lose hope. My child gained 10 pounds in a week to give me a kidney. He wants to donate a kidney to me, the disease is cruel. But love can create miracles. Early stage of chemotherapy, life is great, and the support of family is even greater. I want to tell my fellow patients good news, my spouse is accompanying me for chemotherapy, she shaved her head, and now I am in the early stage of chemotherapy, not worried about my looks at all, and recovering very well. In an instant, the live broadcast room surged with a wave of responses. The host in the red dress opened her mouth wide, clearly not expecting that after working hard for half a day, her efforts went unnoticed because of Duziran's shout. So, can I ask? Mr. Du, how did you get through the hardest times? As if catching a sensitive topic, the host in the red dress looked at Duziran's. Duziran scratched his head, it was a girl who walked with me. Oh? So it was the power of love? 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 With that question, the entire venue fell silent. In the live broadcast room, the bullet screen was filled with cheerful messages. I knew it, being young is great. Love really makes people long for it. Yes, especially at this age, love at 17 to 18 is truly pure and untainted. No wonder. It is love that created miracles. Mom, do you think if I fall in love, my flu will get better faster? At the venue, a snotty little child suddenly asked, and a woman's face immediately darkened. What are you talking about? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere at the venue inexplicably became lively again. In fact, most of the people here were second-generation patients with minor illnesses, who had serious illnesses to even come out from the hospital to pray. Everyone was just enjoying the show. Ha ha ha, so it looks like I need to go date a girlfriend? Come on, you just throw money at them, that's not love. Oh, look who's talking. Teasing voices began to rise, the entire venue lively once more. The host in red took advantage of the atmosphere and turned the camera towards the silent night sky. Everyone. Let's count down, the Leo meteor shower is about to descend. 5, 4, 3. As the first streak of deep blue crossed the sky, visible blue stars surged, as if countless silk threads were sliding across the horizon. Oh, I hope my cold gets better. Bless me not to have a fever anymore. May my fracture heal quickly. At this moment, the scene unexpectedly resonated, everyone looked up at the sky, their eyes shining with hope. Bless my mom's surgery to go smoothly. Wishing for successful cancer resistance. Let's go. Everyone. In the live broadcast room, countless wishes were also made. Valuable, at this moment everyone was hoping for something beautiful. At this time, the host in red walked to Duziran's side, curiously looking at him. Mr. Du, what wish did you make? Me? I think I made a wish that is a bit unrealistic. Duziran's looked at the sky full of meteors and suddenly self-deprecatingly smiled. Oh? Can you share? I want to meet her. That's not hard, where is she? Just go find her. Whoosh. Just as those words were said, a fleeting meteor shower approached the observation deck, getting closer and bigger. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A meteor slid and rubbed against the air, the scorching wave gradually affected the surrounding temperature. What the heck is that? The meteor seems to be coming towards us. Hey. No way. If a meteor falls, run. In an instant, the entire observation deck turned chaotic, the crowd rushed towards the elevator. The elevator, which could only hold 5 people, now looked like a crowded subway entrance, packed with frantic people. Move. Get away. I was here first. Pushing and shoving, all sorts of insults erupted. Just a second ago, it was so harmonious here. In the next moment, chaos erupted here. Mr. Du. Let's run too. He Xiao was still somewhat loyal, grabbing Duziran's arm and running towards the crowded area. But Duziran shook his head, pulling him towards a corner instead. There's no time. You can't outrun a meteor. Prepare. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying roar filled the air, and a scorching shockwave swept over them. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of melting steel twisting came from above. Looking up, a massive, fiery red rock was quickly dissolving the steel frame of the bird's nest, descending with unstoppable force towards the stage. This is bad. Boom. Like a pebble hitting a curtain, the meteor paused for a moment before crashing down with a massive steel frame. Boom, boom, boom. Countless steel bars twisted, and tons of iron blocks fell, shaking the entire stage violently. The steel frames supporting the stage twisted, crashing down in disarray. Looking on, the tall observation tower was crushed by the meteor.
Inside the observation tower, countless people swayed left and right, dodging the falling steel bars. In a corner, Du Ziren and He Xiao huddled together, watching as countless steel bars fell, gradually piling up around them to form a pit. Buzz! Suddenly, a steel bar fell vertically, like a sword piercing the brain, and He Xiao's face turned dark.
It's over. We can't dodge this.
He looked at the steel bars that had already piled up before him, making it impossible to escape.
Du Ziren gritted his teeth, feeling some regret. Damn!
I shouldn't have been greedy for that tens of thousands.
Shang Shang. I don't want to die. I still want to see you one more time. Get away.
He looked powerlessly at the massive steel bars falling down with fury. But in that one moment, a miraculous and strange thing happened.
Du Ziren flailed his arms at the steel bars, and they seemed to be controlled by some sort of magnetism, tilting away from him. Boom!
The steel bars that were supposed to fall straight down suddenly flew off at an angle. Not only that, but the other steel bars falling towards Du Ziren also strangely flew away, as if Du Ziren were controlling them to escape.
Whoa! Look at that! Over there at Du Ziren. He's fine. Quick! Everyone gather around Du Ziren. The place he's standing is safe. Hurry!
Could it be he's really a fortune star? Not a single steel bar fell on him. Some had noticed the exceptionally clean area around Du Ziren and rushed towards him.
Du Ziren suddenly felt completely weak for some reason. Boom boom boom. Finally! The massive meteor, resembling a rolling stone, fell completely, shaking the observation tower as it twisted and collapsed the ceiling. Creak creak.
Below the observation tower, a dozen steel frames stubbornly remained intact. But above the observation tower, the giant meteor slammed down, completely flattening the center of the venue. Countless steel frames twisted, leaving only one corner, where the interleaved steel frames remained, a wide safe area. Huff huff huff. In this area of steel frames, miraculously, the 32 participants remained unharmed, not a single person was injured or killed.
At this moment,
they looked at Du Ziren in shock. It was the place he stood that had no steel frames falling.
He was simply the chosen one.
Thanks to him, everyone gathered around him and narrowly escaped with their lives.
Whoa! This is crazy, we really brought a fortune star here.
I swear. If I hadn't seen him safe and ran over here, I'd probably have been impaled by steel bars.
Awesome.
Brother, from now on, I won't hang idols in my car, just your big head portrait. After a moment of dead silence, countless people looked at Du Ziren, their eyes filled with gratitude.
Chapter 39. I will never eat beetle nut again. What did I just see? An unexpected meteor shower? Not a single one of the 30 people was hurt? Never stay up late, it's bad for your kidneys, no way. The most outrageous thing is that those steel bars fell without bothering Du Ziren at all?
Bald guy, you're still upside down day and night, it's confirmed.
Du Ziren is truly the lucky koi fish.
When you see me, call me to do rehabilitation training. I understand now, in the future, when I have surgery, I won't worship deities, I'll just stick a big picture of Du Ziren on my chest, and maybe it will be a perfect recovery. I truly do not have kidney weakness. Next time I buy lottery tickets, I will pray to Du Ziren in advance.
If you don't drink more water, the stones will come looking for you. Hey! Aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? Hurry up and call the police.
Yes, hurry and call the police. Not only were the second-generation wealth kids at the scene stunned, but those patients making wishes in the livestream were equally astonished. Before watching the livestream, they thought Du Ziren's self-healing from a myotrophic lateral sclerosis was already unbelievable. After watching the livestream, damn! There's something even more unbelievable. This guy can't be the reincarnation of Lu Xiao, can he? Shocked, amazed, and in disbelief. All kinds of emotions, all kinds of gazes converged on Du Ziren, but at this moment, Du Ziren was not feeling proud.
Because at this moment, Guliulu.
The hunger in his stomach was terrifying, like a mountain flood breaking out.
What the? Why am I suddenly so hungry? So hungry.
This feeling was especially like the aftermath of Qiu Xingshang's first excessive use of powers. The intense hunger had already made Du Ziren bend over in discomfort, unable to straighten his back.
Mr. Du. Are you alright?
He Xiao rushed over to support Du Ziren. Du Ziren clutched his stomach, his face pale like paper.
I'm so hungry. Is there any food? Food? Hey! Who at the scene has food? I do, brother, I do.
I just had some pastries here. I have an undamaged table with a plate of steak over here.
Taking advantage of Du Ziren's luck, many small wealthy kids eagerly handed over food.
Du Ziren didn't care what it was, he grabbed everything and shoved it into his mouth. Small cakes, steaks, foie gras, noodles, he devoured it all like a hungry ghost who hadn't eaten in 3 or 4 days. Until the oppressive hunger in his belly faded, Duziran finally sat back down on the ground in satisfaction.
Ah, so comfortable. Mr. Du. Did you not eat anything before coming?
He Xiao looked at Duziran's eating with astonishment. That amount of food just now was enough to rival a Russian strongman. It was hard to imagine that this was the appetite of a frail young man.
Not really, maybe I got scared earlier and was too hungry. Is that so? As long as you're fine.
We just called the police, the fire department and rescue team will be here to support us soon. It's just that the collapsed steel beams probably can't be easily removed, so we may have to stay trapped for a while. With a somewhat grim expression, He Xiao couldn't believe that there was such a rare event as a meteor fall and he happened to encounter it.
Oh. I wonder when we can get out. Just be grateful. It's already good that we're not dead. That's true, but I have a follow-up appointment scheduled for tomorrow.
Some of the wealthy kids were starting to look anxious. The space supported by the steel frame was already crowded, and with the oppressive waiting, it was hard for ordinary people to stay calm for long.
Mr. Du, don't worry. Once we get out, my company will definitely compensate you accordingly. He Xiao kept trying to comfort Duziran.
In his eyes, Duziran was still a child and might soon lose his temper. Unexpectedly, Duziran leaned against a steel frame and slowly took out his phone from his pocket. Survival of the End Times, game, start.
Ha! Not you, buddy. In this environment, you still have the mood to play games? Well, there's nothing else to do, it's great to play games.
Besides, it's not like I'm going to die, it's just a matter of waiting to get out. This is much better than lying in bed waiting to die.
With an explosive mindset, Duziran ignored the astonished rich second generation around him and unlocked his phone. Hoo.
On the screen, Xiao Shengsheng had walked out from a white snowy scene to a desolate area. According to the city map in the mining black market, the southern suburbs of Wannan City used to be an abandoned pet shelter. At that time, many abandoned pet dogs and wild dogs should have gathered here. After the apocalypse, there should be many zombie dogs here, right? Looking at a building with iron bars in the distance, Xiao Shengsheng narrowed her eyes. The iron gate, aged and stained, bore charred burn marks and sticky tar. It was clear that a fire had occurred here within the last few days.
Fire Source Mercenary Group?
I remember they were a couple who awakened fire powers, working with 5 researchers to make oil bottles, using fire to push back zombies.
Their combat power is not low. Will they lose contact like this?
Standing hesitantly outside the iron-barred area, Xiao Shengsheng was about to step forward.
Don't rush, prepare the pistol first. It's probably very dangerous in there.
Duziran's voice appeared just in time in her ear, and Xiao Shengsheng's face froze as she immediately took out her Desert Eagle from her pocket.
Click, click, click.
After loading the bullet, Xiao Shengsheng rose onto her tiptoes and gradually approached the iron gate. Behind the iron gate was a square of at least 200 square meters, full of wooden doghouses that looked like they were meant for sheltering dog breeds. However, what should have been a warm place was now a scene of horror, with the ground of the doghouse square strewn with human remains. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears. Various torn human tissues displayed a grim brownish gray, rankly placed in front of the wooden houses.
It's not hard to imagine what had happened here. Hoo.
Horror. Just at the edge of the iron gate, a particularly enormous doghouse suddenly emitted a series of low growls. The sound was deep, somewhat like a large dog snoring in its sleep.
Be careful. It might be pretending to sleep. Duziran's voice rang out again. Xiao Shengsheng didn't dare to hesitate, holding her gun while slowly pulling open the dark iron gate. Creak. The slight sound of the door opening had just echoed when Wu Wang. In an instant. From the giant doghouse by the door, an Alaskan, the size of a tiger, suddenly lunged out, jaws bared, viciously aiming to bite Xiao Shengsheng's thigh. Chapter 40. Stay calm. Prepare to shoot.
Another strong, powerful command echoed in, and Xiao Shengsheng's frightened face instantly settled.
Click, click, click. The safety of the pistol released in a heartbeat. Awoo. The giant, Alaskan, was covered in matted hair, its entire body clad in gory, blood-dried scabs, resembling a flesh dog. As it lunged forward, waves of stench filled the air. Ha! The massive dog's mouth was somewhat rotting, and its eyes were hollow black pits. But even so, it lunged with precision like a vicious tiger aimed at Xiao Shengsheng. Shoot! Bang bang bang! Duziran's calm voice gave Xiao Shengsheng the confidence she needed. The pistol spat fire, 3 bullets hit the Alaskan right in the forehead.
Immediately, the Alaskan paused mid-air, its entire body hitting the ground with a thud.
Awoo!
In the middle of its forehead, a hollow bullet hole oozed with black blood.
Ah woo. Because of the bullet's inertia, the Alaskan did not die on the spot.
Instead, after roaring twice, its bloody scabs began to twitch weirdly. Clusters of dense black fur sprouted from beneath the flesh.
This is power?
Xiao Shengsheng looked at this scene in shock, while Du Ziren immediately clicked on the Alaskan's head.
Mutated zombie dog, Alaskan. Mutated ability, hardened fur, white. Ability level, ability user level 2. Hardened fur? No wonder it wasn't burned to death. With a slight frown, Du Ziren tapped Xiao Xingxing's shoulder, signaling her to put down the handgun. Shengsheng, its ability is steel-like. Bullets are useless against it, prepare to switch to a dagger for close combat. Are you confident? MHM. Yes.
With her little fist tightly clenched, as long as Du Ziren's voice was there, Xiao Shengsheng felt infinitely secure. She quickly holstered her handgun and took out a military dagger from her waist.
Ah woo. Just then, Alaska was overflowing with black fur.
Instead of rushing to attack, it started to shake its body rapidly.
What?
Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and before Xiao Shengsheng could ponder for a moment. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Countless pitch-black dog hairs shot out like steel needles. Thud, thud, thud. The steel needles hit the ground, embedding themselves deep into the soil.
If these were to pierce a person, the outcome would be unimaginable. Now, it's my turn to get close to it. Gulu gelu.
Swallowing hard, she heard the sound of fur shooting out from her chest, bang bang bang. Thanks to the military combat suit, Xiao Shengsheng only felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, without breaking the skin.
Speed up.
She was unaware that her own ability was immortal and indestructible as she stared at Alaska, and once again entered that super speed state.
Ah woo.
Rustle, rustle, rustle. Alaska's fur shot out faster and faster, around it was a storm of falling pear blossoms.
But
in the next blink, its ears twitched, and it actually began to lose track of its opponent's position.
Thud, thud, thud. Fast. The shadow flickered at an extreme speed. Left? Right?
She could only vaguely catch the sound of footsteps on the snow ahead.
Ah woo.
When the sound was less than a meter away from her, Alaska hurriedly tried to retreat, and then with a buzz, a chilling light flashed by, a dagger firmly embedded in the center of Alaska's forehead. Exactly where the bullet hole was.
Poochie.
Dark blood surged out, a bloodline flickering across Alaska's head.
In an instant, two halves of the dog's head flew off, and blood sprayed in all directions. The headless body of the dog collapsed to the ground with a boom. MHM. It seems not so strong.
A soft voice rang out, and Xiao Xingxing's figure slowly appeared. She stood on the blood-soaked ground, sliding the dagger along Alaska's neck, and a metallic crystal core rolled out. Reaching out to pick up the crystal core, Xiao Shengsheng didn't rush to take it, but respectfully lifted it with both hands, offering it to the sky.
Senior. Please accept this crystal core.
Even though this was the mutated dog crystal core needed for this mission, Xiao Shengsheng understood.
Without Senior, where would she be?
The first to honor was never the base, not family, but the senior. Your doomsday survival role has delivered a new gift to you.
Would you like to accept it?
On the other side of the phone screen, the game popped up a new interface again.
But this time, Du Ziren did not click yes. Because he clearly knew that this was the mission item for Xiao Xingxing to move into the third floor. You can take it yourself. This thing is of no use to me. He pressed the little horn, truly feeling that this thing was useless. If he took it, it would just be another crystal core added to the snowdrop pot. If this continued, he would need to find a cabinet specifically for storing crystal cores. HM. Senior, don't you want it? It's not that I don't want it, I know this thing is useful for you. If you want to repay me, next time just use something other than the mutated dog crystal core.
The calm voice of Du Ziren whispered in her ear, and Xiao Xingxing's face turned red.
Senior. Are you prioritizing my situation?
Her head felt as if something had stroked it, and Xiao Xingxing shyly accepted the white, steel-like crystal core.
Should I use this to report?
She thought for a moment, standing dazed outside the park iron gate. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren clicked on Xiao Xingxing's attributes, starting to evaluate the preparations ahead.
Ability level, abnormal user second stage. Just killed a mutated dog, and Xiao Xingxing's ability value has risen again? I remember she needs to submit a green crystal core, right? We need to kill a few more mutated zombie dogs.
As he pondered, Du Ziren made a decision. Sheng, go eat something, adjust yourself, and prepare to enter the park.
Understood.
With a casual swipe, several packs of bread appeared in the snow, and Du Ziren watched as Xiao Shengxing started eating. Beside him, a rich second generation looked at Du Ziren with a strange expression. Because since Du Ziren started playing the game, he had been quite curious.
What kind of game makes someone obsessed even at a time like this? As a result, the rich second generation was dumbfounded. Damn.
This guy has been saying shang shang to his black screen phone since the beginning.
With a look of infatuation. Isn't this crazy? What is this?
Plus, at this moment, Du Ziren was indeed wearing a patient outfit and kept staring at his phone with a silly smile. The rich second generation reasonably suspected that Du Ziren's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis had gotten better, but he probably ended up in a mental hospital.
Ah. No wonder this guy said he doesn't want to meet his significant other. You must be completely crazy, fantasizing about your other half, right?
Hiss.
Could it be that a mental illness defeated ALS, and the virus migrated from his legs to his brain? Chapter 41. Holy shit. I've solved the case.
This guy Norman Pharmaceutical Company found a madman to fool us.
The rich second generation became more determined in his thoughts.
But he didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Du Ziren just saved all of them. Even if the other party is a madman, he still had to thank him.
Oh. Poor thing.
Immersed in a mirage of illusions.
Looking at Du Ziren with pity, Du Ziren suddenly looked up at the rich second generation, revealing a silly smile. How is it? Isn't my game graphics amazing, and the action super cool?
With hopeful eyes, Du Ziren felt that the moment when Xiao Shengsheng killed the mutant zombie dog could definitely enter this year's game competition.
Whoever sees it, who wouldn't exclaim, this game is awesome?
Looking expectantly at the rich second generation, the rich second generation twitched his mouth. Ah.
Awesome. This game is too awesome. Right. Do you want me to share the installation package with you? No need. Just enjoy your game. The rich second generation showed a loving, sympathetic smile, and Du Ziren's expression stiffened, muttering. It's obvious you don't play games. This game is so much fun. Right. It's so fun.
After perfunctorily saying a few words to Du Ziren, the rich second generation immediately distanced himself from him.
Damn. Confirmed, this guy is really a madman. On.
In the snow, Xiao Shengsheng quickly chewed the bread that appeared out of nowhere, her eyes constantly scanning the iron-sheltered park.
Senior, are you planning to let me go in and look for opportunities again?
Yes.
Your current crystal core is still not enough to submit the task.
There should still be some secrets in this park. Just this guard dog alone isn't enough to take down 2 ability users, replenish your strength, and be cautious.
On. Got it.
Nodding, Xiao Shengsheng licked the breadcrumbs off the corner of her mouth. She put her military dagger back at her waist, and her hunger value had returned to 73 points.
Let's go.
She continued on her tiptoes, and Xiao Shengsheng completely opened the iron gate.
Creak.
In the square behind the gate, there were human remains everywhere, causing Xiao Shengsheng to frown. She deliberately avoided stepping on the bodies, carefully passing by each doghouse. No one could be sure whether a mutated zombie dog would spring out from the remaining doghouses.
Only by being extremely cautious could she move forward on the ice surface. Step.
Like walking on thin ice, Xiao Shengsheng finally passed all the doghouses and arrived in front of the last doghouse. Her mood remained tense as she tried to see the environment inside the doghouse. The previous doghouses.
Everywhere is a sea of anxiety.
Only in the last small doghouse, thick thighs of meat pile up at the door, blocking the entrance so that nothing inside can be seen.
Whoa.
If you listen closely, you can hear the cries of a puppy.
Could it be? Could there be puppies inside?
Xiao Shengsheng hesitated a little. If she could find a puppy of a mutant zombie dog, this would be a great contribution to the base's research.
Standing dumbly in front of the doghouse. Buzz.
At this moment, an interactive pop-up appeared on the phone screen.
Are you approaching the doghouse? Opportunities and risks coexist.
Your doomsday survival role has a chance to gain a mutant dog pet.
Yes/no? He. Another choice question? Looking at the choice on the phone, Du Ziren laughed. What mutant pet? With how this game works, I don't believe you can pay to get a good pet. As for opportunities and risks,
I won't let Shengsheng take a bit of risk.
No.
He decisively pressed the no button.
Du Ziren would rather Xiao Shengsheng miss an opportunity than let her take a risk. Pets? Husband can give you that. But if something happens to the wife, nothing can be undone.
Shengsheng, shoot at the doghouse. A calm and cold voice came, and Xiao Shengsheng's dazed body jolted.
But senior, inside that house.
There might be a few puppies, their value is not greater than yours.
Be obedient.
Shoot. Her face suddenly flushed, and a sweet feeling surged in Xiao Shengsheng's heart. Senior's words. With a flushed face, she silently took out her handgun.
Shoot. Under Du Ziren's persistent requests, the handgun went bang 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 as fire spat out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
The impact of the bullets instantly blew apart the thighs in front of the doghouse, revealing a scene inside the wooden house.
Woof. 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 The next moment, a scene that is hard to believe appeared. Dogs. So many dogs.
About the size of a mouse, gray-brown teddy dogs piled up like mice in a nest inside the doghouse, constantly gnawing on a human arm.
Woof woof woof.
In the small earthen house, nearly 100 teddies were feasting with bloody mouths. In countless black, hollow dog eyes, there was a cunning and malicious human-like expression.
This. Xiao Shangshang was stunned. Mutant zombie dogs, there are actually smaller breeds?
If it weren't for Senior's reminder, in a moment of greed, getting close could have meant being pounced on by the teddy dogs, with her head bitten off in a minute.
Crap. This game's setting is great. Mutant zombie dogs can even be smaller breeds? Even Du Ziren couldn't help but admire the sinister design of this game. Is it a tribute to some soul treasure chests? Who wouldn't? Wouldn't be tempted to take a look at the doghouse with puppies? Hoo.
The open doghouse was continuously invaded by cold winds, and the little teddies inside suddenly paused in their chewing action.
Countless pairs of small, black eyes stared firmly at Xiao Shangshang. Woof. Woof. The next moment,
like brown flowing into the sea, the mouse-sized teddy dog tide surged towards Xiao Shangshang.
Shangshang. Shoot. Keep shooting while retreating.
There are only more than 50.
You can handle it.
Du Ziren's calm voice came, and Xiao Shangshang immediately retreated several steps.
Bang bang bang.
The desert eagle in her hand spat fire, and several teddy dogs had their heads blown apart instantly, turning into blood mist.
Woof woof.
But the gunshots did not scare away the teddy dogs, instead, they ignited the fierce nature of the teddies.
Woof. The remaining teddy dogs charged towards Xiao Shangshang recklessly.
The ferocious tide of dogs seemed poised to swallow Xiao Shangshang whole.
Your Doomsday survival role is about to encounter a crisis. The Doomsday Beginner's Gear Lucky passive is triggered. You are about to withstand vicious bites *13.
On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren was just about to activate the one-time skill Dimensional Slash. Unexpectedly, the game pop-up displayed the hidden effects of triggering that beginner's gear.
Immediately, Du Ziren's commanding voice rang out again. Shangshang, don't panic. Trust me, switch to a dagger. Go right for them. They can't bite you. Chapter 42. Not only not running, but also take the initiative to kill them?
The voice of Du Ziren echoed in her ears, and Xiao Shangshang hesitated at first. The gray-brown teddy dogs were bloodthirsty, fierce like a pack of wolves charging.
Normal people would choose a pistol, shooting while retreating, right? Taking the initiative to charge in with a dagger for close combat? Isn't that just asking for death? But this was said by Du Ziren. My senior wouldn't harm me. As long as it's my senior's words, Shangshang dares to do it.
Her steps abruptly stopped, and Xiao Shangshang charged towards the oncoming teddy swarm without hesitation.
Woof woof woof. The rushing teddies were also taken aback.
Clearly, they didn't understand how someone dared to charge straight at a horde of monsters. She pulled the desert eagle back from her pocket and took out the military dagger at her waist, slashing at a jumping teddy. Die.
Put. The cold light flashed, and the tiny teddy instantly burst into a spray of blood. Woof woof woof. But
the following teddy dogs did not show any fear. Their sharp teeth and claws leaped towards Xiao Shangshang like a swarm.
Woof woof woof.
In an instant, 13 teddies crawled all over Xiao Shangshang's chest.
Their teeth jutted out like steel needles, biting down on Xiao Shangshang's chest without any hesitation. Damn. Is this girl really that fierce?
In the distance, Wu Hai lay in the snow, watching everything unfold in front of him. From the moment he left the mining black market to now, his face had been in shock. The earlier scene of hunting Alaska, the appearance of the pistol, and the suddenly appearing bread, constantly refreshed his view of Xiao Shangshang. This girl is also a superpower user.
Ordinary people don't have that kind of speed.
Moreover, she is not just a simple superpower user. Having bread appear out of nowhere, and a forbidden pistol. She must either be a rare space superpower user, or there has always been a master beside her.
Looking at Xiao Shangshang's fierce strength now.
Her brother Wu Tao's death was perhaps not caused by someone else's hand, it was very likely that Xiao Shangshang killed him herself.
Damn. Unbelievable. I never would have thought my brother was really killed by this woman. Damn. Hidden deep enough. Xiao Shangshang. Where did you get that pistol from? When did you awaken your superpowers? Confusion, anger, and resentment flooded his heart. Wu Hai only felt that this world was too absurd. When did a weak, ordinary girl have an opportunity to transform?
The shock in his pupils had not faded, and Wu Hai stared blankly at Xiao Xingxing's back until he saw the current scene. 13 mutated teddy dogs were firmly pressed on Xiao Xingxing's chest. Such a terrifying assault, let alone Xiao Xingxing, even in his prime as a third-level full superpower user, he wouldn't dare to say he could withstand it.
Bitch. If the guy behind you doesn't make a move this time, your airfield will definitely become a low-lying area. He glared fiercely at Xiao Xingxing. With such an assault, not to mention that the opponent would get bitten to death on the spot, at least a big bloody flower would have to open on her stomach, right? But an unexpected scene happened. Clang clang clang.
Countless small sharp teeth gnawing down, Xiao Xingxing's chest did not bleed but burst into little flames.
Clang.
The teddy's fine teeth must have bitten something under her clothes, and the biting of teeth against metal held steady.
A woo.
A deep growl rang out from her chest, and the 13 teddies gnashing their teeth began to feel sore, looking at Xiao Xingxing in surprise.
Ha! Xiao Xingxing was also bewildered. Why am I okay? Thud.
Until the bullet clip that fell from her arms, she finally realized.
It was the bullets. At least over 40 bullets. Because of the looseness of the magazine, bullets scattered down onto the chest. Just right. Every spot where the teddy dog bit down had a bullet blocking the way. This. How lucky am I?
In disbelief, looking at the scene before her, until the voice of Du Ziren rang in her ears again.
Shang. Get moving, kill them all with knives. Understood. Senior. In this moment, Xiao Xingxing's admiration for Du Ziren rose again. How powerful must he be to judge that she would definitely not be in danger? Could it be, the senior's ability is not just space? Does he also have future foresight? While her little mind wandered, the knife in Xiao Xingxing's hand flickered with silver light. Puff puff puff.
On her camouflage military uniform, splashes of blood sprayed out, and 13 teddy dogs were instantly dismembered, falling to the ground.
Switch to the handgun.
The reminder in her ears continued, and Xiao Xingxing dared not show any slack.
The Desert Eagle was once again in her hand. Bang bang bang.
Flames danced, and the wave of teddy dogs, with a few mutated ones reappearing, was instantly shattered by close-range fire.
Puff puff puff.
Mists of blood exploded, and Xiao Xingxing bathed in the blood fog until the howling dog barks completely subsided. Nearly 50 mutated teddy bodies piled up like a small mountain at her feet. Calmly wiping the black blood from her face, Xiao Xingxing smiled slightly at the empty sky. Senior, I did it. The two communicated silently, and at this moment, Wu Hai, watching from afar, found it terrifying.
Damn. This woman. She looks soft and weak, but when she kills monsters, it's like she's a madman. The key is she smiled after killing? Holy crap. Is she a female demon? His spine involuntarily chilled. Wu Hai felt he had underestimated Xiao Xingxing.
The battle strategy that had her provoke the mutated teddy dogs to bite her once seemed risky at first, but now it appeared to be an opportunity.
If the mutated teddy dogs couldn't harm her up close, the handgun, both fast and accurate. That woman. Isn't she afraid of getting her stomach bitten open? What a big heart, daring to play like this. Absolutely ruthless. For a time, Wu Hai felt that coming out to ambush had completely failed.
Xiao Xingxing, a single woman, was more strategic and skillful than their entire Viper mercenary corps.
With a pale face, hiding his body under the snow, Wu Hai remained motionless. It's a pity. These mutated teddy dogs haven't reached the level to explode crystal cores. After all, none of them exhibited abilities.
Looking at the corpses on the ground with some regret, Xiao Xingxing raised her eyes to observe the human limbs surrounding the park. She knew that if the senior hadn't been there, once she let greed take over, she too could have become one of them. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to predict. The tricks of mutated creatures are even harder to gauge.
Chapter 43. Are we waiting to catch rabbits? With the intelligence of these mutated teddy dogs, they can't come up with such a strategy, right? Is this really the game setting, or?
Looking at the countless bodily remains in the game screen, Du Ziren dared to conclude that those who had wanted mutated dog pets in the past were now ice-cold bones.
Anyway.
Sheng, be careful, it might be even more dangerous later.
Pressing the little horn, Du Ziren reminded her again.
Suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Dazed, he looked around and saw the wealthy young people nearby all distancing themselves from him. One by one, they stared at him like he was a crazy person, with astonished expressions on their faces.
What's going on? Is there something on my face? No, no. It's just, Mr. Do. You seem to be scared just now, right? Now looking at your phone.
At this moment, even He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with some sympathy. He didn't reveal anything, his words only half said.
I'm just playing a game. Right. Take your time playing.
I heard the fire brigade has arrived.
Mr. Du, don't worry. We can get out soon.
He Xiao walked to the corner, comforting Du Ziren.
I'm done. A bunch of guys who don't understand the game. Du Ziren shook his head helplessly, just about to continue operating his phone.
Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz.
Suddenly,
a sound of spiral drilling came from a dark corner under the steel bars.
People inside. Can you hear us?
Oh.
Someone's here? Finally someone is here. I can hear you.
A dense voice echoed outside the steel frame, and the group of people under the steel frame were instantly overjoyed.
Hurry and open the hole. I want to get out. I'm so anxious. You finally made it.
Under countless eager voices, the spiral drill kept spinning and finally drilled open a small hole.
A large human eye looked in through the small hole of the spiral drill. Everyone, please keep your emotions stable.
Due to the internal structure, our fire department can't judge well, so the rescue speed will be relatively slow.
To ensure there won't be a secondary collapse, we must find experts to calculate the collapse points.
Before that, please make sure not to run around or move. Otherwise, there is a risk of a secondary collapse at any time. Deep and comforting words came, and the voices that were cheering under the steel frame instantly fell into a heavy silence.
Hey! No way? How much longer do I have to stay here? I have a consultation tomorrow. The environment here is so bad, how can people live here? After the silence, a buzzing sound of complaints broke out.
The person in charge of the rescue behind the spiral eye also sighed helplessly. Everyone, this really can't be helped. You are currently at a height of more than 10 meters. We are slowly moving with ladders, and part of it is for research. If we recklessly open a hole and cause a secondary collapse, you might.
The firefighters' words were not finished, and the trapped-rich second-generation youths fell into silence, their emotions low.
They also understood how terrifying the so-called safety risks could be, each of them darkening their faces, sitting down with a thud, unable to say a word.
However, you don't need to worry about your food and living conditions for now. We will first open a small hole that doesn't affect the weight-bearing capacity and deliver simple food inside. We promise, within 3 days. In 3 days, we will definitely find a safe opening for you.
The strong and powerful words were originally meant to uplift spirits, but those rich kids didn't take any of it in.
3 days? My God. 3 days? No way. Do I have to stay here for 3 days? How do I sleep? How do I go to the bathroom?
Ugh, throw up, just thinking about eating and drinking in such a narrow place makes me want to die. After all, they were all rich kids, and complaints came pouring out. The firefighters, outside the steel frame, fell silent, seemingly knowing that the more they said, the worse it would get. They used the ladders to drill a few more holes and began to collect information about the internal structure. Du Ziren looked at the small square holes opened in front of the steel frame, his emotional state strangely calm.
Not a big problem. My phone's battery should last until tomorrow night, right? Before that, Doomsday survival game, start.
As if intoxicated while the world awoke, Du Ziren clicked on the phone screen, feeling that as long as there was power and food, he could handle it for 3 days, or even 3 months. In the suburban animal sanctuary of Wannan City, snowflakes kept falling from the sky, and within the sanctuary, there were several huge tempered steel shelter factories. Maybe, this was originally a place to concentrate dog food and the living quarters of the person in charge. Tap tap tap. On tiptoes, Xiao Shengsheng approached the factory like a little cat. The roll-up door of the factory was wide open, and the dust inside was piled up severely.
On the dusty floor, a row of human-shaped footprints could vaguely be seen. These footprints should be left by the Fire Source mercenary group? Did they also pass through the previous wooden house area?
Looking thoughtfully at the interior of the factory, under the piles of dog food bags stacked several meters high, were intricate little paths. Hesitating at the door, Xiao Xingxing's ears suddenly twitched.
Ang woo ang woo. Ang woo ang woo.
A sound similar to a dog licking food echoed, bouncing around the empty factory.
Is there a dog here too?
Quieting her footsteps, breath, and movements to the extreme, Xiao Xingsheng kept moving closer to the source of the sound. When she reached an empty area where dog food bags had been torn open, and the food was scattered all over the ground, Xiao Shengsheng saw an unbelievable scene.
Ang woo ang woo. A person. No.
To be precise, a man with a dog head and a human body was crouching on the ground, mimicking a dog's swimming motion, while gnawing on the scattered dog food and lifting his leg, fiddling with his crotch. He clearly had arms and legs, but was still crawling like a dog. Drip, drip. Right under his cotton pants, a yellow-brown stain began to drip. This dog-headed, human-bodied creature was actually lifting his leg like a dog, peeing in his pants. This. The scene before her was so horrifying. Dog head, human body, is he a dog or a human? Xiao Xingxing's pupils widened, because she noticed that this dog-headed, human-bodied creature was wearing a bright red combat uniform. The combat uniform had a flame logo embroidered on it. The words Fire Source Mercenary Group stood out boldly. This person. This was the long-lost member of the Fire Source Mercenary Group. How did he turn into a dog? Xiao Shengsheng was confused. Her lips moved for a long time, seemingly wanting to speak and ask, but afraid that she would make a sound and alert something, she hesitated for a long time, not daring to act. At the same time, Du Ziren's phone screen popped up with game options again. Option 1, directly ask, how did you become a dog? Why are you so dog-like? Result unknown. Option 2, shoot the dog-headed, human-bodied creature. Result unknown. Option 3, stay silent, observe the dog-headed, human-bodied creature's next move, but there's a chance it might be discovered by other entities. Result unknown. Chapter 44. Oh. This time it's a 3-choice option? Seeing the options pop up, Du Ziren hesitated for a moment, then chose option 3. Choosing to observe seemed like the best option, though there was a chance of being discovered. It should be the fastest way to spot the dog-headed, human-bodied creature's changes. Option 1 would involve getting close to the dog-headed, human-bodied creature, which carries risks. If this dog-headed, human-bodied creature still had some sanity, the risk might be worth it, and it could answer him. But if it had lost its sanity, it could bark, attracting a bunch of mutated zombie dogs, making it a lost cause. As for option 2, shooting, that would basically announce that the little monster boss had arrived and was ready to speedrun. Du Ziren, with his save a little dimensional slash if possible mindset, still chose the correct game option. Who knows how much money this game will make in the later stages? After pressing option 3, Xiao Xingxing's body slowly crouched down, and Du Ziren's prompt echoed in her ears. Shengsheng, slow your breathing, wait until this thing finishes eating the dog food. Got it. Like a cat hiding in a corner, Xiao Xingxing only exposed her eyes. Ang wu. After a long while, the dog-headed, human-bodied creature seemed to have finished eating, lying on the ground, acting like a dog, happily spinning around. Woof woof. It kept barking, as if calling someone. Got it. You dog. I'm coming to get you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a mutant, you'd already be in the pot. Suddenly, a burst of angry cursing echoed, and Xiao Xingxing shrank back, then noticed a monster walking out from the hallway in the distance, a creature with a human head and a dog body. Yes. Human head, dog body. The person's body was mostly covered in black and white border collie fur. But the weird part was, this creature, though it had the body of a dog, could stand and walk. A human head with stiff facial features, as if it wasn't used to making expressions, impatiently kicked the dog-headed, human-bodied creature in the stomach. Beast. Move. It grabbed the dog's ears of the dog-headed, human-bodied creature, pulling it with a cold tone, dragging it as the creature howled miserably. Owo, owo. Watching this scene, Xiao Shengsheng felt a sudden pang in her heart. She always felt. It wasn't people bullying dogs, but rather, dogs bullying people. Go! Pulling the dog-headed human body, one person and one dog walked deeper into the factory. Xiao Shengsheng bit her lips, stood on her tiptoes, and followed again. Behind her, Wu Hai stood in a distant corner, also witnessing the scene just now, his face pale with anger. My goodness. Is this the identity of humans and dogs reversed? Then here, how terrifying must the mutated zombie dogs be, to play with people like this? Feeling a chill in his heart, Wu Hai did not retreat but looked ominously at Xiao Shengsheng. Bitch. The person behind you, no matter how powerful, if he can't handle the dog king here, you'll die too. When the time is right. I have a way to make you exposed. Glancing at the steel-framed iron shed, Wu Hai's expression turned dark as he quietly followed. Pat pat pat. Pat pat pat. Following one person and one dog, the depths of the factory were not an open space, but a sunken cellar passage. It was evident that the original owner intended to prepare winter vegetables or something, so he installed a cellar in the factory. But at this moment, the border collie-headed dog was dragging the dog-headed human body, persistently pulling him into the cellar. The cellar walls were lit with candles, and the deeper they went, the stronger the smell of blood became. Border collie, can you do it? It's just one person, why are you making such a fuss?
Just think, if the boss later gives you a few superpowered people to train, wouldn't you lose control?
A low mocking tone came, and the border collie-headed dog turned cold.
Do you need to bark? Where is the big brother? He is inside researching women.
The low voice gradually approached. Under the flames, out of the cellar came a husky-bodied human-headed dog. The husky-headed dog had a very expressive face. As soon as it appeared, a sly grin broke out at the corner of its mouth, continuously teasing the border collie-headed dog's dog-headed human body.
Come. Suck suck. Come spray some fire. Did you hear? Woof woof.
Amidst the mockery, the dog-headed human body seemed to angrily bark a few times.
Hey! Damn it! Not listening? Being disobedient is not what a good dog should do. Bang!
A huge black and white dog paw kicked directly at the dog-headed human body's belly. The dog-headed human body cried out and fell to the ground, flames bubbling from its mouth.
Poof! What attitude? It's just you? Still trying to act tough? You don't know?
Your wife is going to be thoroughly played by the boss. Grabbing the human-headed dog body, the husky-headed dog squeezed its dog face, constantly applying pressure, making the dog-headed human body cry tears of pain, the sparks at the corners of its mouth growing larger.
Bang! Finally, a burst of flames exploded from its mouth.
The raging fire spread several meters in the cellar, and the husky-headed dog stood unscathed amidst the flames, laughing heartily.
Yes. Yes. That's the kind of power we need. Once we tame him, we will have a stronger guard dog. So boring.
The border collie-headed dog rolled its eyes at the husky-headed dog, pulling the human-headed dog body and continued deeper into the cellar.
Pat pat pat. The two dogs and one person walked further and further. But Xiao Shengsheng stood at the entrance of the cellar, completely stunned. Senior.
Just now the dog-headed human body spit fire. The abilities of the leaders of the Fire Source mercenary group couple are fire abilities, you said. It can't be. She had already guessed something in her heart but was afraid to admit it.
I understand. Be mentally prepared, that cellar might be hell. Du Zirun's voice had inexplicably grown heavy.
For the first time, he felt that this apocalyptic survival game had become a bit too real.
What if? What if you let the once docile dogs gain intelligence and abilities? What do you think they would do? Humans raise ability dogs? Sorry. Dogs can also tame ability people.
That scene just now, though trivial, had already shaken Du Zirun's worldview.
My goodness. The game developer is deep. If this game gets more promotion, it will surely explode. With trembling fingers, Du Zirun clicked on the screen, his eyes fixed on the game footage. He couldn't imagine what was still hidden in that cellar. Tap, tap, tap.
Once those two dogs walked far away, Xiao Shengsheng tiptoed quietly, following behind cautiously. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As she reached deep into the cellar, Xiao Shengsheng couldn't help but cover her nose. The air was filled with a bizarre mix of meaty fragrance, rancid seafood smell, the stench of rotting corpses, and the smell of blood.
It was hard to imagine what else was inside. Step.
Extremely carefully controlling her steps, after passing through a narrow, dark tunnel, Xiao Shengsheng finally saw a large earthen cave illuminated by flickering candlelight. In the cave, in a massive dog cage, were 6 dog-headed, human-bodied monsters.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
These 6 dog-headed, human-bodied creatures wore uniforms of the Flame mercenary group, but at that moment, they sprawled in the cage like wild dogs, mouths wide open, drooling.
Be quiet. Don't bark, damn it. You disturbed the boss's rest, so you'll be cooked today. Bang.
By the dog cage, a husky-headed dog kicked the cage, and the few dog-headed, human-bodied creatures inside immediately fell silent. Their dog eyes dim, as if they had completely lost their minds, turning into wild dogs.
These 6 people, couldn't they be the missing members of the Flame mercenary group? They have all turned into dogs? Kept here by mutant zombie dogs? Dogs are taming humans? Chapter 45. Shock, fear, doubt about life.
Xiao Shengsheng had never thought that dogs could treat humans like dogs. Covering her mouth, Xiao Shengsheng dared not make a sound. She guessed the border collie-headed dog and husky-headed dog were at least ability users of level 3 and above mutant zombie dogs.
Adding to that, what they said about their boss.
This means there were at least 3 high-level mutant zombie dogs in this suburban dog park.
Woof woof.
For some reason, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the dog-headed, human-bodied creatures in the cage, and her throat couldn't help but want to bark. She suppressed this urge, squinting her eyes, trying to see the environment behind the dog cage clearly.
Back? How well did the taming go today?
From the depths of the darkness came a voice that sounded a bit weary. As soon as this voice reached them, the previously arrogant husky-headed dog immediately crawled flat on the ground. Boss. The leader of the flame mercenary group has completely turned into a dog. But, because he has fully transformed into a dog, his intelligence has declined, making it harder for him to use his fire abilities.
Oh? Is that so? It seems he still hasn't been trained well. Clatter clatter.
From the darkness came the sound of clanking chains, and a large figure gradually emerged. When it appeared near the cage, Xiao Shangshang was shocked.
The so-called boss actually had the face of an old man, like a farm dog-headed dog.
Its entire body was covered in shiny brown fur, and that old face was creased with deep wrinkles, looking eerily calm. Suspended from its paws was a chain, and as the chain swayed, a woman covered in bruises was dragged out.
Zhou Yan? That is Zhou Yan?
In the dark corner, Xiao Shangshang looked at the woman with a chain around her neck, her face filled with shock.
That woman was none other than the female leader of the couple from the flame mercenary group, right?
Thinking back to the past, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi had always entered and exited that mining black market with great presence, dressed in luxury. Although the power of the flame mercenary group was not enough to dominate the entire mining black market, they were still somewhat known. At the very least, every time Xiao Shangshang saw Zhou Yan, she wore a different outfit each time. In the apocalypse, being able to wear non-repeated clothing every day, one could imagine how comfortable that woman's life was.
But what is in front of me now?
Zhou Yan's eyes were hollow and lifeless, her hair was disheveled, and she was almost completely naked. Her chest and thighs were wrapped in coarse cloth, covered in black and blue bruises and blood scabs. She trembled all over, as if she had gone through something incredibly painful.
It's hard to imagine what this once formidable woman has experienced. Zhou Yan won't. Her lips trembled, and Xiao Shangshang couldn't dare to think any further.
In her ear, she faintly heard Du Zirun's low voice offering comfort.
Shangsheng, the world is far more cruel than you think.
On the other end of the phone, Du Zirun looked at the screen, feeling his worldview being refreshed once again.
This game development team.
They are really bold. If he guessed right, that leader Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog did not only turn all the members of the Fire Source mercenary group into dogs, but also trained the male leader like a dog and treated the female leader as a prized possession.
The extent of it made Du Zirun feel embarrassed. Damn. Does this game really need to be this realistic? As he marveled at the designer's creativity, Du Zirun's gaze did not dare to leave the screen for a second.
He had a feeling that this mission was frighteningly terrifying.
This might be a boss level. If he didn't pay a little attention, Xiao Shangshang would be done for. It's not a big deal.
No matter how strong these three dogs are, they can't withstand a few hits from the dimensional blade.
Staring blankly at the game screen.
Meanwhile, Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog stretched out its paw and patted the dog head human body held by Border Collie Human Head Dog, making a teasing sound like tsetse to amuse the dog.
I say. You have turned into a dog. Can't you be more honest?
Be obedient, breathe some fire to liven things up. Its voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any emotion.
But
when the dog-head human body unintentionally saw Zhou Yan, a fierce glint exploded in its foolish dog eyes.
One.
Roar. A burning hot flame surged in its mouth, ready to spray towards Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog.
Does it still have a bit of humanity? Noisy. Smack.
Before the flame could be unleashed, Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog stiffened its old face, and immediately swatted dog head human body down onto the ground with its paw.
Whoa.
The dog face of dog head human body tilted immediately, a few broken teeth dropping onto the ground, writhing incessantly.
Are you calm now?
A cold voice echoed in the earth cave, and dog-head human body became motionless.
Big Brother is still amazing. Big Brother is mighty.
Seeing this, Husky Human Head Dog and Border Collie Human Head Dog immediately began to lick Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog.
Poof. Did you really think you were still human? Dogs should behave like dogs. I see, just scaring isn't enough.
Second brother, go, kill a dog, we'll eat it. Just in time, your sister-in-law's belly is also growing. Pastoral Dog Human Head Dog said this while squatting down, using its paw to touch Zhou Yan's slightly bulging belly.
Immediately,
Husky Human Head Dog and Border Collie Human Head Dog showed happy expressions.
Big brother? Did you succeed?
I purposely left behind a woman with abilities. I just wanted to see if the child born from me and her would have abilities.
Truly remarkable, Big Brother. Husky Human Head Dog laughed heartily and quickly walked to the iron cage.
With a loud clang, it directly opened the iron cage and pulled out a dog-head human body.
Just you.
Today, we feast on dog meat.
With its paws firmly restraining the head of dog head human body, husky human head dog exerted force with its paws. Ow, 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 ow. That dog head human body let out a mournful groan and then. Put. Suddenly, bloodstains covered the dog head. Gurgle fresh blood gushed out. Dog head human body was dragged by husky human head dog like a chick and thrown towards pastoral dog human head dog. Boss, eat. Pastoral dog human head dog took a casual glance and remained silent, simply stomping the dog head human body down in front of Zhou Yan with its paw. Its expression was stern, and it calmly uttered a single sentence. Look. Do you still recognize him? Zhou Yan's expression darkened, and she remained unresponsive for a long time. In the dark, cramped, and cold cellar, at this moment, there was no cold wind blowing, yet it made one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Forget about the dog raising people. The dog even twists people. This is in front of Captain Zhou Yan, twisting her member. A strong image is crashing into Qiu Xingxing's worldview. She no longer dares to move. In fact, she is already thinking about starting to retreat from here. In the distance, Wu Hai witnesses the scene before him, his face white as a ghost. He dares to say, in these years of apocalypse, he has never seen such outrageous things. In the basement are 3 mutated zombie dogs? No. That's 3 demons. 3 beasts. Okay. You beasts make me feel at ease. Xiao Shengsheng, go play with these beasts. Magnetism. Turning his head to look outside the basement at the tempered shed, a steel bar suddenly twitched and flew towards the basement. Wu Hai controlled the movement of the steel bar, just wanting to scold and smash the bar on Xiao Xingxing's head to draw the attention of the 3 mutated zombie dogs in the basement. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened his mouth, a clear woof suddenly echoed through the basement corridor. Chapter 46. Woof. The clear woof echoed within the basement, instantly causing the 3 human-headed dogs to look towards the sound source. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A steel bar kept spinning in the air, and a big, fat man stood at the entrance of the basement. Someone actually came? When did this happen? The husky with a human head changed its expression, but then its mouth curled up. Hi, it's a superpowered person. Big brother, can I have this guy as a dog? It was not afraid at all. Instead, it looked at the farm dog with a human head with excitement. It seemed that it had envied the border collie with a human head for having a trainer dog with fire powers for a long time. Oof. A fat guy with superpower 3rd level. Dare to shout in my territory? The farm dog with a human head had wrinkles on its old face. It didn't know Wu Hai's condition, only thinking he wanted to launch a sneak attack. What happened next? This SX simply didn't realize it had become dodgified, unable to help but woof. On the other side, Wu Hai was equally confused. No. I wanted to smash Qiu Shengsheng. Why did I bark? Not understanding, he patted his mouth in a panic. Wu Hai was alarmed. Because he found, he not only couldn't speak, but when he stroked his face, he unexpectedly felt a thick dog head outline. His limbs were already uncontrollable, beginning to bend and crawl instinctively. His thoughts were getting closer to being a dog. Superpower. This is definitely some kind of high-level, superpower, influence. Wu Hai immediately understood, looking in terror at the farm dog with a human head. He just wanted to watch the show, but did not expect this guy's ability to be so astonishing. It could actually affect everyone outside. This guy. The ability is at least the blue talent of superpower. Clash. He couldn't care less about Qiu Shengsheng anymore. The floating steel bar suddenly swung towards the farm dog with a human head, and Wu Hai turned and ran. Run. If I don't run now, the next dog slave will be me. Step, step, step. The sound of footsteps and the swishing buzz of the steel bar almost echoed simultaneously. The farm dog with a human head remained calm, simply beckoning with its paw. Second, if you want it, go grab it yourself. Third, can you withstand that steel bar? Understood. 2 responses came almost instantly. That husky with a human head quickly distorted, its originally standing body crawled. Wu Hai cried out tragically, being picked up by the enormous dog's mouth like a chick, and was led toward the cellar. On the other side. Buzz buzz buzz. With a roaring steel bar swinging, under the immense force of the wind, the 2 paws of the border collie merged and actually caught the flying steel bar out of thin air. Buzz. In a careless manner, it stabilized the steel bar and effortlessly threw it onto the ground. Hiss. These 3 guys. They really are boss level. No wonder the fire source mercenary group was completely wiped out. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren frowned tightly. At this moment, Qiu Shengsheng was curled up in a corner by the dark earthen wall, trembling all over, not daring to move. Strong. This 3-dog combination is ridiculously strong.
His fingers quickly clicked on the heads of the 3 head dogs, and 3 messages jumped out.
Mutated zombie dog pastoral. Ability, dodgification, blue. Ability level, ability user level 4.
Dodgification. Within 50 meters of the mutated zombie dog pastoral, any living creature will begin to show signs of dodgification for a certain period of time. The longer the time, the more the creature will resemble a dog, both in body and mind.
Mutated zombie dog husky. Ability, divine speed, green. Ability level, ability user level 3. Divine speed, doubling one's speed for a short time. Mutated zombie dog border collie. Ability, giant power, green. Ability level, ability user level 2. Giant power, doubling one's strength for a short time. Wow. These 3 brothers are quite something.
Looking at the information of these 3 head dogs, Du Ziren's eyes became rarely cautious.
This was probably Qiu Xingxing's first encounter with a boss.
With Qiu Xingxing's abilities, she should have no problem soloing any one of them. But to face all 3 at the same time.
Worriedly glancing at Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren suddenly couldn't help but smirk. Dodgification also took effect on Qiu Xingxing. But
Qiu Xingxing's dodgification only transformed her ears into dog ears, and beyond that, nothing else changed. Her little dog ears kept drooping and twitching, making Du Ziren unable to resist touching them.
Ah!
Woof! Suddenly, Qiu Shangshang was startled and gasped. Unfortunately, wanting to speak human language, she only let out a small bark, her face blushing tightly with nervousness as she held her dog ears.
Woof woof woof, senior, is there still time to play around now? Du Ziren couldn't understand Qiu Xingxing's barking, but surprisingly, the game interface translated the dog sounds humanely. Ha ha ha.
Dog-eared Shangshang's so cute. After touching Qiu Xingxing's dog ears again, seeing how nervous she was and that she kept trembling, Du Ziren finally withdrew his hand.
Woof woof woof.
Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being held by the mutated husky, and he was about to be delivered into the cage in the cellar, feeling extremely anxious.
Woof. Woof. There's a woman in the corner. In the corner.
He kept groaning, never expecting that he would end up suffering a loss while trying to steal a chicken.
Woof. Woof.
Amid the continuous barking, the mutated husky ignored Wu Hai, instead biting down hard with its mouth, deforming Wu Hai's neck and nearly choking him.
What's the dog barking about? Be good. Ah whoa.
At this point, Wu Hai became completely obedient. He glared hatefully at Qiu Shengsheng in the corner, who was locked in the dog cage.
Woof woof woof. Before long, the cellar returned to silence.
The 3 dog heads were continually scrutinizing Wu Hai, seemingly wanting to interrogate him about something. The pastoral head dog squinted its eyes, withdrew the dodgification, and Wu Hai's mouth slowly distorted into a human mouth, immediately cursing.
Damn. In the left corner. There's another person. What?
Rustle rustle. In the cramped corner, Qiu Shengsheng had just moved, wanting to slowly crawl out, and suddenly froze upon hearing the voice. In the dark depths of the cellar, the 3 head dogs were now keenly scanning their surroundings.
But unfortunately, Qiu Shengsheng was hiding much too well.
After the search yielded nothing, the pastoral dog head began to doubt if Wu Hai was lying.
Snap. Suddenly.
A sharp dog paw struck Wu Hai's face directly, the husky-headed dog wearing a fierce look.
Good. You haven't even served me properly, you dog, and yet you dare to trick your master?
The bloody paw twisted Wu Hai's face, and he was about to cry.
It's true. Really. I followed her here. Otherwise, as an ability user, wouldn't I be just causing trouble for you for no reason?
Looking pitifully at the husky-headed dog, but it didn't believe him and was about to strike again.
Hey.
Suddenly, the farm dog-headed dog changed its expression and stopped it.
What this guy says makes sense. He wouldn't come here alone. As for whether there are others around? Easy.
Buzz buzz buzz. The bright yellow fur on its body twitched, and the pores of the farm dog-headed dog began to expand, while the exposed hair quickly shrank. Its dog paw and belly twitched and wriggled, and surprisingly, human yellowish-white skin rapidly formed. In the blink of an eye, it had completely evolved from a dog head into an old human man.
Caninification.
The old man hunched his body and murmured, and the air around became inexplicably oppressive.
The next moment. Woof 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 woof.
Centered around him, both dogs and people couldn't help but have their eyes turn white, their bodies involuntarily lying down on the ground, and fur bursting forth as they barked.
Woof 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 woof.
Even his 2 mutant zombie dogs, under the blue ability of caninification, became dumb and returned to their original forms, lying in front of the old man.
Good good. Little dog. Don't hide, don't hide. Come out.
With a soft hum, 10 completely real dogs had gathered around, listlessly approaching him.
Woof woof. In an instant, the entire cellar was like a dog den. Good good. I was wondering how these guys could be so arrogant. In the domain of caninification, not just people, but dogs will also obey the commands of the mutant farm dog.
If I were to fight him, not to mention being able to withstand the dog pack, just the continuous caninification would be a huge trouble.
No wonder it's blue power. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched the display of the mutant farm dog's ability with great interest. Xiao Shengsheng crouched in the corner, now not daring to move at all. Moving would get her discovered. But not moving? Not moving means slow death, gradually turning into a dog under the opponent's caninification ability.
Previously, the foreshadowing of option 3 being discovered was waiting here. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, two choices popped up again on the game window. Option 1, continue lurking, under the condition of not exposing yourself, Xiao Xingxing's immortal has a chance to last through the opponent's ability time. But correspondingly, Xiao Shengsheng also has a chance to turn into a dog.
Option 2, draw the gun directly. Tell the opponent. 1 against 10, the advantage is mine. Lurk? Lurk, my foot. I have already figured out the dog factory problem. Lurking will only let Shengsheng endure? Without even glancing at option 1, Du Ziren directly clicked option 2. Shengsheng. Take action. Sitting and waiting is death. Shoot. If you can't win, I will back you up.
Du Ziren's steady voice echoed in her ears, and Xiao Xingxing's dog ears wiggled, her previously panicked eyes instantly firmed, and she immediately crawled up from a pile of dirt.
With my senior here.
Shengsheng is not afraid of anything.
Bang bang bang.
Standing up and drawing the gun, 3 fire tongues immediately erupted in the darkness.
A gun? Hearing the terrifying gunfire, even the previously calm mutant farm dog couldn't help but change its expression. You. Quick, come here. Surround and protect me.
In a panic, it directly lay down on the ground, and 2 nearby fire source mercenary group canine-fied big dogs pounced down on the mutant farm dog.
Puff puff puff.
3 bullets came in, and the 2 canine-fied big dogs instantly exploded their bellies, twitching all over, and lost all reaction.
Damn. You have a gun? You actually have a gun?
Even though it was lying on the ground in a mess, the mutated farm dog didn't seem scared at all.
Second. Third. See the light source? Go. Don't care who she is. Just bite her to death. Woof woof.
Under the cold and grim command, the mutated husky's pupils lit up in an instant, the whole dog pounced out like a starving wolf. Right after a few stomping sounds, just as Xiao Shengsheng raised her gun to shoot again.
A whoa. A mouthful of sharp fangs flashed silver in the dark, suddenly appeared right behind Xiao Xingxing's neck. Shengsheng. Get down. Yes.
A chill spread across her back. Xiao Shengsheng trusted Du Ziren's judgment without hesitation and threw herself to the ground.
Thud. Just as she hit the ground, a giant black shadow flashed over her head.
But before she could catch her breath, an even fiercer heatwave came rushing in.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
In the dark, the mutated border collie, with black and white fur mixed, opened its densely packed fangs, charging straight at Xiao Xingxing's head.
Ah!
Instinctively, she raised her arms to shield herself in front.
A whoa!
The sharp fangs bit down, instantly tearing open her combat uniform.
Current ability level, Esper Tier 2, 135/200.
Under the threat of life and death, Xiao Xingxing's ability experience kept soaring.
As the sharp fangs were about to bite down. Thud.
The mutated farm dog shoved off the 2 dog corpses on top of him and stood up proudly.
I was wondering what kind of expert it was.
Turns out you're just a fool with a gun, daring to barge into a wolf den alone.
Look at that soft skin. Seems like Dog Bao's dinner is set tonight. Third, don't leave any alive. Just bite her to death.
The cold voice echoed in the cellar. The mutated farm dog looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was bitten on the arm by the mutated border collie, as if looking at a corpse, his face full of malice.
Unexpectedly.
Just as he finished his ruthless words, a deep male voice sounded again in the cellar.
What the hell are you barking at? What? There's someone else?
Looking around in panic, the mutated farm dog didn't catch sight of any figure. The shock in his heart just calmed down a bit. Just one person.
Only one person. Scum, dare to fight me in my canine mutation ability domain? As his eyes scanned around, a cold snort suddenly exploded. You damn dog. Really think you're a person? Dimensional Slash. Chapter 48. Dimensional Slash? Who the hell are you trying to scare? I'm telling you, I wasn't raised to be scared. If you really had awakening stage, space ability, would you still be hiding in the corner, too afraid to show up?
A flash of fear passed over his face, but the mutated farm dog looked around with disdain.
But
the next moment, in the narrow and cramped cellar, the air began to buzz.
Crack, crack, crack.
Like the air had been torn open, strange black cracks buzzed in the darkness, as if something was about to fly out from the rift.
This.
On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren tapped the dimensional blade skill, and the skill charge reached 11.
Please slide your phone screen to release dimensional blade attack. The faster you slide, the more shockwaves the dimensional blade sends out.
A prompt popped up from the game interface, and Du Ziren didn't hesitate, sliding directly toward the mutated border collie, biting Qiu Shangshang.
You damn mutt. You think you deserve to be near my Shangshang?
Woof. In the cellar, the mutated border collie looked around in surprise, not yet able to locate the source of the voice.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
A fierce space crack tore open on Qiu Shangshang's chest, an icy wind howled in and poured over her.
Splurt. The next moment,
a gush of warm blood exploded in front of Qiu Shangshang's eyes. She felt the biting on her arms loosen, and a dog head full of fear shot up into the air.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Moments later, fierce sharp blades burst out in a storm.
Splurt, splurt, splurt.
The headless corpse of the mutated border collie stood stiff for just a moment in front of Qiu Shangshang, then was instantly shredded into meat paste by the space blade.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The terrifying space blade buzzed and trembled.
All around firing in the basement.
In an instant, the entire basement shook as if struck by a massive earthquake, debris flying everywhere.
Woof! Woof!
The mutated farm dog watched this scene, unable to speak like a human anymore, barking frantically instead.
Big brother! Big brother! It's over! It's really over! The opponent is indeed a awakened one, and a rare spatial ability awakened one. The mutated husky looked desperately at the mutated farm dog, its dog eyes darting around. Big brother! Got it, big brother. If you can turn those dog-like people back into humans, then that person might. Whoosh!
Before the mutated husky could finish its sentence, a humming spatial blade suddenly slashed diagonally towards it.
Godspeed!
It dared not hesitate, flickering its form, and recklessly fled towards the basement exit.
Poof! You want to escape?
On the other side of the phone screen, seeing the mutated husky quicken its movement, Du Ziren moved his other 5 fingers.
Day. Instantly, all 10 fingers snapped. Dense spatial blades suddenly exploded on the screen.
Congratulations, you have broken the previous record for speed. In this session, you fired a total of 248 spatial blades within 30 seconds, astonishing speed. Your speed has defeated 99.99% of opponents worldwide. As the game pop-up appeared, under the buzzing, distorted air, countless invisible blades flickered.
Step, step, step.
Before the mutated husky could run out of the basement, after a wave of twisted space, the mutated husky, still in running posture, suddenly puffed and exploded into a shower of meat, scattering all over the corridor.
It died. In the blink of an eye, 2 mutated zombie dogs died without any struggle. This is the vast difference between an awakened one and an ability user. Senior. As expected, still so powerful. If it weren't for the senior this time.
Slowly realizing, Qiu Shangsheng crawled up from the ground, looking in horror at the blood splatters everywhere, relieved that the senior had been watching over her. Otherwise, with her own strength, she could have died at the entrance of the dog factory.
You better not come over.
Deep in the basement, the mutated farm dog had completely collapsed.
No ability to fight back. Simply no ability to fight back.
Just now, I was leaping in front of the opponent's face. It's like the old man eating arsenic, tired of living. With one in each hand, the mutated farm dog gripped tightly 2 dog-headed human-bodied people, dressed in firesource mercenary group uniforms. Being shrewd with age, it naturally understood what the mutated husky had just meant.
Use people. Use people to threaten that big boss. This is its only way to survive. Puff, puff, puff.
The 2 dog-headed human-bodied figures in its hands began to slowly regain their human faces. To its shock, it turned out to be Li Yi, the leader of the firesource mercenary group, and a pale-looking mercenary.
If you dare to kill me, these 2 humans will definitely die before me. If you dare to kill me, you are committing murder. Holding the 2 in front of its chest, the mutated farm dog attempted to threaten Qiu Shangsheng. Qiu Shangsheng frowned tightly.
Indeed, she had no enmity with the firesource mercenary group, and if she acted recklessly.
Senior. She hesitated.
Suddenly, a cold voice rang in her ears.
He is grabbing the members of the firesource mercenary group. What does it have to do with you?
But,
because of those people, you won't kill it? If it leaves today, do you think, if it grows stronger in the future, what will happen to your younger siblings? This. Xiao Shengsheng, let me tell you the first lesson in the apocalypse: a bleeding heart is unacceptable. The chilling voice echoed in her ears.
Upon hearing the mention of her younger siblings, Xiao Shengsheng immediately drew her handgun.
Okay. Looks like you are completely set on being a murderer?
Cold sweat kept running down the back of the mutated farm dog's head, panicking.
What could it do if the opponent was determined to kill it? Hoo. But, at that very moment of distraction, in its hand, the Li Yi who was being choked by the neck, with murky eyes filled with malice, suddenly shouted angrily. Dog thing! The humiliation you brought me. Today. I will return it 100 times. Bang! Suddenly, a flame exploded from Li Yi's body. Boom! The wave of fire instantly engulfed Li Yi and the mutant farm dog. Fire source mercenary group. All forces, counterattack. Ka. With this command, 5 people wearing Fire Source Mercenary Group uniforms crawled out from the relaxed earth. They skillfully took out Molotov cocktails from their pockets and threw them at Li Yi. Boom! The already intense flames were fueled by the Molotov cocktails, turning the depths of the cellar into a sea of fire. Li Yi bathed in the fire, tightly holding the mutant farm dog. Without your second brother and third brother, you are nothing. Hey! That woman! Shoot! Shoot him dead. Otherwise, if he reacts, we will all turn back into dogs. Bang!
Shouting echoed in the sea of fire, and Xiao Shengsheng did not hesitate, immediately pulling the trigger, a bullet accurately hitting the forehead of the mutant farm dog. You all. You damned bunch. Damn, humans. Gurgle. Blood spurted from its forehead. The mutant farm dog's abilities were strong, but its body was incredibly fragile. Without the support of the mutant husky and mutant border collie, it was like an old man with a candle in the wind, gasping for breath after being hit by the bullet. Sizzle. The flames continued to burn. In the firelight, Li Yi, bathed in flames, watched the mutant farm dog die completely, unfastening his combat suit and pouncing on Zhou Yan. Behind him, the 5 members of the Fire Source Mercenary Group all gathered closer. Their eyes, synchronized, looked at Xiao Shengsheng, complex beyond words. Chapter 49. Pata. In the flames, the corpse of the mutant farm dog gradually dried up, and a crystal-clear, blue crystal core rolled out from the body. The blue crystal core shone like a gem. The inside of the crystal seemed to have a pattern of a dog, vividly dancing. Guliolu. Seeing the appearance of that crystal core, the members of the Fire Source Mercenary Group, previously tormented by the mutant farm dog, suddenly couldn't stop swallowing, as if they were staring at a naked beauty. Blue crystal core. Blue super ability crystal core. Special skilled dog transformation crystal core. Just based on these features, the value of this crystal core was already self-evident. Everyone stared at the crystal core, and its brilliance was enough to make them forget all their previous humiliation. Zhou Yan. Are you okay? Li Yi picked up the prostrate Zhou Yan, whose previously murky eyes slowly regained brightness. She touched her swollen belly, her gaze filled with deep resentment. That dog thing. It should be sliced and killed alive. Dying like this is just too easy on it. She kept cursing, and the people around her remained silent. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the transformation crystal core, rubbing her belly. Her expression became complicated. She looked at Li Yi beside her and murmured softly. Hey! This thing. I know, but... Li Yi did not speak, his gaze suddenly turning to Xiao Shengsheng. Even if Xiao Shengsheng was foolish, she felt that the atmosphere was wrong. She hurriedly took out 2 green crystal cores from the blood-soaked pile beside her. One of these green crystal cores shimmered with the glow of a mighty dog, and the other with the glimmer of a swift dog. They represented great strength and incredible speed. 2 green super ability crystals, also valuable treasures. This. In the corner, even Wu Hai, who was already terrified, couldn't help but feel his eyes turn red at the sight of a blue crystal core and 2 green crystal cores. What did this mean? As long as these 3 crystal cores were in hand, whether absorbed or sold, the days ahead would definitely be a drastic change. Hoo. Crouched in the dirt, his breathing became rapid. But he did not dare to act. Just like the members of the Fire Source Mercenary Group, they all feared the gun in Xiao Shengsheng's hand. And that mysterious big shot. But these 3 crystal cores have already given them enough courage to take risks. The atmosphere in the cellar suddenly became somewhat heavy. It was Xiao Shengsheng who took the initiative to break the silence. You guys? Are you okay? Without any enmity between them, she tried to get closer, wanting to take back that blue crystal core. I'm fine.
This friend looks very unfamiliar.
Thank you for saving our fire source mercenary group. Once we return to the black market of the mine, we must treat you with the utmost hospitality.
Li Yi smiled and forced out a weary bit of kindness.
Qiu Xingshang looked at him, her steps suddenly hesitating. She had a premonition that if she got closer, something bad would happen.
At the same time,
Du Ziren stared at his phone. Another game pop-up jumped out.
Choice 1, approach Li Yi, pick up the blue crystal core, the outcome is unknown. Choice 2, open fire. Immediately shoot everyone. He.
The nature of humanity in this apocalypse.
It really can't stand the test. Qiu Xingshang, do you think that if you save them, they will be grateful to you? Money tempts the heart.
Looking at those two choices, Du Ziren didn't rush to choose. He wanted Qiu Xingshang to find the answer herself. If he kept feeding her ideas, she would never develop her own judgment.
It's like parents always telling children how to act. When the parents are gone, will the children be able to think for themselves? Shang, make your choice. Do you believe in so-called humanity, or trust your own intuition? No matter how you choose, I will support you.
A calm voice reached Qiu Xingshang's ears. She stood at the cellar entrance, hesitating, slowly loading her handgun.
I cannot bet on the goodness of humanity. But I can bet on the evil of humanity. As long as they don't take action, I won't pull the trigger.
Muttering to herself, Qiu Xingshang didn't expect that after the senior killed the big boss, the situation would actually become worse.
More terrifying than zombies. Are they human? You all back away from that crystal core immediately. Otherwise I'll shoot you right away. Raising her handgun, Qiu Xingshang threatened Li Yi.
Li Yi raised his eyebrows, immediately raised his hands. No problem.
This thing was killed by you, how could we fight you for it?
Tread. He led the members of the fire source mercenary group to take a few steps back.
Crash. In the corner, Wu Hai looked hesitant.
He was thinking about certain possibilities. If he could get close to Qiu Xingshang and threaten the big shot behind her with her life, could he get the crystal core and escape? Although that possibility was very small.
But that was 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core. Once I have these,
I could even settle in a top-tier safe base.
In such a base, even awakened ones can't kill indiscriminately, right?
The desire in his heart stirred restlessly. He wanted to take action, and so did Zhou Yan from the fire source mercenary group.
The woman's tongue extended, constantly licking her lips, like a poisonous snake. If I act now,
that big shot would likely prioritize protecting Qiu Xingshang. Taking advantage of this gap, I'll snatch the blue crystal core. She tugged at Li Yi beside her. As bed partners, Li Yi surely understood Zhou Yan's thoughts. Tread. But, looking at Qiu Xingshang closing in, nobody made a move. Just as Qiu Xingshang was only 3 meters away from that blue crystal core, suddenly, Li Yi's expression turned cold.
Boom!
A flame suddenly exploded beside Qiu Xingshang.
Bang!
The wave of fire quickly spread in the cellar, making it impossible to see in any direction.
Zhou Yan! You wretched B***TCH! How dare you? Line! Damn! In the sea of flames, Zhou Yan was completely bewildered. She was stunned. Damn it! She didn't even make a move. This fire was set by Li Yi.
He used the flames to confuse her sight, then quickly took the blue crystal core. Then, using the trick of the thief crying stop the thief, he shifted the flames onto himself to take the core and flee.
As for that big shot,
he would either save Qiu Xingshang right away or believe Li Yi's words and kill himself immediately.
Damn! Li Yi, you dog! For the crystal core, you abandoned your wife. You don't even care about the whole mercenary group? You! How ruthless! Chapter 50. Sizzle. The flames kept burning, and Qiu Xingxing's combat uniform was already singed. She couldn't believe it. The other side really dared to attack a lifesaver just for a crystal core? Even willing to offend a big shot for it? Is this the nature of humanity? As long as the profits are big enough, are there madmen everywhere? Senior. Shangsheng understands now. Shangsheng should have shot those living people first.
The flames were scorching Xingxing's skin, but as her hunger level dropped, her skin rapidly healed, rejuvenating.
Her SSS level ability Immortal and Indestructible was activating.
Current ability value, ability user second stage, 198/200.
200.
Buzz. In the fire, golden light flickered, and Qiu Xingxing's momentum suddenly surged. She had leveled up. Under the tests of the flame's abilities, she had reached the ability user third stage. Tap. Walking again through the flames, the fire could no longer penetrate Qiu Xingxing's skin. Her body glowed faintly with golden light as she moved through the fire, her desert eagle already loaded, her expression cold. Tap tap tap. On the other side of the fire, Zhou Yan looked horrified into the flames. She did not wait for the so-called big shot's punishment, instead, she saw Qiu Xingxing walking through the flames. You're actually fine? You can't be an ability user too. Before she could finish her sentence, a gunshot rang out. Zhou Yan's mouth dropped open, and a black hole appeared on her forehead. You, the one who took the crystal core is Li Yi, what did I do to you? Thud. With her head tilted, Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground in disbelief, while Qiu Xingxing's expression was colder than ever. Because if I don't kill you, you'll keep coveting my things. You'll watch me like a venomous snake, waiting for a chance to bite me to death without hesitation. Thank you for teaching me how to be human. Bang bang bang. In the sea of flames, the sound of dense bullets rang out. The remaining members of the Fire Source mercenary group in the bunker fell one by one. They were all killed by Qiu Xingxing. Thud. With a military dagger, she stabbed through Zhou Yan's forehead and retrieved a flame crystal core. Putting the crystal core away, she looked somewhat despondently at the blazing bunker. Li Yi had already run away. That Wu Hai had also vanished. In the end, the so-called goodness wasn't worth a dime. Senior. Shengsheng, did I disappoint you? With her fists tightly clenched, Qiu Xingxing looked up at the sky, feeling disheartened. It's okay, they are already dead. Suddenly, a colder voice came, and Qiu Xingxing's expression froze as she respectfully looked up at the sky. Senior. You are far more powerful than me. Whether it's the ability, or being human. Time returned to the moment the flames erupted. Du Ziren looked at the flames exploding beneath Qiu Xingxing's feet, a knowing look on his face. He knew the outcome would be like this. There's a saying on Blue Star, with a 50% profit, they would take risks, for 100% profit, they would trample on all human laws, with a 300% profit, they would dare to commit any crime. Reality is like this, what more in the apocalypse? Watching the exploding flames, Du Ziren was unafraid that Qiu Xingxing would get hurt. Because he saw that over Li Ye's head displayed, ability user second stage Sea of Flames, white. This meant he couldn't harm Qiu Xingxing at all. As for Zhou Yan? This woman's head displayed, ability user peak first stage fire wave, white. Is that it? Even Du Ziren, no matter how foolish, knows who released this, fire sea. You, Li Yi, want to play tricks and shift the hatred onto your wife? Sorry. From God's perspective, your actions are simply laughable. The camera directly locked onto Li Yi, as Du Ziren watched him excitedly take the blue crystal nucleus. Then, weaving through the fire sea, he recklessly ran towards the cellar. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With this, I can go to a bigger, safe camp, and even exchange for a bunch of white crystal nuclei to cultivate. I want to stand out, I want to support 10 young models. His heart raced, his face showing a frenzied excitement as he ran. Until. Thud thud thud. He stood in front of the iron gate outside the dog park, confirming no one was following before he let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. That so-called big shot must be the first to care about that woman's situation. As long as his attention shifts, I have a chance. Li Ye's rise to power is about to begin. Holding the blue crystal nucleus, Li Yi smiled widely. But. Bang! In the next moment, a terrifying steel bar suddenly shot towards Li Ye's back of the head. Who? Flames surged all over him, and just as Li Yi wanted to burn the steel bar, dozens of steel bars suddenly fell from above. Boom! In an instant, the dense steel frames fell like shooting stars, pinning Li Yi to the ground, his body convulsing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The flames were hot, but for a moment, they couldn't burn through the dense steel bars on him. He could only be helplessly pinned to the ground. Thud thud thud. At this moment, another figure ran out from the dog park. Poof. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You can't really think that with your ability user peak of second stage, you can swallow this blue crystal nucleus, right? A cold tone rang out, and Li Yi looked up to see someone standing on the steel bars. Wu Hai. You actually came out? He. I was once also an ability user peak of third stage. Your little schemes are too immature to compete with me. Puff. A steel bar was played with by Wu Hai, aiming to stab at Li Ye's head. No. I can give you the nucleus. I can. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, his head was already pierced by the steel bar. With a thud, a blue crystal nucleus fell from his hand, and Wu Hai picked it up with a disdainful face.
Idiot. Killing you.
I not only get the blue crystal nucleus, but I can also take the fire nucleus from your head.
Don't think you're special.
Later, I'll go back to the cellar and see, maybe, your wife's nucleus, and that Xiao Shangshang. With a greedy grin, Wu Hai was about to boast wildly.
Suddenly,
a cold voice exploded in the air.
You said, what do you want to do to Qiu Shengsheng? What?
This, how is this possible?
His face went pale instantly. Wu Hai was stunned. His whole body trembled like a sieve. You? How did you follow me? Shouldn't you be looking at Qiu Shengsheng now? With you guys, you can't hurt her. I was just joking. Big shot. Big shot.
I'll personally deliver this nucleus to Qiu Shengsheng later, you see.
He looked up at the sky in a pleading manner.
Unexpectedly, a familiar voice came.
You said, if I kill you, wouldn't I get another metal nucleus? What? What? Dimensional blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Before Wu Hai could say anything again, he saw the air in front of him twist, splitting open countless black cracks.
Buzz buzz buzz.
In the next moment, a cold wind blew across his face, as if something passed through him. With a crash, Wu Hai's body instantly exploded like blood rain, scattering everywhere.
Thud.
That blue crystal nucleus, ultimately, still fell from his hand.
Dimensional blade usage opportunities, 9 left. On the phone, Du Ziren helplessly watched the number of permanent skill uses decrease, frowning and thinking, when, should I go draw some more? The inventory has been restocked. Senior.
In the game screen, Xiao Shengsheng held the collected Flame Crystal Core, Speed Crystal Core, and Might Crystal Core, respectfully raising them towards Du Ziren. Senior, please accept these. Wait, don't rush to give me gifts yet, first take the crystal cores outside.
As for what I need, we'll talk about it later. Understood.
Without hesitation, Xiao Shengsheng walked decisively towards the outside of the dog park.
Hoo-hoo.
Outside the dog park, the cold wind was biting. The drifting snowflakes were still falling, but faint traces of blood's warmth rose in the air, warm yet cold and fishy. When Xiao Shengsheng saw Li Ye's corpse, dead beneath the steel frame, along with the unknown pieces of flesh, her face turned exceptionally cold.
Abandoning the team, abandoning your wife. In the end, you didn't have a good ending, did you?
With a sigh, Xiao Shengsheng took a fiery red flame crystal core from Li Ye's corpse. Looking at the scattered pieces of flesh, she picked up a blue crystal core and a metallic crystal core buried among the remains.
Senior. Please take a look.
This time, holding the crystal cores with both hands, Xiao Shengsheng's hands were filled with various strange crystal cores, dazzling Du Ziren.
The first one that caught the eye was the bright blue K9 crystal core.
Then there were 2 green speed and might crystal cores, 2 fiery red flame crystal cores, and a metallic metal crystal core. Finally, there was the steel crystal core from the guard dog that Xiao Shengsheng had first dug out. Looking at these crystal cores, Du Ziren thought the K9 crystal core and flame crystal core were quite beautiful, purely for collection purposes.
He tapped the K9 crystal core and the 2 flame crystal cores.
But for some unknown reason, it felt as though his body had an instinctive craving.
He also tapped 2 metal crystal cores out of habit. These are all of them. You take those 2 green crystal cores and bring them back to complete the mission. As his fingers tapped the crystal cores, a new message appeared in the game pop-up. Your Doomsday Survival character is delivering a new gift to you.
Senior, actually, I only need 1 green crystal core.
You killed all of them this time. Xiao Shengsheng blushed, slightly embarrassed, and Du Ziren smiled faintly.
Take it, consider it a reward for choosing correctly earlier.
Is that so?
After accepting the 2 green crystal cores, the young girl's face flushed red. It was unclear what she was thinking, her demeanor now completely different from the cold indifference she had shown earlier when shooting several people in the fiery chaos.
Phew. Finally. The first boss level is done.
At dawn, Du Ziren slowly rubbed his eyes.
At this moment, the rich second generation trapped in the watchtower were complaining about how uninhabitable it was there. But in reality? Snore snore.
The long period of suppression, boredom, and lack of rest had left most of them slumped on the ground, dozing off. The first light of dawn filtered through the gaps in the stacked steel frames. In the deep silence, fatigue flooded Du Ziren's mind. He glanced at his phone showing battery about to die, and just as he was about to put it away and find a corner to rest for a bit.
Thud. Suddenly, a package was tossed into the observation window by the fire brigade. Ward FA? The rescue team hasn't rested yet?
He instinctively thought it was food or blankets sent from the outside world. But when Du Ziren walked up to look, he froze. Xiao Shengsheng gifts Du Ziren were written boldly on the package.
Ha! Not a buddy? Does this game company have such strong connections? Do they have someone in the fire brigade? Can they deliver game merchandise to the collapsed steel frame ruins several meters high? In a panic, Duziran quickly looked out the transmission window.
He squinted his eyes and vaguely saw the aerial ladder still moving outside at a great height.
Hiss. Could it be that this game company made arrangements with the fire brigade? Asked them to help deliver it?
In the company's name, they could indeed ask the fire brigade for help.
After thinking it over carefully, Duziran realized the game package. It was just delivered by the firefighters. Without thinking much, I opened the paper box that was only as big as a book. Click, click, click. When the box opened, just like in the game,
I saw a slender, oval blue canine crystal core, 2 bright red flame crystal cores, and 2 metallic-colored metal crystal cores. In the dark night, these 5 crystals emitted a faint glow, with energy swirling inside like flowing sand. I wonder if this time, these chemical dyes in the merchandise can shine a bit longer. As I touched a few crystals, I felt they were even warmer than an electric blanket. I found a corner to squat down, stuffing a few crystals into my chest, instantly feeling a warmth spread. So tired, so tired. Sleep. Sleep. I closed my eyes, holding these game products, and slowly drifted off against the wall. In the deep of night, the sound of snoring filled the air, everyone leaned against the wall, and their bodies, which had been shivering, suddenly relaxed. It was as if a little stove had suddenly been stuffed into this lookout tower, with the temperature inside the steel frame rising sharply. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dazed, no one realized that at this moment, Duziran's skin had taken on a strange red hue, as if he were a little stove, burning hot. Hoo-hoo. With every breath he exhaled, a terrifying white mist flowed out from his pores. Inside his chest, the 2 flame crystal cores were rapidly losing their red glow, turning into a white crystal. Meanwhile, the 2 metal crystal cores were swirling with a silver-gray light, continuously surrounding Duziran, as if coating his fiery red skin with a layer of silver. Only the canine crystal core was evaporating rapidly, and amidst the curling blue smoke, a canine-like patterned mark appeared on Duziran's chest. Chapter 52. In the morning, the sunlight filtered through the observation hole into the lookout tower. I slept so well. Duziran slowly lifted his eyelids and stretched. What the hell? How did I fall asleep in this godforsaken place? No, wait, why do I feel like I slept pretty well last night? It was actually quite warm. Damn. I feel that way too, it was the warmest sleep I've had since I got sick. As Duziran woke up, the rich second-generation kids sleeping on the ground also gradually stirred. Strangely, in such a harsh environment, these rich kids, who should have had poor sleep and pale faces, now stood up, their faces flushed, full of energy. Could it be, my body has some SM tendencies? Do I need to sleep in these conditions to rest well? No way. I don't know about your SM, but I absolutely don't have that hobby. I can't help it. I don't really want to leave here right now. A few rich kids discussed, their complexions rosy, sweeping away yesterday's gloom. Clang, clang, clang. Outside the lookout tower, the firefighters sliding down the cloud ladder were just getting ready to approach the detection hole to comfort the rich kids inside. After all, judging from yesterday's situation, this pampered group must have complained after spending another night here. But, when they leaned in to listen, the firefighters were stunned. What? SM? These rich kids are into that over here? What the heck? They want to stay here a few more days? What the hell? Did we just give these rich kids a mental illness overnight? The firefighter scratched his ear, feeling that this world was too crazy. Hastily sliding down the cloud ladder, he distanced himself from the hole. At the same time, a loud voice sounded. Everyone! Everyone! After a whole night of research by the experts, our firefighting team has decided to start digging a big hole today, but due to the uncertainty of the angle, the digging will be slow. It is expected to have a stable hole dug within 48 hours. What? 48 hours? No big deal. Just 48 hours, and? Just give me that sleep quality from last night, 480 hours would be fine. Right. The words of the joking voices came through, and the firefighter thought that after this, there would surely be countless curses and complaints. But in the end, another wave of strange discussions came through. What? Sleep for 480 hours? No way, no way. I need to quickly apply to rescue them, this group of rich kids must be going crazy. Clang, clang, clang. The fire truck was sliding. Outside the observation deck, the firefighter was anxious, worried about the mental state of the people inside. Inside the observation deck, a group of rich kids were laughing, talking about what they dreamed of last night. It's simply a wall apart, 2 different worlds. What? Need 48 hours? Listening to the firefighter's words, the only one who was falling apart was Du Ziren.
The phone was already out of power. 48 hours? A whole 48 hours without seeing the lovely Shang Shang, how am I supposed to survive? Crazy. Crazy. 480 hours would be fine?
I think this group of rich kids has never had a good sleep. Looking at the lively rich kids in the observation deck with disdain, Du Ziren tentatively walked to the observation window.
He went back and forth looking at several observation points and finally saw an opening angled down.
Through this opening, he could see luxury cars parked on the ground. If only a steel bar could drop from here.
Could it be? Could it create a downward pedestrian passage?
With such whimsical thoughts, Du Ziren just wanted to go home as soon as possible, charge his phone, and see Qiu Shengsheng sooner.
Snap. But, when a big hand touched the edge of the observation window, Du Ziren was dazed. A strange silver hue appeared on his arm, and he had an inexplicable premonition. He seemed to be able to command the steel bar to move. Hiss. Could it be that I played too many games and thought I was Wu Haiban? With a silly smile, Du Ziren didn't notice. Buzz buzz buzz.
The steel frame stacked on the ground vibrated, the topmost steel bar began to hum, and was tilting down towards him as he imagined.
At the same time. Wannan City Fire Brigade livestream. Dear viewers. Dear viewers. This is the live broadcast room of the Wannan City Fire Brigade Emergency Center. According to the reports from the public last night, the Wolfang Mountain observation deck collapse incident has left 32 people trapped. After a night of investigation, it has been confirmed that no one was injured. Experts have calculated that within 48 hours, a rescue tunnel will be manually excavated. This live broadcast will continue to report for you. In front of the camera, a neatly dressed female reporter was standing several meters away from the observation deck, seriously stating something. The excitement in the streaming room was unprecedented. Do you love drinking Coke? The stones will make you behave, wow. So no one got hurt after Norman Medicine's livestream was interrupted last night? Shaving only to accompany the wife, this is simply a blessing in disguise. I was in that live room last night too. We were still making wishes, and then a meteorite fell. How unlucky and yet lucky is this? Less beetle nut, it's good if there's no problem. Maybe it's heaven showing mercy on us patients, allowing us to escape a disaster without any casualties? Right. They will definitely get out. Yes. Everyone will be fine. Countless hopeful comments flooded the live stream. This city accident had attracted the attention of patients from across the city of Wannan. Dear viewers, please believe in the power of our fire brigade. We will definitely. The female host caught the momentum and was just about to bolster everyone's confidence in the patients. Clang clang clang. Suddenly, a strange noise came from high above. What's the sound? Wow. Host. Behind you on the observation deck. Steel bars. The steel bars collapsed again. What? Panicking, they looked up at the sky, a loud thunderous sound roared. Buzz buzz buzz. 1, 2, 3. Almost dozens of twisted steel bars. From the edge of the piled steel bars, they began to fall. Booming. As I watched, these steel bars were about to tumble into the heap's corner, causing a secondary collapse. No. The female host closed her eyes, and even in the live broadcast room, it was as quiet as death at that moment. Booming. The enormous sound scared everyone in the observation platform, causing them to flee in panic. Hey. No way? Did the secondary collapse happen? No. I've never even been in love. Damn. I still have tens of millions in my account that I haven't spent. Countless chaotic voices became a mess. But in that moment of chaos, despair, and collapse, dozens of steel bars buzzed and slid down, strangely hovering for a moment. Then, clank, clank, clank. These steel bars fell at an angle under the detection port in front of Du Ziren, creating a sloped, uneven pathway. Clang, clang. The ground shook, yet beneath this sloped steel path, the steel bars did not fall, they bizarrely intertwined with each other. Sizzle. 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 In a corner unseen by others, amidst the messy steel bars, terrifying high temperatures melted rapidly. The molten steel welded the bars tightly together, forming a seemingly dangerous but actually solid sloped road. Clang. As the noise settled completely, Du Ziren was astonished to find that the detection port seemed to expand outward. Those iron shavings bent, forming a large opening. He stood before this opening, beneath which lay the downward sloping iron road. What does this mean? I just said it casually, and steel bars really fell down, paving a path? Du Ziren looked completely bewildered. He was utterly confused, and the female supporter on the ground was even more bewildered. With no danger during the secondary collapse, those steel bars actually laid down a seemingly dangerous pathway beneath a boy in high places? What kind of luck is this? Is this guy some chosen one? Chapter 53. Damn. Damn. Damn.
After a strange moment of silence, even the usually civilized female host, after staring in shock, couldn't help but blurt out a few swear words.
This is too exaggerated. What kind of luck must a person have to have a collapsing building pave a road for them?
It's like a victim trapped under earthquake ruins, and after a secondary aftershock, the ruins open a hole just for them to crawl out.
With such luck, wouldn't you casually win the grand prize on a scratch card? The steel bars are paving a path for that boy?
The cameraman was already dumbfounded.
It's not that he was talking nonsense. From his perspective, it was indeed those steel bars falling on their own and coincidentally laying out a broad path in front of the boy. Damn, what the hell? Is this science? No way, man. Did you get lucky? Tell me, do you have a system? Did you hear a ding sound? Inside the observation platform, a group of wealthy second-generation heirs looked strangely at Du Ziren.
Their bodies still cowered in the corner, yet they stared at him in horror.
Du Ziren was also bewildered.
He scratched his head, wanting to say something in defense, but couldn't find the words.
Although you might not believe it. But I really didn't do anything. Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? Damn. I heard the echo of strong luck. Are you really some kind of lucky star? Awesome. Are you not even pretending? You got lucky, right?
From now on, I won't pray or burn incense when I'm hospitalized, just hang your poster. A noisy discussion arose, and Du Ziren could only smile helplessly. Looking at the winding iron road beneath him, he cautiously planned to take a step forward.
Stop. Stop. Suddenly, a firefighter on the ladder hurriedly shouted, stopping Du Ziren's movement.
In such a building with a secondary collapse, it was hard to say how secure it was.
If he stepped down and it collapsed, wouldn't that be the end? You absolutely mustn't come down casually. Wait. I'm going to call an expert. Come quick.
The firefighter hurriedly pulled out his phone from his pocket.
Before long, several old men wearing white expert gowns rushed over.
When they saw those split steel bars fortuitously forming a slanted path, even with their gray hair and vast experience, they couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise.
Incredible. Is this even possible?
Look at the folded structure of the steel frame down the slope. This accidentally formed steel ramp might be unexpectedly strong.
Wait, did you notice? There's iron mud between the steel frames, it's like someone welded it. What? One old expert pointed at the welding between the steel frames, his face filled with more confusion.
The other old experts, upon hearing this, looked closely and were even more astonished.
This is no longer just a matter of luck. How on earth could the steel frames weld themselves? Could someone have a high-temperature ability?
One old expert speculated, but another old expert quickly dismissed it.
Are you out of your mind? Have you watched too many movies? Ability? Why not say a zombie virus has broken out? Then tell me, what exactly is the situation with the welding between the steel frames?
Just as the two experts were about to argue, one expert looked up in a daze at the huge meteorite on the observation deck. The pitch-black meteorite was still emitting white smoke, as if after its fall, the energy inside the meteorite hadn't yet dissipated.
Everyone, stop arguing.
I think it's the residual heat from that meteorite that burned, and then the red-hot steel bars just coincidentally dropped and connected with each other.
This is how the current scene was formed. Is that possible? The probability must be extremely low? Impossible? This is way more plausible than your ridiculous high-temperature ability theory, right? While the group of experts was debating, Du Ziren at the detection entrance poked his head out again. He was holding his phone, genuinely anxious. He hadn't seen Xiao Shengsheng yet today. Hey! Can the experts come down now?
The experts exchanged glances and nodded in agreement.
We can.
But please be slow while coming down, to avoid.
Thump thump thump.
Before he could finish, Du Ziren directly climbed out from the detection hole, sliding down from the height like riding a slide.
Splash.
After a quick, smooth, and safe landing, Du Ziren calmly walked to the parking area and waved at Xiao above.
Hey! Hurry up! Let's drive back. I'm in a rush to go home. My phone battery is almost dead.
On the observation deck high above, Xiao looked dumbfounded.
Isn't he my buddy? Do you really enjoy playing that broken black screen game? This is crazy. It should be fine now, right?
Testing the waters, He Xiao carefully stepped down the slope. His actions instantly caught the interest of the rich kids in the observation deck, who clamored to slide down as well. Thus, splash splash splash. Like dumplings dropping into water, 32 troubled individuals simply slid down the slope, escaping the dangerous ruins.
Woohoo! Some even shouted excitedly while sliding.
Their frivolous look made it seem as if they weren't escaping disaster, but rather experiencing some kind of amusement ride.
Dumbfounded.
The female host was stunned, and the firefighters preparing to rescue on the ladder were also left speechless. Even a row of experts studying structural mechanics stood there, blankly watching the people sliding down from high in the air, utterly bewildered.
What happened to the urgent 48-hour rescue? And here you are? Directly after the second collapse, the refugees slid out of the ruins by themselves? Is this some kind of joke? Was all this work in vain?
If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come.
Drink more water to prevent kidney stones, Ward FA? Even I'm stunned. 1 second the host said this rescue is exceptionally difficult, and the next moment those people slid down from high up? Shensi with weak kidneys, it's confirmed. That Du Ziren is the luckiest fish. I saw it. He stood at the cave entrance, and then with a boom, countless steel bars fell, paving the way for him. Some brothers said, although it seems ridiculous, experts have said it's the residual heat from the meteorite that caused this. However, I prefer to believe in superstitions, that Du Ziren is a lucky star. The first meteorite fell, and the steel bars didn't hit him. The second time the steel bars fell, they just happened to pave the way for him. Is this even human? This luck is too incredible. Does it feel like this guy has activated some kind of system?
Hey upstairs, have you read too many novels? In the official live broadcast room, there was also an uncontrollable excitement. After a long time of suppression, such a miraculous scene came suddenly, stirring everyone's hope completely.
Third chemotherapy, they can survive this. If such a small probability of survival has appeared, my fourth chemotherapy will definitely succeed. Little grass in the stone crack, yes. They are fine, life is great. We sick friends should also believe in hope.
Journey of happiness, those who believe in miracles are miracles themselves.
Moreover, a miracle is really happening before us right now?
Chapter 54. The live broadcast room was boiling. Miracles have truly appeared, warming every patient's cold heart.
Mr. Du. Mr. Du. Do you have anything to say about this escape?
The female host rushed towards Du Ziren, who was about to leave, holding a microphone. She glanced at the live broadcast room, knowing that the focus right now was on Du Ziren, capturing him meant seizing traffic.
Du Ziren's hand was already on the car door.
But looking at the barrage in the camera, he still solemnly said something. My suggestion is, never give up hope until the last moment. Life is only once, it's not lived for others, but to live out yourself. Whether it's the little grass struggling in the stone cracks or the withered roots in the flower pot, at least, we have come to this world, we have lived.
The meaning of life lies in infinite possibilities.
After solemnly bowing to the camera, Du Ziren quickly jumped into the car. After this passionate speech of surviving a disaster, the live broadcast room erupted in applause again.
He's right. Everyone has infinite possibilities. Life shouldn't just wither. Yes. Once I recover, I want to hike around the world. I want to learn street dance. The intense barrage surged.
Little did they know, after saying this with righteous fervor, Du Ziren, once inside the car, looked anxious and urged He Xiao.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Take me home. I'm in a hurry to play games. By the way, do you have a charging port in your car? You? He Xiao looked at Du Ziren in astonishment. Wasn't he a righteous guy? The person who just moments ago was so positive and energetic, was that really you?
It's hard to believe that someone so full of positive energy moments ago turned into a clown once inside the car.
I'm asking you a question. Do you have a charger?
Yes, sure.
I do.
He hurriedly handed the car USB interface cable to Du Ziren, who was charging his phone while looking at He Xiao.
By the way, what about my performance fee? Don't worry, it will be credited soon. Oh yes. There's one more thing I need to tell you.
What? Tonight, to thank you for taking the guests to escape the banquet, the wealthy gathering of Norman Pharmaceuticals wants to invite you to attend. Don't worry, this time it's just a big hotel for dinner. It seemed He Xiao was afraid Du Ziren would refuse, emphasizing the word dinner.
Oh. So polite. Is there an appearance fee if you invite me? If so, I can consider it. I can apply for it. Oh. Then that's fine.
He Xiao nodded, really finding it hard to see how Du Ziren now, and the Du Ziren who motivated patients earlier, could be the same person.
Vroom vroom vroom. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just received 500,000 yuan. Your current account balance is 5207.72 yuan. The phone finally charged enough to turn on.
A message popped up directly.
Looking at the sudden amount in his account, Du Ziren was completely bewildered. Hey! Wasn't it agreed to be 250,000? How did it double? Maybe it's the gratitude fee from Norman Pharmaceuticals? Or, is it for tonight's attendance?
He Xiao explained, but Du Ziren didn't respond. Instead, he opened the game Survival of the Apocalypse.
Hoo.
As soon as the game screen loaded, a vast white snowy landscape appeared. Qiu Shengsheng was wearing a battle uniform with some holes, clutching her chest, excitedly heading towards the mining black market.
He. Shengsheng, my darling Shengsheng. Shengsheng's clothes are torn.
I'll spend some money later to get her some new gear. He Xiao giggled at the game screen, occasionally glancing at Du Ziren, her expression strange.
Here we go again.
Staring at the pitch-black phone screen, he grinned like a fool.
Mr. Du. Do you have occasional neurological issues?
After all, he seemed quite normal during the interview.
Perhaps this is a leftover symptom of his frozen illness recovering?
Observing Du Ziren's foolish face, He Xiao fought back several urges to drive straight to the mental hospital and continue towards the Caesar Hotel in the city.
According to Norman Pharmaceuticals, a business meeting was to be held here tonight. Most of the entrepreneurs attending were from wealthy families who escaped from the Outlook Tower today. Having this benefactor, Du Ziren, present would indeed be a highlight. He.
Shengsheng looks so beautiful when she smiles. The sound of Du Ziren's silly laughter filled the back seat. He Xiao pretended not to see and kept driving. On the other side.
Hoo.
Facing the swirling snowflakes, Qiu Shengsheng walked back towards the mine entrance. Tap tap tap. Walking forward, she returned to the iron gate. Behind the door, Sister Xia was anxiously observing the outside situation, worry etched on her face. When she saw Qiu Shengsheng return, her worried expression completely crumbled.
Qiu Shengsheng is back safely? What does this mean? Did Wu Hai's ambush fail? Or has Wu Hai already? No matter what the speculation, Sister Xia dared not think further. Qiu. Miss Qiu. You are back?
Respectfully like an old servant, Sister Xia changed her address to Qiu Shengsheng for the first time. Qiu Shengsheng calmly glanced at her and waved, check for injuries.
Oh.
Trembling, Sister Xia ran out of the iron gate, symbolically checking Qiu Shengsheng's body. When she saw the two green crystals in Qiu Shengsheng's arms, she couldn't help but swallow hard, the astonishment in her eyes fleeting, but she no longer harbored any thoughts of desire.
Qiu. Miss Qiu. The checkup is done, you can go back.
Bowing deeply, Sister Xia wished she could bury her head in the ground. Without Wu Hai and the Viper mercenary group, she was nothing before Qiu Shengsheng. Ignoring Sister Xia's changing expression, Qiu Shengsheng stepped forward, heading straight for the middle-level task room.
After completing this task, Shengsheng can move into the level 3 facilities. I wonder what the situation in the level 3 of the mining black market is like. If I can live there, Shengsheng's happiness value should increase, right?
In the back seat of the car, Du Ziren rubbed his chin, constantly imagining the expression on Qiu Shengsheng's face when she moves into her new home. Just thinking of the happy smile of the little girl made Du Ziren's lips curl up. If the person he loves can be happy, then he will be happy too. Crazy. In the driver's seat, He Xiao shook her head sadly, as the car slowly entered the parking lot of the Caesar Hotel. After a while, he led the head-down Du Ziren into the banquet hall of the Caesar Hotel.
Chapter 55.
Caesar Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Huannan City. To rent this place as a banquet venue, one can imagine how much financial and material resources it would take.
But, in such a venue.
At this moment, the first floor hall was covered with a red carpet, and European round tables were arranged in a beautiful disorder. Dressed in suits and elegant gowns, people came and went in the venue, while a boy in a hospital gown huddled in the corner, looking down and playing with his phone. It seemed that no matter how luxurious the scene was, it couldn't compare to the game on his phone in his hands.
Mr. Du. The CEO of Huahan Gas is here, can you look up?
He Xiao sat next to Du Ziren, whispering to urge him. He was truly speechless. This guy could really play with a black screen phone all day long.
What CEO? Playing games. Don't rush me.
With a sudden buzz, a kind voice came from beside him.
This must be Mr. Du Ziren from Fuxing in South Anhui, right? Ha!
Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing glasses and a black suit, smiling at him, extending his large, thick hand.
Who are you? Oh, excuse my rudeness.
I am Wang Dashan, the general manager of Huahong Gas. Thank you very much for taking care of my son at Wolf Tooth Mountain Observation Deck.
You said it, right? Xiao Shan?
Wang Dashan stretched out his hand, while the other hand pulled his son closer to Du Ziren.
Du Ziren looked closely. Hey! A familiar face.
The boy called Xiao Shan was indeed the rich second generation who had asked him what game he was playing before. At this moment, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Du Ziren's black phone screen with a face full of disdain and sympathy. He forced a smile, trying to put on a cheerful expression.
Hello? Hello everyone.
Symbolically shaking hands with Wang Dashan, Du Ziren ignored how impressive the other guy was and lowered his head, returning to his phone.
This. Scratching his head awkwardly, Wang Dashan was experiencing being cold-shouldered for the first time.
He just sat beside Du Ziren, neither leaving nor staying.
Dad.
I told you, this guy has some issues here.
Wang Xiaoshan pointed to his head, complaining to Wang Dashan.
Wang Dashan's face darkened, but he said nothing further.
After a short while,
several entrepreneurs walked over to Du Ziren, one by one thanking him for his care at the observation deck.
But Du Ziren simply responded politely and continued playing with his phone. Are you kidding me? Is chatting with those old-timers more important than spending time with my wife?
Lost deep in the game, Du Ziren didn't even notice that his table was now full of the big shots from South Anhui.
In a small circle where others couldn't even squeeze in, Du Ziren couldn't care less. Cough 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 cough.
After an unknown amount of time, a clear female voice rang out from the center of the banquet. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the corporate exchange meeting hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. This exchange meeting aims to encourage cooperation and mutual benefits among various enterprises.
The first item of this exchange meeting.
Suburban land development, the government-designated construction of a new community, Jing'an Community, S design principles. The resonant female voice echoed through the banquet hall, and Du Ziren, who had been staring at his phone, suddenly froze.
What? Jing'an Community?
Looking up at the venue, Du Ziren saw a huge display screen in the center. On the screen, a suburban piece of land was marked.
However, the outline of that piece of land seemed familiar to him. Jing'an Community. Jing'an Community? Wait a minute.
I remember Kaiyashengqing, first appearing in the parking garage of this community.
No way. Are these two the same place? Staring blankly at the map on the screen, Du Ziren suddenly burst into laughter. Not possible. Games are games, and reality is reality. Shaking his head, Du Ziren was just about to lower his head to continue playing the game.
Suddenly, Wang Dashan beside him, seeing that Du Ziren was interested in Jing'an Community, took the initiative to start the conversation.
Mr. Du. Do you happen to know something about Jing'an Community?
He looked at Du Ziren with a teasing smile, while Wang Xiaoshan scoffed.
Dad. You're joking again. How could he know about the government's newly established project? Yeah, I really don't know.
It's just that when I saw that blueprint, it seemed a bit familiar.
Oh? Familiar?
Where have you seen it?
In a game. A game? Yeah. It's the game I'm playing. The graphics are exquisite, the plot is unbeatable.
Heavy on cultivation, heavy on interaction, it's simply a time-wasting tool. As he raised his phone, Du Ziren was just about to recommend the game Survival in the Apocalypse, when suddenly there was a silence from the father and son beside him.
Mr. Du. We don't like playing games.
Looking at the black screen, Wang Dashan confirmed that this kid indeed had some issues with his brain.
He. You said you saw a similar neighborhood in the game? Since you've seen it, you should be able to copy the design. Why don't you copy it, Du Gu? Maybe you could get the design for this project. You know, the design fee is 100. Wanting to tease Du Ziren, Wang Xiaoshan joked casually. After all, the other party's phone screen was black, how could he take out any plans? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly lit up. Hiss. There's money? If you're talking about money, I really need to try it. Upon hearing about money, Du Ziren was all ears. The land in the display looked almost identical to Jing'an Community. If that's the case, then the blueprint of Jing'an Community in the game might very well be used in reality. Thinking of this, Du Ziren no longer cared about the discussions around him and just focused on the game screen, tapping at Qiu Xingxing's small face. Xingxing, do you remember the blueprint of Jing'an Community you got? Wu Hai and them are dead, that thing is useless, can you give it to me? Ha ha ha. You really act convincingly. Seeing Du Ziren talking to the screen again, Wang Xiaoshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shaking his head helplessly, he didn't take Du Ziren's words seriously at all, thinking the other party was just acting crazy. Ladies and gentlemen,
Jingan community is a nearby property to be developed near the mine, and the housing prices will definitely rise in a short time.
if we can take it on, it will be a highly profitable project. We are now starting to bid for the project design.
Anyone who thinks they have the capability to undertake it can raise their hand and start reporting. The voice of the female host echoed continuously in the hall in front of the big screen. Everyone watched the land in the display, silently lost in thought, struggling with whether to take action.
At the same time, ha! The blueprint of Jingan community? Senior, what do you want that for?
Xiao Shangsheng suddenly paused, looking up in surprise.
In Xiao Xingxing's eyes, with a senior's skills, shouldn't they need to know the layout of Jingan community? Coming and going freely, isn't it all about killing at random? I want to study it. MHM. Since you want it, Xingsheng will help you get it back.
Without much thought, since the senior wanted it, Xiao Shangsheng immediately decided to go get it.
Striding forward, Xiao Shengsheng immediately walked into the task room. Chapter 56. Mine Black Market Mid-Level Task Room.
It still maintained its usual hustle and bustle, with most scavengers and superhumans pointing at the tasks on the wall, doing their selections. Suddenly, a crisp sound caught everyone's attention.
Sister Linya. I'm back. Xiao Shengsheng, with torn and black clothes but a joyful face, walked in. Oh? Shengsheng, you're back so soon? That task, you didn't?
Linya stood behind the bar, looking at Xiao Shangsheng, somewhat dazed. If that senior made a move on the dog squad task, it would definitely be solved in minutes. But looking at Xiao Xingxing's worn clothes, it seemed she also got involved in the task.
Could it be? Is that senior intentionally training Xiao Shengsheng? What are they after?
Constantly complaining in her heart, Ling is still forced to smile on her face.
MHM.
I did complete that task, but now there's no rush for that matter.
Sister Linya, do you still remember? Do you remember the blueprint of the Jingan community that I brought back before? I remember. What's wrong? If that blueprint is never claimed, can I buy it? Oh. You mean that one? Actually, it's not necessary. If no one claims it, you can just take it.
As she spoke, Linya bent down and rummaged behind the dirt bar, finally finding the wrinkled blueprint of the Jingan community.
Here you go. Take it. Even though I don't know what you want it for, it's okay to take it. By the way, you said you completed the task. What about the green crystal core? As soon as the green crystal core was mentioned, Linya's eyes sparkled.
In the black market of mines, in this third-tier safe camp, the green crystal core is definitely rare.
Almost as soon as she said this, everyone's attention in the noisy task room turned towards the bar. A green quality crystal core? My god. This girl didn't take on the task that the fire source mercenary core couldn't handle, did she? What did she just say? She completed it? Is that true?
To obtain a green crystal core, her strength must be at least an evolved, level 3, right? Amidst countless questioning gazes, Xiao Shengsheng ignored them and picked up the roll of blueprint, saying to Linya, Sister Linya.
I'll go out for a bit, and I'll be back soon. Okay.
Watching Xiao Shangsheng leave, there was not a trace of doubt in Linya's eyes, only envy. No kidding, if that senior protects her all the way, don't mention the green crystal core, even the purple crystal core could be within reach. Tap tap tap. When she reached a corner of the narrow dirt path, Xiao Shengsheng confirmed there was no one around and held the blueprint respectfully with both hands.
Senior. Here's the blueprint you wanted. Your apocalypse survival target is delivering a new gift to you. Do you accept? Yes. On the other side of the phone screen, Duzirin clicked yes without hesitation. His expression could be described as quite complex. If the game's blueprint really works, then at the very least, the game's modeling has some meaning. Of course. There's also a wildly imaginative explanation.
Xiao Shengsheng lives 100 years after her own time. The zombie outbreak she experiences happens at least a century after his own time. If he truly built the Jingan community using the blueprint, it would take several years for completion. It would be over a decade for people to move in, plus Xiao Xingxing's age and the old zombie judgment in the game scene.
Is Xiao Shengsheng living in the future 100 years from now? This explanation sounds absurd, yet it somehow fits the nearly identical nature of the blueprint. After all, there are not many plots of land in the world that look exactly the same. Did he help build the Jingan community, and did Xiao Shengsheng coincidentally hide inside 100 years later? Will a zombie virus break out in the future? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it becomes. I must have read too many novels. This is just a game.
Xiao Xingxing's side is the game, my side is the reality, that's all. Patting his head, Duzirin felt he had recently been exposed to too much and started to overthink.
His gaze blankly stared at the entrance of the banquet hall. He became curious. How would the game developers of the Apocalypse survival game deliver the package here? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to emphasize again. The value of this community will be obvious once the large mine is developed around it. The hostess's voice grew louder, and Duzirin squinted his eyes. It's getting more and more similar. Xiaoxingxing's safe camp is just called the black market of mines, right? Hiss. Could it be that this game development is actually by government personnel? They foresaw the government land planning and created this game map?
His thoughts were wildly swirling.
Thud.
Suddenly, a waiter holding a tray delivered a package right in front of Duzirin.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Du? How?
Before he could finish his sentence, Duzirin froze. A familiar package, familiar words.
The package boldly wrote, Xiao Shengsheng sends it to Duzirin.
The package was only the size of an envelope, and inside seemed to hold some kind of paper. Where did you get this? Confused, I asked the waiter, who shrugged his shoulders. We just went outside to push the food cart, and the security said if my *** had an extra package. When they saw it was yours, they brought it in.
Is this game company really that powerful? Can they locate me here?
Scratching his head, Duzirin casually opened the package, and a community planning map as large as a world map appeared on the dining table.
What is this?
Wang Dashan, who had lost interest in Duzirin, suddenly lit up when he saw the detailed planning for the map.
This planning, this structure. Simply perfect, incredibly well made. Isn't this the perfect layout for the Jingyan community? Working in the gas industry, Wang Dashan knew a bit about construction sites. The densely packed planning on the map seemed to come from a master's hand. Mr. Du. Where did you get this drawing? I said this is game merchandise, do you believe it?
Shaking the drawing in his hand, Duzirin moved it around in front of the central screen.
The outline of the land couldn't be said to be exactly the same, it was simply carved from the bones. OMG. Could it be that the game developers really have people in the government? They can hire professional designers for their map planning? No. You're so rich, you should do more promotion. After silently cursing the game company SX, Duzirin looked at Wang Dashan. Mr. Wang, do you think, can this thing really be used? It's not just usable. This is simply the most perfect plan. A genius. The person who designed this plan is definitely a genius. Then, can I take this to bid? Wang Dashan had already placed one hand firmly on the drawing, wanting to take it back. Young man. Do you know someone important in the design circle? Did you just take a picture with your phone and send it over? Can you sell me this drawing? Regardless of whether the bid is successful or not, I will give you 1 million if I win it, how about that? Excitedly clutching the drawing, Wang Dashan seemed to have some plans of his own.
Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoshan was dumbfounded.
Not buddy, you can really pull out the design plans? You bastard, you can't just be pretending to be foolish, acting like a pig to eat the tiger, right?
He looked suspiciously at Duzirin, feeling that he could not see through this crazy guy again.
Oh? You're offering 100? You want to take the bid yourself and then make a profit, right? Then, how about the other few?
Duzirin did not rush to agree, instead, he glanced slowly at the other entrepreneurs at the dining table.
Instantly, a chorus of calls rang out. I'm from Qianchuan Land Company, I can offer 1.1 million. I'll offer 1.2 million. Young man, I've seen the drawing, it's very professional, sell it to me. I'll offer 1.3 million. Chapter 57. Seeing the shouts getting louder, Wang Dashan panicked. Immediately, he yelled out a high price. 2 million.
Mr. Du, this is already beyond the value of this drawing planning. 2 million to make a friend, if anything happens in Wan'an City, just call my name. Eyes behind glasses were full of eagerness. Duzirin looked at Wang Dashan for a while, thought for a moment, and nodded.
Okay. But I want a quick transfer, no problem, right? Sure. Come.
Xiaoshan, go get Mr. Du's card number and transfer the money immediately.
What are you blanking out for? Oh.
Wang Xiaoshan was completely stunned.
Where did this guy Duzirin get the drawing from? Not to mention the land project was just released a second ago, even if he worked overtime, would the drawing have taken a day to draft? Moreover, it was a complete planning drawing? Could it be that this guy has someone in the government? Did he know the land division in advance? Had the drawing been prepared long ago? Looking at Du Ziren with suspicion, Wang Xiaoshan smiled flatteringly. Brother Du. Brother Du. Let's be friends, send me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. Alright.
Simple as that, Wang Xiaoshan added a V and sent over the card number.
A moment later. Your bank card ending in 0304 has received a payment of 2 million yuan. Current balance, 7,207,772 yuan. Okay. I've sent you the blueprint.
Looking at the payment notification, Du Ziren pushed the blueprint towards Wang Dashan. Until this moment, he still felt a strange daze.
A community planning document, ignored in the game, actually sold for 2 million in the real world? Is this real?
Sitting dazed for a while, Wang Dashan was already holding the blueprint, excitedly heading to bid. The boring industry exchange meeting continued, and Du Ziren observed for a while, feeling truly uninterested, and called out to Yi Xiao.
I'm leaving. No more pleasantries, take me home.
Sure. Seeing Du Ziren earn another 200,000 so easily, Yi Xiao no longer dared to casually brush him off. Immediately, he led him out of the Caesar Hotel, towards the parking lot.
An hour later. Well, I won't see you off then.
Back in his living room, Du Ziren and Yi Xiao exchanged a few words, then shut the door and sank into the sofa. On his phone, the screen of the Doom survival game froze in the task room. In front of the bar. Linya looked respectfully at Xiao Shang, I've already contacted the dog squad, they're on their way.
Are you sure that crystal core is with you? Yes. It must be the green quality, dog-type crystal core.
That group of people has terrible tempers.
I remember that. Calmly standing at the bar, having gone through too many dangers.
Even now, with the crowd watching, Xiao Shang stood there unfazed, her face cold and still.
What do you think? How did such a girl complete the task? Could it be a fluke? Show me your luck. Either she randomly found a crystal core to complete the task, or she must have someone helping her.
Whispers continued, but Xiao Shang paid no mind. She did not want to expose her senior's identity for the sake of fame. Her secret with her senior, she wanted to keep it all to herself. Tap tap tap. Not long after, 4 young men walked quickly into the task room. These 4 men were slightly thin but wore tight leather outfits. A tuft of gray-brown hair grew in a strange way on their bare neck and faces, giving them an odd appearance. But as soon as these 4 entered the task room, the previously noisy task room instantly fell silent.
Dog squad. The dog squad has arrived. They are the backbone of our camp. Wow, this is my first time seeing a team of 4 mutants gathering. A few exclamations sounded, and one of the youths leading the dog squad quickly approached the bar. Hey Lin girl, you said our task has been completed? Who is it? The young man's tone was flippant, but Linya, upon hearing it, showed no anger and just smiled. Captain Go. It's this lady, Xiao Shang, Miss Qiu found the crystal core you needed. Oh? Her? Eh, girl? Following Linya's indication, the youth raised an eyebrow. Looking at Xiao Xingxing's thin frame, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is this a joke? Can she really obtain a green quality, dog-type crystal core? You're not kidding, are you? Hey! I warn you all, my time is limited and I'm not joking around. It's not a joke. I really have it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shengsheng calmly took out the swift crystal core from her pocket. The moment the green crystal core appeared, everyone's gaze in the task room focused on her. The crystal core was not rare in the black market, but a high-quality green crystal core was indeed a rare item. Wow! It's real? Where did she get it? Could it be that this girl went alone and killed a mutated dog? The murmurs arose again, and Goyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixated on the crystal core in Xiao Xingxing's hand. Inside the dark green crystal core, swirling energy was continuously gathering into the form of a dog. Nice. Indeed, it is a dog-type green crystal core. Give it to me. With excitement, a large hand, full of fur and sharp claws, pounced with the force of a storm, but Xiao Xingxing calmly withdrew her hand. I do have the item. What about you? You promised to take me into the 3rd level? Oh? Your reaction. Hiss. I underestimated you, you are not simple. Watching Xiao Xingxing's quick withdrawal, Goyu's eyes gradually turned yellow. He realized that this girl in front of him was somewhat off. Perhaps, this crystal core was indeed obtained by her through killing. Fine. Linya is here, I can't back out. How about this? I will first take you into the 3rd level, then give you 10 silver coins as a deposit, so you can settle in the 3rd level. As for your temporary accommodation, If you don't mind, we of the dog team can spare you a room. How about that? Goyu raised an eyebrow at Xiao Shengsheng, believing he was offering a high stake. But Xiao Shengsheng decisively shook her head. No. I have younger siblings. To go to the third level, at least 3 spots. You damn. Are you crazy? Just for the right to live in the third level, not to mention needing someone as a guarantor, the deposit of 10 silver coins alone is already a lot. You say 3 people? I have no need to spend 30 silver coins just to bring you all in for a green crystal core. At most 2. Clenching his teeth, Goyu held up 2 fingers. Living in the third level of the black market mines is rare not because of the hard to get spots underground, but because the guarantee amount is just too high. A scavenger could never earn 1 silver coin in a lifetime. 1 silver coin, that's 1,000 copper coins. Even for an ability user, no one can say how many silver coins they have on them. 30 silver coins is definitely a loss for him. 2 people. Just 2. Deal if it works. Forget it if it doesn't. Looking reluctantly at the crystal core in Xiao Shengsheng's hand, Goyu was the rational one. Seeing that Xiao Shengsheng seemed unwilling to budge, he sighed deeply and shook his head, ready to leave. Splash. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Shengsheng actually took out another green crystal core from her bosom. What if I have 2 dog-type green crystal cores? What? Clang. When the 2 gleaming crystal cores were revealed, a flickering ghostly light illuminated the room. The task room fell silent again. 2? How did she get her hands on them? Obtaining 2 green crystal cores means she must have at least killed 2 powerful mutant dogs, right? Hiss. This girl is not right. The noise spread instantly in the task room. Even Linya, who had always been quiet, couldn't help but have her eyelids twitch fiercely upon seeing the 2 green quality crystal cores. 2. If these were mine, maybe I could go to the Anshan second line safe camp. Her fists tightened, jealousy and bitterness growing stronger. Why? Why isn't it me that the senior is interested in? Her heart in turmoil, but Linya's face remained calm as she smiled at Xiao Shengsheng. Shengsheng, do you have any extra crystal cores? If you do, I actually have a guarantee spot here. With hope, she looked at Xiao Shengsheng, but this time Xiao Shengsheng shook her head, placing the 2 cores on the bar. I only have these 2 green crystal cores. My request is not high. Take us siblings into the third level, and also, give me 10 silver coins. As for accommodation, as long as you can guarantee that your place has no random intruders, I'm fine. Her gaze was calm as she looked at Goyu. Thump thump. At this moment, Goyu's heart raced faster. Next to him, a few comrades couldn't help but excitedly pat his shoulder. Captain. Hurry, agree. Yeah. As long as you agree, our team might just be the only team with 6 ability users. At that time, we won't lose to the elemental team. Captain. Why don't we brothers pool together? As long as we have these, we can take on more dangerous tasks. Then the money won't be a problem. The surrounding suggestions were endless. Goyu swallowed, gritted his teeth, and slapped the bar counter. Fine. It's settled then. Let's go. Right now, let's pick up your brother and sister. We need to register at the 3rd floor entrance. Tap tap tap. Leading the way, Goyu strode out of the mission room, a bit impatient. Inside the mission room, there was complete silence. Those who originally doubted Xiao Shengsheng were now looking down, not daring to say a word. To produce 2 green crystal nuclei, even if not obtained by themselves, their means were still not to be provoked. Phew. Finally settled. Thanks to my senior for giving me an extra crystal nucleus. Walking out of the mission room with a blank expression, Xiao Shengsheng quietly sighed, the frost on her face momentarily easing before returning to her usual coldness. At the same time, Du Ziren looked at the game interface, and the dog squad had already led Xiao Shengsheng and her family to a dirt pit. The dirt pit was located to the left of the 2nd floor, occupying at least 100 square meters of space. In the middle of the huge dirt pit, a recessed mine cave was particularly obvious. Near the mine entrance, a young man with short gray-brown hair was lounging. Beneath him was a dirt chair, and he was casually lying back, reading a magazine to pass the time. Oh? Is the entrance to the 3rd floor here? Du Ziren was a bit curious. The entrance to the 2nd floor black market was guarded by Wu Hai, a 3rd-tier ability user, so who was guarding the unattainable 3rd floor for ordinary people? As he poked the lazy young man's head, a line of information popped up in front of Du Ziren. Black market mine 3rd floor entrance guard, Lin Ping. Ability level, ability user 4th tier. Ability, Sunken Earth. Relationship, Linya, siblings. Wow. No wonder Linya always talks about wanting to go to a better camp. Turns out all the good jobs in this black market mine are taken by their family. Their strength is not low at all.
Looking at Lin Ping with surprise, just as Qiu Xingxing's family was being led to negotiate with him.
Buzz buzz buzz. A game pop-up appeared on his phone again. Detected that the game is about to enter main story rebellion. Would you like to activate the Game Pass?
The Game Pass will grant you experience points based on your game character's activities.
Each stage of the pass rewards is incredibly rich. Don't miss out. You are about to complete the achievement task New Home, and the pass experience reward is 500. Would you like to spend 3,100 yuan to unlock this month's pass rewards? What the hell? This ridiculous game actually has a pass? Good, good, good. Are you stitching together every recharge project? He tapped on a scroll icon that appeared on the screen.
Once the icon opened, it revealed a lengthy list of level rewards over 200 plus. Almost every level had a fixed reward, and every 5 major levels had special rewards.
But even a certain popular farm game has a free pass route. But this ridiculous game actually blocked the free route? Damn. Good, good, good. You're even blacker than the farm game.
His gaze swept across various level rewards: Level 1, Small Horn *1, Level 2, Small Horn *1, Level 3, Small Horn *1.
And so on, until the reward 4, Level 5, made Du Ziren's eyes light up. Level 5, Special Reward Crystal Armor.
On the Level 5 frame, there was a piece of metallic armor for the upper body, with an empty slot for a crystal nucleus on its chest. Casually clicked on it, but he couldn't see the description for this armor.
However,
based on Du Ziren's gaming experience, he guessed this armor might embed the crystal nucleus and unlock some special ability.
Oh my. So, this month's pass is a full set of crystal armor?
Sliding through the subsequent route map of the Yi Pass.
Sure enough. At the Level 10 reward, the wrist armor appeared. Recharge.
My Xingxing's combat uniform just got torn. This month's costume, I must get it. I wonder how this set of skins works.
In Du Ziren's eyes, this is just a set of skins for the Games Pass. It's even a stage-based reward, which is really frustrating. Grind and spend.
Your bank card ending in 0304 has just charged 3,100 yuan.
Current balance is 7,197,672 yuan. After the phone showed the deduction, the pass icon permanently appeared on the screen.
Du Ziren didn't care how much he had spent, he just stared at the screen intently. Now, he was somewhat curious about what the game reality, Rebellion really was.
What?
So, after playing for so long, he had just finished the prologue?
The game had just begun? Chapter 59. Oh, isn't this Team Go? Why are you back so early today? Didn't go out? In a hurry to have puppies?
Lin Ping remained slumped on the mud chair, teasing Goyu with interest as he saw him returning with people.
TMD. Lin Ping, your dog mouth keeps barking.
One day, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs.
TSK TSK TSK. Look, are you anxious? Getting red? Damn. I don't have time to banter with you today. Come, issue 3 level 3 permits for them, I'm in a hurry to take them down.
Pointing at Qiu Shengsheng and the other 3 behind him, Goyu's face became serious.
Oh? Issuing 3 level 3 residency permits at once? Wow, Team Go, you've hit the jackpot?
Surprised, Lin Ping glanced at Qiu Shengsheng behind Goyu, his eyelids jumped. His suspicious gaze swept over Qiu Shengsheng's military uniform, as if he thought of something. After scrutinizing Qiu Shengsheng and Goyu, he stopped talking. With a snap, Lin Ping clapped his hands.
Rumble rumble.
The ground beside them trembled suddenly, and the surface cracked open, revealing a piece of red copper. His large hand slapped the copper block, and slowly, red liquid flowed out from it. In the blink of an eye, the liquid solidified into 3 copper-red metal cards. The metal cards cracked open with several strange patterns, and words slowly formed.
0927, 0928, 0929.
Here.
3 access cards. Take care of them.
If you lose them, you'll have to reapply for the pass to enter level 3, don't think you can fool me with another card. By the way, reissuing costs 10 silver coins, okay. With a bland expression, Lin Ping handed the 3 copper-red cards to Qiu Shengsheng, seeming to have absolute confidence in the anti-counterfeiting of the pass he made up.
Alright, where's the money?
His hand reached out rudely toward Goyu, whose face darkened.
Damn. I'm not going to lose anything to you.
Hesitating, Goyu nearly pieced together 30 silver coins from his jacket, pants, and socks before handing them to Lin Ping.
Lin Ping frowned, took the coins, and waved his hand. Damn. You dog captain. So disgusting. Hiding money in your socks. Get lost. Don't let me see you. Clang clang clang. As he spoke, a simple elevator was unsteadily pulled up from the large pit beside them through ropes. Let's go. The pass is done. With this, every time you pass by Lin Ping, just show the card and he can summon the elevator to take you down to level 3. Remember, if you lose the pass, reissuing costs 10 silver coins. Take good care of it. He earnestly explained to Qiu Shengsheng as they stepped into the narrow elevator. Clang clang clang. As the elevator descended, there were actually bright lights flickering in the deeply sunken level 3. Clang 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 clang. The sound of the old simple elevator swayed continuously in their ears. Gradually, an incredible scene unfolded before Qiu Xingxing's eyes. Mine Black Market, Level 3. Unlike Level 2, the open space here was only a few thousand square meters, but the height was over 10 meters. On the walls, there were miners' lamps shining everywhere, and on the vast mining ground, stood bizarre giant trees. At first glance, each giant tree was nearly as thick as the elevator shaft. These giant trees had dense branches, and large branches extended and intertwined at the tree crowns. In the high sky, it scattered like a spider web. And on this dense trunk, there stood countless treehouses. The third floor underground, a place everyone envied, turned out to be an entire layer of tree residences. This. Qiu Shengsheng was a bit dumbfounded. She had imagined that the third floor underground could be exquisite stone houses or perhaps mud-made villas, but she had never thought that it would be filled with giant trees, with everyone living above the trunks. Didn't expect this, right? When I first came in, I didn't expect it either. Don't look down on these treehouses, they may be small, but they have everything inside. Furniture, drinking water, even radio broadcasting, it's all here. Living in the trees not only means fresh air, but the trees have their own oxygen-producing function. The sky is basically a pure oxygen bar. Just this living environment, before the apocalypse, would be worth a fortune. Seemingly sensing Qiu Shengxing's shock, Goyu smiled lightly. Clang clang clang. When the elevator landed, he pointed to a giant trunk. At the waist of the trunk, a mining lamp was connected, decorating it with 3 neon words, Dog Combat Team. Here. See it? It's this tree, don't get the wrong tree in the future. Most trees already have owners, if you pick the wrong tree, it will offend someone. We, Dog Combat Team, live here. Let me arrange your housing first. Goyu waved his hand and walked under the massive trunk, intentionally tapping 3 times on the upper left side of the trunk. Rustle rustle rustle. From the massive trunk, a green vine actually slid down. This is the password lock for our tree. Tap 3 times at this spot. After explaining in detail to Qiu Shengsheng, a group of people took hold of the green vine, which easily pulled everyone up to the crown of the tree. Above the crowns of the tall trees, scattered among the branches, there were a total of 7 small wooden houses on this big tree. Pointing to the wooden house in the left corner, Goyu seemed a bit impatient. Look, that corner house will be your home from now on. You can explore its function slowly, don't worry, no one will disturb you on normal days. Hey, second brother, lend me 10 silver coins. He hurriedly asked a Dog Combat Team member behind him for 10 coins, prompting, give me the crystal core. We're even. Even though she hadn't completely grasped the situation here, Qiu Shengsheng took the silver coins and traded for 2 crystal cores. After a few simple courteous exchanges, Qiu Shengsheng carefully held her brother and sister, moving cautiously along the trunk towards the corner wooden house. The distant wooden house seemed small, but upon entering, there was no lack of space inside. It was nearly 30 square meters. The small living room had wooden sofas and coffee tables, and even a wooden speaker on the wall that looked like it was for broadcasting. On both sides of the living room, to the left was a small bathroom, which had a small bathtub, with the words, hot water provided at 7 p.m. every night, written on it. To the right was a huge bedroom, fully equipped with a wooden bed, wooden windows, and a wooden wardrobe. Sister, is this going to be our home from now on? Wow, it feels better than the buildings outside. Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing curiously looked left and right, the air filled with the fragrance of wood. This place. This is our new home. Even Qiu Shengsheng was momentarily stunned. A few days ago, she was still squeezing with her brother and sister in a mud house, drinking dirty water as a scavenger. Now, could she actually live this quality of life? A dry and comfortable space, fragrant air, and the coziness inside filled Qiu Shengsheng with happiness every moment. Home. This is what a proper home should look like. What kind of life was that before? All of this, I have to thank the seniors. Without him, I fear Shengsheng would have died outside. Senior, did you see? Thanks to you, Shengsheng has a new home. With excitement flashing in her eyes, Qiu Shengsheng looked gratefully into the void. Buzz buzz buzz. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren's screen suddenly popped up a new notification. Congratulations, you have unlocked the game achievement New Home. Pass experience points plus 500. Current pass level 5.
You can claim the following items: small loudspeakers *4, crystal core armor, chest plate. Your post-apocalyptic survival object feels unprecedented happiness, happiness value +5. Current happiness index, 30. Congratulations, you have completed the happiness milestone, and Easter egg reward is about to be unlocked. Chapter 60. Sure enough, the things that bring direct happiness are food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This really feels like home. Curiously looking at the game screen, Duziran guessed that the strange giant trees in the black market mine, level 3, might not be naturally occurring. Perhaps, the leader of the black market mine is a powerful, wood ability user who created the ecological space of the underground 3 volumes. Who cares if he is a wood ability user? What I should focus on now is he. With a happiness value of 30, could it be that? A lewd smile appeared on Duziran's lips, and he had prepared a stack of tissues at the edge of his seat. He was afraid he might drool later. Inside the wooden house, Xiaoning and Xiaoya were constantly fiddling with the big loudspeakers in the living room. They never expected that this thing would actually make a sound. Radio FM 19.8. Human Survivor Camp broadcast. Recently, survivor camps in the urban area of Wanbei have been losing contact. Suspected corpse tides or uncontrollable factors are flooding. The Human Alliance needs to strengthen vigilance. It has been reported that the time ability has begun to emerge. Details are unclear. The broadcast echoed in the room, leaving the 3 members of the Cho family who had never experienced life before the apocalypse with a curious excitement. Wow, it has sound, it really has sound. Wow, is this broadcast transmitted through wood? Xiaoning and Xiaojing speculated, while Qiao Shengsheng smiled without speaking. What is happiness? The satisfied smiles of family are worth more than anything. By the way, I saw that the wooden bath says it provides hot water every night at 7. Does it have special pipes for water supply here? Curiously, she walked into the bathroom. After a moment, splashing hot water came as promised. Wow. There really is hot water. Does that mean I can take a hot bath every night from now on? Xiaojing's eyes blinked, sparkling with excitement. It seems that this, level 3, is indeed expensive for a reason. Xiaoning, Xiaojing, do you want to take a bath? It's the first bath in the new house. Qiao Shengsheng smiled, and just as Xiaoya was about to nod, she was pulled back by Xiaoning. Sister, you should go wash first. We will wash separately later. He cautiously looked around, squeezing out a strange smile. Sister, you should talk to that senior. We can take care of ourselves. Xiaoning, what are you saying? Her ears instantly turned red, and Qiao Shengsheng pressed her lips together, glancing around cautiously before hurrying to close the bathroom door. TCH. Saying no, but your body is so honest. Watching Qiao Shengsheng's little woman act, Xiaoning teased, pulling Xiaojing back to the bedroom. Bro, why can't sister take us when she bathes? Xiaojing mumbled. Xiaoning shrugged. You can't really think that senior is going to train sister, right? Isn't that so? As far as I know, when a man treats a woman this well, generally, he likes her. Training a helper? Have you ever seen this kind of detailed training? This isn't training a helper. This is clearly training a wife. How do you know so much, brother? Kids, don't ask too much. Anyway, just let them be alone. Splash. The door to the bedroom closed. On the other side of the phone, Duziran was dumbfounded. Isn't this the charm of the happiness value, 30? This electronic little brother is even starting to assist me? Invincible. It's hard to imagine, once the happiness value is full, will he persuade Qiao Shengsheng to have a whole soccer team for me? Damn. Thinking too much. How can an electronic wife give birth? His mind raced with wild thoughts. Glug glug. Suddenly, the game screen started to spin, and suddenly came to a wooden house filled with mist. Glug glug. In the wooden bathtub, Qiao Shengsheng's head was floating on the surface of the water. Bubbles constantly burst out. Under the dim water, the white skin and swaying mountains are particularly striking. Sani, senior. You are looking, right? Glug. Duziran couldn't help but swallow. I am sorry. The military combat suit you gave me, I broke it. The girl's cheeks flushed, the waves rippling under the water. She didn't seem to care whether Duziran could see that view, just feeling shy and lowering her head. It's okay, that thing is meant to fight zombies. In front of superpowered individuals, it indeed is not enough. By the way. As if recalling something, Duziran clicked on the pass on the screen. Claim. After hitting the level 5 reward twice, his backpack suddenly increased with small trumpets *4, crystal core armor, chest armor. Here, you can use this. Buzz. He casually slid the crystal core armor, chest armor, in front of Qiu Shangshang. Splash. In the next moment, the heavy chest armor fell into the bathing pool, splashing a wave of water. Ah! Qiu Shangshang was startled. Beneath the water splashes, her skin blushing like a peach, twisting under the water like a water snake, captivating hearts. Especially that pair of peaks, making Du Ziren blink repeatedly. Unfortunately, Qiu Shangshang was wearing a tight black lingerie set, slightly lacking in charm. Glug Gulu. The heavy chest armor sank underwater, and Qiu Shangshang hesitated for a moment before lifting the armor above the surface. Senior? What is this? The armor embedded with crystal cores, put it on, at least in the future you won't need to fear sudden encounters with superpowered individuals. Isn't this too precious? Qiu Shangshang again felt a bit shy. No matter how precious, it is not more important than your life. Put it on. An unquestionable tone came, Qiu Shangshang's ears perked up, and her face turned even redder. Senior, what you said. What does that mean? It should be telling me to pay attention to safety, right? Her head already started to smoke. Qiu Shangshang bit her lip, slowly fastening the chest armor onto her body. In the misty water, she seemed to make some sort of determination, suddenly staring blankly at the phone screen opposite. Senior. Shangshang dares to ask, what is your name? Your post-apocalyptic survival partner wants to know your name. Please enter your nickname ID. Suddenly, a line of text popped up in the game's pop-up window, and Du Ziren immediately frowned. Okay. So I only just created a character now, right? Damn it. After spending so much money, the game is only just beginning? After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren wanted to input the nickname, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. But thinking about it again. No, wait. If in the future his electronic wife calls him Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. It just feels strange. After a short moment, Du Ziren decided to input his real name, Du Ziren. At least, the other party can call his name, making the connection feel stronger, right? Du Ziren. A dull voice echoed in the bathroom. Du Ziren? Du Ziren? Senior, your name is unexpectedly beautiful. Qiu Shangshang kept murmuring, as if she wanted to engrave this name into her bones. Senior. In the future, can I call you Ziren Senior? Call a few more times. On this side of the phone, when Du Ziren heard Qiu Shangshang call like this, the corners of his mouth were about to curl up. Sure. Then. Shangshang will definitely work hard in the future, striving to stand by Ziren Senior's side soon. The girl's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed. He didn't know what she was thinking at that moment. On the phone side, almost simultaneously, the game pop-up appeared again. Congratulations on officially creating a game character. Your post-apocalyptic survival partner's happiness value has reached 30. Would you like to spend 300,000 renminbi to purchase this game's supporting peripherals, a set of game nutrition pods? The game nutrition pod is equipped with real sensory interaction, allowing you to simulate close interaction with the game character. You deserve to have. Ward FA? Du Ziren was stunned. Game nutrition pod? What is that? Over in the island country, they once said they researched VR sensory game helmets. No way. When has our country's gaming research technology ever surpassed foreign ones? With uncertainty, Du Ziren clicked on the description of the game nutrition chamber. On the phone screen, there was a long object that looked like a black coffin, somewhat resembling a piece made of black iron metal. Yet, on this coffin, there were several hollow, crystal, openings, just like the crystal armor. It seemed like crystals could be embedded as decorations, giving it a somewhat fantastical vibe. I've seen top-tier computers selling for over 100,000. If this game chamber really has tactile interaction features, then selling for 300,000 would be worth it. 300,000, huh? Ziren, my senior. Ziren, my senior? Originally still a bit hesitant inside. But hearing Qiu Shangshang's repeated calls of Ziren, my senior, Du Ziren instantly felt he could do it. Buy. Must buy. If I can experience the feel of touching Shangshang, then it's definitely worth it. With his mind in a frenzy, Du Ziren let his lower head control the upper head, and immediately chose, pay. Your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 300,000, current balance, 6,897,672 yuan. Charge. After completing the payment, watching the game screen fade gradually, he exited the bathroom scene. Du Ziren felt an inexplicable emptiness inside, as if he had been scammed. Damn. Could it be that they are deliberately keeping me hanging for so long, just to explode my 300,000 gold coins? A thought suddenly flickered in his mind. After all, there are so many online chat scams, don't they always pull you into a relationship first, then brutally drain your gold coins, and finally run away?
Damn it. The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. It seems. I've really never heard of any research on a game nutrition chamber coming out domestically. Feeling foolish, he slapped himself. Just as Du Ziren was preparing to curse the unscrupulous manufacturer. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. Who is it?
Hurrying over to take a look, Du Ziren froze in shock after peering through the peephole.
Wade. F.A.? His pupils dilated. Because outside the door lay a game nutrition chamber, identical to that in the phone screen introduction. Black, long, like a coffin, just quietly sitting there outside. No way, dude. This is the 7th floor. Is your delivery really this fast? And without a sound? Could the delivery be from Quicksilver? With his mouth agape, Du Ziren's understanding of this game was completely refreshed. Incredible. This sneaky game company must be silently working on something big. Once they reveal it, they are sure to win the 2026 Game of the Year. As for himself? Maybe he was one of the lucky ones? An early experience user? This game company is family. He shouldn't have doubted them. Holding such guesses, Du Ziren opened the door and tried to lift the seemingly heavy game nutrition chamber. Thud. Unexpectedly, this thing looked quite heavy, but Du Ziren easily lifted it with one hand and moved it inside. Clank. After placing the game nutrition chamber in the living room, Du Ziren couldn't contain his curiosity anymore. Crack, crack, crack. He opened the coffin-like lid full of crystal inset ports and peeked inside, which was just a piece of pitch-black membrane material, nothing special at all. Should I try it? Cautiously climbing into the game nutrition chamber, he suddenly heard a prompt sound in his ear. Please close the game chamber door and insert crystals into the ports outside to obtain a complete gaming experience. Oh wow. Artificial intelligence? Surprised by the design of the black coffin, Du Ziren couldn't even distinguish where the sound was coming from. Do I really have to embed crystals? Aha, I get it. The previous set crystals were not just game peripherals, but the key to start this game nutrition chamber? Excitedly climbing out of the game nutrition chamber, Du Ziren hurried to the windowsill. The total number of crystal cores added to the previous ones is 7. On the cover of the game nutrient cabin, there are 5 hollow openings. Du Ziren casually inserted a few crystal cores and immediately closed the cabin cover, lying flat inside like a dead body. Energy supplement in progress? Performing misaligned projection. User information collection in progress, Du Ziren, 18 years old. Ability analysis in progress. Your strength level is initially set as follows. Flame ability, white ability user level 2. Steel ability, white ability user level 3. Bloodline ability, white ability user level 1. Dog transformation ability, blue ability user level 1. You are currently in a beginner protection period, optimizing the buff invisibility. You can automatically choose to turn this buff on or off. Wish you an enjoyable game experience. As the high-tech voice finished in his ears, a white mist sprayed out with a hiss in the black film space. After inhaling the mist, Du Ziren felt as if his body was being drawn out, as if he was truly transcending to another world. Outside the game cabin, which he could not see, the 5 crystal cores embedded on the cover were suddenly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Hoo. His eyes squinted with comfort, and when Du Ziren opened his eyes again, he was stunned to find himself standing in a wooden house. This is the living room of the wooden house where Qiu Shengsheng is currently. What the hell? This is really TM immersive VR gaming? He tried to move his hands and feet, feeling almost no different from usual. In fact, Du Ziren quickly walked over to the sofa in the living room and sat down, even feeling the wood grain beneath him. Awesome! The technology of this game is unbeatable. Quietly praising the technology of the game developer, a panel flickering about his ability levels appeared before Du Ziren, leaving him completely baffled. What does this mean? Shouldn't I be an invincible otherworldly being? Where's my dimensional blade? What the hell is up with these ability levels that are lower than Qiu Shengsheng's? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren continuously scanned the 4 abilities, as if he thought of something, and suddenly his eyes brightened. I understand. The body I projected into this world is based on the crystal cores that Qiu Shengsheng gave me to calculate my strength. Damn. Does that mean I can't show off and impress girls? Flusteredly tapping on the screen in front of him, Du Ziren's tense mood relaxed slightly. No problem, the words recharge flashing in the upper right corner are still there. When in doubt, ask recharge. Sure enough, this damn game won't miss any opportunity to make money. Adapting to the interface in front of him, Du Ziren was just about to step outside the wooden house to see the game modeling of this 3 underground levels. Click. Suddenly, the door to the bathroom opened. Ha!
Looking up, he saw Qiu Shengsheng behind the wooden door, wrapped in a simple outer garment, walking towards the sofa with steps. A wave of fragrant wind accompanied by warm steam rushed over, and Du Ziren sat in the corner of the sofa, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened.
Fragrant. So fragrant. This is Xingxing's scent. His face couldn't help but turn red. In the past, through the screen, Du Ziren could show his pig-like face without any image. But now, facing a real person, seeing the little beauty Qiu Shengsheng approach him, how could Du Ziren, a little virgin who had never been in love, not feel emotional? What the hell? This game company is unbeatable. If there were graphics in this game, wouldn't it be flying high? Sitting still in a daze in the corner, Du Ziren remained motionless.
On the other end of the sofa, Qiu Shengsheng wiped the sweat off her face and casually placed her two snow-white long legs on the sofa.
Who? Xiao Ning. Xiao Jing. You can go take a shower now. Shouting towards the bedroom direction, the two small ones immediately opened the door. Oh. Xiao Ning looked at her sister suspiciously and murmured, so fast?
Then, without caring for her sister's flushed face, she walked into the bathroom.
Hoo-hoo.
After taking a hot bath, her body continued to emit steam.
Qiu Shengsheng panted slightly. The snow-white skin was covered in damp sweat droplets.
Her lawn was spread out to the sides, and the water droplets on her underwear below her legs made it damp, revealing a beauty that was faintly visible.
Hiss. Du Ziren stared, stunned. He dared not move. He didn't dare to move at all. In this huge room, who would know that Du Ziren was actually sitting less than a centimeter in front of Qiu Shengsheng's?
Turtle. The invisible person's scenario I once fantasized about is now being played out by me.
300,000 is not a loss. Not a loss.
Turning his head from time to time, Du Ziren carefully observed Qiu Shengsheng's small face. Previously, when viewed through a phone screen, she seemed a bit sickly and frail. Now, with his help and care, up close, her swan-like face was beginning to show faint outlines. Her long, jet-black hair hung on both sides of her shoulders, slender willow-shaped eyebrows, large, watery peach blossom eyes, a small nose and mouth, with a touch of redness on her cheeks, the beauty of a young girl, this was it.
Guliolu. Looking at her, Du Ziren couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sure enough. The electronic wife is the most perfect. I wonder, what does my senior do every night?
Her wet hair pressed against the wooden wall, and Qiu Shengsheng's snow-white chest was exposed.
Does he think of me before sleeping?
In a voice only she could hear, Qiu Shengsheng murmured, her face turning slightly red, and then immediately, as if feeling embarrassed, spat, "You little hussy.
What are you thinking? How could my senior possibly like you?"
Flustered and angry, she covered her face, her neck blushing as if about to drip water.
So cute.
Du Ziren sat to the side, looking at Qiu Shengsheng in a daze, with a silly smile on his face.
So nice, so nice. What joy in the world could compare to secretly watching a girl talk about her feelings?
Every time, my senior likes to poke me.
Maybe next time, when he pokes me, I can secretly touch him?
The murmuring sound echoed, and Qiu Shengsheng thought that tonight's fantasy was something only she knew.
Little did she know, Du Ziren was hearing every word clearly. She also wants to try touching me? Now it was Du Ziren's turn to blush.
In the cramped room, the sour and awkward feeling of a boy and girl's love was silently brewing.
Sis. I'm done. Qiu Jing?
This guy must have already fallen asleep. In the bathroom, Xiao Ning quickly walked out of the bathroom and called out towards the bedroom. He glanced at his sister, who seemed to be dozing against the wall, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to wake her up, walking into the bedroom. Plop. Not sure how much time passed, the lights in the wooden house went out. Time passed quickly, and everything became silent. Du Ziren confirmed that Qiu Shengsheng was resting against the wooden wall before finally standing up awkwardly. No choice. He had come too suddenly. You could say he cancelled the invisibility buff from the beginning and appeared right in front of Qiu Shengsheng, but that would be hard to explain why he was there and might ruin his image in her mind. Better to do this, silently following her around and observing. It was also fun in its own way. Sleeping like this. She'll catch a cold, right? Slowly taking off a hospital gown labeled South Anhui City Mental and Muscle Department, Du Ziren was about to drape it over Qiu Shengsheng's chest. In the dark night, this should have been a warm scene. Instead, at this moment, a white hospital gown appeared strangely and draped over Qiu Shengsheng. Senior. Her cherry-red lips murmured. Qiu Shengsheng seemed to be dreaming, her face reddened, her long legs twisting and crossing continuously. That beautiful face was right in front of him. Du Ziren didn't know where his courage came from, and without thinking, his hand stretched out, wanting to touch Xiao Xingxing's face. Plop. His finger lightly touched Xiao Xingxing's face, and Du Ziren's first thought was one word: smooth. Soft, smooth, fragrant. Looking at Xingxing like this, she's cute too. He wanted to reach out and silently touch her face again. Smack. Suddenly, a powerful hand tightly grabbed Du Ziren's wrist. Who? Xiao Xingxing woke up. Her almond eyes squinted, one hand tightly gripping Du Ziren's hand, looking into the void darkness. Damn. Du Ziren panicked, feeling like a thief who had been caught red-handed. Xingxing, it's me. Forcing himself to be calm, Du Ziren spoke with a familiar voice. Senior? Is it really you, Senior? The tightly clenched small hand immediately relaxed. Xiao Xingxing's face turned bright red in an instant. Realizing she was holding Senior's hand, Xiao Xingxing bit her lip, unexpectedly, boldly holding his hand. Perhaps the darkness gave her courage, she suddenly murmured. Ziren Senior. Can I sleep with my head on your hand? Just for a while, okay? This. With that small hand holding him, Du Ziren's heart raced thump thump thump. In the dark, those bright, hopeful, loving eyes sparkled. Du Ziren's ears turned red. Oh, okay. Really? Holding Du Ziren's hand like it was a treasure, Xiao Xingxing slowly rested her head on the sofa. She pressed her face against Du Ziren's hand like a cat, sometimes letting out silly laughs. What she didn't know was, the boy standing in front of the sofa, with a flushed face, was utterly at a loss. Chapter 63. Armor speech. We are on an intimacy route here. 30 happiness points for doing certain things may not be enough. If we could just jump into bed, the game settings would be wrong. Many daily foreshadowings will appear soon. A long night. Du Ziren didn't know how long he was dazed, but by the time he pulled out his large hand, Xiao Xingxing had already fallen into a deep sleep. This game experience has ended. Crystal energy is insufficient, projection is about to end. Please rate this real interaction experience, you can evaluate it on the app. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Du Ziren was just experiencing the warmth of being kneaded by Xiao Xingxing. The next second, he opened his eyes, sitting up from the game pod with a face flushed red. Just for a while? Feeling somewhat pleased, Du Ziren moved his palm, clearly unwilling to part with the recent interaction. In the game pod, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your interaction this time lasted 3 hours 15 minutes and 16 seconds, do you think that is not long enough? Was it really that long? You spent 2 hours and 45 minutes just staring at Xiao Xingxing, the game firmly identifies you as infatuated. Huh? Jumping up suddenly from the game pod, Du Ziren felt like he had been poked in the spine, immediately not wanting to interact with this artificial intelligence anymore. Closing the pod door, Du Ziren was shocked to find that all 5 crystals on the door had disappeared. Damn. I played for just a little while, and you swallowed them all? Heartless merchant, huh? In Du Ziren's view, the crystals seemed to be a kind of battery setup. He had played for just 3 hours and had already consumed 5 crystals? If he played for a whole day, how much would it cost? If he inserted new, flowing colored crystals, how long could they last? These, actually weren't what mattered most. The most important thing was, only game characters could give crystal batteries. This damn game company. Doesn't that mean I can't enjoy it? I'm going to take back my good review. Opening his phone, Du Ziren without a word, gave the recent Game Nutrition Pod a 1-star review. Perhaps. In the future, if my intimacy is high enough, I can remove that annoying holy light? Maybe. I can sneak in to watch Xiao Xingxing take a bath? Thinking maliciously. Du Ziren was very clear, many game settings indicate that if the intimacy isn't high enough, doing something out of line would actually lower the favorability. Thinking back to the innocent interaction just now, Du Ziren felt more excited than dating the school beauty. My Xingxing is simply amazing. With a silly grin on his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from the window on the 7th floor, making Du Ziren shiver. Only then did he realize his hospital gown seemed to be missing. What the hell? Did she really give it to Xiao Xingxing? Looking suspiciously at the gaming pod, Du Ziren trembled with cold and had no time to think deeply. He quickly walked into the bedroom and changed into simple sportswear. Glancing up at the clock in the living room, it was actually 3 in the morning now. Damn. Sure enough, gaming consumes time. No, wait. Why am I not sleepy, and I'm not hungry? Surprised, he rubbed his head. Usually, by this time, he would have already fallen asleep. Could it be because I was lying in the gaming pod today? Does it really provide nutrition? Recalling the mist in the game nutrition pod, Du Ziren shook his head and felt it was a bit unrealistic. He picked up his phone, and in the Apocalypse survival game app, Xiao Shengsheng was still sweetly asleep. Unable to sleep, Du Ziren simply opened his door and walked towards the night market outside, one in community.
Night market.
In simple terms, it's a temporary market with food stalls, miscellaneous goods, and various pets for sale. The Wuwannan Night Market is located in the north of the city and has a reputation for being a ghost market open from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. At this moment, even at 3 in the morning, the streets in the suburbs were bustling with people.
Hey, come take a look, ancient coins from the Western Zhou dynasty. Western Zhou? I think it's from last week, right? Ha ha ha.
In front of the antique stall, a bunch of teasing voices filled the air.
Du Ziren stood outside the antique area, glancing inside and not feeling too interested.
In the food area, he casually bought a few grilled sausages and began to wander around the night market activity zone. In the activity zone, most of the stalls were mobile vendors. Like those mobile phone screen protectors or the doll grabbing games that can change positions in minutes.
Du Ziren was having fun watching when he suddenly came across a pet selling area. Yes.
Selling pets is also a big attraction of the night market.
However, pet-spotted night markets, unlike those from pet stores, are often Sunday dogs or sick dogs.
They tend to be cheap and have good looks, but after you take them home, they usually get sick and die within 3 to 4 days. When that happens, if you want to find the vendor, they've long vanished.
Hey.
Hey there, handsome, come check out my puppies.
You can adopt them, no money needed. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out.
Du Ziren looked up to see a short-haired woman, around 30, with a fit, lean build, smiling kindly and waving at him near 10 large iron cages.
Adopt? What kind of trick is that? Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren didn't think there could be free lunch. As he was about to ignore the woman, she seemed to sense Du Ziren's wariness and quickly called out, Hey, don't go. It's really just adoption. None of the dogs here are of any breed. They're all strays. I've personally paid to have them dewormed and neutered. It's just that I've taken in too many dogs, and it's about to make me go broke. If you see any you like, just take them home.
The sincerity in the woman's words made Du Ziren stop and turn to look at the stacks of pet cages. Looking around, most of the dogs were indeed local dogs, farm dogs, and such. Only 1 or 2, golden retrievers, and huskies, could be seen. Taking a closer look at the woman's attire, she was wearing a simple apron and black pants, looking really unlike a dog dealer.
TCH? Want a dog? Scratching his chin. Pick me. Pick me. I'm quiet. Everyone get out of the way, I'm a simping dog.
The barking of dogs rose and fell, but now in Du Ziren's ears, it turned into voices selling themselves.
Chapter 64. Wa. Da. Fa? After a long moment of daze, Du Ziren scratched his ears repeatedly, confirming he was not hearing wrong. His expression was quite complex. Were there too many strange things happening recently?
Gradual freeze syndrome, self-healing, meteorite falling, steel frame welding.
Now, there's also understanding dog language?
Hiss.
Could it be the gradual freeze syndrome unlocked my gene lock? Did I gain the ability to talk to animals?
Thinking somewhat whimsically, Du Ziren looked over at the distant cat dealer stall.
Meow meow meow.
He called out to a ragdoll cat, which looked at him suspiciously, its deep blue eyes showing a hint of boredom, as if saying, idiot.
All right. It seems like I can only understand dog language.
Scratching his head, Du Ziren smiled at the dog stall owner and approached the dog cages.
Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Immediately, countless stray dogs barked excitedly. Pick me. Pick me. I'm super sweet. You sweet dog.
Pick me, I promise I won't chew on your sofa. You liar, you just chewed up mom's sofa this morning. Countless dog languages echoed in his ears, and for a moment, Du Ziren didn't know which dog to look at. I probably can't go back to Baiha village, just staying beside this woman is fine. Suddenly, a slightly sad, mature voice caught Du Ziren's curiosity. Following the source of the voice, Du Ziren saw clearly. Right under countless cages was a completely black, Wuhai dog. This dog was probably the size of a standard rural dog, lying on the ground with a worried expression. Compared to the other dogs, this one looked very gloomy and quite different. Boss. Where did you get this dog? Pointing at the Wuhai dog, Du Ziren became interested.
The female boss's eyes brightened at once upon hearing this. Ah. You mean this one? It's special, it came to me.
It seems to have run out from Baiha village in the suburbs. I saw it looking hungry for a few days, so I adopted it.
You have a good eye.
This dog is very honest, it just likes to space out, not noisy at all.
If you adopt it, you can take it with you now. The female boss said temptingly, and Du Ziren squatted down, patting the cage.
Hey.
Woof. What? Stop spacing out, okay? Why did you run away from Baiha village? Woof woof woof. Something's wrong. Many people became very irritable. Woof. Wait. You. You can talk to me? He he. Seeing the confused look on the Wuhai dog, Duzirin couldn't help but laugh. Do you want to come with me? You guard the house, and I'll take care of your food, drink, and other needs. How about it? Jokingly looking at the Wuhai dog, Duzirin genuinely needed a dog to guard his home. Don't forget that game nutrient cabin is still at home. A treasure worth 300,000, having a dog to guard it makes perfect sense. Woof. Why choose me? A gut feeling, do you believe it? Woof. I can go with you, but don't make me go out. I hate strolling around. Hey, you're quite rebellious. Other dogs get restless if they don't walk for a day. How come you seem more human than humans, preferring to lay down? Reaching out to pet the Wuhai dog, in the cage, Duzirin smiled. Boss. It's this one. I have a good feeling about it. Pointing at the dog in the cage joyfully, the female boss was left dumbfounded. Wait. Dude. What were you just mumbling about to a dog? What? You can still talk to it? Looking at Duzirin in surprise, the female boss seriously suspected that this handsome young man was not in the right state of mind. However, thinking of reducing a burden, and seeing that he didn't look like a bad person, she immediately nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. I'll open the dog cage for you. Clang. Unlocking the cage of the Wuhai dog. What the boss lady didn't expect was that the Wuhai dog lazily got up and actually walked over to Duzirin. He lay at his feet. Damn. What a lazy dog. Picking up the 5 black dog, the dog did not resist Duzirin. This man and dog looked like they had known each other for a long time. The boss lady was dumbfounded. In all her years dealing with dogs, she had never seen such a good relationship between a person and a dog develop so quickly. Could it be that they really hit it off? Wondering in her heart, the boss lady pulled out her phone. Oh right. Young man, I definitely won't charge you for adopting a stray dog. But, to prevent any possible abuse after you adopt it, I need to add you on WeChat. I will do regular video calls with you, to check on its safety. No problem. After adding the boss lady on WeChat, Duzirin glanced at it briefly. The boss lady's name turned out to be Go Yun, quite a unique name. Well, Sister Yun, I'm leaving now? Carrying the 5 black dog in his arms, Duzirin waved. Go Yun smiled sweetly. You can come find me in the suburban dog area to play anytime. Okay. By the way, I'm very curious. Sister Yun, how do you manage so many dogs by yourself? Can you handle it? Ha ha ha, that's because I have an assistant. Ha? An assistant? Yes. In the suburban dog park, I own a Siberian husky, a border collie, and an old country dog. They are all very smart and help me manage the dogs. No wonder. Holding the 5 black dog, Duzirin hurriedly walked towards the night market outside. If he didn't hurry, the 2 spinning top uncles who exercise in the morning would definitely catch him in the act. You say. What name should I give you? Patting the dog's belly, the 5 black dog growled, woof, whatever. Whatever won't do. I think, the more a person lacks something, the more they want to express that aspect. Wonkai? I don't lack money. What I lack is. Got it, how about you be called Chanseng, longevity? What do you think? Woof. Longevity? You expect a dog to have longevity? Is that not okay? Woof. As long as you're happy. A man and a dog communicated under the astonished gazes of others. Duzirin holding Changsung disappeared down the distant street. At the same time, in the research room of the National Defense Security Department, South Anhui Division. In front of Lui's workbench, there was a huge piece of meteorite debris. From the black meteorite fragment, a strange black liquid slowly oozed out, looking like moving worms, constantly spasming and twisting. TSK. This batch of Leonid's meteor shower meteorite seems to be more than just simple meteors. Lui frowned deeply. Next to him stood a high-ranking military officer in uniform. Academician Liu. Did you voluntarily apply for central assistance just for this? The uniformed man squinted, also paying attention to the liquid within the meteorite, his eyes flickering. That's right. General Zhao, as you can see. That batch of meteorites hides unknown organisms. I have already asked the military to search for all meteorite fragments. Just imagine, if the things inside these meteorites were to spread, what would happen then? The atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. No one knew what the liquid inside the meteorite really contained. Academician Liu, how is the experiment progressing? Come take a look. Louis waved his hand. Under a glass container near the meteorite fragment, a dozen small white mice with red eyes were curling their sharp teeth inexplicably, looking exceptionally terrifying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The usually quiet little mice were exceptionally agitated now, continuously screaming. Are these those experimental subjects injected with the black liquid? Yes. So it makes them develop an aggression desire. And it might also cause mutations in the human body. If this thing is not controlled, the world might descend into chaos. But the distribution of meteorites makes it hard to locate all the fallen areas, right? Then keep a close eye. In the South Anhui area, wherever large-scale riots occur, immediately seal off the area. Understood. Chapter 65. You mean a meteorite also fell into the pond of your Baiha village? And since then, the people in the village have become agitated? In the spacious living room, Du Ziren was munching on a crazy Thursday fried chicken leg. He took a bite, Chansing took a bite, and both man and dog were chewing vigorously. Woof, yes. It was only after that the villagers' tempers became strange. Oh? Is it because they drank the water from the pond? Did you drink it? Woof, I did. Then why haven't you gone crazy? After you drank it, not only did you not get restless, but you even lay down? Looking at Changsheng in surprise, Du Ziren felt that its guess was wrong. What is a meteorite? Isn't it just a fragment of a black hole's curl in space? Stone? Mineral? This thing shouldn't be able to drive people insane. Woof, I don't know. Anyway, everyone became irritable only after that thing appeared. Changsheng whimpered, and under Du Ziren's gaze, this dog unexpectedly walked to the kitchen sink and turned on the faucet to wash its paws. Wodafa? If I film this scene and post it online, it will definitely go viral. Do you believe it? Changsheng. Tell me, are you the first dog spirit to gain enlightenment after the founding of the country? Du Ziren looked at Changsheng with great interest. After washing its paws, the dog just lay down directly on the ground. Woof, bored going to sleep. Damn. Are you even human? You eat and then sleep, are you still a dog? Shaking his head, Du Ziren felt like he had brought back a little ancestor. He walked toward the game nutrition cabin, patted the door of the game pod. Hey. Changsheng. I need to talk to you about something serious. Woof. What? Changsheng's dog ears perked up. Here, this thing. If I'm not at home, can you help me take care of it? Woof. Huh? Changsheng looked confused. With its very perfect titanium alloy dog eyes, it saw Du Ziren at this moment, rubbing the empty air and speaking earnestly as if telling something to take care of the air? Is it him who has the problem, or is it me? Woof. Woof. Are you sure you aren't joking? Why would I joke about that? This is called game cabin, do you understand? It's very expensive. I spent 30 on it. You don't want to idle around every day, just keep an eye on it. I'll take care of your food and drink. How about it? Du Ziren patted the black, game nutrition cabin, while Changsheng's dog eyes were wildly blinking. In a brief moment, it thought about a lot of things. This new master is a fool? Hey. A fool? If he's a fool, so be it. Let me watch a bunch of air? Isn't that simple? I just lie down every day. What's game cabin? Just a bunch of air, it's the same whether it exists or not. Thinking about it this way, Changsheng looked at Du Ziren with sympathy and cunning. Woof. No problem. Hey. Good dog. Just lie down. With satisfaction, Du Ziren looked at Changsheng and felt that he didn't bring back a live mouth for nothing. Slumping back on the sofa, he opened the game, Doomsday Survival, running on his phone. Splash, splash, splash. On the screen, Xiao Shengsheng was sitting dazed on the sofa, looking at the patient gown in her hand, her face rosy, not knowing what she was thinking. Hey. Practice. Stop daydreaming. Sliding his finger over the items section, Du Ziren moved the purification metal tank to the bathroom. In the monthly card service, this thing refreshes a cultivation crystal core every day. Ah. Senior. In a flurry, she stuffed the patient gown behind her. Xiao Shengsheng looked at the purification metal tank that appeared in the bathroom and suddenly realized. Ah. I forgot since I moved. I still have the senior's designated practice every morning. Hurriedly running to the bathroom, Xiao Shengsheng filled the metal tank with water. The golden, crystal core instantly crushed at the bottom of the tank, combining with the water and turning into a tank of golden soup. Splash. In the swirling mist, Xiao Shengsheng stripped down to only her underwear and jumped into the water. The young girl's figure seemed to be getting more and more plump. After undulating in the water, it surged like waves. Xiao Xingxing's current ability level, ability user 3rd stage, 45/300. 47/300. Hiss. It seems like the speed of cultivation has slowed down. It seems that as the ability level increases, progressing in abilities also becomes difficult. Rubbing his chin, a pop-up notification appeared on the phone screen. Daily task completed, cultivation. Reward, 100 pass experience, current pass level 6, reward, small horn *1. Okay. At least this pass isn't too tiring to grind. Clicking on the phone continuously, the curious Changsheng poked his dog head beside him, looking intently at Du Ziren's phone. Woof. It's pitch black. Why is he so happy playing? Woof. Found it. He really has a mental problem. Lowering his dog head, Changsheng decided to ignore any actions from Du Ziren.
Until the golden soup became completely clear, Xiao Xingxing's ability level was stuck at 137 to 300. She covered her wet chest plate, just as she was about to crawl out of the vat.
Buzzing.
Suddenly, the loudspeaker in the wooden house vibrated, followed by a strong and powerful announcement. All level 3 ability users, please gather in the central treehouse immediately. Leader Ms. Qin is holding an important meeting. Repeat, all level 3 ability users? The echoes continuously resonated in the entire underground level 3, making Xiao Shengsheng feel dazed and frozen. On Du Ziren's side, a new game pop-up appeared.
Chapter 1, Riot. Opening. Main mission, please attend the meeting to understand the abnormalities from the north. Reward, 200 experience points for the pass. Oh? Main mission? It's here? He poked Xiao Shengxing's smooth shoulder, urging her. Shang. Go check it out. Understood.
Hastily putting on her coat, wrapping the core armor under the worn-out combat uniform, Xiao Shengsheng called her younger siblings and hurried out towards the treehouse.
Pat.
At the same time, outside the treehouse, there was also a crowd of people.
In the high sky, countless figures gathered from the dense branches below. Soon,
about 30 or 40 people formed a tight group under a massive thick tree. Among this batch of teams, there were scattered ability users, and also mercenary group ability users in uniforms. Among them, the dog combat team in black leather and a colorful trenchcoat team stood out exceptionally. It was not hard to see that these two teams should be the core backbone of the mining black market.
Oh. Goyu, I heard your dog combat team has been quite lucky lately, collected 2 green cores? What? Do you want to become the first team of the mining black market too?
In the colorful trenchcoat team, a tall bald man teased Goyu.
Goyu chuckled, revealing his 2 canine teeth. Hey. As if your element team has always been so great. That's not true. We just came back from the north. Let me tell you, it's all ability zombies over there. We are fine. North?
The two were chatting casually. Xiao Shengsheng stood among the crowd, like a bystander, unmoving. Du Ziren playfully pointed to the information above Goyu in the bald man's head, his eyes lighting up.
Name, Goyu. Identity, Dog Combat Team Leader. Ability, Savage Dog Claw, White. Ability level, Ability User level 7. Name, Lei Zhiyong.
Identity, Element Team Leader.
Ability, Lightning Arc, White. Ability level, Ability User level 7. Chapter 66. Hiss. So the level of team leaders in level 3 is actually all ability users level 7?
Then, the level of the leaders of the mining black market.
As Du Ziren pondered, the restless voices in the game started to fade away.
Rustle. On the massive crown of trees in the center of underground level 3, a curtain of tree trunks slowly moved, and a girl in a green long dress walked out along the high tree trunk, exuding strong momentum.
Boss Qin is here. Head Qin is coming. In an instant.
Goyu and Lei Zhiyong were taken aback, and everyone looked up at the girl on the treetop. The girl had a slender figure, like a spirit among the trees, with fair skin and eyes gleaming with green light. Every step she took would cause the tree trunk beneath her feet to twist, generating a tree ladder to gently support her to the ground. Her long dress swayed, and the way the girl appeared was indeed top-notch.
Wow. Such a flashy entrance, she's either a boss or an important NPC. Staring blankly at the game screen, Du Ziren couldn't help but click on the icon of the girl in the green dress. Name, Qin Wan. Identity, creator of the black market in the mine. Ability, Wood Transformation, green. Ability level, Ability User level 9. Wow. So this woman is the boss of the black market in the mine. I thought the leader would be some big brother, but it turns out to be a girl? No wonder they searched everyone at the entrance, they have female security guards out of respect for women.
And this person's strength is about to reach the super ability user stage.
As expected, the speed of awakening abilities really depends on one's talent, doesn't it? Observing Qinwan's changing expression, Du Ziren didn't think this woman looked as young as she appeared on the surface.
Perhaps because of her high ability level, even a witch could have a baby face. He couldn't believe that such a small girl could run a well-organized black market in the mine.
Indeed. Thud.
As the wooden stick fell to the ground, Qinwan slowly spoke, her mature voice not matching her appearance.
It seems everyone has arrived?
Yes.
We're here. What's up, Boss Qin?
The usually casual Guyu now stood in front of Qinwan like a sycophant, his eyes filled with respect as he gazed at her.
Actually, you all know a bit about this matter. The North has had an incident. Qinwan's face darkened, her brows furrowed. The North? We just went there last time, right?
The zombies there were tough, but there were basically no ordinary zombies, only ability zombies.
It can't be that dangerous, can it?
Lei Zhiyong was unconcerned, and Qinwan shot him a glare, shaking her head.
You don't understand.
The safe zones in Wannan City and Wanbei City are all third-line factions, and the strength level of the opposing faction is higher than ours. But in just one night, the Wanbei City was completely wiped out. We even received reports from the Luzhou safe camp saying that those independent ability users who escaped from Wanbei City are almost non-existent.
According to the analysis, Wanbei City might have given birth to a king seed. King seed? What is a king seed?
After Qinwan finished speaking, besides Guyu and Lei Zhiyong who looked horrified, the other ability users were confused. Clearly, they had never encountered a king seed before.
King seed.
It's the zombie that evolves the fastest among a bunch of zombies. It possesses unique abilities, or multiple abilities, and can command any zombies below king seed. Of course, the most terrifying thing is,
king seed zombies have human intelligence. So, you mean to say, a king seed zombie appeared leading the ability zombies to break through the Wanbei City safe base? Damn. How are we supposed to deal with this? A clamor erupted, and everyone's face turned dark.
Wannan City and Wanbei City are just a line apart, and everyone is smart. At this moment, they all understood why they were gathered here. If the king seed zombie has intelligence, after taking down Wanbei City, the next target
would definitely be Wannan City's black market in the mine. Amid the noise, Xiao Xingxing's face turned pale.
She knew her own strength, whether she could survive against the army of ability zombies was definitely uncertain.
Shangshang, don't be afraid. I'm here.
Du Ziren's voice drifted into her ears, and Xiao Shengsheng bit her lip, nodding slightly.
King Seed. I wondered why the main story of the game was called Rebellion. So it turns out the zombies are taking the initiative to attack. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren stroked his chin, feeling more and more that this game was becoming real. Zombies and humans are two different races. The slaughter between races is an inevitable part of history. The time and crisis settings of this game are simply perfect.
Quietly looking at his phone, after a long while, it was still Qinwan who spoke.
Everyone.
I know you are all scared, but the Luzhou second-line safe camp has already conveyed a message to us. Through radio contact, a detection ability user has escaped from Wanbei City.
Her name is Lu Su. The higher-ups want us to protect and rescue her at all costs. She holds the secret of the Yi King Seed.
Indeed, we, Black Market, can choose not to take on this mission. But those mutant zombies will eventually come for us.
Instead of hiding here, it's better to save Lu Su.
Once we rescue her, the higher-ups will send superhumans to assist. At that time, with the intelligence on King Seed zombies, plus the support from Luzhou safe camp,
we, Black Market, might just be able to hold on.
Powerful words echoed in everyone's ears, and a silence fell over the crowd.
Everyone knew what choice lay ahead. Run? Where to run? Run towards Luzhou safe camp?
You live in Black Market level 3, but if you go to Luzhou safe camp, you might have to start all over again.
But if
we really save Lu Su, not only can we defend Black Market, but it would also be a great achievement. In the future, going to Luzhou safe camp would come with generous treatment.
I will follow Qin too. Goyu thought for a moment and expressed his heartfelt agreement.
Lei Zhiyong seemed completely fearless, shrugging his shoulders. What the hell is a King Seed? I made it into Wanbei City safe and sound last time, and I can do it again.
I can assist everyone. Then I'll lend a hand too. If Black Market is gone, it would be a disaster. In just a moment.
Once someone stood up to agree, a wave of responses echoed around.
All right.
Qinwan slapped her hands together and made a decision right away. From now on, all superhumans will form teams of 4. Anyone participating in this operation will gain permanent residency in Level 3 upon successful return. Additionally, in the future, everyone doing business in black market won't need to pay venue fees.
Oh. Qin Lauda is generous. We will definitely defend black market. This battle will be a victory.
The passionate voices kept rising, the atmosphere soaring like a good momentum. But Du Ziren looked at Qinwan's worried face and already knew the danger of this operation. At the same time, his phone vibrated, a new game pop-up, updated.
Main quest, understand the Northern District incident, completed.
Pass experience points plus 200, current pass level 8. Obtained pass reward, small horn asterisk 2.
Main quest updating.
New task, please find suitable companions to form a 4-person team for Northern District exploration. Experience points will be awarded based on team performance and the final number of survivors.
Based on the number of survivors, performance to award, pass experience points? So, this is still a long-term task?
Looking at the new task description, Du Ziren frowned slightly. In other words, this time's task not only requires protecting himself but also safeguarding his companions. If everyone can make it out alive, the rewards for the task could be very generous. But there's a subtle premise in this. That is, the companions you travel with must be reliable. Don't end up at last, where the zombies didn't kill you, but your companion stabbed you in the back.
Main quest, cannot be refused. If this is a main quest, does it actually mean that Shang Shang wants to fight alongside everyone?
Pointing at Xiao Xingxing's somewhat dazed little face, Du Ziren's voice drifted over.
Shang Shang, do you have any trustworthy companions in mind? I don't have any. As soon as she finished speaking, not long after. Tat tat tat.
A series of footsteps rushed in. It was Lin Ye and Lin Ping, quickly running towards her. This task involves the life and death of black market. Even the workers in the black market must take the field personally.
Shang Shang, little sister. You see, for this action, do you want to team up with us siblings? Don't worry, our character is among the top in the black market.
Lin Ye stepped forward to ask, her face showing a hint of flattery. Once this duo of siblings took a step forward, the gazes of the surrounding superhumans immediately focused on Xiao Xingxing's face.
What? What level must this brother and sister have for them to actively seek someone out? Haven't seen them before, a new expert? Nonsense. I've never heard of this person, but since she's here at the 3rd underground level, there might be someone backing her?
The guesses rose and fell, and even the host, Qinwan, occasionally looked towards Xiao Shangshang. Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Shangshang said nothing, showing neither surprise nor fear. Instead, her face was cold, and her small fists were tightly clenched.
She was no longer the naive little girl she used to be.
She knew Lin Ye teamed up with her not for her, but for the senior behind her.
Senior. The senior belongs only to me. I don't want to.
Her little lips pouted slightly. Xiao Shengsheng didn't want Du Ziren's existence to be known by too many people, nor to be taken advantage of by too many.
She also didn't know why.
After falling asleep that night with her head resting on the senior's arm, she gave birth to the thought of wanting to monopolize the senior. Even though this idea was very unrealistic, Xiao Shengsheng was unexpectedly stubborn, and did not immediately agree to Lin Ye's request, standing firm in place.
Until Du Ziren's voice rang out. Let's go with them.
At least, their strength is reliable, and they know I exist. They won't treat you as a stepping stone.
But senior. They just want to use you to complete the mission. I'm adding burden to you.
Murmuring softly, Xiao Xingxing's face was suddenly poked by something.
I know.
But precisely because they rely on me, they will definitely respect you. That's why I can rest assured to have them team up with you.
Your safety is more important than mine. This. Then, okay.
Her face turned red in an instant. The coldness in Xiao Xingxing's eyes was suddenly replaced by a flash of shyness.
Then, she looked at Lin Ye nonchalantly. I agree. Hee, that's great. Is there anyone else powerful joining us?
We still need one more. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately looked around excitedly. Hugging the thigh behind Xiao Shengsheng, no matter how dangerous the mission, it was like a spring outing.
Wang Zhong. Are you strong? Awakened ones, what will you do if one of them uses a skill? It's all good. We can definitely pass.
Lin Ye calculated in her heart, her gaze scanning the surroundings. The other ability users were all eager to give it a try. At this moment, even Goyu from the dog team and Lei Zhiyong from the element team were a bit envious of Xiao Shengsheng. The two siblings from the Lin family together had a strength close to that of a team captain. Such a 4-member team had too much value.
Hey! I said, Goyu, did you bring this girl back? What's her background? The Lin siblings are fighting to send her?
Lei Jiang looked at Goyu in surprise, and Goyu shrugged, how would I know? But don't be fooled by her delicate appearance, she brought back 2 green crystals, all by herself.
You never know, she might actually be quite tough.
Hiss.
Now that you mention it, I want to team up with her too.
His eyes sparkled with excitement.
Unfortunately, Lei Jiang had to take his own team members.
Due to the 4-person team rule, an additional ability user would be added to his team.
Looking at Qiu Shangshang, Lei Jiang actively waved his hand behind him. Li Sisi, go join their team. That autumn captain, right? Our Sisi is an ability user, tier 3, with fire ability. She should fit into your team, right?
Looking at Qiu Shangshang as if trying to please her, Lei Jiang was also a good captain who cared for his subordinates. He thought of putting an outsider into a makeshift team no less than the ability user's team right away.
Tier 3, fire element? Shangshang, this strength is good enough. What do you think?
Linya very consciously looked at Qiu Shangshang, who remained silent, just waiting for Du Ziren's response. Ability level, of course, the higher, the better.
That way, even if I make mistakes, they won't be wiped out. Li Sisi? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren was about to click on Li Sisi's avatar. Wait. Suddenly,
a graceful woman wearing a black scarf walked out in the central square.
I think I am more capable than her. I want to join Miss Zhou's team.
The woman with a black scarf wrapped around her face was unrecognizable, but beneath her tight black outfit, her figure was undeniably fiery.
Who is this? Who is she? I've never heard of her. A new lone ability user?
Many people couldn't recognize the woman in the black scarf, but Lin Ping spoke up.
Xia Yao, special ability split. Ability level, ability user tier 4. She, indeed, has the strength to join us.
As the guard of Underground Level 3, Lin Ping knew almost everyone's information. Upon hearing this, Li Sisi, who was walking towards them, suddenly halted, her face a picture of shock.
So? Shangshang, what do you think of this Miss Xia? Linya still looked towards Qiu Shangshang, who was silent, waiting for Du Ziren's response.
Meanwhile, a pop-up appeared on the game screen of the phone. Option 1, choose Li Sisi to join the team, main quest difficulty reduced by 30%, quest rewards reduced by 10%. Option 2, choose Xia Yao to join the team, main quest difficulty increased by 50%, quest rewards increased by 80%.
Chance to unlock a special storyline mode. Chapter 68. Oh wow. Is there any significance to this team selection?
Quietly looking at the selection panel, Du Ziren hesitated not at all.
Of course, he chose option 2.
With such a thick experience bar, if he didn't take a chance, he probably wouldn't finish it by the end of the month.
As for quest difficulty? Du Ziren didn't believe it.
There were still 9 unused dimensional blades.
9 shots of dimensional blade, isn't that enough to kill a king seed? I must demand a higher difficulty. After pressing option 2, Du Ziren's voice rang in Qiu Shangshang's ears. Shangshang, let Xia Yao join the team.
Okay.
Alright.
Looking at Xia Yao's enticing figure, Qiu Shangshang reluctantly agreed.
I choose this Miss Xia. Little sister, you have great vision. Don't worry, your choice is definitely the right one.
As expected, everyone thought that Qiu Shangshang would definitely choose the stronger partner.
Li Sisi lowered her head, teaming up with an ordinary independent ability user. In the quiet, central arena, people formed teams one by one. Only after the teams were clearly divided did Qin Wan slowly speak, alright. Once everyone has teamed up, we will immediately set off towards Wangbei City.
Everyone must remember.
Wangbei City has no ordinary zombies. No ordinary zombies. In a range within what you can handle, everyone go search for the whereabouts of Lu Su.
Everyone, remember to find the places with big trees. I will update the whereabouts of Lu Su in real time. Lastly, regardless of whether you find Lu Su or not, any team carrying ability crystal cores can exchange their cores for merit points here or in the Luzhou safe base.
I wish everyone smooth sailing.
Rustle, rustle, rustle.
As Qin Wan's announcement ended, she slowly retreated to the tree trunk, gradually blending into the tree. The next moment,
all the big trees in Underground Level 3 trembled, emitting a sound similar to a horn. Currently, Lu Su's location is at Chang'an gas station in the outskirts of Wangbei City.
The broadcast echoed. So, what do you say? Shangshang's sister, shall we move now? Linya looked at Qiu Shangshang, who surveyed the surroundings.
Large groups of ability user teams were already rushing towards the upper level.
Let's go.
No time was wasted, the group followed the main forces and quickly surged out of the miner's black market.
Snowflakes still drifted softly in the sky. Unlike before, this time, a solo journey turned into a group of 4. Tread, tread, tread. The snowy ground was filled with footprints. Some people chose to advance north towards Wangbei City directly, while others chose to take side paths, approaching the outskirts of Wangbei City.
This team led by Qiu Shengsheng was originally meant to advance directly with the main force. But, as everyone hurriedly ran, the usually quiet Xia Yao suddenly shouted out, I actually just came running out of Wangbei City. I know, there's a shortcut, it leads straight to the gas station on the outskirts.
You guys?
Her words had a questioning tone. Clearly, the shortcut she was talking about was not without risk.
A shortcut? Isn't it just simple?
Upon hearing this, Linya smiled. She intentionally, or unintentionally, glanced at Qiu Shengsheng, and Qiu Shengsheng's face darkened. Here she goes, trying to use the senior's influence again.
Just as she was about to answer.
At that moment, Du Ziren's phone once again popped up with the pop-up options. Option 1, take the shortcut, but you will face a great risk. However, you can get much closer to the target location very quickly. Option 2, play it safe and follow the main group, increasing safety but slowing down the speed.
Is there even a need to choose? We must rescue Lu Su. If it's Shengsheng personally rescuing Lu Su, how high will the reward be?
Without hesitation, Du Ziren pressed Option 1, and immediately, the sound of his voice came to Qiu Shengsheng's ears. Shengsheng, take the shortcut.
Got it. Then let's go for the shortcut.
Upon hearing this, Qiu Shengsheng turned her head to look at Xia Yao. Beneath Xia Yao's black scarf, her scarlet red lips seemed to curl up at the corners.
All right. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. Let's go. Follow me. The shortcut is in the forest area.
Suddenly, she turned around and led the way, running toward the lush greenery of the outskirts forest.
Hurry! Hurry! Follow them!
Behind, not far from Qiu Shengsheng's team, several other small teams began to show sly smiles.
See, I told you, following them, the speed won't be bad.
Exactly, that Qiu Shengsheng must have some kind of backing, or how could the Lin siblings praise her so much?
As expected. They even know about the shortcut?
Among the scattered teams, in the one that Li Sisi joined, a man with dreadlocks smiled slyly.
Maybe.
We can just lie down and go with the flow, and still beat them to rescuing Lu Su.
First-class merit, maybe it'll be ours. Zhang Qi, I knew you had brains. Let's go, let's go.
Silently, they followed behind, and for some reason, layers of mist began to rise in the dense forest far ahead. Thud thud thud. Walking on the damp ground, the mist in the dense forest became more and more hazy, to the point that visibility was less than 2 or 3 meters.
With this low visibility.
Xia Yao, are you sure this is the right path? Lin Ping narrowed his eyes, and intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at Xia Yao's swaying hips.
Trust me. My ability is splitting.
Before we escaped here, I left splitting cells all the way, and I tested this path many times. Only I can say, I'm sure this is the right one. Confidently, Xia Yao patted her chest, her graceful figure barely visible through the mist, making Lin Ping's face turn hot. Drip, drip. It was unclear how long they had walked, but the mist had become so thick that water droplets began falling.
Hoo-hoo.
In the white, foggy sea, faint, eerie wind howls could be heard.
How much longer?
Linya looked displeased at her damp chest, complaining softly. Almost there, almost there. Xia Yao, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped after walking a short distance.
Ha? What's wrong?
Qiu Shengsheng looked at Xia Yao in surprise and vaguely sensed that the woman's mouth seemed to tremble.
That looked like a smile? Hoo-hoo.
The sound of the wind above grew more urgent.
Snap. Suddenly.
Amidst the howling wind, over a dozen long red whips suddenly slashed through the mist, streaking towards them like red flashes.
Something's wrong. Quick. Get down.
As the highest level member with special ability, Linya felt the threat immediately. She quickly pulled Lin Ping, and with a thud, they both fell flat on the ground.
Ha!
Qiu Shengsheng hadn't even reacted yet when her back suddenly went numb, and an invisible force pressed her down to the ground.
Thud.
A loud explosion sounded next to her ear, and several red flashes cut through the air, instantly shredding the front of Xia Yao.
A blood mist exploded. Splash.
Large chunks of broken flesh fell to the ground.
Roar, roar.
In the white mist, strange sounds could be heard coming from above. The zombie, exhaling white mist, was crawling on the tree, its face twisted with a malicious look, staring down at the ground below. Clap, clap, clap. On the thick trunk of the tree, there were more than 10 zombies, all with bright red bodies, their tongues, long and serpent-like, swinging like snakes, wrapping around the center of the tree. This place had long been surrounded by mutant zombies.
Chapter 69.
Hiss.
Ha!
High in the sky, amidst drifting fog, no less than 20 strange zombies were exhaling mist and their tongues. Like spiders weaving a web, they seemed to have been lying in wait here for a long time, waiting for Qiu Shengsheng and her team to come.
Damn it! Damn it! Xia Yao! Is this the shortcut you were talking about?
Lin Ping cursed, wanting to question Xia Yao, but then realized that all that was left was a pile of shredded meat.
Can instantly kill a level 4 mutant? It's over. It's over.
This place.
Something's wrong.
Lin Ping's face kept changing. Linya didn't speak, just quietly looked at Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng was lying on the ground, feeling the familiar sensation on her back, completely stunned.
What? What happened? Xia Yao is dead just like that. Senior Ziren, you?
She wanted to ask Du Ziren why he didn't save anyone, because with his strength, he could definitely cut off those tongues in an instant. But he didn't save anyone, and Qiu Shengsheng didn't dare to ask.
On the phone, Du Ziren looked extremely frustrated.
Because, at the moment Xia Yao stopped, countless long tongues swept over. He wanted to intervene, but realized that skill, dimensional blade, was gray, showing special state, unable to release.
He didn't even have time to react. Xia Yao was gone, just like that.
If he hadn't reacted quickly, Qiu Shengsheng's head would have probably been chopped off.
Damn. Is the game difficulty skyrocketing? I haven't even found anyone yet. One of the team members is already lost? WNM.
Frantically looking at the game screen filled with zombies all over the trees, Du Ziren hurriedly clicked on their attributes.
Mutant Zombie, Liquor. Ability, Bloodline, White. Ability level, Mutant level 1.
Attack method, long tongue charged in the mouth. Once released, it has the penetration power of a bullet.
Mutant Zombie, Mist Zombie. Ability, Corpse Mist, White. Ability level, Mutant level 1.
Attack method, exhales a certain amount of damp corpse mist from the mouth. Once inhaled too much, the physical condition will rapidly decline.
Fortunately,
these are all mutant level 1 zombies.
Now I understand, as long as everyone uses their abilities to fight back, we should.
Looking at the detailed information about the two types of zombies, Du Ziren just breathed a sigh of relief.
But
in the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng and the others looked up into the sky.
Hiss ha.
It was like entering a snake's nest, dozens of blood-red long tongues twisted above, blocking the view in the sky.
The next moment. Put.
The crimson long tongues mixed with corpse mist, falling like a blood-colored arrow rain.
Quick. Sister.
I'll build a mud wall for defense, you go on the attack.
Their strength isn't very strong, if we join forces, just a moment.
Lin Ping's words were cut off halfway. Not knowing what happened, he suddenly froze. He hurriedly crawled on the ground, his hands pressing against the earth, trying to activate his earth ability to build a mud wall. But after pressing the ground for a while, he couldn't feel any flow of ability at all. How is this possible? Swish, swish, swish. The cold wind rushed in, and the crimson tongues fell like steel blades, so dense that there was no way to avoid them. Linya's pupils instinctively froze, her gray irises trembling, wanting to control the soil layer, but found that there was no ability flowing in her body.
Something's wrong. This place, something's wrong. Desperately looking at Qiu Shengsheng, Linya's mind was racing.
She knew that not being able to use her mutant ability might be a coincidence. But losing their mutant ability at the same time meant that something was definitely wrong here. This place.
Could it be a mutant ability deprivation zone? Damn it.
That's Xia Yao, she brought us here, does she have something to do with this? Flashing a terrifying thought in her mind, Linya didn't have time to think it through, feeling the panic take over. Only hope can be placed on the big boss behind Qiu Shengsheng. It's crucial not to lose your superpower.
Otherwise, the whole army will be wiped out.
Barely getting up from the ground, Qiu Shengsheng saw the sky filled with falling tongue lines. Her once sturdy body involuntarily quivered.
Ziren Sr.
The sky was raining down tongue lines like snakes, and for some reason, Qiu Shengsheng's movements were extremely stiff. She could only stare blankly at the high sky, her pupils flickering with despair.
Due to special reasons, you cannot release Dimensional Blade right now. Due to special reasons.
On the phone screen, Du Ziren kept pressing the screen, and warning messages from the game pop-up kept jumping out.
Damn it. SB game.
Where's the recharge interface?
You wouldn't want to lose your rich daddy, would you?
Although Du Ziren knew Qiu Shengsheng had nuclear armor backing her up, he didn't want the mission to just begin with all teammates dead.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Fortunately, just as the tongue lines hung over everyone's heads, the game screen once again entered slow motion. In an instant, it felt as if the flow of time was frozen, and countless judgment buttons appeared around Xiao Xingxing's body.
Xiao Xingxing seems to be affected by some ability. Please tap the screen to help Xiao Xingxing move. Buzz buzz buzz. Points of light kept flashing, and Du Ziren's fingers tapped quickly. Shoulders, neck, arms, thighs. After rapidly clicking the judgment areas, Xiao Xingxing's body was suddenly manipulated like a puppet by a big hand. Shang Shang. Draw your gun.
Du Ziren's urging voice came into her ear, and as soon as Xiao Xingxing's arm could move, she immediately complied without thinking. After taking out the Desert Eagle from her pocket, Du Ziren clicked on Xiao Xingxing's slim waist, and her face turned red as she immediately bent down and rolled towards Lin Ping and Linya.
Bang bang bang.
As she rolled on the ground, 3 bullets shot out from the direction where Xiao Xingxing rolled. Puff puff puff. In midair, 3 bloody long tongues exploded and fell, with blood mist spreading. All of this seemed to have happened for quite a while, yet in reality, it only took a moment. Puff. When the strange slow time flow ended, Xiao Xingxing was already lying in front of Lin Ping and Linya. The bloody tongues above them mysteriously exploded, spraying bursts of blood mist that fell to the ground. This. Shang, you? For the first time. It was the first time Linya saw Xiao Xingxing act. Just now in her eyes, Xiao Xingxing seemed to be moving at lightning speed, completing a series of counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Xingxing, is your ability Godspeed? No. If abilities can't be unleashed here. Could it be that senior? His ability is time acceleration? My god, what other means does that senior have? With her gray pupils constantly flashing, Linya's heartbeat quickened. She clearly knew that what Xiao Xingxing was holding onto might not be just a thigh, but the heavenly pillar. The Heavenly Alliance. Only the superpower time acceleration could have allowed Xiao Xingxing to do all of this. By accelerating her time, it made her movements appear like those of the Flash. Time, space, sound wave abilities. This big boss must be the creator of at least the first line safe camp, right? She muttered in awe. In an instant, Linya's gaze towards Xiao Xingxing became even more jealous. Puff puff puff. At the same time. The moment the blood rain fell, Xiao Xingxing and the others dodged the blood tongue attack, but the team that had been trailing them would face a great sin. Puff puff puff. The skyful tongues slapped down. Amidst the hazy mist, the ability users immediately urged their abilities in an attempt to fight back. Li Sisi. Hurry. Use fire ability to boil the mist. Wang Fatty, use root ability to build a defense line. Watch my wind blade. Zhang Qi with his messy braids had a calm expression, steadily instructing his teammates. After all, he had dealt with ability zombies before. With these low-level ability zombies in front of him, he was confident he could easily destroy them. But, upon giving the order, everyone crowded together, all wanting to unleash their abilities, looking up towards the sky. But, nothing happened. What came instead was countless blood tongue whips rained down, and the group of people were shattered like bloody mud, exploding apart. Chapter 70. Damn. Where is my ability? F***CK. No. This isn't right. Put. Amidst the terrified screams, countless blood mists exploded. No time to react at all. The ability users, having lost their abilities, were struck by countless blood tongues, and like chopping vegetables, they exploded and shattered. Why? Didn't they say this is the shortcut? With eyes still filled with confidence, the heads of the people who had been relaxed rolled to the ground. The originally 12-person team was immediately turned into a vast sea of red soil, staining the ground red. Ah! Li Sisi had been scared into a daze, shouting in panic, feeling hot blood spurting all over her body, and she collapsed on the wet soil, trembling constantly. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In front of the ability zombies, ordinary people are nothing but ants. The screams, the bursts of blood mist, and the roars of zombies intertwined in the foggy forest, making people's hearts chill with fear. That be *TCH. She definitely has something wrong. Lin Ping was yanked up from the ground by Linya, his face full of hatred. Now that he thought about it carefully, Xia Yao's words were full of holes. She said she had used the splitting ability to walk out of this foggy forest. But when he thought about it carefully, once in this forest, abilities would be nullified. Without her ability, she was just an ordinary person, so how did she walk out of here? Such a situation could only have 2 possibilities. First, she never came here, bringing everyone here for some reason. Second, she did come here, but at that time the zombies didn't attack her. Either way, this woman had a big problem.
She intentionally brought so many people here to die.
The worst conclusion is, this woman is from the King Zombie faction. King Zombie, very likely, had already infiltrated the mine black market from the start. The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. Lin Ping's face darkened, frequently looking at his sister. He could imagine that his smart sister must have figured it out too. But at this moment, Linya still had a calm expression, staring hard at Xiao Shangshang.
King Zombie, what's the problem? As long as we hold on to the person behind Xiao Shangshang, we can go to the zombie headquarters like walking on the ground.
The truly safe place has never been the safe camp, but by the side of the strong.
Brother. From now on, stick close to Xiao Shangshang.
Lin Yu whispered, and Lin Ping suddenly understood. The siblings circled around Xiao Shangshang, looking at the zombies overhead, but no longer in a panic. Thud thud. What they didn't know was, Xiao Shangshang's heartbeat was racing fiercely at this moment. The pistol she tightly gripped was now damp with sweat from her hands.
6:18:22.
Her eyes frequently scanned the surroundings, the fog intermittently revealing zombies that resembled poisonous snakes and spiders, constantly flicking their tongues and staring at Xiao Shangshang with a sinister gaze.
So many. Too many.
Xiao Shangshang had no confidence in killing so many zombies with her gun.
Ziren Sr. She kept whispering Du Ziren's name, as if that could give her endless encouragement.
Huff huff. Finally, the lickers above hadn't launched an attack for a long time, merely appearing intermittently through the fog. Instead, on top of the trees, those completely snow-white, corpse-mist zombies, their bodies cracked, were releasing terrifying white corpse gas that quickly surged into the forest. Huff huff huff. The thick fog spread like the world was filled with milk, and Xiao Shangshang, holding her gun, could already feel her vision beginning to blur.
No. These ability zombies, they can even strategize?
On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren could clearly feel that the game screen's vision was gradually becoming blurred. Xiao Xingxing's physique was being affected by the corpse mist. These mutated zombies actually didn't intend to attack all at once, but instead planned to use the corpse mist zombies' mist to weaken the human's physique, then slowly strike?
Damn it. Do you have to be so strategic? It can't be delayed any longer.
If you wait any longer, you'll lose your sight and be completely unable to resist. Shengsheng, take this, put it into the embedded slot in the chest armor. Taking advantage of the gap while using the small horn, Du Ziren quickly opened the warehouse panel. The inventory of crystal cores from the last big lottery still had Thunderfire Crystal Core, purple, *2, Windwing Crystal Core, green, *4, Blood Crystal Core, white, *13. To be safe, Du Ziren directly took out a Thunderfire Crystal Core and sent it into Xiao Xingxing's arms. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a tremor in her chest. Xiao Shangshang glanced at it and immediately felt a chill. In front of her chest armor, a purple crystal core flickered with the light of thunder and fire, constantly pulsing. This. Purple crystal core.
Elder Ziren, this is too. What time is it? Your life is more important than anything.
An undeniable voice came through, and Xiao Xingxing's eyes turned red as she immediately slapped the Thunderfire Crystal Core into the slot of the Crystal Core armor.
Bang! Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The next moment.
In the white mist, a circle of electric arcs exploded on Xiao Xingxing's body, and her whole body was ablaze with flickering flames. The buzzing of electricity rang out, and in an instant, the corpse mist, swirling around Xiao Shangshang burned away at a visible speed. Your Doomsday Survival character's Crystal Core armor, chest armor, successfully extracted the ability of the Purple Crystal Core.
Current Xiao Shangshang has gained Thunderfire Superpower, level 5 ability user. Duration, 5 minutes.
Xiao Xingxing's ability level 3 ability user, 150/300.
170/300.
As the Thunderfire Crystal Core was absorbed, a new pop-up appeared on the phone screen.
Oh. So this is the effect of embedding the Crystal Core?
If I got the full set of Crystal Core embedding equipment and embedded all the Crystal Cores, wouldn't that let me experience the strength of a superpowered individual?
Moreover,
using other superpowers, Xiao Xingxing's ability level is also rising.
Sure enough, paying to win is amazing. Shangshang. Hurry. You have to defeat all the opponents within 5 minutes.
Feeling amazed at the ridiculousness of the pay-to-win equipment, Du Ziren hurriedly called out.
Understood. Clap clap clap.
Amidst the arcs of electric flames, Xiao Xingxing felt her body unexpectedly light.
She focused on a certain corner. Boom.
Suddenly, a fireball exploded in the sky, and a zombie spewing corpse mist burst forth in a wave of flames. With a bang, its body ignited in flames and it fell from the sky.
This. Sister, her superpower is Thunderfire?
Behind her, Lin Ping looked at Qiu Xingxing's actions in surprise, feeling the power of the level 5 ability user on her body, feeling bewildered.
With this strength, and a powerful ally protecting her, isn't this too unreasonable? Lin Yu looked on with a bitter expression.
She remembered that just a few days ago, this girl was still a scavenger.
Now, with a purple quality, superpower? And her strength was quickly catching up to her own? All of this is because of that person. Chapter 71. Roar roar. The roar of the undead echoed endlessly in the forest.
Qiu Xingxing's ears twitched, and she focused her gaze on the treetops overhead, where flashes of fire kept appearing.
Bang! Bang!
Thus, a strange scene unfolded in the forest. Fireballs frequently detonated in the sky, and zombies engulfed in flames kept falling from above. After being charred black, currents surged through them as they twitched uncontrollably upon hitting the ground.
Sizzle sizzle sizzle.
The flames burned the corpse mist, and visibility around them became clear to the naked eye.
Ha!
As if knowing they would definitely lose if this continued, the liquor, hidden in the mist, could no longer hold back. A liquor, wrapped in blood scabs, suddenly pounced from the low-hanging mist, lunging straight at Qiu Xingxing's back.
Watch out!
Its speed was barely visible to the eye, only a gust of wind could be felt passing by as a bloody mass lunged toward the nape of Qiu Xingxing's neck. The blood red that came rushing towards her was immediately enveloped by a burst of silver light, swirling around her, and with a loud whoosh, it turned into chunks of blood and flesh falling down.
Poochie!
The sound of blood mist exploding, and Qiu Xingxing's figure slowly appeared in another corner. She swung the bloodstained dagger in her hand, her face cold to the point of being terrifying.
So fast. Lin Ping's eyes widened in disbelief.
Just now, in those few seconds when he hadn't been able to see clearly, Qiu Xingxing had already gripped the dagger and instantly dismembered the liquor that was still mid-air?
Is this the purple quality thunder fire ability? So strong. Too strong. She actually activated the purple quality ability? At this rate.
With the potential of the purple ability, Qiu Xingxing will soon catch up to our ability level.
She might even surpass us by a huge margin.
Perhaps, in the future, the person we'll be relying on is her.
Staring blankly at Qiu Xingxing's move, Lin Yu wasn't surprised that she could use abilities. With the protection of the powerful awakened leader, was there anything that couldn't be done? Roar! Roar! The growls of the corpses still echoed from above.
Once the corpse fog zombies were dealt with, the liquors hidden in the forest would no longer be so difficult to detect. Following the sound, looking up at the tree crowns, tree trunks, and behind the trees, more than a dozen red liquors appeared, their scarlet tongues writhing in their mouths as if gathering strength.
Shang. Time is short, only 2.5 minutes left. Du Ziren looked at the prompt of the crystal core armor and whispered a reminder.
Qiu Xingxing nodded, and suddenly, a scream rang out from behind her.
Help! Help! Poochie!
The first red tongue whipped out, aiming not at Qiu Xingxing, but at Li Sisi, who was hidden beneath the scattered pieces of flesh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The red tongue flashed like a shooting star, striking Li Sisi's neck in the blink of an eye, instantly tightening around her neck like a noose.
Gurgle gurgle.
The tongue squirmed, and sharp spikes suddenly sprouted, piercing through Li Sisi's carotid artery. It acted like a straw, continuously sucking blood, making one's scalp tingle in horror.
Stop!
A pair of sharp eyes followed the sound.
ZZZZ.
The tongue that was wrapped around Li Sisi suddenly sparked with strange flashes. Moments later, boom, flames erupted, and the entire long tongue was instantly set ablaze.
Roar!
The flames traveled down the tongue, burning through the very essence of the liquor. It burned like maggots in the bones, twisting and writhing on the ground.
Roar roar!
The cries of agony continued.
Poochie poochie! Just in this split second, the remaining liquors launched their attack.
10 or more intertwined red tongues, like a blood web, whipped toward Qiu Xingxing.
Too slow.
A stinky wind blew down from above, but Qiu Xingxing didn't even look at the dense, terrifying blood web. She just narrowed her eyes, and electric arcs began to flicker around her.
Bang bang bang.
After a series of spine-chilling explosions.
Tread tread tread.
The wet, muddy ground quickly twisted and vanished as footprints disappeared, while a silver electric arc flashed.
Bang!
A bright flash of daylight flickered through the forest, and after a silver line flashed by.
Poochie poochie poochie.
Dozens of twisted long tongues immediately fell from the air, and the densely packed liquors each had a blood hole explode on their heads. Countless fountains of blood sprayed out, and one by one, the liquors tilted their heads and fell to the ground.
Silence. Only the eerie silence remained in the forest.
Huff huff huff. Faintly, the sound of Qiu Xingxing's breathing could be heard. The ability time of the crystal core armor had ended, and her face turned red, as if she had just gone through a long run. Such a powerful ability. In the pile of blood and flesh, Li Sisi had forgotten her terror. Looking at the surrounding fountains of blood, she finally understood why the Lin siblings would recognize Qiu Shengsheng as their captain. Current ability level, ability user, 3rd stage, 280/300. 290/300. 300/300. Ability level progressing. Congratulations, your post-apocalyptic survival character's current ability level is, ability user, 4th stage, 5 out of 400. Huff huff huff. As Qiu Shengsheng continued to gasp, Du Ziren watched her ability level skyrocket and complete the advancement. The expression on his face was indeed telling. Consuming a whole, purple crystal core, only upgraded me 1 level. This, crystal armor, looks impressive, but in reality, it's just a money pit. Quietly lamenting the cost of the crystal armor, in the game, a group of people had silently moved closer to Qiu Shengsheng, shifting from a previously scattered attitude to one of respect as they looked at her.
Shengsheng. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. No wonder you caught the attention of that senior, the potential of the purple ability indeed deserves cultivation. Lin Ye sighed in admiration. Lin Ping looked around, his expression complex. By the way, in the earlier crisis, we didn't have time to think carefully. Now that I think about it, you guys said that Xia Yao deliberately brought us here, wasn't it to divert the main squad's fire and strike us individually? This. Upon hearing this, Li Sisi was stunned. You mean, Xia Yao is one of the zombies? No. To be precise, the king-type zombie has human intelligence. Could it be that from the start, he sent special ability zombies disguised as humans to infiltrate our base? Lin Ye stroked his chin and said in a cryptic tone. As soon as he said this, everyone's scalp went numb. In other words, among those people we had been with all this time, there could actually be zombies? Bold. This guess was indeed bold. Even on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren's eyelids jumped. No wonder. No wonder having Xia Yao join the team raised the danger level so high. It turns out this person is the problem. Her ability is split. Wait. Suddenly thinking of a possibility, Du Ziren realized why Wanbei City had fallen. Once zombies gain intelligence, the war becomes insidious. Buzz buzz buzz. A new game choice began to pop up on the phone. Choice 1, walk forward out of the corpse fog forest to continue searching for the ability user Lu Su. Result unknown. Choice 2, go back the same way to regroup with the main squad. Result unknown. Chapter 72. Oh. These two choices are quite interesting. Looking at the new pop-up choices, Du Ziren narrowed his eyes. Now, even a fool could see that there was a traitor in the camp. And there might be more than one. The zombies used deception to spread the gathered people, leading them to a special ability disable zone and eliminating them one by one. At that point, all the ability users in the mining black market would be dead. How could it not fall? This also explains why Qiu Shengsheng and the others were immediately surrounded when they entered the corpse fog forest. Those zombies had long been prepared to catch them. Once these guys gained intelligence, their unexpected and terrifying machinations. Now go back to find the main squad? What if the situation over there is even worse? Going back would be sending ourselves to death. I can't guarantee that, without abilities, and ability user 6th rank, monster won't appear. As for moving forward, with me here, as long as we're not ability disabled again, it should be fine. After pondering for a moment, Du Ziren clicked, choice 1, dot. Shengsheng, prepare to cross this forest. Always stay vigilant. Understood, senior. Can I loot the spoils first? Standing still, Qiu Shengsheng felt the new vigor of a ability user 4th rank, her spirits high. Hurry up. Okay. Quickly pulling out a military dagger from her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng began to stab at the bodies of the lickers and corpse fog zombies, constantly collecting blood crystal cores and gray-white crystal cores to put into her pockets. Seeing Qiu Shengsheng. Looking at a pile of messy crystals, Qiu Shengsheng respectfully looked up at the sky. Your doomsday survival character is delivering gifts to you. This gift, Bloodline Crystal *15, Fog Barrier Crystal *15, Flame Crystal *3, Windblade Crystal *2, Strong Crystal *6, do you accept? Yes. A new prompt window popped up on the phone. Du Ziren almost hurriedly clicked accept. Are you kidding me? I was just worried about not having crystals to activate the game nutrition pod. With these, won't future interactive projections be a blast? Hiss, but with so many crystals, this time it must at least be a big item, right? After clicking the accept button. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
In the corpse fog forest, a pile of tall crystals suddenly shook and twisted, then vanished eerily.
I have received it.
Du Zirun's voice rang in her ears, and Xiao Shengsheng smiled knowingly. Compared to the daily crystal bathing and that recent purple crystal, these tier 1 white quality crystals are truly nothing special. It's so great that Senior Zirun can accept it. Her heart filled with joy. Beside her, Lin Yalan had an icy expression. Only Li Sisi looked like she saw a ghost.
What the hell? What the hell?
Where are your crystals?
Disappeared?
She opened her mouth wide, looking around frantically, clearly having never heard the rumors about space experts.
Calm down.
Sisterly, when a space ability big shot notices you one day, you'll understand.
Space ability? Big shot?
Looking at Lin Yalan in confusion, Lin Yalan shrugged, smiled, and said nothing.
Wanbei City Suburb Road Intersection.
Lei Zhiyong strode toward the road sign. According to the sign, there were only about 1 kilometer left to Chang'an gas station.
The suburban road was incredibly empty.
Above the sky, a massive flock of zombie birds could be seen circling faintly.
But
the number of people eyeing Lei Zhiyong is too many. They only dared to circle but did not dare to attack.
Lei Hubie, you just left the main force like this, aren't you afraid that a high-level ability zombie will suddenly pop out and take you out? Looking at Lei Zhiyong's proud look, Guyu joked.
This group of people, to say the least, has the strongest members from the Black Market and Elemental team, not to mention the follow-up ability users, with strength basically above ability user, second tier.
It can be said. This large team is the lifeblood of the Black Market.
Tisk.
To say your old dog, you still don't like it.
I already said, I've been here before, this place will only have liquor, and they are all first tier and second tier.
Is that it?
I, Lei Zhiyong, can deal with them with one hand and finish them in no time.
He.
The two exchanged light banter.
Captain, how about I go see the road?
With these words, a young man from the Element team with a wind blade badge hung on his chest stepped forward. He was the second strongest in the entire team, possessing wind blade abilities with the strength of ability user, 5th tier.
All right. Zheng Feng, stay alert, we aim to reach Chang'an gas station first.
Understood. Hearing this, Zheng Feng nodded respectfully, keeping a distance of more than 10 meters ahead of the team. After the apocalypse, the streets were filled only with abandoned vehicles and piled-up snow. Clop, clop, clop. The large team moved briskly, and no crisis erupted ahead. Hiss, hiss, hiss.
But as they walked, the number of abandoned vehicles around them inexplicably increased.
From the deformed abandoned cars, thick white mist began to slowly emerge.
Not right. Everyone stay alert.
That mist should not be normal mist.
It could be toxic. Zheng Feng, be careful.
With his eyes wide open, Lei Zhiyong, though carefree by nature, did not hesitate once an issue arose.
Understood, oh well.
The word big did not even have time to come out when Zheng Feng's vision suddenly froze.
Oh ah. He saw it.
In the mist, a few zombies with cracks all over their bodies rushed in, faintly appearing. There was a thin zombie with red, cracked wounds, resembling a blood-skinned little ghost without skin. And there was a fat zombie with a swollen belly, covered in green corpses, whose belly oozed thick green liquid as it ran and yelled.
These zombies are completely different from the ones I've seen before. Zheng Feng squinted, feeling an inexplicable bad premonition in his heart.
Yikes.
Ah.
Suddenly, a thin zombie jumped with full force and landed right in front of Zheng Feng.
You damn thing. Do you think my wine blade is just for show?
With a grip of his palm, a rapidly spinning wine blade twisted and suddenly shot out from Zheng Feng's hand. Whoosh! The incoming zombie's head instantly fell from the air.
Goo-hoo. After the head fell to the ground, it gave off an eerie ha-ha-ha laugh.
The headless corpse suddenly tore open in mid-air, exploding with a bang. Flames and sparks flickered inside the corpse, growing from small to large.
Boom! In an instant,
a terrifying wave of fire exploded, surging towards the crowd of people coming from the Great Army.
Booming.
The scorching heat wave hit hard, and Lei Zhiyong's pupils widened as he frantically looked towards Zheng Feng in the sea of fire.
Zheng Feng. Yee-ah.
Under the raging flames, 3 or 4 red cracked zombies lunged towards Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng covered his face, he was closest to the flames, and his clothes had already burned open, his skin crackling from the heat, hair in black curls. Instinctively gathering wind blade, he wanted to slay the approaching, red-cracked zombies. But remembering the terrifying self-destruction of the corpse from before, he instantly could not dare to take action.
He.
The few red-cracked zombies, as if certain that Zheng Feng wouldn't dare to kill them up close, pounced on him like snakes, wrapping around his body. Their sharp claws dug into his belly, tear pulling out strips of blood and flesh, sending them to their mouths. Ah! Screams echoed as Zhang Feng's body twisted in the sea of fire, a hole already carved into his belly.
He. Nung.
With cracked lips stained in blood and flesh, the red cracked zombies seemed to be hooked on the taste, with several zombies even burying their heads into Zhang Feng's belly, gnawing away.
Damn it! Damn it! What are these? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng.
Lei Zhiyong couldn't bear to see his teammates suffer even a little, and the arc crackled in his hand.
Captain. No.
If you kill those zombies at such close range, Zhang Feng will definitely be blown to bits. Behind him, a girl with sky blue hair urged Lei Zhiyong. Her palms clasped together, just focusing her gaze on Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng's skin began to sprout a layer of water film.
Water ability. It is a rare water ability in the apocalypse. Puff puff puff.
Water splashed around his body, as if wrapping Zhang Feng in a protective layer. The girl's eyes focused. Zhang Feng.
Now is the time. Get rid of those zombies. She shouted anxiously.
The girl's meaning was clear to Zhang Feng, and his windblade gathered once again in his hand. But, in the burning waves, the air seemed to twist strangely for a moment. With a buzz, the wind blade in his hand suddenly vanished bizarrely. And the water film, swirling around him, also dissipated into mist.
What? Ha 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 ha.
From the flames, a swollen, sickly green zombie approached with big strides, giving Zhang Feng no chance at all, grinning ferociously.
Thud. In an instant.
It stomped down hard on Zhang Feng's head, blood bursting everywhere.
Thud.
In the blood and fire, Zhang Feng's headless corpse swayed as a bloody face of red cracked zombie stretched out from his belly.
Zhang Feng. Gush gush gush.
Crimson blood flowed all over the ground. Zhang Feng was dead. A power user level 5, big shot had fallen just like that. This. On the misty roadway, the once mighty team. At this moment, witnessing this scene, people's hearts could not help but become disheartened.
My wind wall has failed? Something's wrong.
My body is becoming so weak, my strong body seems to have vanished.
Quick! Run! Pat pat pat. In almost an instant, someone who wanted to retaliate had already discovered the problem.
The gathered team quickly scattered, everyone looked panicked, like defeated dogs, fleeing in all directions.
Captain! Captain! Hurry and go! Hurry! We must withdraw immediately.
The girl with sky blue hair looked terrified. Everyone knew what it meant to have no ability.
She tightly held onto Lei Zhiyong's arm, working with another team member to retreat into the distance. Damn! Damn!
Lei Zhiyong's eyes were red, blood was drawn in his palms, but he could no longer condense a thunder arc.
Hoo.
The fire waves still burned on the road.
Eeka!
From the mist, red crack-skinned zombies kept surging out, beginning to chase after the crowd. Soon, the hazy mist faded, and a group of charred ability users fell on the street.
Fog barrier zone.
Xiao Shengsheng and a few others walked forward along the tree trunks, touching the branches from time to time. As the creator of the Black Market of Mines, Qin Wan's ability was a precious, green ability, and she had a special ability that no one knew about. That is, to communicate through trees.
Yes. As long as Qin Wan wanted, she could transmit information through the underground dense tree trunks.
Of course, the premise is that she indeed transmitted the information, then the tree trunks within a certain radius would store and play the message.
TSK.
We've touched the tree trunks all the way, but haven't received any message from Captain Qin.
It seems that there shouldn't be any major problems at the base.
That, King Zombie's trick is to prioritize dealing with us, ability users. Otherwise, she would have sent us a message already. Lin Ya's expression was calm. She had thought about whether there were zombies hidden in the base that could endanger her father. But from the current situation, the King Zombie really looked down upon the scavengers in the base. All its thoughts were focused on the ability users out in the field. Actually, even if there are zombies in the base, with Qin's leadership skills, the underground level 3 should be her absolute domain. We don't need to worry too much.
What I'm more worried about right now is there really a person named Lu Su?
Xiao Shengsheng tilted her head and suddenly proposed this notion. As soon as she spoke, the crowd, who had been walking, suddenly froze in their steps.
Indeed.
If the King Zombie could let the ability zombies infiltrate the base, could it be possible that all along, Lu Su was their way of luring the ability users over?
Shang. I didn't expect you to think of such a level.
Lin Ya looked at Xiao Shengsheng with some admiration. She realized that Xiao Shengsheng was not as simple as she appeared, whether in ability potential or mental response, there was tremendous space for growth.
No wonder that person chose you.
Does this person Lu Su even exist?
On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren was also startled by this idea.
If from the beginning this Lu Su was fabricated by the King Zombie, using radio waves to contact the Luzhou safe camp, then this, King Zombie's intelligence is too terrifying, right?
Setting a trap to lure everyone? Isn't this just playing humanity like a puppet? But it shouldn't be. After thinking carefully, Du Ziren interrupted Xiao Xingxing's speculation. Because it's very simple. The game said, bring back Lu Su, rewards will be calculated based on team survival. Therefore, according to the game setting, Lu Su must exist. Lu Su exists.
Don't worry, let's get out of the fog barrier zone first.
Pressing the little horn, Du Ziren reminded Xiao Shangshang.
If Senior Ziren says so.
Pat pat pat.
As the footsteps continued to move, ahead in the dense forest, a hazy suburban road suddenly appeared. At the end of the zombie fog forest, it actually connected to another suburban area of Wuhan North City.
Roar. Roar. However, just stepping out of the forest, in the misty suburb road, a series of corpse howls echoed. Chapter 74. Damn it! More zombies. This time, I'll make sure they die in the ground. The eerie corpse howls echoed in his ears. Lin Ping's face was icy cold. Not having any powers just now, being threatened by these zombies was already infuriating enough. Now, aren't they just coming to deliver themselves? Sister! Don't you all interfere, let me show you how to kill it. In the white mist, faintly jumping red thin bodies could be seen. Lin Ping's first reaction was to think they were still first-level ability users, lickers. The ground beneath him trembled, and several soil spikes slowly emerged from the ground, ready to shoot out. Suddenly, on the other side of the phone, in Du Ziren's large perspective screen, a thin zombie with cracked skin and red body appeared, its mouth curling into a strange smile. Ho ho! In the dense fog, there were also a few short and stout zombies, like giant tree stumps, wandering in the mist. Puff, puff, puff. From their bellies, thick green liquid kept splashing out, causing Du Ziren to frown. The main task says the survival of the team at the end will grant rewards. That means, at any stage of the task, the death rate will be very high. Could these two new zombies? Quickly clicking on the red cracked skin zombie and green fat zombie, Du Ziren's face instantly darkened. Exploding flame zombie. Ability level, second level ability user. Ability, exploding fire wave, white. Exploding fire wave, a special type of awakened zombie, they know how to maximize the use of their abilities. The moment their body is severely damaged, they will unleash a self-destruct explosion no less than 5th level ability user. Note, before reaching the level of super ability user, maintain a safe distance from this zombie. Exploding venom zombie. Ability level, second level ability user. Ability, exploding venom, white. Exploding venom, the venom zombie has a large body and explosive power beyond ordinary humans. Its belly stores venom that can corrode targets instantly. The objects corroded by the venom will continuously emit a corpse liquid scent, attracting attacks from nearby zombies. Note, although the explosion of the venom zombie is not powerful, the venom scent is very troublesome, so be careful not to let it touch you easily. Have these guys been set up here all along? Looking at the descriptions of the two new types of zombies, Du Ziren couldn't help but admire the cleverness of the King Seed zombie. First, they used ability failure to hunt the ability users in the forest, and after the plan failed, they had already ambushed exploding zombies on the road. If an ordinary person had just suffered those scares and regained their abilities, they would surely go on a killing spree against the mutant zombies to vent their emotions. Little did they know, the zombies that coincidentally appeared here were the foreshadowing. As long as you show intent to kill, you will definitely be blown up by these unassuming zombies. At this moment, Lin Ping had no idea of the situation and stepped forward. Fortunately, I squinted for a moment. Otherwise, this Lin Ping would definitely be blown to bits. Hastily pressing the horn, Du Ziren didn't want the guy's death to affect the final reward settlement. Hey! Everyone step back from the zombies. Maintain a defensive stance. Remember, do not get close to the zombies. They are very dangerous. Shang, get ready to shoot from a distance with your pistol. This time, the horn opened the everyone option. As soon as the voice spread, it echoed continuously on the suburban road. Is that Senior? Senior Ziren? Instantly, everyone's relaxed nerves tightened. In the current situation, who would dare to say that the few zombies in the mist are dangerous? Everyone would think they were talking nonsense. But if this Senior with space abilities speaks, who would dare not believe it? Even if there are a few snails lying on the road, if the Senior says there's danger, they have to reassess. Senior Ziren, Shang understands. Ka.
Almost instantly, Xiao Shangshang pulled out her pistol from her pocket without hesitation,
aiming with a loaded gun. Is there danger?
Looking at the seemingly useless zombie in the fog, Lin Ping slowly retreated, not daring to be careless for a moment. After exchanging a glance with his sister Linya, a thick, arched wall of earth suddenly burst forth from the ground in front of everyone with a loud rumble. Tut tut tut. The sturdy earth wall piled up like a barricade in front of everyone. Seeing that they were only dealing with a few small zombies, everyone used such tactics, leaving Li Sisi confused.
Aren't they brothers? Using a cannon to swat flies?
Having never witnessed Du Zirun's methods, Li Sisi was perplexed.
However,
in the dimly lit suburban road, several self-destructing fire zombies also looked puzzled.
Roar? Why aren't they coming over? Roar, who knows? The king ordered us to just wait. Roar, so what should we do now? Roar roar roar. Who cares? Since they aren't coming, we will go to them. For the king, we will give our lives. Ya. Suddenly, a bright red zombie, full of fresh blood and flesh, suddenly burst out from the fog, rushing rapidly towards Xiao Shangshang. Ha ha ha.
It exhaled hot breath, its blood and flesh cracked all over, continuously releasing waves of scorching air, like a moving hot coal, burning the surrounding air into a distortion.
Die. Bang.
Not daring to take this lightly, Xiao Shangshang squinted and quickly shot at the head of the self-destructing fire zombie.
Rumble.
The zombie, originally flying through the air, suddenly exploded with blood at its forehead, crashing to the ground with a thud. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Black-red blood flowed all over the ground, and the seemingly clawing zombie now lay motionless on the ground, dead beyond any doubt.
Is that it? This zombie is nothing special. What does it have to? Li Sisi pouted, about to mock everyone's overreaction. Rumble. The next moment,
a ball of fire suddenly erupted from the lean, dried-up corpse, exploding into a tremendous wave of flames.
Rumble rumble.
The terrifying flames instantly enveloped the surrounding road, scorching the ground until it turned black and distorted.
Sizzle sizzle sizzle.
As the sea of fire swept in, Lin Ping and Linya had already built the earth wall in advance, successfully avoiding this blow.
Tongue tongue tongue.
Rolling sparks burst above their heads, and the few of them stood under the earthen wall, exchanging glances, looking at each other.
Shang Shang. Your family's senior truly has an excellent foresight. Zirun. Senior Zirun is really great, he has predicted other things before. Doesn't that mean the senior also has the ability to predict the future?
Hearing this, Lin Ping was completely stunned.
What kind of big shot is this? Tongue tongue tongue.
In the sea of fire, self-destructing fire zombies kept rushing in. Xiao Xingxing's face tightened as she kept shooting her pistol.
Bang bang bang. With each shot fired, when a zombie fell, the roaring wave of fire exploded wildly everywhere. Sizzle sizzle sizzle.
The originally misty suburban road was instantly burned dry.
Rumble. Finally,
with a large venomous zombie automatically exploding in the sea of fire, the roaring flames completely turned quiet beneath the turmoil.
Chapter 75. Clap clap clap.
The foul-smelling green venom splashed in the sea of fire, spattering on every inch outside the earth wall.
Until
the burning waves were completely extinguished, the suburban road was exceptionally clear. No trace of mist could be seen, and no silhouettes of zombies appeared.
Phew. That was close. If it weren't for that senior, if I had gone forward just now, I would have likely been blown to bits.
Behind the earthen wall, Lin Ping patted his chest, still in fear.
That series of explosions was simply no different from the front lines of a war zone. Pat. Before he could reflect further, he was suddenly slapped on the head by his sister Linya, and his body was pushed, kneeling down to the ground together. Thank you, senior.
Linya is here, representing my brother to thank the senior for saving our lives.
Thud.
The brother and sister pair shared an unspoken understanding, both beginning to bow repeatedly towards the ground.
Thud. Thud. One after another, the sounds of their bows echoed, until the voice of Du Zirun rang in the air. It's all good. I'll do it without a second thought.
Majestic and unfathomable words echoed on the path. The brother and sister finally stopped their worship, then bowed respectfully toward the high sky.
I will remember your kindness, senior.
Seeing the Lin siblings being so attentive, Li Sisi's cheeks flushed, and she felt a bit lost as she clenched her fists. Just a moment ago, she had questioned this senior's decisions.
Now,
Li Sisi licked her lips, her sense of shame playing tricks on her. She ultimately couldn't bring herself to kneel down.
In the past, in the Element Squad, she was always on high ground, receiving worship from others, right?
Now asking her to lower herself, she simply couldn't adapt to it.
That senior shouldn't be thinking about me, right? At worst, I could be his lover, or even be his RBQ, can't I? I'm not bad myself. Besides, which man wouldn't mind if his woman had more people?
Li Sisi prided herself on her understanding of the apocalypse, and her perception of Du Ziren was equally self-satisfied. She even confidently thought she could reach some kind of special relationship with the senior. Thinking like this, she cast a sly glance at the sky.
I sense you have new admirers. Li Sisi has a fondness level of 53 towards you. Do you wish to bind this character's perspective?
Binding this character will unlock all of Li Sisi's perspectives, including adult content special storylines.
Ha? Another one? Isn't it just her? She should consider her own level, right?
Although he had fantasies about adult content, Du Ziren was a pure love warrior, only wanting to see Qiu Shangshang.
Not to mention, Du Ziren wouldn't choose to bind a new character. Just this Li Sisi, she can't even compare to Linya, so does she deserve it? No.
He decisively rejected this new admirer, too lazy to care about this woman's thoughts.
Thump thump thump.
The piled earth walls began to slide down continuously. In the burning suburban pathway, the exploded zombie corpses were still ablaze. At least a dozen sparkling red crystals lay quietly on the ground. However, above the crystals, the dark green juices from the toxin zombie explosion had already spread evenly across the surface, exuding waves of foul odor.
Shang Shang. Look at all these crystals, should we help the senior collect them? Linya asked very wisely.
I must say, her emotional intelligence was really high. She had already started to follow Qiu Xingxing's lead.
Let's collect them, senior.
Just as she reached out to grab a crystal nearby, the loud voice of Du Ziren suddenly rang in her ears.
Shang Shang. Don't touch the crystals. Those are traps. Ha? Why? Qiu Xingxing's movement froze. On the phone, Du Ziren's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but sigh again about the arrangement of the zombies.
That toxin zombie had just self-destructed, spraying toxin over all the crystals, knowing that humans would definitely pick them up. Once you touch the crystals and get stained with the corpse liquid scent, be prepared for endless waves of zombies to find you. The green zombie's toxin carries a scent. As long as you touch the crystals, you will be marked. It's not worth exposing our location for these few crystals.
I see. So that's how it is? Senior Ziren, you truly are knowledgeable. Without you, we would surely be marked by the scent.
Withdrawing her hand in frustration, Qiu Shangshang looked gratefully towards the sky.
So, should we not take the crystals then? Forget it.
No need to expose our location for these crystals. Let's find a place to hide first.
I always feel like the waves of zombies are prearranged by someone. Alright. Prompted by Du Ziren, Qiu Shangshang finally realized.
It seemed like since they left the mining black market, there had been ambush after ambush, as if they were being led by the nose by someone.
Let's go.
The senior said those crystals are no good.
The toxins on them are problematic.
She informed the few people beside her. Qiu Shangshang began to lead the way around the area on the ground filled with toxic liquid, quickly walking towards the path opposite to the Chang'an gas station.
The crystal core, can't we take it?
Upon hearing this, regret flickered in Lin Yalan's and Lin Ping's eyes. There were at least a dozen crystal cores on the ground. Even though they were all of white quality, they were definitely strong crystal cores from second-tier awakened ones, truly a big treasure. Although it was regrettable, the siblings knew their limits and, after glancing at the crystal cores a few times, hurriedly followed Qiu Shangshang away.
Can't we take it? But that's a fire-type crystal core.
Looking at the crimson crystal core on the ground, Li Sisi hesitated.
Ding dong ding dong. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's doorbell suddenly rang. Coming? Putting down the phone, Du Ziren looked surprised at the door.
Thud thud thud. He quickly ran to the door, curious about who the delivery person was, and why they were always so fast. Leaning his left eye against the peephole, he tried to see the delivery person for the Doomsday Survival Game package.
In the end,
at the door, there was nothing except a huge square cardboard box. The big words Qiu Shangshang sent to Du Ziren were printed on the box, familiar and reassuring.
Oh my! What quick movements! Creak! Opening the door, Du Ziren brought this heavy box inside. As he walked, he tore open the ceiling of the box, and instantly, a bunch of sparkling crystal cores came into view. Woof! What is this?
Chang Sheng, who had been lying on the ground, seemed sensitive to the crystal cores and tilted its head to come over.
What's up? Do you also like shiny things? Casually taking out a red fire crystal core, Du Ziren's eyes gradually began to show surprise.
Clearly, it was just piled in the box, and the crystal cores were still shimmering with light, but why did the light disappear once he took it out? Yet, a warm sensation continuously rose from his arm, surging through his limbs and filling his chest.
Chapter 76. Woof. It seems, your aura got stronger. Chang Sheng looked at Du Ziren in confusion. If he guessed correctly, it seemed Du Ziren had the new change after touching the so-called crystal core? Huh? Stronger aura? What kind of childish way of saying that is? Just say I'm excited about getting gaming merchandise. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched, and Chang Sheng blinked its dog eyes, not saying much more. Woof. Can I have one? Take it. Casually tossing a liquor bloodline crystal core, Du Ziren carried a pile of crystal cores to the game nutritional cabin. Let me see. This time I'll use a brand new crystal core. How long can I play?
Glimpsing at the box of crystal cores, inside were the following: 14 bloodline cores, 15 mist shield cores, 1 fire crystal core, 2 wind blade cores, and 6 powerful cores.
A total of 38 crystal cores? This mist shield core.
Just thinking of the grayish mist shield core, which spewed out corpse chi, made Du Ziren very resistant. I'll use these up first.
Kachuk kachuk.
He directly embedded 5 mist shield cores into the nutritional cabin's lid, and then, like a corpse, Du Ziren lay straight down inside the cabin.
Thud.
As the cabin door closed, a familiar mechanical synthetic voice filled the air.
The game cabin is charging. Projective interaction is about to start.
Detected sufficient energy from this crystal core. While maintaining the operation of this device, you can also choose to enhance the following physical qualities.
1 fire ability, Wide Awaken 1 from Tier 3 upgrade to Tier 4. 2 steel ability, Wide Awaken 1 from Tier 3 upgrade to Tier 4. 3 bloodline ability, Wide Awaken 1 from Tier 1 upgrade to Tier 2. 4 canine transformation ability, Blue Awaken 1 from Tier 1 upgrade to Tier 2. 5 activate a brand new ability, Mist Shield Corpse Chi, Wide Awaken 1 from Tier 1. Ha! So this game cabin can also enhance my projective strength while playing, right?
Absorb crystal cores to upgrade ability levels?
This is actually just like the setting in the ability manual that Chang Sheng saw at the time.
After a moment of silence, Du Ziren chose option 4.
There's no way.
According to the game setting, canine transformation ability is considered quite advanced.
In terms of priority, it definitely needs to be cultivated. As for unlocking new abilities?
Thinking of the fog barrier ability that sprays white corpse gas, Du Ziren felt resistant.
Upgrade the canine transformation ability level. Extracting crystal core energy, about to release. Sizzle sizzle sizzle.
Suddenly, a thick mist sprayed out in the dark cabin. Du Ziren breathed in the mist, feeling as if he was bathed in a warm spring, comfortably closing his eyes. Outside the game nutritional cabin, Chang Sheng looked at Du Ziren in confusion.
Isn't he my buddy? You're lying on the ground, looking like you're floating in the air. What does that mean? Aren't you ashamed? There's even a dog watching. No, tone it down.
Chang Sheng stared wide-eyed. From its perspective, Du Ziren suddenly stuffed 5 crystal cores into his sleeve, then directly fell to the ground, looking dazed, before suddenly revealing a foolishly intoxicated expression.
Crazy. Definitely a madman. Chang Sheng concluded that this new master was a match made in heaven. Living with such a madman, this life is set. I can totally lay flat now. Woof. At this moment, Chang Sheng awkwardly mimicked a human.
Its back legs stood up like a person, while its forelegs moved as if playing with the crystal core. Woof, why do I have such a possessive feeling towards this thing?
Constantly rubbing the crystal core. Until a bold idea took hold in its mind. Eat it. Eat it. Woof.
Somehow, by an inexplicable force, Chang Sheng opened its mouth and swallowed the entire crystal core whole. In its imagination, the huge, stone-like crystal core did not get stuck in its throat. Instead, it smoothly went down to the stomach, and soon a warm flow spread from its stomach, radiating throughout its limbs.
Woof. Woof, so nice.
It squinted its eyes in comfortable bliss.
But the next moment, Chang Sheng was astonished to find that its body felt light as a balloon, quickly rising. Woof. Why have I lost gravity? Woof. Its dog paws waved in a panic. If someone looked at Du Ziren's house through a telescope at that moment, they would be shocked to find a 5 black dog flying against the ceiling in the living room. Woof. Woof. Fortunately, after struggling and barking, Chang Sheng gradually stabilized and began to descend. It seemed to grasp some kind of feeling. After slowly touching down, it looked toward the sofa in the living room. Buzz buzz buzz. The massive sofa was actually slowly defying gravity, starting to lift off. Woof. Can I control gravity? As if in disbelief, Chang Sheng experimented with other objects in the room for a while, then finally became tired of playing and flopped down on the ground. With a mischievous sparkle in its eyes, Chang Sheng looked at Du Ziren. Should I tell him? I have superpowers? By the way, where did this guy get so many magical stones? Woof. Forget it, forget it. No more thoughts. Just lie down.
Subconsciously thinking about eating Du Ziren's other crystal cores, but Changsheng was just an idealistic dog, wanting only to lie down.
After just thinking about it, it found it boring.
The warm flow inside its belly continued to surge, as Changsheng lay on the ground, snoring and falling asleep.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Meanwhile, when Du Ziren opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a misty street, trailing behind Xiao Shengsheng and her group, heading towards the dilapidated Wansu city. With the enhancement of the invisibility buff, no one could detect Du Ziren's presence. In the air, the stench of decaying corpses drifted, and the damp, corpse-laden mist soaked his face, leaving it clammy.
Ugh. So smelly. Having never smelled dead bodies before, Du Ziren immediately covered his nose. The stench was far too real. His stomach was cramping, as if it was about to surge up and vomit at any moment. Damn it! Is this game's sensory interaction really this amazing? Not going to apply for heritage preservation and fame, just going to settle for this pitiful aim of making money?
Cursing, covering his nose, Du Ziren walked at the back of the group, the broken buildings and ruins gradually appearing through the mist. A collapsed building, a dark street of Commercial Street, slowly appeared in front of them.
Chapter 77. Shang Shang. Does the senior mean we should avoid joining the main force for now?
If we hide for a while, he suspects there are still. In front of the team, Linya's face showed doubt, asking half-heartedly. Xiao Shengxing nodded, about to analyze the situation.
Tread, tread, tread. Tread, tread, tread. Suddenly,
in the distance on the suburban road, a group of figures flickered and moved, charging towards them at full speed.
Who? Damn it! I can't run anymore. These bastards, how can we fight them in close combat? Pure NM trap. Lei Zhiyong. Lei Zhiyong, you guys do something.
Through the hazy white mist, Goyu's voice gradually spread, with Lei Zhiyong's frustrated curses occasionally heard.
Move your damn hands. You think I don't want to? My psychic power hasn't recovered. If I could fight, I'd blow the zombies into popcorn. Aga!
Under the misty, zombie gas, the shrill howls of zombies kept getting closer. The four-person team of the dogfighting team, their leather outfits already burnt and shredded. The fluffy long hair growing on their faces had faded away due to the loss of psychic powers. But luckily, none of them had suffered fatal injuries, and their physical condition was still decent, allowing them to maintain some distance from the zombies constantly surging from the rear.
However,
on the other hand, after losing Zhang Feng, Lei Zhiyong, leading a female and a male member, their faces were burnt and curling, their expressions collapsing. They were already running unsteadily, gasping for air.
Aga!
In the rolling white mist, a self-explosion flame zombie was rapidly closing in, its limbs on the ground like a wild monkey. The cold wind blew over the zombie's split red skin, faintly flickering with flames inside.
It looked like it was about to self-destruct at any moment. Captain. I can't run anymore. Go.
The girl with blue hair felt a cramp in her calf, taking a few steps before falling to the ground with a loud boom. A proud, water-based psychic, she used to travel lightly every day. Who would have thought that one day she would lose her powers and have to fight for her life with just her physical strength against zombies?
No. Meow meow, even if I die, you can't die.
You're the only water-based psychic in the mining black market.
Get up.
Trying to pull the girl up, her legs were already stiff, with no strength left to stand.
Kiki. The sinister growls of zombies were getting closer.
Lei Zhiyong's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the zombie with a grin in the mist.
Damn it. I'll fight you to the end.
Having never fought such a frustrating battle, Lei Zhiyong had already lost Zhang Feng. He couldn't watch another team member die in front of him.
Captain.
Hey.
Old Lei, you.
Not backing down, he charged straight at the zombie. This scene shocked the other escaping people.
Come on. You bastard. Laughing like this.
Before you blow my body up, I'll definitely bite off your head.
Fiercely glaring at the zombie that had come first, Lei Zhiyong cursed. The self-explosion flame zombie grinned, its arms spread wide, ready to pounce. Ugh.
A long scream rang in his ears.
Boom. Suddenly,
a thunderous sound came from more than 10 meters behind.
Plop.
The self-explosion flame zombie that was still lunging forward was struck by a flash of light, its body flipping backward, its head tilted, falling to the ground. Gurgle.
After the zombie fell to the ground,
Upon closer inspection, the snarling creature had a bullet hole in the center of its forehead, blood continuously flowing from it.
This is a bullet hole? A gun? Lei Zhiyong stared blankly. Gun? This thing is a banned item 100 years after the apocalypse, who can use it? Hey! Quick, stay away from the corpse. It's going to explode. Before Lei Zhiyong could express more feelings, a calm female voice sounded from behind. Lei Zhiyong then came to his senses and quickly retreated a few steps. Thud thud thud. As he stepped back, the zombie corpse with a hole in its head suddenly flashed with flames, boom. A terrifying wave of fire erupted. Boom boom boom. Flames surged, burning the entire street pitch black for over 10 meters. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The mist was evaporated by the fire. Moments later, on the briefly bright street, Lei Zhiyong and his group lay on the ground, looking disheveled towards the back, where they finally saw Qiu Xingxing's team. Is it you guys? Looking at the few people who were almost unharmed, Lei Zhiyong started to doubt his own abilities. You guys are completely fine? Captain. Li Sisi immediately stepped forward and pulled Lei Zhiyong up. Of course we're fine. Do you think who was behind us, that is? Lin Ping looked at this first team of the miners' black market, about to show off something, when Lin Ye suddenly elbowed him in the chest. Don't say what shouldn't be said. Oh. Then, the Lin siblings stood silently beside Qiu Shengsheng. We have someone who knows the zombies' abilities, and I just happen to have a gun, of course we're fine. Qiu Shengsheng said calmly, as if talking about something trivial. She didn't want many people to know about Ziren Sr. I didn't expect that Miss Qiu is so knowledgeable. The dog combat team thanks you here. Goyu looked at Qiu Shengsheng with suspicion, not daring to ask more, and led his team to bow in unison to Qiu Shengsheng. I, Lei Zhiyong, owe you a favor. Lei Zhiyong patted the dust off his clothes, looking enviously at the pistol in Qiu Shengsheng's hand. To deal with the self-exploding flame zombie, a pistol is definitely a divine weapon. This pistol is much stronger than their once proud ability user army. You guys? Didn't you find Lu Su? Putting away the pistol, Qiu Shengsheng looked puzzled at Lei Zhiyong. By rights, with so many ability users, even if everyone had one ability, they should be able to break through the siege and save one person, right? Hearing this, Lei Zhiyong's face darkened. We were ambushed at that time. Right near the Chang'an gas station, it was shrouded in mist, and hidden in that mist were these self-exploding zombies. We didn't react at all and many people were killed in the explosion. Zheng Feng is all ready. The girl with blue hair explained quietly, and the surrounding people turned pale, lowering their heads. Yang Miao Miao, what are you saying? Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang is dead? He's a level 5 ability user. How could he? Li Sisi's eyes widened, her whole body trembling, clearly unable to accept the death of a former team member. The crowd fell silent. The once arrogant group, as confident as they were, now felt utterly defeated. Only at the back of the team, Qiu Shengsheng wore a complicated expression, her eyes flashing with gratitude. Thanks to Senior Ziren. If it weren't for him telling us not to follow the main team, not to look for the main team. Otherwise we. She patted her chest, still feeling lucky, but she didn't notice that behind her stood Du Ziren. Du Ziren scanned the surroundings, his expression neutral. On the virtual game display screen, a line of text caught his attention. You are currently in a special area, you cannot use the ability skill Dimension /. Your main skill is ineffective now. Your dog transformation skill has been upgraded to ability user level 2. Your available abilities are Flame level 3, Steel level 3, Bloodline level 1, Dog transformation level 2. Chapter 78. Hiss. The ability failed again? What is the principle behind this? The first time was in the zombie mist forest, the second time was here. Just now, that Lei Zhiyong also said. They went to the Chang'an gas station, and because of ability failure, they tragically died. So, every time the ability failure happens, it helps the zombie camp. Can the zombies set up a failure point in advance? Or is that King-class zombie-s ability simply ability failure? It is nearby now? Looking at the dim dimensional blade skill, Du Ziren began to guess something faintly. The ability failure ability can only target one person's ability. For a versatile ability user like him, the opponent can only seal his strongest ability. My abilities can do some things. Focusing his gaze on Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren felt a bit emotional. The game's main storyline is unexpectedly difficult. Now, what are you planning to do? In the crowd, Lin Ye actively broke the awkwardness, while Lei Zhiyong scratched his head. What else is there to do? Without abilities, who dares to save that Lu Su? Let's go back.
We should leave the ability failure area quickly, regain our abilities, and report this to Leader Chin at the base.
I finally understand why the Wanbei City base has fallen. Damn it!
Ability failure, who dares to fight the zombies? Thinking he was clever, Linya looked at him as if he were an idiot.
Do you think that king-class zombie will let you go back?
It is deliberately luring us out, wanting to kill us in batches.
As for the base?
The weak and sick there, it doesn't even want them. To kill us, it can conquer the base in no time.
Sigh. Now that everyone is scattered, it's easier for it to hunt us one by one. Hunt one by one? One by one.
Linya's words hit Du Ziren like a wake-up call.
If they are to be defeated one by one, can ability failure truly be spread across so many locations?
Spread.
Wait. Xia Yao's ability is split, could it be?
In his mind, an extremely terrifying possibility surged.
The king-class zombie also has multiple abilities. Is it possible Xia Yao is the splitting body of the king-class zombie? Possessing split and ability failure?
She seemed to have died back then, but in reality, she triggered ability failure.
If she has the split skill,
it also means that the king-class zombie now split into many, lurking in various small teams, quietly nullifying the ability squad's abilities, allowing the ability zombies to slaughter.
This explains why they always fall into traps passively. TMD. The boss is right in front of me, how can I not be calculated? Wade?
The more he thought, the more likely it became. The more he thought, the more Du Ziren felt this game's first main storyline boss was overpowered.
Is this still a zombie? So smart, why don't you invent zombie technology?
Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren stared hard at the few people from the dog squad and elemental squad. If his guess is right, Xiao Xingxing's group walked out from the corpse fog forest, and they hadn't lost their abilities. It was only when they encountered them that ability failure occurred.
Doesn't that mean there is a king-class zombie splitting body among them?
Good.
Damn. You think of people as fools, right?
With a cold gaze, Du Ziren walked to Xiao Xingxing's side, about to whisper a reminder to her, to avoid startling the snake.
Thud.
On the misty suburban street, a rumbling sound of earth-shaking tremors came. In the distant, hazy fog, one by one self-explosion toxic zombies came surging in like bowling pins.
Ha ha.
Unlike the self-explosion flame zombies, these guys move slowly, but wherever they pass, the ground is crushed. Thick green corpse liquid spewed out in drops from their cracked skin, emitting a foul stench.
Damn.
These zombies are more terrifying than those self-explosion zombies.
Their strength is enough to.
Watching the approaching zombies, Guyu wanted to remind.
Ha!
A self-explosion toxic zombie immediately raised a discarded car by the roadside with one hand.
Hurry! Spread out! Almost immediately, Guyu shouted, and everyone scattered. Boom!
A heavy car fell like a meteor, crashing down toward them.
Run!
Lin's siblings pulled Xiao Shangsheng and ran towards the nearby buildings.
Boom!
The car fell, and the spot where they had been standing was immediately cracked open, the already abandoned car shattered into countless pieces.
Thud. Like a small earthquake, countless self-exploding toxic zombies approached. Damn it! How did these things follow us all the way here?
Their speed is nothing compared to the self-exploding flame zombies.
How do they know we are here? Lei Zhiyong's face was filled with anger and growing anxiety. He began to believe that King Zombie would not let them live. Ha! Ha.
A dozen giant self-exploding toxic zombies surged forward and did not rush to attack, but stood near the surrounding buildings, their swollen bellies throbbing with blue veins.
Gurgle. Boom! The next moment,
like an explosion, thick green toxic liquid splashed all over the buildings.
Eek.
After the putrid liquid burst out, the zombie birds hovering in the sky seemed to have had their attention drawn, swarming toward the street like a tide.
Dark. Dense black. It was like a black cloud closing in.
The mutated zombie birds were as big as eagles, their beaks filled with jagged, broken teeth, pecking at the ground soaked in putrid liquid.
Hurry! Run!
The entire street was instantly overshadowed like a cloud, and Lei Zhiyong swallowed hard as he watched the wave of birds so close. So many zombie birds, even if he had regained his ability, he feared being devoured by the flock in an instant.
Thud.
Everyone hurriedly fled, hiding in a small roadside supermarket to avoid being contaminated by the exploding putrid liquid. Goyu hurriedly instructed the team members to stack shelves against the glass doors and windows.
Ha.
One self-exploding toxic zombie approached, standing before the supermarket's worn-out entrance, its belly swelling again, wanting to lure the zombie birds here.
Shang. Miss Chiu. Captain Chiu.
The streets were already full of putrid liquid, this was no less than their last line of defense.
At this moment,
everyone turned their hopeful eyes to Chiu Shengsheng.
I understand.
Her hand holding the gun trembled, and Chiu Shengsheng was unsure if she could lead everyone out of this disaster.
She felt a little panicked. Just then, Du Ziren stood calmly behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. Shengsheng, don't be afraid. I'm always here. Senior Ziren? Feeling the real touch, a surge of confidence rose within Chiu Shengsheng.
Even knowing that Senior Ziren might lose some powers, as long as he was around, Chiu Shengsheng felt fearless. The first time she met him, and every time she heard his voice, it was always so reassuring.
Don't worry. This time, I will fight alongside you. Shoot. Shengsheng. With my senior here. Shengsheng, you won't be afraid of anything. Bang. Chapter 79. Put. The flames flickered in the supermarket, and outside, the self-exploding toxic zombie twitched its head with a poof. Gush gush gush. The dark bullet hole slowly widened, spewing out countless foul-smelling putrid liquid. He. He. Yet, even so, that self-exploding toxic zombie still grinned ferociously, its swollen belly continuing to swell without pause. Bump bump. Seeing that huge zombie belly about to explode. Not good. If that thing's belly explodes, we will definitely be covered in putrid liquid. It's over. It's over. No. I haven't lived enough yet. Help. Suddenly, countless wails erupted around them. At this moment, even the Lin siblings, who had always respected Chiu Shengsheng, were too frightened to move by the black cloud outside. Just imagine if they got contaminated by the putrid liquid. Without their ability, it would be. How long can ordinary people survive in a flock of corpse birds? Thump thump. Faintly, in the dead silence, one could barely hear the heartbeat of the crowd. Despair began to spread. Under the oppressive darkness, the only person who remained extraordinarily calm was Chiu Shengsheng. In her eyes, Senior Ziren was an all-powerful deity. With my senior here, Shengsheng fears nothing. The gun quietly ejected the bullet casing, reloaded. Under Chiu Shengsheng's resolute gaze, suddenly. He. Woof. The originally grinning and belly-slapping, self-destruct poison zombie paused, and a bare green head suddenly sprouted dog ears, letting out a bark. At this scene, everyone in the supermarket was dumbfounded. What the hell? Woof. The belly's expansion relaxed immediately, and this self-destruct poison zombie actually began to crouch down, mimicking a dog on all fours and wiggling its legs. Ha. Before long, soft yellow fur emerged on its sickly green skin, and it completely transformed into a belly-shaking pug. Drooping its face, the pug bobbed its head and started walking towards the zombie tide behind it. This? What's going on? Shengsheng. Is this the hand of that senior? Linya was also dumbfounded. Space, sound wave, future prediction. And now, there's also dodgification? Is this senior still human? Superpower machine, right? I'm not sure, it might be the senior's doing. Looking at the dodgified pug, Chiu Shengsheng suddenly remembered her experience at the dog park in the suburbs. Now, she inexplicably had a guess. Senior Ziren's superpower can't be replication, right? What kind of twisted superpower would that be? While everyone was astonished, marveling at how the crisis was resolved so absurdly, Du Ziren stood at the supermarket entrance, shaking his palm. Dodgification is an interesting skill. I wonder how twisted it would be if it evolves into Awakener. Witnessing the pug trotting towards the distant, self-destruct poison zombie, Du Ziren's gaze sharpened. Shengsheng. Shoot again. Ha? Shoot that dog? Yes. Trust me. Got it. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, the bullet aimed at the back of the pug, piercing through its drooping belly. The next moment. PSHHHH. Terrifying sickly green zombie fluid burst out, raining down like droplets. Pata pata. The self-destruct poison zombie did turn into a pug, but the internal zombie liquid still existed. Watching the liquid pouring down, the approaching, self-destruct poison zombies roared, rushing in. Boom. 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 Like a small earthquake, a rumble echoed as the crowd in the supermarket panicked. Explode. A steady, youthful, confident voice rang out from the supermarket entrance. Boom. In an instant, the pouring, zombie liquid burned and exploded bizarrely, like a gasoline bomb, flames spreading among the zombie tide. Ha!
Ha! The rushing, self-destruct poison zombies, bathed in fire for a moment, all had their bellies burst open. Puff puff puff. Evidently, in the fiery sea, the self-destruct poison zombies all fell, the zombie liquid accumulating and burning as it intertwined with the waves of fire. Green flames danced with a sizzle sizzle sizzle. In the sea of fire, soon, no zombies could be seen rushing over. This can still be played like this? First, turning a zombie into a pug, using it as a medium to explode, then burning the spilled zombie liquid to create firebombs, wiping out the zombie tide in one go? What kind of imagination is this? Who's making the move? Dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone in the supermarket was completely bewildered. The overwhelming zombie tide could be shattered like this? This senior truly does the biggest things in the simplest ways. Linya's eyes flickered, growing ever more in awe of that mysterious big shot. We all have no superpowers. Who did this? Miss Cho? Goyun looked around in confusion, while Lei Zhiyong's gaze frequently turned to Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng stared blankly at the surging fire wave. A sigh of regret escaped. Senior Zirin, still so amazing. Senior Zirin? Who is that? Oh. Captain, I wanted to tell you. The members of the Dog Squad and Element Squad were still confused. After Li Sisi hurriedly explained, Goyu and Lei Zhiyong looked at Qiu Shengsheng with a newfound respect. No wonder the Lin siblings are willing to serve her. I knew it. Countless envious gazes turned toward Qiu Shengsheng. She remained silent, gazing fixedly at the supermarket entrance. She had a premonition, her longed-for senior seemed to have appeared again. He was standing right at the entrance. Right there, guarding her. Who? The cold wind outside the supermarket blew, raising large patches of green mist, giving off a sense of desolation as if the war had ended. Just when everyone thought this turmoil should come to an end. Eek eek. From the rolling embers, the ear-splitting cries of birds echoed. The zombie birds swirled above the supermarket, their blood-red eyes staring intently at the inside. In the sky, dark swarms of birds kept accumulating, as if once the embers extinguished, they would surge into the supermarket like a hive. How can this be? We clearly didn't touch any zombie liquid. How is it that they've locked onto us? Lei Zhiyong exclaimed, his heart that had finally settled was once again hanging by a thread. How can one wave of trouble escalate into another? The continuous onslaught was as if the opponent could always notice their movements. Shang. Get the Element Team and Dog Squad to distance themselves. Suddenly, a sharp voice erupted at the supermarket entrance. While others were still confused, Qiu Shengsheng quickly pulled the Lin siblings away from the crowd. She didn't understand what Senior Ziren wanted to do, but as long as it was what Senior Ziren said, she would do it. Qiu. Miss Qiu. What are you doing? Goyu looked at Qiu Shengsheng in confusion. They were all humans, so why be so wary of each other? Shengsheng? Linya also didn't understand, until Qiu Shengsheng pointed at the sky. Linya then suddenly realized. Her gaze toward the others was immediately filled with caution. Zombie birds can attack us without the guidance of zombie liquid. There are only two reasons. First, there's a mole among us. They are from the zombie camp, leading the zombies. Second, someone among us has touched zombie liquid. When we were alone, there was no situation of ability failure. But once we encountered you, our abilities started to fail. So, among you, someone is acting strange. Once Linya finished speaking, the faces of the members of the Dog Squad and Element Squad changed drastically, and in the cramped supermarket, an instant silence fell. Eek eek. The frenzied cries of zombie birds grew increasingly intense. Inside the supermarket, Lei Zhiyong and Goyu exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. There's a mole among us? How could that be? We've all fought together, how could? Lei Zhiyong wanted to argue further, but Linya's face darkened. Still refusing to admit it? Then let me ask you, why does your ability fail every time you encounter a zombie? What a coincidence. Being chased so awkwardly, you haven't had a moment to unleash your ability. Are you trying to tell me that this entire area is a ability failure zone? Even if that's the case, then why could we use our abilities before meeting you but couldn't after? This. Caught off guard, Lei Zhiyong felt a cold sweat running down his back. A mole? How could that be? Among them? As the number one team in the black market, all members were ability users. How could there be a mole? They were all comrades fighting against zombies. Hey! Goyu, it can't be you. Lei Zhiyong shot a suspicious glance at Goyu, who immediately became furious. Screw you.
There are 4 of us, and we haven't separated since we were scavengers. I tell you, it's impossible for me to have a mole. Is this really possible?
As both sides were about to start cursing each other, the sky's corpse birds descended lower, and it was not a solution.
Suddenly, a calm voice exploded in the supermarket. If you want to see if there's a spy, it's actually very simple. From now on, I will turn you all into dogs one by one.
If everything goes well, after turning everyone's powers will definitely still not be usable.
But
if, after turning someone into a dog, everyone's powers come back.
Senior Zirin?
The calm voice grew closer, and Xiao Xingxing's tense expression relaxed bit by bit.
Sure enough.
With him here, there's no need to fear any problems. This senior's method is good.
I have no problem with it. I have no problem either.
With confidence in their hearts, Lei Zhiyong and Go Yu immediately nodded in agreement.
Then, let's start with the elemental team. Lei Zhiyong. Puff. Puff. Puff.
As Du Ziren's voice spread out, dense black fur sprouted from Lei Zhiyong's face, and his facial form began to expand into that of a tabby dog.
Woof woof.
After barking a few times, Du Ziren glanced at the dimensional slash on his interface, which was still gray and white.
Seems like it's not you.
His gaze then turned to Yang Miao Miao.
Du Ziren first selected the elemental team not because he favored anyone, but rather because he remembered a piece of information. The elemental team had previously been to Wanbei City.
At that time, Lei Zhiyong cheerfully said, "There's no big difficulty here, the team went once, and none of them got hurt."
Could it be possible that during this mission, a member of the elemental team was secretly replaced?
The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed.
Turn into a dog.
Focusing on Yang Miao Miao, the other party's expression was calm, her face quickly contorting, and a small outline of a Pomeranian slowly emerged. The dimensional slash was still gray. Just as he was about to look at the last member of the elemental team, who had the character Earth carved on their chest. A sudden throbbing pain struck his head.
Du Ziren touched his head, knowing this was the aftereffect of the overuse of abilities from a level 2 ability user.
A mere level 2 ability user couldn't afford to squander their abilities carelessly.
Hiss. My head. My head feels like it's going to crack open. Damn it. Does this game have to set such strict and realistic rules? Covering his forehead, Du Ziren was just about to forcibly activate dog transformation. Ha. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect. I really didn't expect. Among you bunch of fools, there's actually an interesting existence hiding. Good, good, good. This time, consider yourself lucky. Boom.
Before Du Ziren could say anything, that member of the elemental team's facial features twisted, and their body exploded into a pile of meat paste with a boom.
Thud thud.
Their self-explosion looked just like Xia Yao's appearance at that time.
Shan too. How could it be you? Lei Zhiyong was dumbfounded. He could never have imagined that a teammate he'd been with day and night was actually an undercover of the King Zombie? Does that mean all the deaths they faced along the way were caused by their own team member?
With his head hung low, Lei Zhiyong wanted to say something, but the expressions of the others had already turned extremely grim, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive.
This is not your fault.
It's likely that during that outing, this Chen fell behind, then was killed, and then was split and duplicated by the King Zombie. After that, there was always a switch to disable your abilities next to you.
This guy has been playing you like fools.
Du Ziren's voice echoed in the room, and everyone looked down, not daring to speak for a moment.
Thinking themselves capable of blasting zombies, but what happened?
They were completely grasped by the intelligent King Zombie. If it weren't for this big shot appearing today, they might still be kept in the dark.
Sigh. It's me. I underestimated those ghostly things.
Lei
Zhiyong murmured. Ya. Thud. Suddenly, outside the supermarket's glass window, a wave of corpse birds surged in, instantly shattering the glass. Ya.
The huge bird beaks came crashing down like sickles, suddenly pouring down like rain from the sky.
How could this happen? Didn't we find the king's split body?
Linya exclaimed, and suddenly, a reprimanding voice sounded in her ears.
Dimension Blade. What?
Buzz buzz buzz. The flying speed of the corpse bird was fast, but the space folds inside the supermarket at this moment were even more shockingly fast.
Crack crack crack.
In the void air, black twisted cracks opened, and cold winds surged from the gaps, making sharp sounds.
Buzz buzz buzz. But in the next blink of an eye.
Swish swish swish.
It was as if invisible blades shot out quickly. Eek 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 eek.
A twisted buzzing sound echoed through the air, as the corpse birds that had flown down in a group were suddenly knocked backward in large numbers. Feathers, bones, and broken flesh fell like they had been cut by invisible knives, crashing down in large pieces. Eek 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 eek. The corpse birds that had surged in with terrifying ferocity immediately tried to flap their wings to escape.
But it was terrifying. Too terrifying.
Not to mention the corpse birds flying through the windows, even the top floor of the entire abandoned supermarket, with a whoosh whoosh whoosh, a few chilling cold winds blew through, instantly flashing horizontal holes. There were blades, which instantly pierced through the floors. Puff puff puff. The corpse birds circling in the air were immediately torn into pieces. A beam of sunlight shone down, and amidst the buzzing sound in the air, the top of the supermarket gradually piled up with corpse bird remains.
Damn. 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 Is this still human?
This.
Big boss. Big boss.
Thud. After a few seconds of shock, Goyu immediately knelt down to the ground.
With this kind of ability, why not directly go to the zombie headquarters and cause chaos? Why hide here with your wife?
This.
Space ability. Awakened one?
Lei Zhiyong's lips trembled, taking a few steps backward, his body swaying uncontrollably, and he fell onto the ground with a thud.
Awakened ones, and space ability, would they ever even see this in their lifetime? And now, it was right in front of their eyes? So strong.
For the first time, Linya saw Du Ziren make a move, and she was so excited that her face turned red. Li Sisi, who had been a bit proud, now trembled with fear, realizing she had disrespected some big boss and instantly wished she could slap herself twice.
Is this the big boss? Clatter clatter.
Feathers of the corpse birds kept falling through the air. What seemed like a big crisis, the corpse bird attack, was resolved with just an insignificant wave of his hand.
Senior Ziren? Xiao Shengsheng weakly called out, wanting to confirm if the senior was still around. Suddenly, in the silent crowd, a loud explosion sounded. Li Sisi. Dare you not listen to me? I.
Thud. The terrifying voice of intimidation rang out, and Li Sisi was immediately scared to the ground.
Her legs trembling, her face pale as death. Senior Ziren.
Sisi, what's wrong with her? Xiao Shengsheng was still a bit confused, while Linya, seeing Li Sisi's guilty look, suddenly understood something and spat. Pa. You dare to defy the senior's words. You deserve to die.
Sister Linya, what did she do?
Oh my silly little sister, think about it carefully. The corpse bird swarm didn't have the king seed split body commanding them, how would they still dare to enter?
This. The answer can only be one. Someone in our group touched the corpse fluid. We definitely didn't touch it, and neither did the dog team or the elemental squad. So, who else could it be? You have to know, the self-exploding flame zombie-esque crystal core is fire type.
Looking at Li Sisi with disdain, Linya shook her head.
Sometimes, stupidity really deserves death. Just a few crystal cores and you're already lost? Idiot. If you just latched onto the senior's leg, forget about crystal cores, you wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life? Speak. How many did you take? Du Ziren's voice was cold. What a joke if he hadn't acted quickly and in a flash, activated the dimension slash. What if the corpse birds had attacked and Shengsheng had gotten hurt? This stupid woman wasn't even a member of his team, and even if she died, it wouldn't affect his task settlement. The key was, if her stupidity harmed a teammate, she deserved to die. I just took 2. Li Sisi weakly took out 2 crystal cores from her chest, wanting to hand them over to the empty space. Fool. Who do you think would dare take this thing? I wrapped it in my clothes, I cleaned it. This is a second-level ability user-s crystal core. Oh. If you like it so much, you can keep it. Shang. Let's go. Stay away from this guy. His life and death are not our concern. With a cold huff, Du Ziren felt that not killing someone like this was already a great mercy. Senior Ziren, I understand. Hearing the anger in Du Ziren's tone, Xiao Shengsheng immediately lowered her head obediently, pulling along the Lin siblings, and headed towards the supermarket exit. This senior. You see. We. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Goyu hurriedly glanced around with a fearful expression. Du Ziren waved his hand. Your feet are on your own legs, move as you wish. He. You see what you said, of course, we are following you. With a sly smile, Goyu gleefully looked at Lei Zhiyong. Regardless, it was not them, the dog squad, who provoked the senior. They would hold on to this big shot, even if it meant being used like a dog later on. Let's go.
Quickly calling over a few team members, Goyu crawled along like a dog, following behind Xiao Shengsheng.
In the cramped supermarket, only Li Sisi, Lei Zhiyong, and Yang Namyo were left. Captain. Captain, I. Li Sisi realized she had caused a big mess and looked at Lei Zhiyong with tearful eyes. Lei Zhiyong looked at the crystal core in her hands as if looking at a plague. You should just go back. You know, once you get involved with this thing, no one can escape. Namyo and I still want to live. Sorry. Captain. Enough. The opportunity was lost by you. You were the first to get close to the senior. Look at what you've done. With a glare at Li Sisi, Lei Zhiyong grabbed Yang Namyo and left the supermarket without looking back. Tap tap tap. Outside the supermarket, a pile of corpse liquid collected, with green bubbles popping on the ground, making it virtually impossible to step anywhere. But without the King-grade zombie-S ability deactivation restraining, the Lin siblings just slightly used their Earth ability, and the ground shifted, a new surface began to spread. Let's go. Shengsheng, where are we going now? Linya looked at Qiu Shengsheng very knowing, while Qiu Shengsheng seemed afraid that Du Ziren's anger hadn't dissipated. She lowered her head and asked quietly, Senior Ziren? Option 1, head to Chang'an gas station, find Lu Su, and finish this main quest. Result unknown. Option 2, continue to hide and wait for the right opportunity. Result unknown. Just as Qiu Shengsheng sought help, two options appeared in front of Du Ziren. Squinting for a moment, Du Ziren chose option 2. In this choice, it was not unlike adding another thought trap. Because of the gathering of team members and also having his own ability to assist, most people subconsciously felt they could go fight the boss. But Du Ziren did not think so. From Lei Zhiyong's earlier words, it could be understood that they had encountered an ambush near the Chang'an gas station. Ask yourself. If zombies are hiding there, is it possible for Lu Su, who only has detection ability, to survive inside that Chang'an gas station? It would be a guaranteed loss. But the mission system says Lu Su is still alive. So, the trick here may be, the Lu Su at the Chang'an gas station is fake. The real Lu Su might be hiding. The boss King-grade zombie has an ability called Split. If the other party does not want to reveal themselves, no one can find its true body. Now, the information from the real Lu Su is crucial. Shengsheng, find a place to wait. Gently calling out to Qiu Shengsheng, she looked puzzled. Senior Ziren, what are we waiting for? Waiting for a genuine distress signal. In the abandoned supermarket on the outskirts. Once Qiu Shengsheng and her group walked far away, Li Sisi grabbed the two crystal cores from the ground with a grim expression. You all abandoned me today. If I don't die today, I will definitely. Click, click, click. The crimson crystal core was squeezed open, and drops of bright red liquid were swallowed by Li Sisi. Her entire body surged with otherworldly power, and in an instant, her power level rose to entity level, 4th rank. I swear. One day, I will meet that reclusive senior. I want him to be my dog. Holding the second crystal core, Li Sisi wanted to use the strength to further push her power level. What 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't underestimate a girl's determination was almost spilling out. Suddenly, a hoarse corpse bird sound instantly startled her resolve. What? Through the shattered window, a small cluster of dark clouds approached. Dense swarms of corpse birds were gaping wide, their crimson eyes yearning towards her. You die. Boom. A fireball exploded in the sky. Shoo. But even engulfed in flames, the massing corpse birds with their flesh burnt oozing fat, still crazily flew towards the supermarket. They were not afraid of death, only craving fresh meat. Damn. Rumble. The supermarket was surging in flames, the dark clouds at the horizon pressed down. Under the dense attack of corpse birds, the flames gradually extinguished. Moments later, in the blazing supermarket, a female corpse was surrounded by countless charred corpse birds, gnawing at her white bones. Chapter 82. At the same time, Black Market Mine Underground Level 3. Qinwan stood inside a tree nest, currently frowning, her face dark and gloomy. For some reason, since this time all the ability users went out, she had been feeling anxious, as if she had made a huge wrong decision. If all the ability users go out, will the other side come to lure the tiger away from the mountain and let the zombies secretly attack the empty base? No. The possibility of that is small. As long as there are enough ability users, a new base can be established anywhere. The important thing has never been the base, but the people with abilities. But so many people should. As her brows furrowed. Zzzz.
Suddenly, on the coffee table at the foot of the tree nest, an old intercom made a noisy sound.
Channel 3973. Channel 3973. I am Lu Su. I am Lu Su, please respond if you hear me. Please respond.
Hurriedly picking up the intercom, Xinhuan's expression immediately became more peculiar. Pressing the intercom button, she hurriedly asked, "This is Black Market Mine Level 3 Safe Camp, accepting the Lushan Level 2 Safe Camp Commission, receiving this intercom, I am communicating with you."
Black Market Mine? Ha? Isn't this my teammate's intercom? How could it be in your hands? Ah.
The voice on the other end sounded confused, and after hearing that, Xinhuan became even more puzzled.
May I ask? You are Lu Su, right?
Yes. Your teammate escaped from Wanbei City, handed over this intercom to Lushan Safe Camp, and informed us that you have information about the Zombie King Seed. After our preliminary contact with you, you requested the Lushan Safe Camp to rescue you. This task was assigned to us at Black Market Mine.
Ah? What are you talking about? This is clearly my first call. I've been running for my life until now. Lu? Miss Lu, please don't joke. Thud. Suddenly.
It felt like a huge stone fell in her heart. Xinhuan's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably.
If this Lu Su was real, then that previous Lu Su who contacted them, what on earth was that?
That Lu Su had so many people go rescue her.
What did that even mean? Not good. The ability users of Black Market Mine. Hoo. Her breathing quickened involuntarily. Xinhuan repeatedly asked, "What proof do you have that you are Lu Su?" Oh. It's very simple. I am Lu Su, my ability is detection.
The ability of that King Seed zombie is splitting and ability malfunction. Ability malfunction is a very troublesome skill. Once it starts operating, all the abilities around will fail.
Moreover, if I am not mistaken, its splitting can create more clones.
Each of the clones can work together with the ability malfunction, causing a large area to experience ability failure.
Thud.
After saying this, Xinhuan suddenly dropped to the ground.
She figured it out. She finally figured it out.
That King Seed zombie had already made arrangements. It attracted all the ability users to the destination, and when the time comes, a wave of ability malfunction, all the ability users in the mining black market will be doomed to die.
How could it be so? So smart? He.
So, you humans, always think too highly of yourselves.
Don't forget zombies, aren't they just humans turned into?
As Xinhuan gasped in surprise, another voice joined the radio channel. It was a rough, hoarse male voice, like a smoker who hadn't had water. Once the voice entered, both Xinhuan and Lu Su were startled.
Who are you? He. What do you think? You are the King Seed zombie?
Lu Su was the first to react, as if she suddenly realized something.
You're split, can reorganize the body, can you transform into someone and still acquire their memories? He. Lu Su, oh Lu Su, you are indeed the hardest one to deal with in Wanbei City.
What a pity, while you are running for your life, I have already killed one of your female companions, and I accessed her memories. I know, your team has a survivor who escaped from Wanbei City. So, with a little thinking, I imitated your voice and used her memories to announce the rescue Lu Su plan over the walkie-talkie.
Ha, you won't believe it, your male teammate didn't suspect anything at all. Let alone him. The entire human base didn't suspect it. Ha. Ha. Fools. All complete fools. The rampant laughter echoed continuously in the walkie-talkie. Xinhuan's face turned ashen. What did you do to those ability users? What did I do? The ability users in Wanbei City? They met their fate.
Hiss, however, there's someone among you that I can't see through, clearly very weak, yet possesses many abilities just like us King Seed zombies.
Damn, could he also be a King Seed? Can't see through? Who?
The confusion of the King Seed zombie left Xinhuan unable to think of the corresponding person.
Lei Zhiyong? He is powerful, but how many abilities could he possibly have? Goyu?
His ability is not bad, but it's not that outstanding.
Is there really such a person in the base? Hey! You! Just as she wanted to say something more. TSK. My clone was actually discovered? Damn it! You dog, you really found me? Damn it! Looks like I need to plan something.
It's been fun communicating with you two beauties, but first, let me take care of him.
Once he is dead,
I will slowly find you, and play with you until you die.
Hiss.
Not knowing what happened, a series of noisy sound waves erupted in the words of the King Seed Zombie. Buzz. In an instant, this channel was instantly distorted with noise. The King Seed Zombie deliberately caused the sound wave chaos. Hello? Hello? Wanting to communicate with Lu Su, the messy signals made it impossible to hear what was being said clearly. Hiss hiss hiss.
Damn it! Damn it! Qinwan cursed, her expression icy. It's over, it's over.
If this continues, the mining black market will meet the same fate as the Wanbei city base.
Who is that him?
Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. At that moment, when Qinwan was anxious, within the mottled signal, Lu Su's voice faintly came through.
Start spreading through the tree's trunk and branches? Please. Please be sure to hear this message. Please, you must bring everyone back. Chapter 83. On the other side.
Wanbei City suburban area, in a certain abandoned courtyard. Goyu was crouched in front of a big tree, constantly listening to the information from inside the tree, his face full of amazement.
Ha! Ha! Got it. There really is a message being transmitted. Senior. You are truly amazing. He looked around in admiration at the empty surroundings.
Du Ziren stood outside the crowd, his face calm. Because he knew, the mission system had already said that Lu Su was still alive, and since the mission reward existed, then the real Lu Su must also be alive. Once she settled down and found an opportunity, she would definitely find a way to contact Qinwan. When that happens, whatever Qinwan knows will surely be spread out. In the meantime, it was just a matter of waiting for time. Without the information about the King Seed Zombie, going blindly to fight the boss would only be a self-inflicted suffering.
What did it say?
Upon hearing Goyu's words, everyone immediately leaned their heads toward the big tree.
Zizi.
After a short while, everyone finished listening to the conversation among Qinwan, Lu Su, and the King Seed Zombie, all wearing blank expressions.
So?
Damn it, from the beginning, it was that King Seed Zombie who got the memories of Lu Su's friend, disguised as Lu Su, and played us around like fools?
Damn. How could this guy be so sinister?
Lei Zhiyong cursed after realizing, while the others wore equally unpleasant expressions.
Fortunately, we didn't rush to the Chang'an gas station.
Looking at it this way, what's in the Chang'an gas station isn't Lu Su, but the split body of Lu Su's friend.
Senior, truly experienced.
Linya was completely convinced this time, looking around in admiration, her eyes full of respect. All along, she thought this senior was powerful because of his outstanding strength and extraordinary combat ability. Now it seemed, to reach his level, he must have an abundance of rich experience and wisdom. This kind of strong person with a brain struck a chord in Linya's heart. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel more fond of this senior.
Feeling Linya's favor towards you +10. Current Linya's favor towards you 76, admiring.
You have unlocked the feature to have private conversations and command her to act.
Suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of Du Ziren, and he was taken aback. He never imagined that such a simple analysis could actually boost the NPC's favorability. Indeed.
Analyzing problems from a god's perspective feels great.
Senior. What do you think we should do now? Lu Su must be hiding and won't come out. We definitely can't take her away.
This task has been fake from the beginning.
As for that, King Seed Zombie, once we go to find it, except for you, there's probably no one else who is a match, right?
Besides, where is its main body, still a question.
Goyu looked around helplessly.
Now, everyone's mainstay was this senior. If they went back now, they would probably be surrounded by the King Seed Zombie's zombies, and without this senior, it would be certain death.
Not going back? To confront the King Seed Zombie directly? Who can fight it? Only the senior could. Main body? If we kill the split body, the main body will also slow down. This is currently the most important information we have.
However, now that we have this clue, that King Seed Zombie also knows we have this clue.
If we go to find it, it must have already set everything up. As for my current strength, without the dimensional blade against it. Silently standing in a corner, Du Ziren actually thought of a steady strategy. That is... idle. That's right. Idle for level up.
Every time he could use Crystal Core to upgrade his ability through the game nutrient pod.
With a few times, once the K9 transformation ability reaches superpower user, this level would surely be completed?
After all, going out now means being plotted against by the King Seed Zombie, not going out means idling. It must be a good way to play.
Of course. This is the way of developmental gameplay. Du Ziren felt it was still too wasteful of time. So, is there a quick and clean way to clear the level?
There are, brothers.
It seems that Do Zero's intention has been noticed, and a game pop-up appeared in front of him.
Detected that you have triggered a special storyline. Eliminate the first king-type zombie. Eliminate the first king-type zombie. Requirements met. All team members survive. Completed. Receive the radio waves of Jinliushu. Completed. Know the weakness of the king-type zombie. Completed. Starting the storyline to eliminate the first king-type zombie, you have unlocked Power Experience feature.
Ha!
Looking at the new pop-up, Do Zero felt a bit dazed.
So, that's how the special storyline is triggered.
After this pop-up, suddenly, there was an additional plus next to his row of superpowers.
Damn. Deep Blue? Add points?
Overexcited, Do Zero clicked on the plus of Dog Transformation Superpower.
Dog Transformation Superpower, current superpowered person level 2, plus.
Choice 1, you can choose to recharge 10,000 yuan to obtain half an hour of Dog Transformation Superpower, superpowered person level 2 experience permission. Choice 2, you can choose to recharge 100,000 yuan to obtain half an hour of Dog Transformation Superpower, awaken 1 level 2 experience permission.
Ha! Dazed. Do Zero was stunned. Okay.
After going around in circles, I thought it was a brain-teasing analysis game.
In the end, it twisted back to spend money again. And it's such a harsh spend. Spend to pull temporary battle power? You are impressive. Dog game developers.
Cursing the game developers in his heart again, Do Zero looked at the crowd eagerly watching him.
Zero Senior? What now? Senior? Senior.
One call after another, making his nerves feel soft. Especially under Qiu Shengsheng's hopeful gaze, Do Zero couldn't let anyone down, especially not his wife.
Spend. Damn it. I must spend money. What the hell is king-type zombie? Come on. Let's confront it head-on.
After hesitating for a moment, Do Zero clicked the recharge button.
Superpowered person, experience is definitely not enough. If it really comes to fighting. To be foolproof, just max it out. Awaken 1.
After pressing choice 2, he was surprised to feel a faint vibration in his pocket.
Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 100,000 yuan. Your current bank card balance, 6,797,672 yuan.
A deduction message jumped out from the game pop-up.
Okay. This game pod even connected my phone permissions, right? You are truly impressive. Game company.
Sliding past the deduction message, Do Zero noticed that in the row of superpowers, Dog Transformation Superpower was shining with golden light. Dog Transformation Superpower level, Awaken 1, temporary 29 minutes and 59 seconds.
Awaken 1 Dog Transformation skill, Dog Transformation field.
Dog Transformation field, centered on oneself, within a 50-meter radius, indiscriminately dog transform any living being. A blue skill icon with dog-like patterns appeared at the bottom of the pop-up.
Field? Range skill? With this, it should be foolproof.
Raising his head, Do Zero suddenly felt confident and looked at the crowd.
What are we waiting for?
Since we already know the weakness of the king-type zombie.
Now, let's all go and eliminate it. Chapter 84. Senior, this. The opponent has superpower nullification.
It must know we will go, and will ambush many separates, all launching superpower nullification.
By then we. How about? As soon as Do Zero wanted to directly fight, you felt a bit anxious. Scared.
After all, the opponent's superpower nullification is too bugged, giving him a huge psychological shadow.
If this senior accidentally neglects him, wouldn't he die instantly? Those who are afraid can choose to stay here. Shengsheng, are you afraid? Turning to Qiu Shengsheng, Do Zero's expression was solemn.
His special task should only require the main character of the game to complete. Even the Lin family siblings in the team do not need to execute it.
With Zero Senior here, Shengsheng is not afraid of anything.
Qiu Shengsheng smiled lightly, walking calmly toward the source of the sound, her eyes full of light. It seems that as long as there is Do Zero, she doesn't care where she is.
Senior. We, the Lin family siblings, are not afraid. Rather, we want to see the senior skills. Linya pulled Lin Ping, immediately following along. Go! Damn it! Why not go?
I must see how the senior toys with that guy.
It played us like fools, I can't rest until I see it dead. As expected, Lei Zhiyang chose to follow as well.
In the end, surprisingly, except for the dog squad, everyone chose to take the initiative.
Damn! You all went. How could I not go? Goyu lowered his head, feeling ashamed with a bitter smile. The group looked towards the empty front, and until they heard footsteps, they unequivocally followed along. On the other side. Inside the Chang'an gas station, a beautiful woman was sitting at her desk with her legs crossed. She kept playing with her fingers, occasionally squinting, as if sensing something. You say. Will that guy, knowing my weakness, come over? Looking teasingly at a self-destruction flame zombie beside her, the zombie's mouth curled, dripping blood from its rotting lips. Roar, roar, roar. Wang, how dare he come looking for you? Even if it's just your avatar, anyone with sense would know our base is here. If he dares come, does he not fear being blown up by the asterisk everywhere after his abilities fail? Roar, roar, roar. The crimson zombie let out a howl, and the woman looked at it with great interest. Oh. You're something. You could be considered the smartest one among these zombies. Maybe, after devouring a few more crystal cores, you might even evolve into an intelligent being. Feeling gratified, she patted the self-destruction flame zombie on the shoulder, and the zombie smiled, with even more blood dripping. Roar, 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 roar. All right. Stop being silly. Go outside and patrol. Though that invisible guy's other abilities are weak besides space skills, he wouldn't dare come looking for me with 10 lives, but there's still a chance he might come desperately. Wait. Tat, 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 tat. Just as she said this, a fog-white fog-obscuring zombie ran in from outside the gas station. Roar, roar. King. King. A group of people is approaching from this way. What? He really dares to come? With a shocked expression, the woman immediately jumped up from her seat. Good. Send the order down, all fog-obscuring zombies begin to fog the surrounding area of the gas station. All self-destruction zombies should lie in wait near the oil wells of the gas station. As long as they dare to step within a foot of the gas station, explode immediately. I want to see how that invisible guy will escape this huge explosion. With a sinister smile, the woman immediately sat cross-legged on the desk. Her throat moved, emitting a series of low hisses. As the sound wave spread, the air twisted strangely. Suddenly, the nearby zombies immediately scattered, disappearing into the fog. On the suburban streets, large numbers of self-destruction flame zombies were rapidly climbing towards the gas station. 30 meters in front of the Chang'an gas station sign. Looking out, everything was hazy with fog, visibility even reaching the point where one could not see their hand. Oh no! Xiao Shengsheng was walking when suddenly her head stiffened, as if she had bumped into something. MMM. Looking up, in the fog ahead, a figure flickered. Zirin, Senior. You, how come, you stopped? With her head buried in a familiar back, Xiao Shengsheng looked up. A steady voice came from ahead. Shengsheng, do you know why this king zombie chose the gas station as the rescue location for Lu Su? Du Zirin stood in the fog, calmly looking at the blurry Chang'an gas station. Is it because of the explosion? Self-destruction flame zombies will explode, igniting the oil well, causing the entire area around the gas station to explode, right? Exactly. This trick is to catch all the ability users who manage to reach the gas station in one net. And now, it has come to deal with us. Then, what do we do now? Hearing this, Wei Yu behind the fog panicked. What if the entire gas station explodes? Who can guarantee they won't die? Sheng, are you afraid? This time, Du Ziren ignored everyone's reactions and just looked at Xiao Shengsheng behind him. Xiao Shengsheng's face turned red, she held her head high, feeling an invisible gaze fixated on her. I'm not afraid. Wherever there are seniors, even if it's hell, I'm not afraid. Is that so? Staring into the fiery eyes of the girl in the fog, Du Ziren felt moved. Actually, he wasn't scared of anything happening to Xiao Shengsheng, after all, her ability of immortality was quite a cheat. However, Du Ziren had never mentioned her superpower to Shengsheng. Not knowing whether she would die or not, the silly girl still dared to walk with him. For some reason, it warmed his heart. Still, I'll say it again. Those who are afraid, don't come forward. We have gotten this far without being surrounded by zombies, which means that the King Seed, Split Body already knows we've come and has gathered all the zombies at the gas station. They plan to wipe us out all at once. Taking one more step here might get us hurt by the explosion of the gas station. So, those who are afraid can stop right there. After turning to look back, as Du Ziren finished saying this, everyone fell silent. An oil well explosion, what would that be like? It would be no less than a small volcanic eruption, right? After Du Ziren's spatial abilities were invalidated, no one dared to guarantee how strong he could still be. He would ensure that Xiao Shengsheng was fine, but what about the people following them? This time, even Lei Zhiyong stared blankly and lost confidence. I believe in my senior. Linya, mustering courage, stepped forward, and behind her, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and followed. Unfortunately,
After a short while, only this pair of siblings continued to follow.
Let's go. You guys have made the right bet. Those following me, no flame will touch you.
A glance swept across those behind, and Du Ziren's voice was filled with arrogance, echoing within the Chang'an gas station. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps ran recklessly towards the gas station.
Go! The three-person team, under Du Ziren's lead, stepped into the explosion range of the gas station. Almost at that instant, a mocking female voice echoed. Oh? Aren't you the one who fled? Now you're daring to approach me? What confidence do you have under that invisibility to oppose me?
Tap tap tap. In the gas station, a beautiful woman slowly walked out. She looked disdainfully at Xiao Shangsheng and the other two, her eyes scanning around dispassionately.
Come out?
Though you have multiple powers, your strongest space ability has been invalidated by me.
How do you plan to win? Do you want to rely on invisibility to get close and gamble your life?
Don't be silly, even if you succeed, just a blink away, an exploding flame zombie will explode, and all of you will turn to mush.
Humans! Are you crazy? Right?
Glaring around, from behind the woman, tap tap tap, at least 30 red exploding flame zombies crawled towards the gas station. Tap tap tap. They, red as the tide, covered the entire gas station.
How can we win this? The senior space skill is a damage skill, could it possibly have an escape skill?
Beyond the fog, Guiyu's face was filled with doubt.
Lei Jiang shook his head, his expression solemn.
Even from a distance of dozens of meters, he could still feel the heat brought by the many exploding flame zombies.
The senior's space skill has been invalidated. He probably still has a trump card?
Staring blankly into the fog, Du Ziren's voice came faintly.
You are interesting. You watched us enter the explosion zone but didn't trigger the oil well explosion immediately. You want to close the distance to amplify the explosion's power? What? You're not afraid that this momentary delay will get me to finish you off in an instant? Did you just die? Did you just die? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
Like hearing some joke, the woman laughed loudly, her eyes filled with playful intent.
Without that skill, what do you have to kill me? Even if you have it. Come. Tell me, how will you survive in the explosion zone? This is above an oil well.
The temperature can instantly burn thousands of degrees.
Ah, I see. Were you trying to trick me, thinking I would play mind games with you? So, in the future, I won't bother you? Sorry. I'm not human. I just want to see what kind of core someone like you can think of. Make a move.
As if tired of Du Ziren's fearless tone, the woman squinted her eyes and waved her large hand for a moment.
Ha!
Beside her, a self-destructing flame zombie instantly burst into sparks.
Senior!
Linya and Lin Ping couldn't help but turn pale, instinctively wanting to use their abilities, only to find their bodies unresponsive, trembling uncontrollably. Only Xiao Shangsheng kept her gaze steady, looking straight ahead.
Senior Ziren. Turn the situation around. Turn around? Who does he think he is? Just him. Stop barking. In an instant.
A shout echoed in the Chang'an gas station, with Du Ziren at the center, the air around him vibrating strangely for dozens of meters. A whistling wind swept by, and the mist on the entire street began to dissipate.
You think that by making this much noise, Woof. Woof.
The woman was still speaking, but halfway through, she touched her mouth in shock.
Face. Her entire face didn't know when, began sprouting dense hair? A human mouth twisted up, filled with fierce fangs constantly protruding. Body.
Her limbs were out of control, instinctively crawling down, her consciousness scattering.
Woof. Woof. You. How could you? Woof woof woof. How is this possible? You are actually a dual awakened of space and canine? You monster. Woof. Self-destruct zombie. Quick. Explode.
Screaming unwillingly, in just a blink, the initially arrogant woman turned into a shepherd dog, dumbly crouching on the ground, looking timidly at Du Ziren.
Woof. Woof woof woof.
As she barked anxiously, she looked around.
But
around her, whether the self-destructing flame zombies, planning to explode or the hidden, mist zombies, had suddenly turned into dachshunds, all barking chaotically.
Woof. Woof woof woof.
Suddenly, a chorus of barking spread across the Chang'an gas station. The thick fog slowly faded, and everyone looked at everything in disbelief.
Can this battle end like this? Curiosity. It was simply too curious. They had thought it would be an earth-shattering, mountain-tumbling battle. But unexpectedly, in just a calm exchange of words, all the zombies turned into dogs? So what if you explode? Transformed into real puppies, can you still explode? Duziran's canine transformation field is not the same as the transformed rural dog from before.
This is a genuine full power skill of an awakened. No need for time to ferment, no need for a transformation process, as long as it's within the ability range.
Zombies or any living beings will completely and instantly turn into a dog.
This is the fundamental difference between awakened skills and ability user abilities.
Woof woof woof.
The barking continued, and Duziran stepped forward, grabbing the woman transformed into a shepherd dog. Continuously stroking the shepherd dog's head, its eyes began to blur. It was being influenced by canine transformation, coming closer to the awareness of a dog.
I was still wondering how to find your true form. Now it seems, having a tracking dog is pretty good.
The shepherd dog looked blankly after Duziran placed it on the ground. It turned its gaze in one direction and barked twice.
Not bad, not bad.
If you fully turn into a dog, you won't explode from division.
This mission has begun.
With a calm look at the actions of the shepherd dog,
Duziran's deep gaze looked into the distance. Around him, others exploded in chaos. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
This.
Was that just now a skill? A skill? Space, canine transformation, double extraordinary abilities, double, awaken one's strength? This isn't just a big shot. This is a true god. Go Yu's mouth trembled. He can't be the creator of the first line base, right?
Lei Zhiyong's face twitched, feeling incredibly foolish for his earlier thoughts. Senior, this strength.
Truly terrifying.
Linya bit her lip, her heart racing uncontrollably.
The more powerful the man, the more I like him. Senior Ziran.
Your ability is from that dog zone. Xiao Shengsheng stared blankly at the dogs scattered on the ground, momentarily lost.
Let's talk later. Right now, follow me, let's take down the mastermind.
Before Xiao Shengsheng could ask anything more, a hand grabbed her small hand, pulling her along as they dashed toward the barking of the shepherd dog.
Chapter 86.
Tap tap tap. Before the people around could react, the shepherd dog flew up strangely. Duziran held the dog in one arm and held Xiao Shengsheng in the other, their figures rapidly rushing away.
Hurry! So urgent.
Although the canine transformation field controlled the situation, it only controlled the presence of the royal zombie split body. The true entity was absolutely in the distance, witnessing everything here. If the main body wasn't dealt with now, finding a chance to kill it later would be nearly impossible.
Move quickly.
Use the shepherd dog's sense of smell to track down that royal zombie's true body
before it could run far away. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof.
The barking continued. The shepherd dog looked straight toward the city center. The trio, one man and one dog, grew faster as their extraordinary power restored.
Wangbei City Center. Ah. Damn. How can we encounter such a monster here? Awaken one with double, extraordinary abilities? Why isn't he going to first line base to gain fame? Why is he in this rundown place? In an abandoned apartment building, a neatly dressed, handsome man suddenly opened his eyes wide from the sofa.
At that moment, his handsome face was full of indignation and worry.
Damn it! I need to leave.
That guy turned my split body into a dog. I can't control it at all. He rushed out of the room in a panic. The man's instinct told him, from the moment the split body lost control, he had already turned from hunter to prey.
Damn it!
He awkwardly navigated the corridor, racing toward the underground parking garage.
Unlike human survivors, once he awakened to become a royal zombie, he could easily command ordinary zombies to act for him.
In a world a century after the apocalypse, he had relied on the large number of zombies and finally found a car that could still start in all the underground parking garages in Wangbei City. Originally, he had planned to collect it as a keepsake of his past life.
Unexpectedly one day, he could actually use it. Vroom vroom. Vroom vroom.
He hopped into the car, hurriedly started it, and pressed the accelerator, roaring out of the garage.
Vroom vroom.
In the apocalypse, a moving car should be incredibly conspicuous.
Yet, the zombies still active in this neighborhood didn't even glance at the man. Faster. Hurry.
With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the man's car had already driven out of the community. Constantly glancing outside, until he saw two blurred figures flashing in the distance, his entire body tensed up.
They're coming. Sweat beaded on his forehead unconsciously.
The man's eyes narrowed, and above his head, a crown-shaped flesh growth slowly emerged.
All zombies. Stop him. Stop him. Hysterically ordering, the man did everything he could to resist. But unfortunately, in the faint view from the back of the car, the flashing man and dog turned the gathering zombies into numerous large and small. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking dogs never stopped. The silent city suddenly seemed to come to life. Damn. Damn. It's fine. It's fine. They can't catch up with me, can't catch up with me. The tachometer had already reached its maximum. The man could feel that even though the speed behind him was incredible, it was nearly impossible for them to catch up instantly. Perhaps. As long as the car could reach the highway, and it became a battle of endurance, once their abilities ran out and his car speed didn't decrease, he might just escape. Distance. Distance. That guy needed distance to turn people into dogs. So far, keeping 100-meter distance should still be fine. There's hope. There's hope. Chit chit. The accelerator never let up for a second. A small smile of relief appeared on the man's face. He was relieved that after turning into a zombie, he still had the habit of collecting cars. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Behind the car, Xiao Shengsheng seemed to enter that usual, slow-motion world state, her movements unusually fast. Even Du Ziren's brief, awakened, power couldn't pull her too far away. Hoo. Senior Ziren, It seems we can't catch up with the car. The dog is looking in that direction. The one in the car should be the main person, right? Could it be that we have to just watch it? At high speed, Xiao Xingxing's face had turned pale. She only had ability user, level 4, strength, and maintaining this slow-motion world state for a long time was draining her energy. I didn't expect. The so-called King Zombie is actually a human? He still has a car? Looking at the car getting further and further away, Du Ziren glanced at Xiao Xingxing's face, suddenly squeezed the sheepdog in his arms, and stopped in his tracks. Ha? Senior Ziren, you? Xiao Shengsheng was startled. Why did he suddenly stop when they had finally caught up? Sheng. Did you forget something? What? We really need to chase it? Ha? Don't forget, when the split body dies, the main body also experiences a brief paralysis. Senior Ziren, you mean? Just as Xiao Shengsheng realized, the sheepdog Du Ziren was holding began to change. The dog's head slowly transformed into a woman's head. He was undoing the canine transformation. Du Ziren was going to. Chit. At this moment, the car was getting further and further away, and it was about to turn onto the highway. It will kill itself. Boom. In an instant. A burst of flame exploded from Du Ziren's hand. The woman's head on the sheepdog's neck suddenly flashed with light. Damn. Human. You should die. Bang. Before this hateful, venomous scream could even spread, the woman's head exploded into pieces. Chunks of flesh mixed with flames burned and floated in the air. Du Ziren casually dropped the headless dog corpse on the ground and looked into the distance. Chit. At the same time. In the car, the man immediately froze when the split body died, and he didn't even have time to turn the steering wheel. No. Boom. The car, speeding down the highway, crashed straight into the guardrail at the corner. Boom. In an instant, the entire front of the car crumpled, and a fiery blast erupted inside the car. Boom. A sea of fire formed in the blink of an eye, the front half of the car exploded into bits, and the man driving was immediately burned into a fiery figure. The back half of the car still shook, wrinkling and burning. Sizzle. Even from afar, one could hear the sound of the man's flesh evaporating in the fire. Human. Under the high-temperature flames, the man stretched his body in a twisted manner, trying to crawl out of the crumpled car. Even like this? You're still not dead? Truly worthy of being a king zombie. But canine transformation. Staring at it, the man's body made a crack sound as it twisted. His original form shrank, strangely growing fur, slowly turning into a burning, Akita dog. Woof. In the instant he turned into a dog, the king zombie completely stopped moving. Under the raging flames, the Akita dog let out a few mournful howls. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to a charred black. A dog corpse lay still, burned and motionless. King breed zombie, Li Xiang. Ability failure, split. Ability level, superhuman tier 3. Target has died. Special event completion in progress. As the game panel hints kept popping up in front of him, Du Ziren calmly watched the dog corpse burning, releasing a meaty aroma. Plop. Until a mesmerizing, purple quality,
crystal core, sparkling with light, rolled out from the sea of fire.
Chapter 87. Wow! This guy's ability is actually purple quality. No wonder it was so hard to fight.
Staring at the purple crystal core, Duziran stepped forward slowly and picked it up, holding it in his hand. Taking a closer look, this crystal core did not have any detailed description, only labeled as King Breed Zombie Crystal Core, Purple.
Senior Ziran.
Behind him, Xiao Shengsheng was jogging to catch up, her face filled with excitement.
That culprit is dead, right?
Yeah. All the crystal cores have dropped, it's impossible for them to come back to life. Shaking the crystal core in his hand, Duziran didn't even look at the still burning dog corpse in the flames.
Let's go, this thing is finally over. Okay. The alley in the city center was surprisingly quiet at this moment.
Originally crowded with zombies, a few long-haired dogs were staring in shock at the direction of the two.
The two walked towards the distant street, their figures growing farther away, yet feeling closer. After a long time.
Senior Ziran, your canine transformation ability has indirectly cleaned out many zombies in Wangbei City? Seemingly enjoying the peace after the crisis, Xiao Shengsheng casually looked around. She bit her lip, bravely took a couple of steps forward.
Suddenly, her hands unexpectedly and boldly grabbed in one direction. Ha! Duziran was startled.
Because at this moment, Xiao Shengsheng had actually wrapped her arms around his left arm, leaning against his side. The sky after the snow was very blue, the long-haired dogs by the roadside were also very quiet, and the air was filled with sweetness. The two relied on each other like a pair of young lovers holding hands, strolling down the street.
Sheng.
You. His mouth moved slightly. Duziran glanced at Xiao Shengsheng, the girl's head buried in his shoulder, her ears showing a rosy hue.
Senior. For a little while. Shengsheng just wants to possess you like this for a bit, is that okay?
The shy and pleadingly ambiguous words rang out. Duziran's face turned inexplicably red, his heart thumping loudly. He didn't say anything else, and neither of them spoke again, only leaning closer to each other. Enjoying this rare moment together, they gradually walked towards the distance. On the other side. At the Chang'an gas station, Linya was anxiously pacing around the station.
Why hasn't the senior come back yet? Could it be that he got entangled with that king breed zombie? Calm down. With the senior's skills, I even wonder if he will show a third, awakening stage, ability.
Lin Ping comforted his sister, suddenly as if he thought of something.
Sis.
You said the senior went off alone with Team Chiu, this can't be.
A wicked smile curled up on his lips, Linya's face instantly darkened. Let's not discuss these things. Ha sister, are you panicking?
Let me tell you, with the senior's capabilities, what need does he have to hang out with Team Chiu?
Either he's babysitting, or he's with his wife. Sister, you probably have no chance. Lin Ping. You. Shut up.
The siblings were at odds. Over here, Goyu had already found a big tree by the roadside and began to transmit information.
Shoo.
Just using his sharp dog claws to write the words, current crisis resolved, on the tree.
Crack.
The next moment, a branch on the trunk began to twist and squirm, actually curling into a funnel-like shape extending towards Goyu's ear.
Hey! These words were written by Goyu's dog claws, right?
You say, crisis resolved?
What's going on? Boss Qin, you absolutely can't imagine.
Xinhuan's voice immediately came from the branch. Goyu chuckled.
What happened just now? What?
You said, there is a big shot next to you with both dog transformation and space double abilities awakened?
He cleared the ambush by himself, and now he's even chasing the king's zombie body? Inside underground level 3 of the mining black market's central canopy.
Xinhuan listened to the report from the other side, her whole being was frozen.
What the heck? How did a double abilities awaken suddenly pop up?
This is like encountering a pack of wolves in the wild, and suddenly a tiger charges out to drive them away.
Goyu. Are you kidding me? Are you already dead, and now a split body of the king's zombie, just messing with me? King's zombie. Do you think I'm stupid?
In an instant, Xinhuan even thought of such a possibility.
After all, compared to Goyu being killed, a double abilities awakened popping up? This is not a fairy tale? Oh. Boss Qin. It really is like this. I know you can't believe it, I don't even dare to believe it. So? You let that Lu Su come find us.
I feel that hiding now is not even as safe as following that senior. Goyu was speechless. If he had not experienced it himself, he definitely would not believe such words.
Get lost.
As soon as Xinhuan heard Goyu say this, she directly hung up the phone.
She was now certain and sure. Goyu was definitely killed. Now he is the split body of the king's zombie, trying to trick her into exposing Lu Su. Sizzle sizzle. At this moment, the intercom on the bedside table rang. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? This is Lu Su. I can hear you. Lu Su, listen to me, you must hide well. Actually, I heard everything you just said. Personally, I tend to believe what your subordinate said is true. Are you crazy? How is this possible? No. Because I really saw so many dogs on the street. The zombies are nowhere to be seen. What? I can't talk anymore. I saw a girl, she is probably the Cho team they mentioned, right? I'll go check it out. Beep beep beep. The intercom was hung up again, leaving the treehouse echoing with a blank sound. Shinwon stood dazed in the treehouse, completely confused. Could it be that there really is a capable person? In Wanbei City suburb. In a 3-story small house, Lu Su looked at a girl, shyly leaning against the air, walking with an extremely strange form. If not for hearing the intercom just now saying, there is a senior who can turn invisible. She would not doubt that the Chiao Shengsheng passing downstairs was definitely a deformity. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. On the roadside, many long-haired dogs were seen, but no zombies in sight. Lu Su gathered her courage and shouted downstairs. Chiao Shengsheng? Captain Chiao, is that you? Ha! As if electrocuted, Chiao Shengsheng, who was leaning on Du Ziren's arm, suddenly reacted, immediately letting go of Du Ziren's arm, and hurriedly stood far away. This posture was much like the flustered reaction of boys and girls when the head teacher discovers their early romance. Who is it? Her face turned red. Chiao Shengsheng thought only she and Ziren were present, and almost buried her head in Ziren's chest just now. Being seen suddenly, it was simply embarrassing. Thud thud thud. After a sound of footsteps coming down from the small house, a short-haired round-faced girl walked out. She was about 1.65 meters tall, thin, with slightly sunken features. But this girl's face, especially her eyes, were bright and captivating. Oh. Sorry. If I didn't speak up, I felt you were going to walk far away. Let me introduce myself. Wanbei City Safe Camp, Ability User Tier 3, Lu Su. Lu Su smiled gracefully, extending her hand towards Chiao Shengsheng. She seemed entirely unconcerned about exposing others' date, and Chiao Shengsheng hesitated, looking at her. Are you Lu Su? You come out like this, not afraid of us? Afraid? I just received the latest intelligence. Isn't there a senior among you? That's right. This senior interrupted your date, sorry. With an easy smile around, Lu Su's eyes sparkled, looking like they turned into radar, staring intently behind Chiao Shengsheng. It's fine. Du Ziren felt his face flush a bit. He was also somewhat embarrassed being caught. This is probably his first date? Chapter 88. Looking up at Lu Su, the girl's information instantly showed up in the game pop-up. Name, Lu Su. Identity, Wuhu North City Camp Ability User. Ability, Detection. Ability level, Ability User Tier 3. Detection, centered on Lu Su. Within a 30-meter range, Lu Su can detect the number of active creatures. Also, the longer the detection lasts, the more information Lu Su gets about the active creatures. This is like a radar. Surprised watching Lu Su's ability, Du Ziren already started imagining. In the future, if Chiao Shengsheng goes out again, this person will definitely be of great use. You guys don't be silent. I won't disturb your first date, right? Lu Su was already 24 or 25. Seeing Chiao Shengsheng's reaction, she recalled her own innocent campus love. Can't help but, she wanted to slap herself. If she disturbed someone's first date, wouldn't the big shot hate her? No. It's fine. Since you've appeared, the task we brought you back this time can also be completed. Senior Ziren, are we going back to the Chang'an gas station now? Turning to look behind, a calm voice came back. Sure. Recalling the warmth just now, Du Ziren opened the task panel, curious about how many pass cards experience points the 3-man squad would get for bringing Lu Su back to the black market mine. Let's go. Calling out, Du Ziren led the way in front. Step step step. Half an hour later. At the entrance of Chang'an gas station, a row of people saw Chiao Shengsheng and all rushed over. Shengsheng. Did you solve that? Linya asked worriedly, and Chiao Shengsheng nodded. Senior Ziren turned it into a dog and killed it. Though they had anticipated it, upon hearing Chiao Shengsheng's casual description, everyone still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder it's a big shot. With a wave of his hand, he killed the monster that almost harmed the base. So ruthless.
Killing zombies is like killing dogs.
By the way, who is this? Seemingly noticing someone behind Xiao Shengsheng, Goyu curiously looked at Lu Su, who smiled lightly. Lu Su. Ah. So you are Lu Su.
From now on, please take care of me.
So now, can we go back?
Lei Zhiyang interjected with a sentence.
His words weren't asking anyone but were consulting Du Ziren.
Without the big shot's nod, he felt a bit timid even to leave Chang'an gas station.
It's fine. This matter is completely resolved, everyone go back. Then good. Hurry back to the base. Boss Qin must be waiting dumbfounded.
After looking at each other, the group hurriedly headed towards the Black Market Mine.
In the evening, at Black Market Mine Underground Level 3 under the central canopy.
Xinwan stood humbly in the crowd, looking at the less than 20 ability users under the canopy, her face pale. She still faintly remembered that when this task was issued, this place was filled with ability users.
Now,
except for Qiao Xingxing's small team, dog fighting team, and elemental squad, only 9 ability users escaped from Wuhu North City.
This battle was too tragic. Damn king-type zombie. Damn. Damn.
With silver teeth clenched, Xinwan hated herself for not seeing through the opponent's scheme sooner. She stood in the crowd, hesitating for a long time before she finally opened her mouth. In the past, she would definitely stand up on the canopy to speak, but this time, Xiao Shengsheng and they came back. In this crowd, perhaps the big boss is standing here. She is not humble. Who is humble?
This time. Thank you all for your hard work.
No one spoke, most people lowered their heads, their faces weary.
Actually, this time, I also made a mistake. I underestimated the King Seed zombie.
So many lives have been sacrificed this time. For all the families of the ability users, I will do my best to support them.
This is my small comfort for them.
Moreover, the success of this mission was thanks to Miss Qiu, and... As Qinwan spoke, she tentatively glanced at Xiao Shengsheng, who looked around, and a voice that only she could hear slowly came.
I have something to attend to. Just be polite. Understood.
Nodding, Xiao Shengsheng raised her hand.
Senior Ziren is temporarily unavailable. Ah, really, is that so?
The tense nerves relaxed instantly. When Xinwan looked down at the weary faces of the crowd, she waved her hand.
Then. I won't say more, everyone should rest well.
This time we stumbled against the King Seed zombies.
If we can grow stronger in the future, we will definitely destroy all the King Seed zombies. Those not of our kind, their hearts can be killed. Also, I know this time we lost the battle, and everyone feels down. But the fact that we survived this time really depended on that senior. So, everyone, in the future, be kind to Miss Qiu. The topic was left there, everyone silently raised their heads to glance at Xiao Shengsheng. Who doesn't know? Who still dares to offend Xiao Shengsheng? Everyone's rewards will be distributed, and from now on, you will all be permanent residents of the Underground Level 3. Furthermore, when you go to the Luzhou safe base, you can also report this achievement. Everyone, disperse. Who? With a breath of relief, Xinwan watched as this group of people walked back to the treetops, each one defeated. How spirited they were back then. Now. As expected. The apocalypse is still so cruel. Pressing her lips together, Xinwan glanced at Xiao Xingxing several times before slowly fading back into the treetops. Inside the treehouse. It seemed everyone was tired. After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Shengsheng, they all returned to their rooms. In Xiao Xingxing's small room, she wearily walked to the sofa and sat down. In the bedroom, the faint sound of her younger siblings playing came from inside. Xiao Shengsheng inexplicably showed a subtle smile, both comforting and bittersweet. So nice. With the protection of adults, they still had happy and carefree times. Thinking this way, she unexpectedly thought of Du Ziren. Wasn't she being cared for by seniors like this, staying injury-free and healthy? Senior Ziren. Senior Ziren, what are you up to now? Looking at the empty ceiling. What Xiao Shengsheng didn't know was that Du Ziren was actually sitting right beside her, clicking on the mission panel. Main mission, rescue Lu Su completed. Rating is starting based on your strategies, surviving members, and mission completion level. Rating completed. Your team, all members survived, rating +1. Special storyline hunt the first King Seed zombie completed, rating +2. Found Lu Su and brought her back to the base, rating +1. Initial rating D. Rating bonus S. Your mission completion rating S, you receive 10,000 experience points for the pass. The pass is unlocking experience, current pass level 108. What? Upon hearing the explosive experience bonus, Du Ziren hurriedly clicked open the pass page. In an instant. Ka. That reward route for the pass unlocked all the way to an end he couldn't even see.
Sliding all the way to the reward for level 108, Duzirin double-clicked unlock rewards and a pleasant sound rang out. You have received pass rewards, small trumpet * 96. Crystal core armor, helmet, crystal core armor, pants, crystal core armor, wrist, crystal core armor, belt.
Congratulations! You have unlocked the complete set of crystal core armor. Chapter 89. Not easy, not easy. After this trip, I've finally obtained the most critical rewards from the pass. Looking at a full set of crystal core armor appearing in the warehouse, Duzirin felt a great sense of achievement. It was just like you finally collected all the fragments of the limited Spring Festival skins during a holiday, and redeemed them just before the festival ended. The crystal core armor set has finally been put together. Speaking of which, the entire set of crystal core armor is complete. What's the last reward in the pass? Curious, he clicked on the last part of the pass. Duzirin had played many games. He knew very well that the last space of a typical game pass usually had the most important and valuable rewards. Scrolling through the pass, after a long row of little trumpet rewards, a huge golden crystal core appeared at the end of the pass. One-time potential stimulus crystal core. Clicking on that crystal core, Duzirin saw its name. The description about it gradually floated onto the panel. One-time potential stimulus crystal core. Choose the target you want to use it on. After the target absorbs this crystal core, their strength will begin to grow due to their potential. Is that it? So, using this means the level of superpower can increase a few tiers, depending on personal ability? Bored, he exited the pass interface. Duzirin clicked on other pages, temporarily finding nothing worth paying attention to.
Beside him, Xiao Shengsheng was tilting her head, leaning against the corner of the sofa, curled up like a little cat. Her eyelids were battling, tired and emitting soft murmurs.
My Shengsheng is just adorable.
He poked Xiao Shengsheng's little face. Xiao Shengsheng suddenly perked up, waking from her daze.
Senior Zirin? You're still here?
Realizing she might have embarrassed herself in front of her senior, Xiao Shengsheng's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head.
Not yet. Shengsheng, I have something to give you. Me? Senior Zirin, the things you give are enough.
Thud. Before Xiao Shengsheng could finish her sentence, other parts of the shimmering metallic crystal core armor fell into the treehouse.
What are these? Yes. It's the other parts of your chest armor. Senior Zirin. These are too.
Wanting to say valuable or I don't deserve it, Xiao Shengsheng felt as if her shoulders were pressed down by large hands, and in the invisible air, it seemed like a pair of eyes was watching her.
Shengsheng. Do you think, for me? Are these important, or are you more important?
A flush rose on her face, and Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly lowered her head.
Come on, put these on, let me see.
He patted Xiao Shengsheng's shoulder, not knowing how impactful his words were to her. Thud thud. Her chest was rising and falling nonstop. Xiao Shengsheng picked up the pile of equipment from the floor and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom.
Creak. After a moment, the bathroom door opened again, and a fully armored Xiao Shengsheng walked out.
The crystal core armor was a suit of silver-white battle armor, reminiscent of medieval knight armor. At the chest, helmet, wrist, knee, and belt positions, there was a crystal core embedding slot, totaling 7 crystal core embedding slots. It was hard to imagine what kind of combat power would arise if all 7 crystal core embedding slots were embedded with cores of the same quality.
Senior Zirin. I feel like I'm wearing a bodysuit.
Her flushed cheeks flickered behind the grill of her helmet, and Duzirin observed carefully.
Indeed.
This armor completely covered Xiao Shengsheng, yet its tight design undeniably presented her curves that were hidden under her wide military uniform perfectly. The cool armor, with its contours, gave an unexpected sense of beauty.
My Shengsheng wearing this, indeed has a bit of a Valkyrie's heroic aura.
He pointed toward Xiao Shengsheng's battle armor, and a line of analysis popped up. Crystal core armor, full set. When using the same attribute crystal core to embed in the armor, the user will gain all the power of that crystal core super ability user, level 3.
Lasts for half an hour.
And every time that crystal core armor is used up, 7 crystal cores will be completely consumed. If the user's ability level is below super ability user level 3, they will definitely be able to increase their ability level by 1 level without obstacles.
Hiss. Turtle. This battle armor is an external second ability. Can it even reach super ability user?
Some are amazed by the power of the full set of crystal core armor. As long as the crystal core is sufficient, it won't take a few days to create a super ability user, right?
Shengsheng. Never show this armor to anyone else in the future.
Realizing the function of this crystal core armor, Duzirin solemnly reminded.
Got it. Senior Zirin. I will only wear this outfit for you in the future. Hmm. With eyes wide open, Du Zirin thought this sounded a bit strange. Crystal core armor, good. Am I also part of your play? Did I just become some kind of intimate clothing for my buddies? Alright. It's fine now, but remember to cover it with the military combat suit when going out in the future. After looking closely at Xiao Xingxing's silver, curvy figure, Du Zirin waved his hand, and Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly walked into the Yi bathroom, temporarily taking off her battle armor. Your Doomsday Survival character, current happiness value +5. Xiao Xingxing's current happiness value, 35 points. Sounds of clothes being removed came from the bathroom, and a new prompt inexplicably popped up before Du Zirin. Oh? Is this goodwill generated from giving gifts? He stroked his chin in speculation. Buzz. Another game pop-up appeared. The game Nutrient Chamber is about to run out of energy. Current playtime remaining, 60 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds? Damn. 5. Crystal Core, batteries gonna run out this fast? Cursed game developers. After cursing the lineage of the game developers again, Du Zirin was about to log off. Plop. From his pocket, the previously killed, King Seed Zombie, dropped, purple crystal core, rolled out. Ha! This. Looking at this, crystal core, Du Zirin fell into contemplation. Actually, if he gave this, crystal core, to Qiao Shengsheng, and she sent it to him, he should be able to receive it outside the game, right? But. His gaze turned to the bathroom, and Du Zirin had a bold idea. Medicinal bath. What if he also absorbed this, crystal core, through a medicinal bath in the game? How would that be? Chapter 90. Hiss. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed to Du Zirin. He wasn't a masochist. He simply wanted to try that feeling of absorbing the crystal core. Anyway, the game Nutrient Chamber he bought for 300,000 was for feeling functions, why not use it? As for why not save this crystal core for Qiao Shengsheng? Actually, it didn't mean much. Qiao Shengsheng couldn't absorb other abilities anyway, he still had a Thunderfire crystal core in the warehouse. Give it a try. Maybe, that ability, I might absorb it? Just thinking about this ability bug made Du Zirin feel a bit itchy. He even thought of a way to gather supplies. That is to give the crystal core one through the Yi warehouse, draw to Qiao Shengsheng, and let her send it to him as a gift. That way, his game Nutrient Chamber batteries would never run out. He tried to take the crystal core from the Yi warehouse. Suddenly, it seemed like Du Zirin's intentions were noticed. A prompt popped up as he clicked on the warehouse. Notice, items obtained from the lottery can only be used for game characters. Items gifted to players can only originate from game plot itself. Damn. As expected, this game has thought of this loophole. Irritated, he closed the game pop-up. Creak. Just then, Qiao Shengsheng came out with a complete set of crystal core armor, wearing tight black clothes. Senior Zirin? Are you still here? Yes. Shengsheng. I need to tell you something. Du Zirin's tone became a bit more gentle. What is it? It's just, can I borrow your purification water tank? I want to take a bath. Sure. Senior Zirin, you can use it anytime. Without thinking too much, Qiao Shengsheng even actively filled the purification metal tank with water. Senior, please. Then. I'll use it now. A little awkwardly, Du Zirin stepped into the bathroom and locked the door. Just kidding. It felt like it was his first time taking a shower at a girl's house. Even though this is in a game. But. This game is so realistic. Gurgle. He placed the purple crystal core into the groove under the water tank. Click, click, click. Before long, the purple foam started to dissolve in the water. A layer of mist gradually rose in the bathroom, and the water in the tank seemed like poison brewed by an old witch, deep purple all around. Damn. It really looks like something serious. Touching his home clothes, Du Zirin thought for a moment, then directly stepped into the water tank. Sizzle. As soon as his whole body submerged in the water, every pore violently expanded, releasing streams of bubbles. Damn it. It seems like I went too far. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The expanding pores felt like little whirlpools, and just sensing the water temperature for a moment, they violently sucked in the purple liquid from the crystal core. Damn. His whole body suddenly felt like it was filled with countless syringes. Tingling, stinging, swelling pain. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing on him. Damn. Was Qiao Shengsheng enduring this much pain back then? Oh my. How could she bear it being a girl? Splash.
The intense pain twisted Du Ziren's face, turning it all red. He wanted to crawl out of the water tank but found no strength left.
Finally. He couldn't hold on any longer, letting out a muffled grunt, and passed out in the water tank. Senior? Ziren Senior? Outside the bathroom, Xiao Shengsheng curiously looked inside. She had actually thought about peeking. There was no helping it. She was too curious about what her senior looked like. But after that strange muffled groan, Xiao Shengsheng got worried. Senior? Ziren Senior? Are you okay? Say something. She knocked a few times on the wooden door, but there was still no sound from inside. Senior! Senior! For some reason, at this moment, Xiao Shengsheng felt an overwhelming pressure in her heart, more frightening than facing danger herself. No way! I have to go in and take a look. Without a thought about whether it would offend her senior, Xiao Shengsheng furrowed her brows and dashed into the bathroom, bursting the door open, revealing a misty scene. Gurgle gurgle. In the purple water tank, a purple flow was rushing towards the center, then disappearing. Without thinking, she knew her senior was sitting inside. However, Xiao Shengsheng couldn't see him. Senior! Senior! Hurrying to the edge of the tank, Xiao Shengsheng bravely poked the center of it. Her hand felt a wet shirt, underneath, a slightly thin body was frighteningly hot. Senior? She cautiously touched around, following the outline, and realized she was touching Du Ziren's back. She slapped his back, which was tense and rigid. If she listened closely, she could hear Du Ziren mumbling softly. Cold. So cold. Ha? Senior, you. The usually steady, seemingly invincible senior showed this helpless side in front of Xiao Shengsheng for the first time, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Cold, cold. Senior, you. Hearing that voice getting more and more trembling, Xiao Shengsheng glanced at the wooden door, gritting her teeth. Bang! Instantly, she shut the door and locked it. Xiao Shengsheng bravely stepped into the tank. Her clothes were instantly drenched in the hot water, and she wrapped her arms around Du Ziren's body from behind. Senior! Are you feeling any better? For the first time taking the initiative to hug a man, Xiao Shengsheng shyly lowered her head, just as her head rested on Du Ziren's shoulder. She could hear him murmuring slightly in satisfaction, so warm. You. Senior. Just like that, they quietly held each other, sharing warmth between their bodies. The atmosphere suddenly turned a bit ambiguous. For a long time. As if expecting Du Ziren not to wake up anytime soon, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly chuckled. I see, even seniors can have such helpless moments. In the past, the strong and invincible personality collapsed in that moment. Xiao Shengsheng felt an inexplicable shyness of being alone with a man, rather than with an elder, for the first time. I don't know. Senior. What does the senior really look like? Tightly holding onto Du Ziren's back, Xiao Shengsheng's hands instinctively went to touch Du Ziren's face. Wow. It seems like your face is very small. And it's very tender. You shouldn't be an old man. No way. The senior can't actually be very young, right? She thought with a dreamy expression. Just then, a mechanical notification sound rang beside Du Ziren's ear. Game nutrient chamber energy depleted. Projection is about to end. Buzz buzz buzz. With a burst of courage, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly pressed her lips together. She slowly stood up, just about to tentatively tap Du Ziren's cheek. Buzz. Suddenly, the water in the purification tank rippled wildly. The hot body in her arms instantly vanished. Chapter 91. Plop. Due to Du Ziren's disappearance, Xiao Shengsheng's body leaned forward and lost balance, causing her to fall right into the water. Splash splash. Her puckered lips kissed the water surface, and she inhaled some water, making her nose feel sour as she stood up from the water in a reflex. Senior? Ziren, senior? Have you woken up? Her face instantaneously turned crimson. Xiao Shengsheng splashed the water with her tiny hands, calling out shyly and angrily. Little did she know. On the other side, in Du Ziren's living room, Chang Shang stared at Du Ziren's dog eyes wide open, glaring again and again. Woof. What the heck? What kind of dream is this guy having? Crying so miserably? Laughing so creepily? Woof. Is this a spring dream? He's completely soaked. Watching Du Ziren first grin foolishly, then clutching in pain, and finally smiling with satisfaction. Chang Sheng thought, this stupid human must have serious mental problems. Woof. So soaked. What must he be doing in the dream to sweat this much? Was he dreaming of Ha Ji Du? I admit, some of your abilities are indeed stronger than mine. I recognize you as my master now.
Staring foolishly at the soaked Du Ziren, Chang Sheng decided to stay a little farther away from him.
Hiss. In the game nutrient chamber.
Du Ziren slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed after sweating profusely. He had the illusion of being beaten and having his meridians opened.
What the heck?
I will never self-torture again.
It really hurts. So painful.
Touching his still sore body, his shoulders shrugged, when suddenly a fragrant scent wafted by.
Du Ziren instinctively sniffed with his nose. Hoo. What is this scent? Is it the scent from Shengsheng? Damn. This game chamber can still keep Xingxing's scent?
Sniffing at the area on his shoulder where the scent was strong, Du Ziren revealed a foolish smile.
He. Shengsheng, my Shengsheng.
Looking up to open the game chamber, another mechanical voice came.
This gaming experience has ended. Playtime, 36 hours flat.
Experience gained, unlock new ability defunct, purple. Due to the core source energy of ability defunct being too powerful, after your body fully absorbs it, other ability levels +1.
Your ability strengths are currently as follows. Fire ability, white ability user 3rd stage. Steel ability, white ability user 4th stage. Bloodline ability, white ability user 2nd stage. Canine transformation ability, blue ability user 3rd stage.
Ability defunct, purple ability user 1st stage.
Oh. I actually really absorbed the ability defunct? No wonder, this is the treatment of being a gold master dad.
Satisfied, Du Ziren looked at his newly refreshed skill panel and felt great, pushing open the game nutrient chamber door and was immediately met with a pair of mischievous dog eyes.
Woof, kid, did you have some beautiful dream? Hey. Sometimes I think, you're more human than a human when I call you a dog.
Your expression looks just like Uncle Wang next door, leering at a pure college girl.
With disdain, Du Ziren glanced at Chang Sheng. Was he dreaming sweet dreams? That was suffering. Pure masochism.
Woof, I get it, at your age, you feel embarrassed to say these things. Big Brother is a person who has been through it, Big Brother understands you. Keep talking nonsense, tonight your drumstick will be cut in half.
Woof. You make it sound like you fed me last night. Last night? Stunned, looking at Chang Sheng, Du Ziren scratched his head and then looked out the window. Wow. It's already late at night. Did I really play for 36 hours? From yesterday noon to tonight, I haven't eaten a single meal, yet I'm not hungry at all? So? Changsheng, what have you been eating these 2 days?
Woof, I went to your room and found cash, went downstairs to the supermarket to buy ham and sauce duck.
Ah. Following Changsheng's gaze, Du Ziren saw that there were a lot of snack wrappers in the trash can. Damn. I said, you are more human than humans.
In the past, Du Ziren thought that the dog buying groceries was just a script when watching videos, but now seeing Changsheng's wise eyes, he felt that some dogs really have become smart.
Forget it. I will take you downstairs for a midnight snack later.
Stretching his muscles, he went to the bedroom to change into dry clothes. Du Ziren checked his phone, an end-of-day survival game. It was also late at night for Qiu Shengsheng, who had already returned to her bedroom and fallen asleep. He just couldn't feel sleepy at all. Conveniently, calling Changsheng, the man and dog were about to go downstairs.
Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz.
His phone in his pocket started ringing.
Ha? Who is it again? Norman Pharmaceutical?
Subconsciously unlocking the phone screen, he saw that the caller ID was a video call from Go Yun.
Oh. It's Sister Yun. I remember she said she wanted to video chat regularly to check if I was mistreating stray dogs, right? He clicked on the video call. SSSSSSS.
On the other side of the screen, once the connection was made, a huge tempered shelter came into view, filled with high piles of dog food. In the empty space at the edge of the dog food pile, Go Yun was holding 3 dogs, waving at Du Ziren.
Little Do. How's that 5 black dog raising? Oh.
Sister Yun, don't worry. I'm not someone who mistreats animals. Even if I starve, my Changsheng will not starve. Waving to Changsheng, the dog with shiny black fur and strong build immediately caught Go Yun's attention.
Hey. It seems like its fur has become much thicker. It looks like you really have taken good care of it.
Go Yun smiled, and the 3 puppies in her arms stuck their tongues out at the camera, laughing haha. It's worth mentioning that while the environment on Go Yun's side was somewhat simple, having dear pets around counted as a kind of happiness.
Oh.
1 husky, 1 border collie, and 1, surprisingly, a Chinese rural dog.
Sister Yun, is this what you said about your 3 little assistants?
Carefully looking at the 3 little guys in Go Yun's arms. They were only half the size of an adult dog and seemed to have been raised for just a few months.
Yes. These 3 are very attached to me.
But luckily De Huang is sensible. Whenever I set up the dog market outside, it's usually De Huang who takes them to manage the other dogs.
Da Huang. Come say hello to little Du.
Rubbing the belly of the rural dog, the honest De Huang showed a silly grin.
By the way, I'm going to take Chongqing out to eat. Sister Yun, where do you live? I have nothing to do, maybe I can stop by?
With nothing to do, Du Ziren wanted to support Go Yun, someone with a kind heart.
Ah. Little Du, are you going out so late?
I live on the outskirts of Wannan City. We set up a few simple big rooms with tempered shelters here. If you come,
I think it's okay.
On the other end of the phone, Go Yun was still talking.
Bang. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound rang out. Then, there was a chaotic barking sound of woof 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 woof. Ah. You. Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao you? SSSSSSS.
It seemed like the phone was dropped, and the call instantly became noisy.
Da Huang. Da Huang. In a panic, Du Ziren heard and frowned, Sister Yun. Sister Yun, what happened? Du.
Before he could ask again, the call was already disconnected.
Woof. Hey. Kid. It seems something is wrong over there.
Changsheng stretched out a dog head, constantly peering into the already dark screen. It was clear that although he had only stayed with Go Yun for a few days, he had a good feeling for this mom.
Hiss. It sounds like there are a few dogs going crazy in Sister Yun's dog park? Combining the earlier situation, Du Ziren had already figured something out.
Woof, maybe those dogs drank the river water from Baiha village.
Ah? You mean the river water that makes them go crazy? Then. Woof. She is in danger. We must go save her. Then let's hurry up. Hurry up.
In a rush, a man and a dog ran down the stairs, and Du Ziren ordered a ride at the community entrance. At 2 a.m, a white Magotan drove over.
The driver, slightly dazed, took this man and dog on board and immediately became interested.
I say, young man. Why are you two heading to the suburbs at this hour, just you and a dog?
What are you up to?
The driver observed Du Ziren through the rearview mirror, concluding that he must be a runaway wanting to take his dog away from home.
Going to a friend's house. Friend? Lives in the mountains? Don't ask too much. Drive fast, and I'll give you a bonus later.
Hey, you should have said so earlier.
V room.
Putting the pedal to the metal, the car sped toward the suburbs of Wannan City.
In the back seat, Du Ziren thought for a moment, then decided to call the police. To be honest,
if it were a normal situation, if a pet dog bit someone, Du Ziren calling the police would definitely make them think he was looking for trouble. But only he and Changsheng knew the water in Baiha village was strange. If all the dogs that Go Yun raised had drunk that water, could a woman nearing 30 escape the bites of hundreds of stray dogs?
Beep beep beep. Hello? This is the Wannan City Wannan District Police Headquarters. May I ask if you are in any danger?
The soothing voice of the operator came through the phone, and Du Ziren briefly explained the situation.
Hello?
There is a stray dog rescue center out in the suburbs. I have a friend who seems to have been attacked by a pack of wild dogs.
Ah? Are you saying one person was attacked by a pack of wild dogs?
Yes. Those dogs have a strong aggressive instinct.
Wait, are you sure? It's in the suburbs, right? Near Baiha village?
Yes, why? The voice on the other end suddenly turned serious, and just as Du Ziren was about to reiterate the severity of the matter,
suddenly, the operator's voice was filled with solemnity. This citizen. We have received your call, and our police department is already aware of the situation. Rest assured, we will dispatch personnel to verify what you said immediately. But please do not approach Baiha village. Some situations have developed there, and the military is handling it. Please do not come close to the exclusion zone, trust our police forces.
Hiss hiss hiss. For some reason, the closer they got to the suburbs, the weaker the mobile signal became. Listening to the warning on the other end, Du Ziren furrowed his brow tightly. He felt an inexplicable premonition, something big seemed to be about to happen in Wannan City. Car Radio FM 19.8, emergency notification. Emergency notification. In our city, near Baiha village, suspected uncertain factors threatening public safety have been found. Roads near Baiha village are now fully blocked. All citizens are advised to avoid driving near Baiha village. Additionally, to improve public safety, anyone who has been to Baiha village in the past 3 days should voluntarily go to the military hospital for investigation. Safety in Wannan, together for you and me. The radio in the front suddenly blared, adding another layer of silence to the already tense atmosphere in the car.
What? What? Hiss hiss hiss. The driver slammed on the brakes, and sweat immediately drenched his back. Threatening public safety? Oh my goodness. Who would dare to go there now? No way. No way. Hey, brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think about wandering the world at such a young age, just go home and play games, isn't that nice? The Magotan came to a screeching stop on the suburban road, and the driver turned to the back seat with a kindly expression. But Du Ziren, upon hearing this, looked increasingly hesitant. The police call had just advised him not to go. If there was indeed a threat to safety, they definitely wouldn't have time to care about Go Yun. And what about him? Could an 18-year-old boy really save Go Yun? Woof, are you scared? Seemingly seeing Du Ziren's hesitation, Changsheng narrowed his eyes at him. Du Ziren couldn't help but hesitate. So far, he thought it was already impressive that he was still alive. Rushing to his death, what about his wife? But, if I don't go, who will save Sister Yun? Morality and reason clashed in Du Ziren's heart at this moment. Woof! If you don't go, I will go. Just when Du Ziren was indecisive, Changsheng pulled open the back seat door. Clang! The night wind gently blew into the back seat of the car. Seeing Changsheng dive unhesitatingly into the darkness, Du Ziren gritted his teeth and immediately followed him out of the car. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once out of the car, the view opened up, and he could see a dark glimmering warning tape shining faintly as it coiled several times around the outskirts of Baiha village. Behind the village, in the distance, he could faintly make out the outline of the dog park. To reach the dog park, one had to pass through Baiha village. Woof, I definitely didn't misjudge you. You still came with me, right? Woof. No worries. With your dog brother here, those monsters can't get to you. Changsheng stood confidently in front of Du Ziren. His gravity powers could not fail against a small village, could it? Let's go. I don't know how long Sister Yun can hold on. Too lazy to listen to Changsheng brag about useless things, the man and the dog immediately ran towards the dark village. In the distance, the owner of a Maitine car kept shouting, "Hey! Hey! Didn't you hear the broadcast? Don't go! Don't go! Damn it! You haven't given me my red packet yet." The shouting echoed from behind, and just as Du Ziren was about to respond, he suddenly heard. Rustle rustle. From the wild grass on the roadside, a rustling sound came. Who? Roar. Before Du Ziren could react, a figure lunged at him quickly. This person's clothes were tattered in many places, and their exposed skin was covered with purple, throbbing veins. Roar. With a hoarse voice, looking closely, this person's tongue was strangely long. Roar. Like a water spider, this person quickly crawled in a deformed manner and stood stiff in front of Du Ziren. In the dark, his bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at Du Ziren, his tongue extending about 10 centimeters, swaying like a snake around him. The first time Du Ziren saw him, he thought of a species, the licker from the Doomsday Survival game. Chapter 93. You? Are you the licker? Staring blankly at the figure in front of him, the other party did not take action, merely hing out a foul breath, his red eyes flickering, fixedly watching Du Ziren. Roar. Same kind? King. King? His tongue swayed continuously, the licker seemed unsure about Du Ziren's identity, just as he wanted to circle around him and take a closer look. Woof. Kid. What are you daydreaming about? Get away from him. Changsheng glared at the licker, and in the brief moment of their gaze crossing. Boom. The licker's body, which was crouching on all fours, seemed to instantly lose gravity. After floating lightly off the ground, his whole body spun 180 degrees and flew back to the distant suburbs, crashing into a haystack. Roar. Roar. This attack did not cause much damage to the licker. Amidst the wild grass, it slowly got up but found that its body still maintained the state of gravity imbalance. Wanting to crawl quickly, it spun strangely in place. Roar. Powers? How could it have powers? A dog? Puff. Just as he spoke, the tongue whipped like a sharp sword, bypassing Du Ziren and shooting towards Changsheng's dog head. Woof. Just you? You think you can move your dog brother? Buzz buzz buzz. On the suburban ground, several fragments of stone lost their gravity and suddenly flew towards Changsheng. Bang! The long, swinging tongue whipped against the flying gravel, and was instantly buried under the pile of stones with a loud crash. Roar roar. The only attack failed, and the licker spun helplessly in the air. The tongue wanted to exert strength, but couldn't pull out of the stone vise. Under the imbalance of gravity, astronauts need long-term training to barely control their movements. Let alone a mindless zombie, right? Woof. Done. Woof. My dog brain, why is it a bit painful?
Changsheng looked proudly at the liquor being punished by himself, and the once proud dog face suddenly collapsed strangely.
Hoo hoo hoo.
The morning wind blew across the countryside, and Du Ziren and the distant Mei Tang driver stared blankly.
My child. What just happened? I didn't see it wrong, right? That person just spat out his tongue over 10 meters, right? This dog is standing still, and rocks are flying over to protect it? Young man, are you filming a sci-fi movie?
The driver looked suspiciously at Du Ziren, who was also dumbfounded.
Not a buddy? How did stuff from the game appear in real life? Am I not awake?
He pinched Changsheng's dog ear.
Woof. Ouch. Why the hell are you pulling my ear? Pain? Then it seems to be real.
Looking closely again at the liquor, that guy was floating obediently in midair, glaring angrily at Changsheng.
No way? Could it be that I'm also going to enter the apocalypse? Changsheng.
For the sake of being your master, you have to protect me a bit from now on. Angrily rubbing Changsheng's dog head, Changsheng looked at Du Ziren with a strange expression.
Woof. Are you sure it's me protecting you? Isn't it you protecting me? How is that possible? I'm just a homebuddy, what power do I have?
These words were just said.
Roar roar roar.
From the distant fields came the sound of low growls again.
Damn.
The Mei Tang driver turned to look, and from the direction of Baiha village, 5 lickers charged out. All of them were on all fours, their long tongues lashing out, crawling towards this side like spiders, rapidly approaching.
Bang bang bang.
Before Du Ziren and the others could react, 5 long tongues shot towards the driver's seat. My child, come. The driver was dumbstruck. If just a moment ago, he thought he was filming some urban supernatural cultivation, now, watching 5 long, barbed tongues coming at him, he felt like the world was about to change.
Bang!
The elongated tongues instantly cracked the car window, and the barbs on the tongues scraped against the glass, producing a piercing screeching sound.
Young man. I remembered. I hadn't turned off my gas stove at home. I don't need that red envelope. I'll leave first, okay? Chirp chirp chirp. Almost in an instant, the driver started the car, swerved the steering wheel, and sped back the way he came. Roar. Roar. In the field, thick roars echoed endlessly. 5 long, red tongues twisted, but did not bother with the driver anymore. Instead, they all swung toward Changsheng. Under the moonlight, 5 pairs of bright red eyes fixedly stared at Changsheng. The instinct of these creatures made them realize this dog was the biggest threat. Woof. What are you staring at? Your dog, brother? Woof. If you're not convinced, let's fight. I 1v5, the advantage is mine. Rustle rustle rustle. Before Changsheng could bark a few times, 5 long tongues like red lightning lunged straight for Changsheng's dog head. Woof, down. Woof. Damn. Dog head hurts. Changsheng's dog eyes stared hard at the incoming tongues, wanting to launch his superpower again. But his power level was not high, and the previous use had almost exhausted its limit. Woof, dog life is in danger. Woof. Haji-do, remember to burn me 10 pounds of sauce duck next spring, I like spicy flavors. Feeling the bloody wind approaching, Changsheng, although frightened, still bravely stood in front of Du Ziren. As a qualified house dog, protecting its owner is its nature. Hey! Lie down. Even though Du Ziren was now scared and a bit confused, he could not just watch Changsheng die before his eyes. Thud. With a swift motion, he threw Changsheng into his arms, pressing him down, quietly waiting for the 5 long tongues to come at him. Woof. Haji-do, you guy. I indeed did not mistake my owner. Woof. Don't worry, next spring, I will burn 10 silicone dolls for you. You damn it. We're about to die. Can you stop saying these things? Du Ziren was speechless. Damn it. They say this dog is even more human than people. Silently waiting for the coming intense pain. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Ha? Why am I not dead? Stupidly raising his head, when Du Ziren looked up, he was stunned. 5 long tongues were swirling in the air, not coming down, as if frozen in time. In the distance, 5 lickers lay crouched in the wilderness, their crimson eyes fixed on Du Ziren, yet they did not dare to howl. After a long silent stare. Roar. These few lickers, unexpectedly, actually ran away like this. Woof. Haji-do, you have some skills. Changsheng was stunned. Could it be that its owner has some kingly aura that intimidated the zombies? Duzirin barely got up from the ground, watching as all the lickers retreated towards Baiha village, also confused. No way? They seem afraid to attack me? Chapter 94. Woof. It seems like the first monster also had no intention to attack you just now. Woof. Could it be that you are their relative? How would I know? Maybe they are not interested in sick flesh? You have to know. I used to have ALS. These crazies eat it, aren't they afraid of getting ALS? Duzirin thought for a long time, and this was the only reasonable explanation he could come up with. Damn it. In this day and age, even pre-packaged food and mutant monsters won't eat. Woof. What you said makes some sense, but are you still going to save Guayun? In the dark night, the man and the dog exchanged a fearful glance, both looking toward Baiha village. Under the shroud of darkness, that village was unsettlingly quiet. No one knew what other ghostly things would appear inside the village. Go! If those monsters don't bite me, it shouldn't be a big deal. Changsheng, stick close to me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. With a firm hold on Changsheng, taking advantage of the night, Duzirin quickly ran toward Baiha village. Outside the perimeter of Baiha village warning line. At this moment, nearly 10 police cars were parked there. The police cars were flashing their lights, but there wasn't a single person inside. It could be vaguely seen that some police car doors had been punctured with holes, and there were traces of blood on the ground, dragged all the way into Baiha village. Damn. It seems like things got really serious. Changsheng, do you think there won't be an outbreak of zombie virus in our city? Please no. I haven't enjoyed the game yet. Dazedly standing at the village entrance, Duzirin looked troubled. Woof. It shouldn't. If the military comes to suppress, given the current situation, they should be able to contain it. Is that so? Then okay, let's first save Sister Yun. Let's quietly enter the village, and no gun shooting. Standing on tiptoe, Duzirin hugged Changsheng, feeling his way into Baiha village. On the other side. The owner of the Magotan pressed the gas pedal desperately, driving several miles from the suburban road before finally relaxing his tense nerves. Oh my gosh. What has happened in this world? Why are there still scary things? Young man, don't blame your brother, next year I'll go to Baiha village and burn paper money for each of you and your dog. Huff huff huff. Panting heavily, the car radio announced the news again. Car radio FM 19.8, warning. Warning. Multiple gruesome injury incidents have broken out in the city. All citizens who have traveled to Baiha village are urged to proactively contact military hospitals for observation. Latest broadcast from South Anhui City. South Anhui City will initiate a citywide lockdown tonight. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. The noisy broadcasting voices grow more and more, leaving the driver pale-faced. It's over. It's over. The situation is getting worse. Cold sweat keeps breaking out on his forehead, just as the car had barely pulled out of the country road. V-room. Dozens of bright headlights suddenly shine down, startling the driver. Who's driving? Who? A strong voice rang out, and the driver immediately slammed on the brakes, squinting to look towards the light source. Goodness. What kind of car lights are these? These are clearly several armored vehicles shining their bright lights at him. Damn it. Don't shoot. I surrender. Rolling off the seat, the driver covers his head with both hands, obedient as a baby of several hundred months. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Why are you coming out of the suburbs at night? Were you going to Baiha village? What were you doing there? In the leading armored vehicle, a high-ranking officer in military uniform glares furiously at the driver. Next to him stands an academic dressed in a white lab coat. If Duzirin were here, he would recognize that this academic is academician Louis, who had come to collect blood from him. Hey! General Zhao, if you do this, you will scare him more. Friend! Don't be nervous, can you tell me why you are going to the suburbs at night? I remember, we have already broadcasted to all citizens, prohibiting passage through the suburbs and near Baiha village, right? Slowly stepping down from the armored vehicle, Louis smiled kindly as he discreetly helped the driver who was squatting on the ground. Louis's glasses scanned the driver, and he smiled again. Fortunately. You aren't hurt. Huh? What hurt? The driver looked at Louis in surprise, and Louis waved his hand. Only then did he realize, damn, behind this person are more than 10 armed police. Just daring to move a bit would definitely get him shot. Now, tell me, why did you go to Baiha village? With an examining gaze, the driver hesitated but finally spoke, well, just now. I accepted a ride-hailing order, a Mr. Du, who had a dog and wanted to go to the dog park to see a friend. At first, I thought he was some kid who ran away from home. Didn't pay much attention. Unexpectedly. Halfway through, I heard the broadcast. Then I saw a few crawling monsters in the field. Their tongues could stretch over 10 meters long. The driver spoke his terrifying experience, and Louis squinted his glasses, quickly waving a hand, summoning a female assistant. Take note. In the most serious area of the city, Baiha village, there are suspected mutated zombies. General Zhao. Turning to the officer in the armored vehicle, Louis' face darkened. I remember that there was a riot in Baiha village during the day, and we already sent a team of police comrades to investigate. Them? General Zhao furrowed his brow, remained silent, and just shook his head. I see. By the way, this comrade, you said the one who called for the ride-hailing was a kid? Where is he? Seemingly thinking of someone left behind, Louis looked at the driver, who suddenly looked gloomy. I definitely thought about pulling him to run with me. But 5 monsters came, chasing me. In my panic, I just ran first. You? Looking at the still somewhat timid driver, Louis didn't know what to say. However. But you don't have to worry. That kid is actually quite strange. Those monsters don't seem to want to hurt him. He also has a black dog, and the black dog can summon flying stones. I tell you, at that time. The driver spoke more and more excitedly, while the surrounding soldiers listened, staring at him as if he were a fool. But only. Louis and General Zhao didn't doubt him. Long ago, when analyzing the meteorite, they discovered that the little white mice injected with meteorite factors displayed unusual traits. The most terrifying thing is that the little white mice could spit out flames. Are you the lucky one among the polluters? Mr. Du. Hissing. Could it be that Du Ziren who walked out when the meteor fell? With narrowed eyes, Louis' female assistant behind him spoke up. By the way, Academician Liu. Just now, the communications department said that someone named Du Ziren reported. He said his friend was attacked by a pack of dogs in the dog park, and hoped the police could send someone for rescue. Both of them have the surname Du. Do you think they might be the same person? He just happened to be on his way to see a friend? Du Ziren? It really is him. Louis' expression suddenly changed, and he immediately looked at General Zhao. General Zhao, pay attention to the police signals that have lost contact. That kid might have already gone into Baiha village. If possible, let the surviving police make sure to protect him. His awakened ability is extremely important. Chapter 95. Dai Armor speaks. Many people say Haji Du is too stupid, he still hasn't discovered his powers. Actually, once discovered, it's no fun anymore. But soon a big main quest will appear, so look forward to it. The night wind howled, and the bright crescent moon was gradually covered by dark clouds. In Baiha village, without lights on in the houses, it was utterly dark, unable to see one's own hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the cold wind swept through, Lin Yugwa slowly loaded the last 7 bullets into his pistol, looking quite grim. Chief. This is the last 7 bullets, right? Are we not getting out? Behind Lin Yugwa, a bloodied young officer had a sorrowful face. This time, in response to the higher-ups' call, a total of 45 officers from the station were dispatched, but now only 2 were left, hiding in the village chief's house, scared and hanging on. Xiao Chun, don't say such depressing things. We can hold on until rescue comes. We have a chance. But those monsters are already strong enough, and then there's that guy. The young officer's lips trembled as if recalling something horrific, his pupils vibrating constantly. That terrifying guy. Even if the army comes, they might not be able to put him down, right? Shut up. Should such words come from us police? Lin Yugwa glared at the young officer. Although he said this, a flicker of apprehension shone in his eyes. With 45 armed officers attacking, they originally had the strength to fight the zombies, and even the lickers. But once they encountered that strange guy, they would have no power to fight back. Don't talk, keep quiet, we must not let the thing find us again. Taking deep breaths, Lin Yugwa leaned against the door of the village chief's house, his whole body trembling. Looking back, in the small yard of the village chief's house, a dozen women and children huddled together. They were curling up against each other, their clothes soaked in blood, their eyes full of fear, covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. These were the last survivors of Baiha village, and also the only living ones saved after the police sacrificed. Creak. The door was slowly pushed open a crack, and Lin Yugwa barely glanced outside, his pupils involuntarily constricting. Hoo-hoo. 6 blood-red lickers were crawling on the village road, constantly gnawing at the corpses of the officers. Sizzle, sizzle. Many officers' faces had been. The eyelids were red, and in Lin Yugwa's old eyes, tears sparkled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly,
A flicker of green light pulsed from the chest walkie-talkie, someone connected to the conversation channel.
Damn.
In a hurry, Lin Yugwa turned the volume of the walkie-talkie down to the lowest and connected the channel.
Hello? Hello? Is this Police Chief Lin Yugwa?
This is Zhao Weigang from the military headquarters.
Commander Zhao? What instructions do you have?
Here's the thing. A little boy and a black dog entered Baiha village, and they require you to ensure their safety at all costs.
Can it be done?
A serious, unquestionable voice came through, and Lin Yugwa's brow furrowed tightly.
Commander Zhao.
We, the police department, have lost 43 out of 45 personnel. Only 2 officers remain, and there are many women and children around.
Tell me. How can I protect them? Do you want me to abandon so many people beside me to save one person and a dog?
Even though Zhao Weigang's official position was higher than his own, he should obey without question.
But Lin Yugwa was human, not a law enforcement machine. He could not just leave so many people behind to find that boy. Do I need to report my situation to you? Do you know their importance? What I need is your absolute obedience. What about the villagers? What about your life?
As long as they survive, their value is greater than the entire village. That voice almost yelled, and Lin Yugwa's fists clenched tightly.
Please forgive me for finding it hard to.
The words of refusal were stuck in his throat. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a figure in the distance walked towards this side on the village road.
Ha!
Lin Yugwa was startled. Looking at the figure's walking posture, it did not appear to be an infected zombie, it looked like a normal person. His mouth opened, wanting to warn the person not to come over. At least a dozen zombies were surrounding the path, and there were 6 lickers lying in the middle of the road. For a normal person to come over, absolutely. It would mean certain death.
Please don't come over. Don't come over.
Staring in shock as the figure approached, Lin Yugwa's expression fell, his eyes filled with sympathy.
The footsteps were getting faster. He could even hear a crisp murmur. Chang Sheng. Do you think walking this way is right?
Woof, hey, brother.
Does the old dog know the way? Isn't that the old horse knowing the way?
Woof, I can, believe it or not.
Alright, I'm just teasing you.
The voice was getting closer.
Lin Yugwa was stunned.
This person was talking to a dog?
Is this person crazy?
No wonder he dared to walk over despite the situation.
Definitely a mental problem.
Woof, woof, woof. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of a man and a dog became clearer. Du Ziren, holding Changsheng, caught the smell of blood from the street in the distance, and could not help but frown.
Ha ha.
In front of him, 4 or 5 villager zombies with tattered clothes and blood holes were walking sluggishly by the roadside, blocking the path. Their faces were swollen with blood vessels, their pupils distorted, looking bizarre beyond imagination.
But Du Ziren nearly glared at them. Get out of the way. You're blocking the road. Don't you see? Is this your home's road? Oh. Seems like it's your home's. Stepping forward, Du Ziren didn't take these zombies seriously at all.
In the distance, Lin Yugwa, watching everything through the crack of the village chief's house, was bewildered.
Black dog? Little boy? It must be him, right? Is he out of his mind? He actually approached the zombies? It's over. Chief, that kid looks foolish, he's probably going to get bitten in the neck.
Beside Lin Yugwa, a young officer also watched the scene, his face pale as paper.
But just as they anxiously watched, Du Ziren knocked each villager zombie down to the roadside with a kick. Can't you hear? You're blocking the road. Roar.
The zombie that fell to the ground glared at Du Ziren but strangely did not attack, instead, it just lay down on the ground.
No more movements. What? How is this possible? Lin Yugwa was once again in a daze. No. The zombies were attacked, why aren't they fighting back? Can't they see that boy? Tap tap tap. The dramatic scene did not stop here.
Du Ziren walked through a small path surrounded by 4 or 5 zombies, heading toward the village chief's home.
Hiss hiss.
6 lickers were still gnawing at the chest of a dead police officer. He frowned but, as if nothing happened, quickly walked past while holding a dog.
Roar.
The noise clearly drew the attention of the lickers, 6 pairs of scarlet eyes lifted, ferociously staring at Du Ziren.
Look. What the hell? Have you never seen someone walking a dog late at night? Mind your own business.
Du Ziren did not care and retorted a few times at the lickers.
Roar.
After a moment, these lickers surprisingly dropped their heads again, like children admitting their mistakes, and continued to gnaw at the deceased.
This boy, could he have some mind control technique?
The young officer was stunned.
What is going on? Is this some magical power? Or some mental manipulation? But regardless of which, why are the zombies not attacking him? Chief. Am I seeing things?
Trembling, he looked at Lin Yugua, whose face twitched.
I also doubt if I'm seeing it wrong.
But, this guy is so uncanny, it looks like he is the one protected by the higher-ups, no doubt about it. Staring blankly at Du Ziren crossing through the zombie wave, Lin Yugua did not dare to step out and shout a word.
ZZZZ. Just then, the walkie-talkie let out a sound again. Hello? Hello? Lin Yugua. Get clear about your position. Do you dare to disobey the orders from above?
Zhao Weigong's reprimanding voice came through, and Lin Yugua finally snapped back to reality.
Leader. I feel like seems like he doesn't need my protection, right? What did you say? Just now, he was holding a black dog, walking out of the zombie wave like it's just a stroll in the garden. Without a scratch at all. What? Chapter 96. Lin Yugua. Are you sure you're not joking? I warn you. You cannot be careless in this matter.
Outside, Baiha village, an armored vehicle had already reached the edge of the security line.
A group of armed soldiers, holding guns, surrounded the edge of Baiha village tightly.
Looking at the walkie-talkie, Zhao Weigong's face darkened. From the previous conversation, he felt his intelligence had been insulted.
What small boy holding a dog walking out of the zombie wave? Even writing a novel would not dare to write this.
Cursing a few times at the walkie-talkie, there was no response from the other end.
Louis adjusted his glasses and jumped down from the vehicle, looking calm. Did not the driver just say? Zombies seem not to attack Xiao Du, which means his awakened ability is affinity?
Thinking over it, Louis felt this ability was very important.
Even if it cannot be replicated or extracted, keeping it for national strength cultivation will be excellent for future missions. Academician Liu.
I feel the super ability plan cannot be delayed. We have to form a small team before the situation spirals out of control.
Zhao Weigang looked at Louis solemnly, to which Louis shrugged. I think Xiao Du is very suitable for this team. However, there is one more important thing.
Taking the walkie-talkie from Zhao Weigang, Louis asked coldly, by the way.
Let's talk about that monster that caused your troops to be obliterated. I am very curious about it.
Behind, Baiha village, in the suburban dog park.
Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof.
At this moment, a large number of stray dogs had gathered in front of an iron house. From small, Teddy, and Bichon, to large, Alaskan, and Samoyed, all had bloodshot eyes, surrounding the iron house, constantly crashing into the already dented iron gate.
Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof.
The red-eyed dogs had inexplicably long and tough claws, scratching the iron gate, curling the metal.
Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The dogs outside barked fiercely. 3 dogs stood in the room, their eyes filled with tension. Big Yellow, Little Ha, Moo Moo. Stop barking. They seem to be acting strange.
The broadcast said there is a problem in Baiha village, and it might affect everyone. Goyan's face was pale as she patted the terrier, husky, and border collie beside her. She never expected that the stray dog she had raised, feeding it day and night, would suddenly bare its teeth and try to bite her neck. If it weren't for Big Yellow reacting quickly and pushing her away, she might have already been bitten in the neck, losing her life in the dog garden.
Woof woof woof.
The 3 puppies, just a few months old, sincerely stood by Goyan's feet. After ending the call with Du Ziren, Goyan managed to control a crazy Alaskan named Little Treasure with a dog leash and pushed it outside the roller shutter.
She thought this was just an accidental event.
Unexpectedly, just half an hour later, the large group of dogs in the yard became restless and actually started banging on the roller shutter.
Bang!
Another sound of claws hitting. It is hard to imagine that the dog claws pierced through the metal roller shutter. Behind the numerous holes on the door, pairs of red eyes appeared, and from their mouths, terrifying white smoke billowed.
Ah! At Goyan's scream.
Woof! An Alaskan, whose body kept expanding, suddenly crashed into the countless holes, its body shimmering with iron color, breaking open the hole and pouncing inside.
Woof! With its mouth open, the fierce fangs looked at Goyan.
This dog no longer showed any master-servant affection, its tongue rolled with saliva, and its eyes only held excitement for food.
Woof!
Big Yellow sensed its hostility and, protecting its owner, immediately lunged at the Alaskan. Despite its small size, it still dared to glare at the Alaskan. In just a few leaps, it bit firmly into the Alaskan fur, producing a spark with a clang. Woof! Woof! As it bit, Big Yellow looked at the husky and border collie. These three dogs seemed to share a special bond. As soon as Big Yellow barked, the other two dogs tugged at Go-Yun's pants and pulled towards the cellar. Big Yellow. Go-Yun couldn't bear to part with Big Yellow. Aowa! Unfortunately, the Alaskan opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs pierced through Big Yellow's neck directly. Hoo-hoo! Hot breath sprayed on Big Yellow's face, blood dripping gurgling down. Big Yellow let out a woof, its eyes quickly dimming as it cast a reluctant glance at Go-Yun. Big Yellow. Aoo! After flinging aside the already dying Big Yellow, the Alaskan looked back at Go-Yun and moved its back. Sussus. Its fur bristled, standing up like a hedgehog. You. Little treasure. Go-Yun looked in disbelief at the Alaskan. The dog's eyes had turned green, wickedly fierce. He. Its fur kept expanding. Finally. Poo. The terrifying fur shot out like needles, rushing toward Go-Yun's face. Woof. Woof. This time, it was Little Ha and Moo that stood in front of Go-Yun. Poo. Countless steel needle hairs erupted, and both dogs were pierced through, yet they still stood firmly in front of Go-Yun. Woof. Woof. The stubborn little eyes looked at the Alaskan. They feared nothing but the thought of Go-Yun getting hurt. Gurgling. Bright red dog blood flowed everywhere. Sussus. After the steel needles had finished spraying, Little Ha and Moo fell to the ground with a thud, their dim eyes looking at Go-Yun, their dog mouths seemingly smiling with a touch of humanity. Woof. After the final quiet bark, Go-Yun's almost broken wail rang out. No. Big Yellow. Little Ha. Moo. With a thud, she sat down on the ground, remembering these three dogs, still under a few months old, circling around her every day. Go-Yun's face crumbled, her eyes already red. He. Looking at that Alaska, it shook its fur, panting heavily, and once again looked at Go-Yun. You. I should never have adopted you. Desperate, Go-Yun looked at the strange big dog, dragging her body backward step by step. She closed her eyes, thinking that if she died like this, could she still meet the three little ones in Dog Star? Woof. Get away. Unexpectedly. Outside the dog park, after a flurry of impatient barking, that enormous Alaska suddenly surged, boom, and bizarrely crashed against the rolling shutter door. Until the whole giant Alaska, along with the door and dog, crashed a few meters away. In the night, a shadow quickly approached. He stood abruptly in the middle of the frantic pack of dogs, and the group of uncontrollable stray dogs immediately sat down obediently. Bang! The rolling shutter door slowly lifted, and Du Ziren, holding Changsheng, looked over with a face full of sweat. Yun Jia. Are you okay? You? Little Du? And 5 black? Staring blankly at Du Ziren in front of the rolling shutter, Go-Yun's feelings were very complicated. There was both surprise and sadness. She did not expect the stranger Du Ziren would come to save her, nor did she expect the dog she raised would kill her 3 favorite dogs. Yun Jia. Are you okay? Seeing the tear stains on Go-Yun's face, Du Ziren, a big straightforward guy, stood still among the dogs, holding Changsheng with a dumbfounded look. I'm fine. It's just them. Looking sadly at the 3 puppies on the ground, the neck of the countryside dog was bitten through, and the hollow blood hole was still dripping blood. The skulls of the husky and border collie were pierced through, their eyes dim, already dead for good. Du Ziren pressed his lips together, knowing these were Go-Yun's 3 favorite dogs, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. By the way. It was like suddenly remembering something. After calming down from the sadness, Go-Yun hurriedly looked at Du Ziren. Little Du. You quickly come in. Those dogs. Before she could finish, Du Ziren squeezed through the dog pack and completely lifted the fallen broken rolling shutter door. Clang. The nightlight spilled into the iron shed, revealing at least 50 or 60 dogs outside, their sizes varied, each body somewhat bloated. Each one arched its back like a hungry wolf. Their crimson eyes stared intently into the shed, as if about to pounce and devour any living thing. But this group of hungry wolves. Du Ziren stood with his back to them, at the door, and those 50 or 60 mutated stray dogs didn't dare to attack. Even, with Du Ziren around, they didn't dare to bark. Dogs? Oh, you mean them. Don't worry, Yun Jia, my body is quite special, they don't dare to eat my virus-infected meat. Du Ziren shrugged, looking nonchalant. Virus, meat? Go-yun was puzzled, and Du Ziren smiled, finding a thick apron from the pile of dog food and handed it to Go-yun.
I am sick, very sick. Do you think they would dare to eat my meat? This. Yunjia, just relax. Put on this clothes and follow behind me. I will definitely take you to the safe zone. You can't stay here. Speaking earnestly, Du Ziren raised his eyes to look at the distant White River village. With zombies appearing, not just here, but the entire Wanan city wouldn't be peaceful. Can I bury Da Wang in them? Probably sensing the situation was serious, Go-yun looked at Du Ziren, asking for his opinion. Du Ziren nodded, need my help? These 3 furry kids loved to hide in the cellar before. If possible, little Du, could you help me dig a hole? Sure. Finding a shovel from the surroundings, Du Ziren silently followed Go-yun. She gently placed the 3 furry kids on her back, like a mother embracing her babies. Not caring at all about the blood on the dog corpses, Go-yun's face was suppressed. Tears flowed down uncontrollably, with red eyes. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. In the deepest part of the hardened shed, a tunnel leading to an underground space appeared before me. I don't know why. Looking at that tunnel, Du Ziren felt a strange familiarity. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Tap tap tap. At the end of the tunnel, there was a hollow, sunken pit. Above the pit, many jars and sealed boxes were placed, and some dehydrated vegetables were faintly visible inside. I remember. In the past, De Huang, Xiaoha, and Mumu were very timid. When they were born, they liked to hide here and nibble on the vegetable leaves I ate in winter. I was thinking, once they grew up, I would build a group of wooden doghouses outside the shed for all my dogs. Looking back now, they didn't just like hiding here, it was because I slept here every night. After I left each day, this place was the only one that still carried my scent. They didn't really want to nibble on the vegetable leaves, they just loved me. Tick 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 tick. As he spoke, Go-yun held 3 dogs in her arms, tears streaming down her face and falling to the ground. Du Ziren remained silent, using a shovel to dig into the pit. Actually, this world isn't that bad. Whether it's the seemingly virtual, yet oddly real doomsday game world in the phone. A lot of the time, hypocritical people really don't have as much emotion as a dog that protects its owner. Sister Yun. You, take care. Silently standing to the side, Du Ziren watched as Go-yun reluctantly placed the little dogs back into the dirt mound. She didn't rush to cover them with soil, instead, she slowly covered the 3 small ones with her coat. Sleep well, sleep well. De Huang, Xiaoha, Mumu, make sure to live well on Dogstar. In the pitch-black cellar, silence gradually fell. The only sound that could be faintly heard was Go-yun's occasional sobs. After a long, long time, Go-yun finally wiped her face and shyly walked towards Du Ziren. Xiao Du. Sorry to trouble you, let's go. Sister Yun, about all this dog food, in the future. Du Ziren looked longingly at the big dog yard, and Go-yun shook her head. It's gone. Everything is gone. All the dogs I raised have changed, and De Huang and the others have died. These things no longer have any meaning to me. I think I might move to another district. A suitor has been pursuing me, and I think, if nothing unexpected happens, I might be with him in the future. Go-yun smiled bitterly, and Du Ziren nodded. Actually, this is also good. I think De Huang and them would be happy knowing you don't have to struggle so much anymore, right? Is that so? Yes. By the way, Sister Yun, will you raise dogs again in the future? Probably. I will, but I'll have children first. Really? Have you thought about what to name the child? Well, if it's a boy, I'll name him Goshang, if it's a girl, Goxia, for a grandson, Goyu. Ha? Sister Yun, are you looking for a son-in-law? No, it's just that the boy's side respects me, and the child will take my surname. Tap tap tap. The voices of the 2 slowly faded away from the cellar. After a short while, no one noticed. In the pit, wrapped in Go-yun's clothes, the corpses of the rural dog, husky, and border collie were bizarrely swelling, expanding, and even the fur of the rural dog was falling out. Buzz buzz buzz. As the bright yellow fur fell away, a child's face slowly revealed itself. The child rubbed against Go-yun's clothes, then turned to look at the 2 dog corpses beside. It's just that we are pushed back and scattered, it can't harm any one of us. But it's just that after being scattered, our intercom keeps receiving screams, saying someone has inexplicably developed a hole in their neck, and then just dies. At first, I didn't understand. Until now, after meeting with the survivors, I finally realized, there is an invisible zombie, it's getting close to us. Using its finger, piercing through my teammates' necks one by one. The trembling voice of Lin Yubwa came from the intercom, and Lu Yi's face turned pale. If it's true that there is an invisible zombie here now, then a possibility cannot be ruled out.
That invisible zombie might actually be standing right next to this group of armed soldiers.
It's just that they haven't realized it yet. Hey, if that's the case? Commander Zhao. What do you say? The pupils under his glasses suddenly constricted. Louis couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. If he were to be unlucky right now, his neck might be cut open in the next second. Academician Liu, I know what you're worried about. You need to get back into the armored vehicle immediately, don't attract attention, and then close the door. I think, that guy, even if it's powerful, shouldn't have the strength to lift the iron door, right? It shouldn't be that unlucky. Louis slowly walked toward an armored vehicle, before he could finish his speculative words. Buzz. He heard it. He inexplicably heard a strange whistling wind near his ear. This sound wasn't caused by natural wind, but rather like a sharp object moving rapidly, creating a whistling noise. Not good. His body immediately dropped to the ground. With a whoosh, he felt something cut across the back of his neck. Thud. After falling to the ground, Louis hurriedly turned around and looked back anxiously. Buzz. Again, that strange whistling sound came, and in the pitch-black space, he vaguely seemed to see a flickering light. Academician Liu. Academician Liu. What's wrong with you? Zhao Weigang was the first to notice Louis's abnormality and quickly rushed over to Louis. Don't. Whatever you do, don't come over. That thing is coming. Right next to me. He shouted anxiously, and Zhao Weigang's pupils froze. He knew Louis wouldn't joke about this. He immediately took out his pistol from his waist. Quick. Alert. All units on alert. People. Protect Academician Liu. Build a wall of people. Wall of people. In a flurry, Zhao Weigang shouted, not daring to gamble with Louis's life. According to their words, if they all died, Louis couldn't die. Thud thud thud. In an instant, a dozen armed police jumped out of the armored vehicle, surrounding Louis in a circle. The moonlight was bleak, and the midnight was silent. All the armed police held their guns, nervously looking around. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind blew, not making a sound at all. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Such a standoff lasted nearly 10 minutes, and Zhao Weigang was getting a little restless. Academician Liu, are you too tense? I think. Just as Zhao Weigang began to relax his nerves. Buzz. In the darkness, a light that seemed to reflect like a mirror quickly flashed by. Put. Just 2 meters in front of him, a gaping 4-finger-wide hole appeared in one armed police officer's neck, blood gushing out. That armed police officer didn't even have time to raise his gun, blood sprayed from his neck, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground with a shiver down his throat. Gush 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 gush. Before long, a pool of blood flowed out where the armed police officer had fallen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The night wind still blew, and everyone stared blankly at the armed police officer's body, their bodies involuntarily feeling a chill. Quick. Too fast. From the moment the 4 blood holes appeared in this armed police officer's neck to his collapse, it was only a few seconds. Where is the zombie? How did it strike? They had no clue. Shoot. Where to shoot? Damn. 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 Zhao Weigang, who had always been high and mighty, watched his soldiers die before his eyes, and a wave of hot blood surged through his body. He raised his pistol, but looked around in confusion. Where do I shoot? Damn it. Where the hell is that dog thing hiding? Commander Zhao. Listen to me. Don't move. Don't move. Pay close attention. When that thing strikes, there will be a faint wind sound and a quick flash of light refraction. We just need to stay alert. Even if we can't catch it, we can prevent it. Aga! Louis's words of encouragement, cold and calm, had not finished speaking. Suddenly, from inside the White River Village warning line, 6 lickers leading over 20 zombies screamed and charged toward them. They were like hungry animals rushing towards a food line, eagerly running toward the crowd. Roar roar. Eek eek. The sound of zombie roars, the poking sound of the lickers' tongues, exploded at the village entrance. Not good. Seeing several lickers leading the charge, swinging their tongues, Louis's face turned pale with horror. He knew. He knew why that invisible zombie had not rushed to attack yet. It was waiting for reinforcements. As soon as the zombies from White River Village arrived, once the military and zombies clashed, who could notice or hear its stealthy movements with its subtle light and wind sounds amidst the crossfire? This thing has intelligence no less than a human's. It wants to kill us all. His eyelids twitched violently. Sure enough. When the lickers moved closer, less than 10 meters away, Zhao Weigang waved his hand. Fire. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Instantly, the village entrance was filled with flames of gunfire.
Whoosh whoosh.
Bullets poured like rain, and several zombies charging forward were instantly turned into a sieve, falling to the ground with a thud.
Just as it seemed the situation was under control. But. Poof poof.
At that moment, countless armed police had their necks explode into blood flowers. The black holes of finger-sized punctures flashed rapidly in their necks, and the invisible zombie had struck again.
1 minute. No. Not even a minute.
In the gap between the gunfire, the dozen or so frontline armed police, clutching their necks, blood spurting, fell to the ground in agony.
Gurgling.
The smell of blood spread throughout the village entrance. Louis, protected by a group of armed police, quickly retreated toward the armored vehicle.
Thud thud.
More and more armed police had their necks punctured without warning, their bodies piling up, and Louis's face grew more and more grim.
Damn it. Damn it. What kind of monster is this?
Humans have no power to fight back in front of these superpowered creatures.
Chang Shang, do you think I'll cry if something happens to you?
On the quiet path at night, Du Ziren was holding Changsheng, rubbing its dog head. Behind him, Go Yun was shrinking back, looking around nervously, but still not seeing those so-called zombies.
Woof. Your dog mouth can't talk, you don't need to speak. Woof. Didn't I just call it Changsheng? If you die, your son dies, your grandson dies.
I still won't die.
A dog passes on through 3 generations, humans are gone, but the dog remains. Woof. Don't you understand my worth? Damn.
If you can't speak, just don't say anything. He rubbed Changsheng's dog head again. Du Ziren realized he and his dog didn't have the same bond as Go Yun and the 3 little ones.
Raising a dog?
This was raising a little ancestor. Tap tap tap.
As they walked, Changsheng suddenly seemed to sense something unusual, its dog nose twitched.
Woof.
I said, Haji Do, did you notice? The zombies seem to have disappeared.
Now that you mention it, there do seem to be fewer zombies. But look, over there, the few that blocked the road earlier, aren't they still there? He pointed to the distance, toward the village chief's house, where a few zombies were still wandering, making strange noises. Meanwhile, at the village chief's house, Lin Yugwo was listening to the sound from the walkie-talkie, his face turning ashen. The firing had started. The military and the zombies were fully engaged.
Watch your neck. Watch out. Poof poof. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone. Everyone retreat while firing, get to the armored vehicle.